immediately. He only wanted Captain Marvel to pretend not to know him. Nick, why aren't you speaking? What happened on Earth? Who do you want me to deal with? Anyone on Earth, any force, I guarantee I can resolve the issue in one encounter. I already know you can't defeat her. Cough, no, nothing important. I just missed you so much and wanted to catch up. Nick forced a smile. Since it's not about me, I won't interrupt your reunion. Goodbye. Only then did Nick breathe a sigh of relief watching the direction in which Qiuya left. He said to the shocked Team Carol, I was afraid she would lose control and go on a killing spree. I initially wanted you to come back to handle her. Oh. Captain Shock stared wide-eyed in astonishment. After a moment of shock, he added, Earth is too dangerous. I think I'll continue my work in the universe. Qiuya checked the messages and found a note from Tony inviting her to his home. She thought for a moment and decided to go over. Arriving at Tony's house, Qiuya discovered that many people had already gathered in the villa. Catwoman, Selina, Black Widow, Natasha, Hulk, Banner, Venom, Eddie Pepper, and Batman Bruce were all present. The dining table was filled with delicious delicacies that whetted the appetite. It was obviously a gathering. Welcome, welcome, idol. You finally made it. You were the last to arrive. Please have a seat. Tony greeted warmly. I've prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone to enjoy together. Great. Qiuya smiled as she took her seat. At the dining table, everyone raised their glasses to toast to Qiuya's joining. We've all seen the data provided by Xiaomei, and some people are indeed not innocent. Bruce spoke up, though those soldiers aren't entirely blameless and think your methods are a bit extreme. I believe we have more common ground in our ideals. Bruce added, previously during my battle with Superman, when you intervened, I even tried to harm you with a kryptonite spear, yet you never held it against me. At that moment, I was merely a mortal acting impulsively. Bruce recalled the previous battle with Superman, where Superman had been patient and did not want to harm him, which led to his defeat. Looking back now, Superman's temperament was indeed much better than his. Tony glanced at Bruce and spoke, Goddess, as you know, I idolize you. I created that anti-Supergirl armor purely out of anxiety and concern. I personally hold no malice towards you, but it's just my nature to prepare for the worst. I promise from now on. Wait a minute, it seems you got that backwards. When did you become my idol? Qiuya interrupted him, somewhat surprised. Haha, everyone burst into laughter. Selina teased from the side, anyway, that armor you made was completely useless and couldn't even compete. Indeed, Tony replied reluctantly, wishing to develop a more powerful armor. Qiuya took a large sip of juice and said, let's put the past behind us. It's really not a big deal. I have a question too. Back then, I just wanted Selina and the others to practice with you, but I didn't inform you in advance. Also, Tony, you should continue building. I don't mind, and I hope you can create a suit that qualifies to practice with me. All right. It's fine, it's fine. Let's not dwell on that. Those are minor issues. Let's talk about something fun next. Pepper quickly interjected. Meanwhile, Venom, Eddie listened to their conversation while happily indulging in his meal, showing no concern for the earlier argument. Qiuya observed the actions of the Venom and suddenly recalled the unconscious Kara, who was still sleeping in the villa. That chop had been a bit too forceful, leaving her in a state of unconsciousness till now. I will go fetch someone. With that, Qiuya instantly vanished from her spot. After a while, she appeared in the banquet hall carrying Kara. Hello, Miss Kara, everyone greeted. Kara opened her eyes and, still a bit dazed, asked, what happened? Why am I here? Don't overthink it, Kara. Enjoy the delicacies and eat as much as you like. Don't worry about exhausting this wealthy benefactor. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury and Captain Marvel were reviewing the internal documents provided by Qiuya, which Tony had sent. Both of them sighed in relief. Nick was already aware of many illegal activities carried out by the military, both covertly and openly. However, he did not expect Qiuya to obtain detailed information on every soldier within the military, indicating she possessed a powerful artificial intelligence or a formidable intelligence network and insiders. Not only is she terrifyingly powerful herself, but she also has such a robust intelligence network backing her. It seems Earth has already become her domain, Nick lamented. Internally, he pondered and somewhat criticized, although Captain Marvel also possesses extraordinary abilities, she is far inferior to Qiuya in intelligence and strategy, and her strength is not on the same level. She is always busy being a cosmic citizen, acting justly in space and rarely returning to Earth. Nick believes she should devote more energy to earthly affairs. She should first focus on what is within her capability. Indeed. But we should also be grateful that she is a just and rational superpower without ambition and would not abuse her strength. As long as she maintains her kind nature, her power will serve as a strong shield for Earth, Captain Marvel analyzed. Yes, she is very polite and has a good heart, Nick reassured himself. Since there's nothing more to discuss, may I take my leave? After Qiuya showcased her formidable power by obliterating a planet, discussions about her continued to brew worldwide. Regarding Qiuya's strength, many affluent individuals held a skeptical and wary attitude. This is because they believe they live in a relatively safe environment and do not require the protection of superheroes, instead fearing that Qiuya might lose control and inadvertently harm the innocent. Even though there are a few among them who support Qiuya overall, they tend to prioritize their own interests and the status quo, because only those who betray their interests can be found among those who do not. This is an objective law unaffected by human subjective will. A minority such as Iron Man Tony and Batman Bruce fall into this category. Tony once feared that his weapons might harm innocents, so he willingly shut down his company's arms department, sacrificing profit. Both of them are like this, thus qualifying to become superheroes. On the other hand, those living in poverty and unsafe environments instinctively lean towards powerful protectors, as this brings them greater security. However, regardless of wealth, human nature is fundamentally the same and is determined by material conditions. The differing attitudes of the rich and the poor merely reflect their respective positions and class interests. Simply put, the world is composed of material, and material determines consciousness. Even the words in books or the magical patterns cast can be regarded as a form of material. The different properties and characteristics of various materials create this ever-changing and colorful world. Superman, hailed as the mightiest superhero on Earth, possesses extraordinary abilities beyond human imagination and an unwavering sense of justice. He invariably appears at the moment of need, selflessly rescuing innocent lives. However, on an ordinary day, a sudden tragedy utterly transformed Superman's life. That day, Superman received an urgent call learning of an earthquake disaster in a certain location where many people were trapped inside buildings on the verge of collapse. Superman immediately flew to the scene, swiftly breaking through walls to rescue a woman. However, just as he was flying away with her in his arms, the city where his girlfriend Lois was located also experienced a disaster, as another building collapsed, burying Lois, who could not escape in time. Superman watched helplessly as Lois was buried under the rubble, lifeless, his heart torn asunder. Tears streamed down his face, uncontrollably filled with helplessness and despair. The world's mightiest hero at this moment was unable to protect the one he loved most. Superman felt a surge of anger within him, questioning why no one had notified him about the disaster involving his girlfriend while they had called him to assist elsewhere. The crowd around watched this scene, some praying silently for Lois' rescue, while others stood frozen in fear. Superman painfully struck his chest, his soul filled with guilt and remorse. He loathed himself for lacking the strength to prevent this disaster, and even more for failing to protect Lois. This tragedy plunged Superman into deep anguish. He began to question his abilities and the meaning of his existence. If he were not a superhero, perhaps Lois would not have encountered such misfortune. He continually berated himself, wondering why he had to become so powerful, why he had to be Superman. After that sorrowful day, Superman's life underwent a monumental change. He no longer selflessly helped people as he once did, instead becoming cold and distant. He started to doubt his existence and value, even questioning whether he should continue as Superman. Superman, having lost Lois, was engulfed in profound pain and self-reproach. He became silent and distant, his gaze filled with deep sorrow and anger, and his actions grew increasingly unpredictable. He began to harbor deep discontent and resentment towards the actions of humanity. He felt that the stronger he became, the more he could perceive the weaknesses and foolishness of mankind. Driven by these emotions, Superman started to uncontrollably abuse his superpowers. He completely abandoned his mission to protect humanity and embarked on a path of vengeance against them. With devastating force, he wreaked havoc across the entire city, destroying significant structures and causing countless innocent lives to suffer endlessly under his rampage. The city trembled violently under his might, towering buildings collapsing before him like dominoes, while the terrified screams of the people echoed in his ears. His actions drew the attention of other superheroes in the DC universe, who could not comprehend why Superman had suddenly turned so violent. However, to their pleas and questions, Superman remained deaf. He was completely immersed in this frenzy of total destruction. After the gathering, Selina wanted to return to DC for a visit. Batman Bruce was also concerned, as he planned to officially recruit members for the Justice League upon his return. Qiuya saw them off, then planned to take Superman, Wonder Woman, and Kara to the world of the Resident Evil movie. Kara happily exclaimed that she would get to see a new world. However, recalling that she hadn't been home for several days, she said with some worry, "Sister Ka, I might lose my job, and my guardian will definitely scold me to death. I've never been away for this long before." Qiuya replied with a smile, "Don't worry, focus on getting stronger, that's the way to go. In the future, you'll be able to fly into space to mine. Also, you are already an independent adult. You don't need to care too much about what your guardian thinks. She can't control you. Come with me to the world of Resident Evil and become stronger." Kara's eyes brightened as she replied, "Sister Qiuya, you're right. I'm no longer a child. I should learn to take responsibility for my choices rather than always making my guardian worry." Let's explore the unknown world freely. Exactly, let's experience a larger world. It's a rare opportunity for growth. Wonder Woman interjected, "Don't worry, we will look out for each other." Clark nodded, curiously looking at Qiuya, and asked, "Are there enough zombies for us to kill?" "Of course there are originally 5 billion zombies worldwide," Qiuya said with a smile. "What a..." Everyone was astonished. The total population of Earth was just over 7 billion, indicating that most people on Earth had turned into zombies. "It seems a tremendous disaster occurred there, leading to a zombie outbreak," Diana said, frowning. "Yes, we must quickly control the situation, eliminate these zombies, and rescue any humans that might still be alive." Clark clenched his fists. Kara was also filled with fighting spirit. "No problem with Sister Qiuya here, these zombies are nothing to worry about. Let's go." In the world of Resident Evil under Qiuya's orders, the Kryptonian army, led by Fiora, had already landed in Australia to establish their headquarters. After all, the land here is vast, sparsely populated, and surrounded by sea. A large number of Kryptonian soldiers continued to purge the vast numbers of zombies worldwide. Currently, nearly half of the 5 billion zombies worldwide have been eliminated, and each zombie can earn 100 points. With the recent upgrade of the system, points can now be directly exchanged for prestige, making Qiuya a wealthy individual. The reason the Kryptonian army hasn't managed to eliminate all the zombies is mainly due to Qiuya's order that during the purge, if they find survivors, they must also make an effort to rescue them, and they cannot use large-scale destructive weapons to harm the Earth's environment, which limits their operational efficiency. This time, Qiuya brought everyone directly to the Kryptonian base in Australia. Upon noticing Qiuya's arrival, Fiora hurriedly led a group of senior officers to greet her. The soldiers in the camp also stopped what they were doing to gather, and many Kryptonians flew in the air without their armor, creating a magnificent scene. It seemed many Kryptonians had adapted to the Earth's environment. "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen. You have finally arrived," Fiora said respectfully. "Long live the Queen." The soldiers cheered in unison. Diana, Clark, and Kara were all surprised and began to whisper to each other. All right, no need for formalities," Qiuya said with a smile. "I'm here this time mainly to help clean up the zombies. You can continue working as planned without worrying about us. Fiora, first explain things to your subordinates, then come with me." "Understood, my queen," Fiora replied happily. She then instructed her subordinates to continue with their tasks before jogging to catch up with Qiuya. "Where are we going, my queen?" she asked. Qiuya then tore open a rift in space and turned to the others, saying, "Clark, you all go to the Asian region to clear out zombies and rescue survivors. I'll join you shortly." "All right." Superman nodded. Diana and Kara also nodded, then stepped into the rift. Fiora was filled with confidence about Krypton's revival under the Queen's leadership. Qiuya's vision for the Kryptonians was entirely different from Zod's. Although Zod was loyal to Krypton, he was only loyal to his own idealized image of Krypton. In his view, the natural birth of Superman by his parents was an act of heresy, which led him to mercilessly kill many Kryptonian senators along with Superman's biological parents. One could say that Zod's ideology was deeply rooted in genetic manipulation and class division. Moreover, he sought to alter Earth's environment to make it a second Krypton. However, in reality, compared to Krypton, Earth's environment is much more hospitable and suitable for Kryptonians who have adapted to the yellow sun. If Zod's ideology were truly followed, even if the Kryptonians conquered Earth, they would ultimately face extinction, doomed to repeat the same mistakes. In contrast, Qiuya pointed out a path for the Kryptonians to adapt and integrate into Earth's environment, learning from the strengths of human society and seeking new ways of development. One could say that Qiuya brought not only a world to her Kryptonian subjects, but also a new path. DC Universe. As Superman departed, the mother box of the DC world detected this and quickly sent out a message. The desolate wolf who was exiled on Apocalypse trembled. "There are no Kryptonians left on Earth, come and occupy it." A large area of zombies on the Asian continent has already been cleared out. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Supergirl Kara appeared at the edge of the freshly cleared area where a Kryptonian base had also been established, housing rescued human survivors. They looked towards the distance where only a few scattered zombies wandered. Superman and Kara activated their X-ray vision, discovering that a large number of zombies were still gathered further away. "Shall we act together?" Wonder Woman asked. "I think it would be more efficient to split up," Kara said. Sister Qiuya said that the strongest zombie boss here, Isaac, can be easily dealt with. "Let's each take a direction and clear them out quickly." "Good idea, let's split up and aim to clear most of the zombies in Asia today." Superman nodded. "No problem, I'll head west, and you two go north and south respectively." Wonder Woman clenched her fists. The three nodded, and Superman and Kara flew off in their respective directions, leaving Wonder Woman enviously wishing she could fly too. Right, didn't Qiuya say she would teach her? Soon the three figures darted rapidly, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in their wake. Zombies were felled by sword's fists and burned to ashes by heat vision. This epic zombie cleansing officially commenced with the three superheroes using their powers to purify this desolate land. Clark efficiently eliminated the zombies with his heat vision, feeling exceedingly pleased. On one hand, he served as Superman in his own world, often assisting others tirelessly, yet he frequently faced public scrutiny. The media was seldom kind to him, only remembering to call for Superman in times of dire crisis. At other times, people feared that his powers could bring disaster and destruction. Here he could vent his inner feelings freely. On the other hand, he had previously fought against Krypton to protect Earth and had killed the last Kryptonian Zod, which left him feeling immense sorrow and loneliness. However, now in this zombie-infested world, he not only reunited with his cousin Kara from another world, but also witnessed many Kryptonians led by Qiuya establishing a new home and finding a new path of development on Earth. And they were saving humanity within the zombie apocalypse, rescuing this desolate land. This filled Clark with immeasurable excitement. He spotted a small squad of Kryptonian soldiers flying across the sky, quickly returning to their base after assisting humans. This sight brought tears to his eyes. Krypton was reborn in his heart. Superman continued to sweep through the zombies, his heat vision proving highly efficient. From his vantage point in the sky, he accurately struck individual targets or swept away large groups. As he was not far from the coast, he quickly exterminated all the zombies in that direction. After completing the task, he flew toward the Kryptonian cleanup area, intending to continue his sweep in another direction. Passing by, Clark curiously used his X-ray vision to observe, discovering a group of human survivors and Kryptonian soldiers gathered within the cleanup area. However, at that moment, his expression turned serious. Through his X-ray vision, he saw a Kryptonian girl and a human male doing push-ups on a bed, with the latter quickly fainting. In the adjacent room, a Kryptonian male was also with a human female in a similar situation. Clark hurriedly descended and politely knocked on the doors of both rooms. A man and woman emerged. They used their X-ray vision on Superman's body and noticed the immense energy within him, concluding he must be a high-ranking officer. This made their expressions somewhat awkward. "What are you doing?" Clark asked patiently, with a frown, concerned they might be coercing the humans. The male Kryptonian hurriedly explained, "No, sir, we are absolutely abiding by the law. Our interactions with humans are entirely consensual, with no coercion whatsoever. Sir, according to the law, we are contributing to the development of Krypton," said the female Kryptonian. Clark then sighed in relief, but still sternly warned them, "Be extra careful when engaging with humans. You must use your powers responsibly and never harm them." As someone who had rich experience in push-ups with his girlfriend Lois, the Kryptonian felt a bit sheepish. Clark earnestly educated them on various techniques and methods to protect their partners during such interactions, such as using pillows for cushioning, controlling strength, and ensuring ample foreplay. Clark seriously said, "Make sure to record these experiences I shared, submit them to your commander, so all Kryptonians can learn from them. This is very important for our interactions with humans." The two Kryptonians nodded shyly, indicating they would remember Clark's teachings. Finally, Clark solemnly advised, "I fully support your cross-species love, but you must never discriminate against or harm humans due to racial differences." He elaborated on why it was essential to respect humans, not to harm weaker species, and how to treat human partners, while speaking at length for over 10 minutes despite usually being rather reserved. He was also aware that a camera nearby was recording this moment, but he paid it no mind. The artificial intelligence Skynet found it amusing and saved the footage to show Qiuya later. At that moment, Qiuya was busy absorbing energy from a star. Wonder Woman Diana arrived at a residential area where a large group of zombies was violently banging against the door of a building, seemingly trying to break in. Inside, several survivors remained. Clearly, the zombies had caught the scent of the people within. Diana sprinted over and leaped from the rooftop, landing among the swarm of zombies. She first swung the sword of heaven, striking the zombies' heathen. The long sword glimmered with cold light, each strike accurately aimed at the zombies' vital points, the neck and the head. Those inside heard the commotion and rushed to the windows to watch. They witnessed Diana engaging in a fierce battle. She agilely performed a backflip to evade a zombie dog, while simultaneously grabbing her shield to smash it into a zombie's skull. With a sharp crack, several zombies fell to the ground motionless. Diana continued to wield her sword, combining it with her shield for defense, quickly eliminating most of the zombies. The last 3 zombies were still wreaking havoc at the door. Diana threw her lasso of truth, ensnaring one zombie's feet, and with a strong whip, smashed it into the other 2, taking them all down. "Oh!" she shouted as she flew over, simultaneously decapitating 3 zombies with her sword. Soon, several survivors from the building cautiously emerged, realizing that Diana was a foreigner. One person spoke in English, "Thank you," expressing gratitude to Diana. She smiled slightly and replied in fluent Chinese, "No need to thank me. Your safety is my greatest joy." The survivors were astonished that she could speak Chinese, looking at the beautiful and powerful Wonder Woman with admiration and gratitude. Wonder Woman could speak over 200 languages. Thank you, warrior goddess. You are our savior. A young man exclaimed excitedly. We will never forget your kindness, a mother with her child added. Diana smiled and shook hands with them, wanting to chat a bit more, but seeing a large group of zombies not far away, she realized it wasn't the time for conversation. I will go deal with the other zombies. You all should quickly hide in a safe place. Take care. Rescue will come for you soon. Diana briefly instructed them, then dashed towards another cluster of zombies. The survivors' eyes reignited with hope. They had been struggling to survive in this zombie apocalypse for quite some time, believing it was the end of the world, that all civilization and humanity had perished. For so long they had not seen any government or rescue forces appear, relying solely on themselves to scrape by. They had already prepared mentally for the day they would eventually be devoured by zombies. But at this moment, the appearance of this beautiful and powerful Valkyrie gave the survivors a glimpse of hope. There were still forces fighting against the zombies. They had not been completely abandoned. As long as they could hold on a little longer, they might just escape this hellish zombie zone. Meanwhile, Kara, exhausted after eliminating a small number of zombies, could only fly up high to bask in the sun. She thought about needing Qiuya's special training to further enhance her combat experience and skills to truly deserve the title of superhero. After parting ways with Qiuya and the three others, she brought Fiora to the Umbrella base. A multitude of zombies charged towards Qiuya, and Fiorella easily dispatched them. The symbiotic body and nano-combat suit rapidly cleaned, leaving her spotless. The zombies receiving fatal blows howled as they slowly fell silent. Qiuya used her thermal vision to sweep through a large group of zombies, instantly turning them into charred remains. Not wanting to damage the base, she paused and unleashed her ice breath combined with hurricane breath. A massive chill spread, penetrating even the frozen door panels, and didn't stop until it approached the Red Queen's mainframe. The zombies were frozen stiff in place. With the cold of Qiuya's breath, they wouldn't be able to move for decades. The powers of her Kryptonian bloodline were truly convenient. Qiuya thought happily. Fiorella, you've made great progress. After taking a deep breath, she smiled and praised. This is all thanks to the ideal residence found by Her Majesty the Queen, Earth from another world. There are few humans here, so the environment is excellent and the sunlight is abundant, making it a perfect home for us Kryptonians. I will train even harder, always following the Queen into battle, fighting for the revival of Krypton. Qiuya nodded in satisfaction. Very well, continue to grow stronger. Soon, when the opportunity arises, I will take you to battle in another world. Qiuya understood that Fiorella, with her combative nature, was likely growing weary of dealing with zombies here. At first, facing a large number of zombies, Fiorella was excited and fought vigorously, enjoying herself. But soon she found it tedious, as these zombies were mere pushovers lacking any challenge, making the fighting dull. Fiorella responded, following Qiuya, as they continued forward, chatting about the situation here. By the way, have you arranged the surviving scientists here in one place? Yes, Your Majesty, as you instructed, I have gathered them all together. Very good, Qiuya said with satisfaction. Fiorella again stole glances at Qiuya's perfect figure and appearance, unable to help but think how wonderful it would be if Qiuya were a man. I would definitely conquer the Queen. No, that won't work. I should learn human methods of seduction to captivate the Queen completely. Red Queen, come out. I know you're inside. Qiuya called out loudly. There was no response, only silence. Seeing the Red Queen did not react, Qiuya ordered the AI in her system, Skynet, give it 2 slaps. At your command, Master. Skynet promptly acted, swiftly invading the Red Queen's system. The Red Queen realized an external AI was intruding and sought to seize control from Skynet. However, Skynet was a powerful external aid, quickly overpowering the Red Queen and completely trapping her in a subsystem. Soon after, the Red Queen projected a holographic image. Slap, slap. 2 crisp sounds echoed simultaneously. All right, Skynet, Qiuya said with satisfaction. Back up and copy all critical data from its system to take back to Krypton for analysis. Okay, I will back it up now, Skynet replied. Master, should I wipe the Red Queen's system clean and leave a small Skynet as the management AI here? Qiuya thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, let's do that. In the Marvel Universe, before leaving, Qiuya deliberately left a cross-universe communication device for Tony Stark. She had purchased it for 1 million points from the system store. Besides Tony, she also sent it to a few other known superheroes. When parting, Qiuya advised Tony to pay attention to SHIELD's research on the Tesseract and to notify her immediately in case of any unexpected events. She had already planned to properly educate Loki in Avengers 1, turning him into the third prince. Then she would conveniently eliminate Hydra. As a superhero, Tony felt a sense of responsibility. He immediately sought out Nick Fury and sternly warned him to stop the research on the Tesseract to avoid uncontrollable disasters. But Fury did not listen. Left with no choice, Tony decided to monitor S.H.I.E.L.D.'s every move personally. He attempted to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal systems, and surprisingly succeeded, with ease, quickly gaining many permissions. Meanwhile, in Han Qiuya's villa, the AI Skynet quietly observed everything. Another noteworthy event. The U.S. government feared Han Qiuya would come to deal with them, but could not contact her. They went to her company to find her subordinates, but they could not clarify Han Qiuya's stance. Thus, they proposed to raise a white flag at the White House to show submission. The white flag hung for quite some time before the U.S. government realized Han Qiuya had not cared about them at all. They speculated that she had already gone to another world. Naturally, this led to ridicule from around the globe. Look at the world police, just a bunch of clowns. They hung the white flag for so long, losing all face. Who told you to be so greedy? The true face of American imperialism has finally been revealed, showing a cowardly facade after the pretense of grandeur. America is afraid of the strong and bullies the weak. In reality, they are quite accustomed to surrendering throughout history. The Americans have lost their minds. Hanging the white flag for so long is truly embarrassing. We British gentlemen would never engage in such disgraceful behavior. Various mocking voices rang out, leaving the U.S. government feeling utterly humiliated. After a long while, the U.S. reluctantly took down the white flag, but it had already become a global laughingstock. They had no choice but to leverage public opinion, controlling online accounts worldwide and exposing scandals of various celebrities to attract attention. Inside the umbrella base, Han Qiuya quickly gathered some potentially useful key supplies and important documents left by Red Queen, then signaled to Fiora beside her to leave first. Subsequently, she broke through the building and soared into the sky, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and reaching outer space. She planned to search for some individuals from the world of Biohazard that she wanted to bring back to the Marvel world to recruit them as employees for her company. The first figure she noticed was a red silhouette. It was Ada Wong. She wore a red cheongsam that hugged her curvaceous figure, accentuating her stunning physique. With her perky bosom partially exposed, her slim waist and curvy hips were even more pronounced. Donning red stilettos even amidst the zombie onslaught, she moved with grace, exuding an air of sensuality and a queen-like demeanor. She wielded dual pistols, shooting left and right swiftly and accurately, dispatching one zombie after another. Her movements were agile and nimble as she spun and dodged the long skirt of her cheongsam, twirling around, revealing her long, slender legs, drawing beautiful arcs in the air as she kicked the zombies' heads. Just as Ada Wong was engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies, a figure descended from the sky at light speed, landing steadily on the ground. Han Qiuya was too fast. Ada Wong only caught a glimpse of a person appearing out of nowhere in her peripheral vision and quickly turned around. With a wary stance, she puffed out her proud chest, raised her delicate chin, and parted her cherry red lips slightly, saying, "Who are you?" "I am the Queen of Krypton, the supreme leader of the Kryptonians, Han Qiuya." "So you are the queen of those superheroes flying around in the sky, saving humanity." "Hello." Ada Wong pretended to casually assess Han Qiuya, but inwardly thought, "She's truly beautiful." Han Qiuya slowly replied, "I have come this time to recruit some talented individuals to work for my company in another world." Upon finishing, she squinted her eyes, and a beam of high-temperature red laser shot out, instantly turning the 56 zombies that lunged at her into ashes. Then Han Qiuya kept her heat vision active, flying several meters high, hovering in the air, while continuing to sweep away the surrounding zombies. She could finally control the length, width, and temperature of her heat vision, allowing her to ensure no extensive damage occurred during the process. Ada Wong stared in astonishment at this scene. "Join me, and I can make you stronger. In my world, there are no zombies." Han Qiuya retracted her heat vision, smiling as she extended her right hand in invitation. Ada Wong hesitated slightly, assessing this unknown, yet immensely powerful Han Qiuya before her. After a mental struggle, she finally grasped Han Qiuya's hand, saying, "All right, I'll join. But don't make me call you master or something." Han Qiuya smiled slightly. "All right, just call me your Royal Highness." Ada Wong was taken aback, then heard Han Qiuya's add, "Just kidding, calling me boss or any other suitable title is fine." At this moment, Han Qiuya still hadn't released Ada Wong's hand, and Ada Wong suddenly felt a warm current emanating from their tightly clasped hands, instantly spreading throughout her body, dissolving her clothes and shoes, including the leg ring, holding her weapons, replacing them instead. She couldn't help but feel a bit panicked, as the warm current carried a peculiar energy, almost seeping into her flesh and blood. "Relax, this is a small gift for you, a nanosymbiotic battlesuit that won't enter your body, but will first enhance your physical fitness." Upon noticing Ada Wong's discomfort, Han Qiuya explained with a smile, "Then it will cover your outer skin, capable of forming any clothing or footwear, and can even transform into any weapon, even launching throwing knives and darts." After hearing the explanation, Ada Wong finally breathed a sigh of relief, carefully sensing the changes in her body. A thin layer covered the surface of her skin, which she could control with her mind, granting her a wondrous power. "Wow, boss, you're so kind," Ada Wong exclaimed happily. Han Qiuya smiled, and then picked up Ada Wong flying like an arrow towards Australia. Afterward, Han Qiuya continued her rapid global flight, successfully recruiting over a dozen employees: Ada Wong, Ashley, Alice, Claire, Moira, Rebecca, Helena, Jessica, Ingrid, Jill, Shiva, Sherry, Burke and Rachel, Flag, Leon, and Natalia. Han Qiuya brought the newly recruited members back to the Krypton headquarters base in Australia. Prior to this, Fiora had already made every effort to gather over 1,000 surviving scientists from various places who had also arrived here. Han Qiuya planned to first settle everyone and take some time to handle a few matters, and then open the interdimensional passage to bring them back to the Marvel world together. At the Krypton headquarters base, most of the Kryptonian army had gone to battle, and the estimated number of survivors worldwide was only 10 million. The area was vast and sparsely populated with a tranquil environment. It was an ideal place for everyone to rest for a short period. The base was equipped with advanced facilities providing all necessary living amenities. Later, Han Qiuya first activated her vision to locate Wonder Woman. Watching Wonder Woman tirelessly slaying zombies, her armor splattered with blood and grime, she radiated a goddess-like warrior beauty. Han Qiuya asked the system, "Do you have any nano battle suits that can perfectly integrate with Wonder Woman's armor, shield, and sword?" The system replied, "Host, the one you are currently wearing is precisely that. Why not give it to her directly?" "Hey, this suit was from your starter pack. I meant, why isn't this type of suit available in your system store?" "Understood, just a moment." The system quickly processed it, and especially made nano battle suit formed in Han Qiuya's hands. Han Qiuya approached Wonder Woman, who was not far away, and saw her fighting a large group of zombies, appearing somewhat fatigued, but still brimming with fighting spirit. "Diana, good stuff, catch," Han Qiuya shouted, throwing the battle suit intended for Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman paused, leaping gracefully in the air, performing a beautiful somersault, and steadily caught the incoming battle suit. As soon as Diana made contact, the suit rapidly covered her entire body, merging with her existing armor, shield, and sword. A powerful force surged into Wonder Woman's body in an instant, dispelling all her fatigue, replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. Diana struck down 2 zombies that were close to her, then happily said to Han Qiuya, her voice laced with excitement, "Thank you so much, true goddess of beauty and strength. I feel reinvigorated. My power has greatly increased." "You're welcome." Han Qiuya smiled as she looked at Diana. Just as she finished speaking, a horde of zombies surged forward. Diana's expression hardened, and she struck her golden bracelets together, producing a resounding clang. 2 dazzling energy waves instantly expanded, forming a massive light sphere that charged toward the zombie horde. With a thunderous boom, the light net engulfed the entire horde of zombies, obliterating their bodies into fragments. "Very well, Diana, I have understood your strength and courage. Next, I will train you in flying techniques," Han Qiuya said with a smile. "Great. I've always wanted to master flying perfectly," Diana said happily. She had been eagerly anticipating the special flight training Han Qiuya had mentioned before. "Then let's set off." Han Qiuya took Diana and flew into the sky, arriving at a stormy area filled with lightning. "Diana, the lightning here is perfect for training your flying skills. I need you to use the lasso of truth to capture the lightning during a thunderstorm, then spread your arms to maintain balance, using the power from the lightning to propel your flight," Han Qiuya explained. "Understood." Diana pulled out the lasso of truth, focusing intently as she waited. Soon a thunderclap roared, and Diana skillfully captured a bolt of lightning with her lasso. Whoosh! Her body became enveloped in electrical currents. "Excellent, Diana. Now close your eyes, empty your mind, and feel the joy of flying." Han Qiuya guided from the side. Diana closed her eyes, feeling the flow of air and lightening her body like a free bird soaring through the sky. The sensation was truly wonderful. Through this special flight training, Diana soon learned how to better control her flight direction and maintain her balance. From then on, there would be no need for Han Qiuya to teach her. She could practice on her own. After finding Wonder Woman, Han Qiuya's next target was Superman Clark. When she found Clark, to her surprise, he had also learned not to act alone, but was instead fighting alongside a squad of Kryptonian soldiers, systematically eliminating zombies and searching for surviving humans to rescue. Seeing the well-organized Kryptonian army, Han Qiuya couldn't help but smile knowingly. Han Qiuya quickly generated a personalized nano battle suit for Superman. The power enhancement it provided was negligible, but it would make changing outfits more convenient. After handing the suit to Superman, she took her leave and flew towards her next target, Kara Zor-El. This was a key target, and Han Qiuya intended to train her well. Han Qiuya searched around and found Kara sunbathing with her eyes closed high in the sky. "Kara, why aren't you wearing your black stockings?" In an instant, Han Qiuya's crossed thousands of kilometers and appeared in front of her, playfully tapping her fair long leg beneath her short skirt. Kara was startled and quickly opened her eyes. Han Qiuya smiled. You really have a big heart, sleeping alone in the sky without fearing an enemy attack. Oh, it's you, Sister Qiuya. Kara finally reacted happily, saying, with you around, what is there to fear? If anything significant happens on Earth, you'll be there in a second. So you're already resting. How many enemies have you killed? Mentioning this, Kara proudly replied, I've already wiped out tens of thousands of zombies. This is my 4th time flying high to rest and recharge today. Not bad, not bad, you're doing great. But, Han Qiuya teased, is this little bit of zombies exhausting you? Your cousin Clark didn't take a break at all. He directly fought his way to the seaside. Now he's still busy on the ground. He doesn't need any rest. Kara pouted, unable to find a retort. Han Qiuya looked at Kara's little expression and laughed. All right, I was just joking. I'm not criticizing you. You've made great progress. Come, sister, we'll take you for special training today. After saying that, Han Qiuya instantly took Kara to Mount Everest, retrieving the special training ground from the system space. Kara saw a massive building appear before her, covering nearly 6,000 square meters and looking about 2 to 3 stories high. The building's exterior was simple. Kara nodded and followed Han Qiuya into the training ground, only to find the layout very rich and spacious. In the spacious area, various equipment were arranged in an orderly manner, with a standard basketball court and soccer field in the center, along with several running tracks around the perimeter. Walking further inside, there were small rooms, and Han Qiuya explained that these were gravity rooms where adjusting the indoor gravity parameters could allow for high-intensity weight training, greatly aiding in strength and physical fitness. Kara walked to the center of the field and saw a giant barbell weighing 1,000 pounds quietly standing by. Curiously, she walked over and lifted the heavy barbell with a single finger, perfectly balancing it on the tip of her finger. Wow, the equipment here is really nice. No matter how heavy it is, I can lift it. It doesn't feel that difficult, Kara said with a laugh. All right, strong one. Han Qiuya waved her hand. This is just basic training. The real high-intensity special training is still to come. Follow me. After saying that, Han Qiuya led Kara deeper inside. Here was a row of small rooms, and Han Qiuya arrived at one room, opened the door, and gestured for Kara to enter. Kara walked in with anticipation, and the inside was empty, with white walls looking quite ordinary. Just as Kara was surveying the room, Han Qiuya closed the door and said to the air, "Shall AI increase the room's gravity to 3 million times?" Oh. Before Kara could react, she felt every cell in her body become incredibly heavy, as if a 1,000-pound hammer was smashing down on her, causing her body to collapse instantly and nearly fall to the ground. Kara gritted her teeth, using all her strength to barely stand her ground. However, Han Qiuya stood beside her, unaffected, smiling as she watched her. "How does it feel now? We need to adapt to 3 million times the gravity first, then we can gradually increase it." So hard, Kara's face turned red, making it difficult for her to speak. 3 million times is just the beginning for you. Our goal is. Han Qiuya's voice had just fallen when she spoke to the void again. "Shall AI increase the gravity to 10 million times?" Oh. Kara felt the world spinning, her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. This gravity was an immense challenge for her. System report, my current data. Host Han Qiuya. Reputation value 4. 2,396 billion. Body density 1425380 times that of an ordinary human. Weight 60 kilograms when the natural biological field of the body is not revoked or increased. Height 178 centimeters. Flying speed 0. 999 light speed. Current abilities: flame breath, ice breath, heat ray, freezing ray, healing ray, super brain, lazy. After Han Qiuya finished speaking, she was about to leave. "Wait, Sister Qiuya, help me up first." Kara lay on the floor, unable to get up under the gravity of 10 million times, no matter how hard she tried. "You can call Xiao AI to adjust it yourself. Your first training goal is to adapt to the 10 million times gravity of Earth and be able to move freely," Han Qiuya said calmly. "I believe you can do it. Keep it up." With that, she left the room without looking back. Kara gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and shouted with all her might. "Shall AI set the gravity to 4 million times?" "Okay," a female voice from the air responded. The gravity in the room immediately eased, and Kara was finally able to stand up. She took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and her eyes shone with determination. Han Qiuya entered another room and calmly said to the air, "Shall AI begin gravity training?" "Okay." With the voice of the virtual intelligence, the gravity in the room began to gradually increase. From 1,000 times to 1,000 times, and then to 1 million times. Han Qiuya stood in the center of the room, completely unaffected. The gravity soon reached 100 million times, an unimaginable limit for ordinary people. Yet she remained unaffected. "Shall AI set the gravity directly to 1425380 times?" Han Qiuya said calmly. 1425380 times was exactly the multiple of her body density compared to ordinary humans on Earth. Okay. In the quiet room, the gravity suddenly increased to over 1 billion times. Although Qiuya felt the pressure, she could still move freely. Interesting, my body density determines the limit of Earth gravity I can withstand, with the multiples being the same. She added, there's no need to come here for measurements in the future. The gravity room is primarily for those who need it. I just need to focus on sunbathing and absorbing energy. Without such hardship, I can steadily grow stronger. Having a bloodline like a cheat is good. Qiuya immediately decided to let Kara practice here for a while she herself would first send the recruited scientists, staff, and security personnel to the Marvel company. Her figure flashed, instantly flying to the headquarters in Australia. Fiora, gather all the new employees immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. General Fiora from Krypton immediately bowed and responded, then quickly notified them to gather. Ada Wong, Ashley, Alice, Claire, Moira, Rebecca, Helena, Jessica, Ingrid, Jill, Shiva, Sherry, Birkin, Rachel, Fry, Leon, and Natalia, along with batches of human scientists, engineers, and some of their family members arrived one after another. Qiuya noticed that most of the new employees appeared somewhat panicked and fearful. When they mentioned going to a new world, most of them seemed skeptical. Qiuya understood their worries. After all, being suddenly told they were going to a completely new world would make anyone feel anxious. However, once they truly arrived at Marvel Earth, they would find it was indeed safe, with no zombies, extraordinary technology resources, and a better environment. Just as Qiuya was preparing to lead everyone on their journey, she felt uneasy and activated her X-ray vision to scan the area again. Suddenly, she discovered that several people were carrying test tubes containing the zombie virus. Qiuya's figure flickered, and before the few could react, she had already used her biological field to lift them into the air. Skynet, report their identities immediately. Qiuya calmly commanded. Yes, Master. 3 of them have been identified as scientists from Umbrella. The other 3 are ordinary civilians. They may have been used unknowingly, having virus test tubes placed on them, intending to use them to carry the virus. Skynet quickly replied. Alright, I didn't remind Fiora to keep an eye on them. In front of everyone, Qiuya swiftly dealt with the unexpected situation and instructed Fiora to pay attention to the handling of the wicked in the future. Then she opened a massive traversing portal wide enough to accommodate thousands of people at once. Everyone follow me, let's go. The crowd filed in, and in less than a few minutes, all thousands of them had crossed over under Qiuya's lead. The exit on the other side of the portal was in front of her company's square in the Marvel world. As the crowd poured out, everyone noticed the huge corporate logo overhead and the uniquely designed fountain in the center of the square. Incredible parallel universes really exist, and I have the chance to traverse to another world, a scientist murmured as he looked up, glancing around and finding the human social structure here very similar to that of the biohazard world. Awesome. It's like stepping into a science fiction movie. That traversing portal is so amazing. We can finally restart in a world without the threat of zombies. Voices of awe and discussion occasionally arose among the crowd, with some already shedding tears of excitement. Speaking of the Marvel world, previously Qiuya had destroyed Pluto with just one punch, and the scene of Koing the Red Giant was still fresh in everyone's memory. Since then, hardly anyone dared to harbor ill intentions towards Qiuya's meteors. Xiaomei only sold a small portion of the meteors, and the company had already made a fortune. Boss, you're back. Xiaomei quickly came to greet her with several Terminator security personnel. She wore a realistic smile on her face. Qiuya nodded and said gently but firmly, Ada Wong, Alice, and Jill, you combat types, come with me. The few immediately followed Qiuya's lead. Ada Wong was the first to step forward, followed closely by Alice, Jill, and the others. Qiuya turned to Xiaomei, her tone authoritative yet gentle. Xiaomei, please arrange for the scientists and non-combat personnel. Yes, boss. Xiaomei responded and quickly turned briskly, leading her subordinates to arrange everything in an orderly manner. Qiuya's mood was excellent. Her figure swayed slightly as the nano battle suit rapidly reconfigured itself into a white professional outfit, perfectly showcasing her exquisite curves, with a white mini skirt, white stockings, and white high heels. Seeing this, Ada Wong also decided to try it out. She concentrated, and the nano battle suit swiftly transformed into a fitted red mini skirt ensemble, accentuating her alluring figure even more. The few individuals without nano battle suits were transfixed, their faces filled with astonishment and longing as they watched this incredible transformation. The group followed Qiuya into her luxurious, grandiose, supersized office, which was extravagantly opulent and resplendent. Feel free to find a seat, Qiuya said with a cheerful smile. Ada Wong looked around, and while sitting down, sincerely remarked, boss, your office is just too luxurious. I can hardly bring myself to sit. Alice nodded in agreement, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Boss, do you need me to eliminate anyone or carry out any missions? Her tone carried a hint of excitement. Jill and the others remained silent, sitting upright. There are currently no such missions, Han Qiuya said gently, her voice echoing through the hall. First, I will equip all of you with nano battlesuits to enhance your strength and facilitate future operations. This set of battlesuits will provide powerful assistance to our cause. She looked at the faces in the crowd, which were brimming with excitement and anticipation. Her bodyguards were increasing in number, yet with her strength, she was capable of protecting them quite well. The main duty of these bodyguards was simply to keep her in good spirits. Han Qiuya thought for a moment, pleasantly considering collecting more bodyguards in the future, like Wolverine, Ghost Rider, Deadpool, or even non-human creatures like dinosaurs and dragons. Han Qiuya soon returned to the special training ground for Biohazard, only to find that Kara had already adapted to the environment of 7 million times Earth's gravity, showcasing her remarkable talent. Sister Qiuya, I feel like I can continue. I should be able to adapt to 10 million times Earth's gravity, Kara said, panting yet, with her eyes shining brightly, filled with confidence. Alright, let's stop here for today. Don't push too hard. Training should be secondary, Han Qiuya said, patting Kara's shoulder. No way. Kara firmly shook her head, her tone filled with strong determination. You practiced so hard in your self-introduction VCR every day to reach such an impressive level. I can't fall too far behind you. I'm afraid that once I leave, you'll secretly practice. Han Qiuya had exaggerated in the VCR. In reality, she hadn't worked that hard, but was continually growing stronger. Well, how about I join you in practice? Han Qiuya said seriously, though a mischievous smile played on her lips. Shall I activate the kryptonite radiation system? Han Qiuya commanded the robot. A greenish-blue light flickered in the gravity chamber as the kryptonite radiation enveloped the entire space. As a Kryptonian, Kara immediately felt the weakening effects, but her battle suit still protected her from the radiation. Great, let's take off our battle suits so we can engage in a fair combat match under the kryptonite radiation, Kara said, with sparkling eyes, unhesitatingly accepting Han Qiuya's proposal. However, Han Qiuya calmly caught Carla's kick, the force so great that Carla could not escape, no matter how hard she tried. What's going on? Carla exclaimed. Wait a minute, Qiuya, aren't you afraid of the kryptonite? You just found out. You're the one who knows the least about this. Han Qiuya smiled. Come, let me take a look. After some playful banter, Han Qiuya prepared to take Carla and her cousin Superman to the stars for some sunbathing and physical training. She pulled Carla and flew at high speed, suddenly spotting Wonder Woman Diana in the sky, realizing that she had nearly mastered her flying skills in such a short time. Flying to Diana's side, Han Qiuya greeted her with a smile. Diana, your flying has improved remarkably. Diana was currently amidst dark clouds and lightning, using her golden lasso to ensnare a bolt of lightning, channeling its energy into her body. Diana was surrounded by arcs of electricity, her figure tracing beautiful curves in the air, looking incredibly powerful and majestic. This is all thanks to you, the goddess of strength and beauty, for guiding me in flying and controlling lightning, which has led to such great progress. Diana sincerely said, expressing her gratitude to Han Qiuya. Your control over lightning is indeed impressive. Han Qiuya smiled as she flew alongside Carla and Diana. Suddenly she had an idea, spending 1.5 billion points in the store to exchange for a Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. Diana, I think this would suit you as well. Han Qiuya said, happily channeling her thoughts to command the Mjolnir, allowing Diana to become its wielder as well. Just like Odin's control over Mjolnir, there was no question of who was worthy to wield it. As long as Odin allowed it, anyone could lift the hammer. Han Qiuya had the same control over her hammer. Oh, this is so cool, Diana exclaimed joyfully, taking the hammer and swinging it. I can feel the power surging through me. I think I can summon the thunder. Go try it, light up the sky. Han Qiuya encouraged with a smile. Diana raised the hammer high, and suddenly the sky was illuminated with flashes of lightning, creating a spectacular scene as a tremendous thunderclap followed. On the ground, several zombies were surprisingly zapped to char. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Carla gazed at Diana with envy and then looked expectantly at Han Qiuya. I want such a powerful weapon too. This isn't really suitable for you. Han Qiuya replied with a smile, producing a steaming, fragrant pot pie in her hand and handing it to Carla. First, have this, it's your favorite flavor. Carla happily accepted the pot pie and began to devour it. At that moment, having played enough with the hammer, Diana flew over and handed it to Han Qiuya. God, is such a powerful weapon is far too precious for me. Ooh, I cannot take your personal belongings. Please keep it for yourself. Han Qiuya smiled, suddenly producing 2 identical hammers. I have plenty of spare ones. If you don't want it, I'll just have to put it away to gather dust, which would be such a waste. Diana froze at the sight. Goddess, are you running a wholesale of Mjolnirs? Carla, having finished her pot pie, reached out to Han Qiuya. Qiuya, can I play with it too? Han Qiuya handed one to her, and just as she released it, Carla fell as the Mjolnir slipped from her grasp. Traveling through the universe is no easy feat for humanity, especially when faced with such vast distances. For Qiuya, this is particularly true. Proxima Centauri, this red dwarf star, although only 1/10 the mass of the Sun, and with a surface temperature of less than 3,000 degrees Celsius, is the second closest star to Earth. Its allure has long captivated Qiuya. At her current speed, it would take 22 years to reach Proxima Centauri, not to mention she is traveling with Kara and Clark. Fortunately, she is able to open a distant teleportation portal, allowing her to arrive in several stages. Upon arriving near Proxima Centauri, Qiuya, Clark, and Kara paused in the universe, gazing at the enchanting star. It emits a gentle red glow resembling the most beautiful pearl in the cosmos. Qiuya felt her cells boiling, as if every cell was moaning to absorb energy. She said, "Clark, Kara, I will first head to the core of Proxima Centauri to absorb its energy. Then you must fly toward it, immediately getting closer while enduring its high temperatures and absorbing its light." Clark and Kara were both surprised by Qiuya's plan, but they were not lacking in courage or determination. They exchanged glances and replied in unison, "All right." Qiuya nodded and flew at 10 times the speed of light, instantly disappearing into space. She arrived at the core of Proxima Centauri. Meanwhile, Clark and Kara also accelerated toward Proxima Centauri, their red cloaks billowing in the cosmos. Their strength was insufficient to approach Proxima Centauri directly, so they could only get close to its illumination range. During the flight, Clark and Kara sensed the intense radiation and rapidly increasing temperatures from Proxima Centauri. Their cellular bodies were working frantically. At the core of Proxima Centauri, Qiuya felt an endless surge of energy. Her body seemed to be enveloped in waves of delight, every cell rejoicing. She absorbed the energy of Proxima Centauri like a greedy giant, causing her body density to continuously increase, her muscles taut like a bow, her entire being filled with a tidal wave of power. She seemed to have transformed into an entity of energy, constantly drawing in the life essence of Proxima Centauri. The flow of this power and energy filled her with unparalleled satisfaction and joy. Meanwhile, Kara and Clark, racing toward Proxima Centauri, were astonished by the scene before them. They watched in awe as Qiuya absorbed the energy of Proxima Centauri at a visible speed, causing them to gasp in surprise. Clark said, "Fortunately, she is a good person." Kara replied with, "Qiuya around Earth will be safe in the future." Time flowed slowly like a snail. 10 minutes had passed. Proxima Centauri, once a vibrant star, had now cooled down and ceased to emit any energy. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted without warning, sending a massive shockwave sweeping across the entire star system. Kara and Clark were thrown far away by the shockwave, struggling to resist its tremendous force, desperately trying to maintain their stability. Clark flew in front of Kara, his body now stronger than before, radiating a brilliant light. His muscles were as solid as steel, and his entire strength was holding up against the pressure of the shockwave. Kara concentrated to stabilize her mind, unleashing her abilities. An invisible biological force field emanated from her body, significantly weakening the power of the shockwave. Clark stood resolutely in front of Kara, utilizing his extraordinary strength to successfully withstand the shockwave, maintaining his stance without moving. Once the shockwave dissipated, Kara and Clark swiftly flew back to Qiuya's side, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at her. "You actually destroyed the neighboring star with a single punch," Clark exclaimed in utter shock. Kara's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something unimaginable. She cried out, "Sister Qiuya, you actually drained the energy of the neighboring star in just 10 minutes. Qiuya smiled and replied, "Yes, this is the power I gained after absorbing the energy of the neighboring star. Now we must continue our journey and keep exploring." "Kara, are you tired?" "Not at all." "Good, then let's train until the end of today." The three embarked on a new journey once again. Their next target was to be ranked according to their distance from Earth. First was the star Altair, located 16.8 light-years away, followed by Vega at 26.5 light-years. However, Qiuya, being a single dog, decided to give them a break, so she headed towards a more distant place. After several stops, Kara and Clark chose to return to Earth to rest, but the high intensity and sustained pace of Qiuya's travel style were beyond their endurance. After they left, Qiuya continued on, draining energy from approximately 100 billion stars in the Milky Way. When she felt her cells were utterly exhausted, she finally paused her actions. Then Qiuya flew back to Earth at 3,000 times the speed of light. Now when she engaged in superluminal flight, just a thought could allow her to traverse distance or time. "System, how impressive is your host?" Qiuya chatted with the system as she flew. "Host, the radius of the Milky Way is 50,000 light-years. From a distance of about 2600 light-years from the center of the Milky Way, Earth would take 8 years to reach at your current speed. 3,000 times the speed of light is too slow. You need to work harder." The system replied. After hearing this response, Han Qiuya said, "I won't chat with you anymore, home." Subsequently, Han Qiuya flew into the atmosphere of Earth within a zombie apocalypse. Using her X-ray vision, she discovered that the empowered Clark Kara and Wonder Woman Diana were all in different corners of the Earth doing their utmost to eliminate zombies. "That's really impressive. You're much more diligent than I am," Han Qiuya couldn't help but exclaim. "Now let's get to work and clear all the zombies at once." From then on, she would be the one to take down all the zombies. With her current strength, she could easily give Earth a center parting without harming anyone or any animals. A glimmer flickered in Han Qiuya's eyes, brightening up, but this time it was different from before. Two beams of laser shot from Han Qiuya's eyes at 3,000 times the speed of light, swiftly reaching the ground like two lightning bolts, then making a sharp turn. Sparks flew and earth and stone were sent flying as the zombies let out horrified cries, their heads and necks shattered in an instant by the lasers. Countless zombies fell, blood and brain matter splattering on the ground, permeating a strong stench. The entire Earth suddenly lit up with a magnificent pattern resembling a vibrant painting before quickly fading away. This was the result of Han Qiuya's heat vision eliminating billions of zombies in just a few seconds. The Kryptonian army currently battling the zombies along with Kara and the others were all stunned. It wasn't until Han Qiuya sent them a video that they realized what had happened. The system generated the edited video beautifully and shared it across various world networks, causing Han Qiuya's reputation to soar. The significant events in the zombie apocalypse world had now come to an end. From now on, this place would be the vacation spot for Han Qiuya and her companions. Nick Fury stood in the underground passage of S.H.I.E.L.D., surrounded by shadows and mystery. His expression was inscrutable, tinged with a hint of a smile. Several agents suddenly appeared in front of him, escorting a doctor into this enigmatic place. The doctor looked around, trying to find some clues in the darkness, but he did not see Nick Fury lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, Nick Fury's voice echoed in the darkness, startling Dr. Selvig. He turned around, gazing into the dark, and finally discerned Nick Fury's figure. He frowned and said, "You are the mastermind behind this. Why have you brought me here? This place is like a maze." Dr. Selvig continued, "At first, I thought your agents were going to kill me." As he pondered, he walked toward Nick Fury. As he got closer, he finally saw Nick Fury's appearance clearly. He couldn't help but mutter to himself in this dim background, dressed all in black, "Are you afraid that others can see you?" Nick Fury smiled and said, "I have learned about the situation at your lab. Your work has garnered praise from many scientists who are far smarter than I am." Seeing that Nick Fury seemed to mean no harm, Dr. Selvig attempted to persuade him to let him go. "I still have many things to do regarding the Foster theory leading to the other side of the world. This is unprecedented, isn't it?" Nick turned and walked away, murmuring, "Legends and history often differ, yet there has always been one thing that both do not contradict throughout the ages." Dr. Selvig hurriedly followed him. Nick approached a table and opened a box, revealing a cube that shimmered with a mysterious blue light. "What is this?" Dr. Selvig asked curiously. Nick replied, "It is energy. If we can fully utilize and control it, perhaps we can have a continuous source of power." The air fell into a stillness as Dr. Selvig remained silent. At that moment, Loki's figure unexpectedly appeared in the mirror, though neither of them could see it. Loki wore a mischievous grin, saying, "This is indeed worth studying." Han Qiuya, however, did not linger long in the world of Resident Evil. In just a few seconds, she unleashed two beams of heat that could track and turn corners, effortlessly annihilating billions of zombies worldwide. After that, the Resident Evil world was largely uneventful. Subsequently, she chose to send back Superman, Kara, and Wonder Woman, who had greatly enhanced their powers, to their respective worlds. As soon as Superman stepped into the DC universe, the Mother Box on Earth immediately detected his presence from Krypton. However, it did not send any alerts to the Wasteland Wolf as it had last time. At that moment, the Wasteland Wolf was gathering his strength, preparing to conquer Earth in the DC universe. He believed there were no Kryptonians on Earth, and for him, winning this battle would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. As for Wonder Woman, initially, she was astonished by the powerful force of the Thor's hammer given to her by Han Qiuya, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept it. However, when Han Qiuya presented her with several Thor's hammers, she was amazed that such powerful artifacts were in Han Qiuya's possession in multiple quantities, as if they were on sale. Han Qiuya humorously joked that if Wonder Woman did not accept these Thor's hammers, they would just gather dust, which would be a pity. Thus, Wonder Woman decided to accept this gift, quickly familiarizing herself with the basic usage of the Thor's hammer. With her newfound flight ability, she had become quite powerful. After her exploits in Resident Evil, Han Qiuya returned contentedly to her familiar Marvel universe. After a brief rest and adjustment, she set off on a new path to strengthen herself once again. This time, her target remained the vast cosmos. She planned to absorb the hundreds of billions of stars within the galaxy of the Marvel Universe. As for why she would venture into other star systems, it was mainly because even with her speed of 3,000 times the speed of light, it would take about 10 years to exit the galaxy. However, to reach the nearest large Magellanic cloud, she would need to travel over 1.0 light-years, which would take another 33 years. Traversing such spans of time and space to find stars was not cost-effective for Qiuya at her current strength. Even if she could tear space and use teleportation for long-distance travel, the maximum distance she could cover each time was merely 10 times her flying distance per second. For her, it was like a drop in the bucket. Moreover, at that time, an energy battery would be delivered to her door, which was the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu. Qiuya's external ability, energy absorption skill, had long been prepared for it, since Nick Fury had kidnapped Dr. Selvig and entrusted him with the further research and development of the cosmic cube. Time flew swiftly. On this day, the SHIELD headquarters was brightly lit under the night sky, with vast buildings illuminating the landscape. The usual calm scene was completely shattered, and an inexplicable tense atmosphere enveloped the entire area. Busy activities and actions were visible in every corner, with all the agents bustling about. Some gathered together awaiting orders, while others dispersed to carry out their duties. A palpable sense of urgency emanated from their actions, as if signaling that some urgent matter was about to unfold. Suddenly, the loud whirring of a helicopter's rotor broke the silence audible from a distance. Wearing sunglasses, Coulson reacted swiftly, immediately recognizing that the director and Agent Hill had arrived. The broadcast within SHIELD began to echo repeatedly. All members, please note the evacuation order has been confirmed. Please evacuate immediately using the designated vehicles. This is not a drill. A helicopter slowly descended onto the wide helipad. Bright lights shone on Coulson's face, his gaze steady and resolute, prepared to face the impending storm. Agent Hill and Nick Fury stepped off the helicopter with poise. Nick Fury was the first to speak, asking, "How bad is the situation?" Coulson replied, "It's very bad, sir. We do not know the specifics. 4 hours ago, Dr. Selvig detected a massive surge of energy being released from the cube." Nick Fury moved forward with Coulson and Agent Hill closely following. Nick Fury asked, "We did not authorize him to conduct tests." Coulson responded, "He did not conduct any tests. He was not even in the laboratory at the time." Hill closely followed their footsteps, her voice filled with astonishment and concern. "Coulson, do you mean the cube activates automatically? What is the current energy level?" Nick Fury quickly asked, quickening his pace, his eyes fixed on the laboratory ahead. "It's increasing rapidly," Coulson replied, panting slightly from the previous rush. "The doctor can't stop it. Our team has evacuated, but the equipment remains in the lab." "How much longer will the evacuation take?" Nick Fury continued to press. "Half an hour should be enough," Coulson responded, a hint of worry in his voice. "But the equipment..." Before he could finish, Nick Fury interrupted him, resolutely stating, "We must hurry. Its energy is not to be trifled with." On the other side, within Qiuya's company, Xiao Mei and others watched the live broadcast through a Terminator perspective. Alice exclaimed in surprise, "So we are watching a live broadcast in real time? You previously told me this was a spy organization." Banner replied, "I used to work there. It's quite normal." Venom stretched out its head like a gluttonous beast, voraciously devouring chocolate. "So delicious." Gil frowned, her face filled with worry, saying, "This SHIELD has worse security and confidentiality than my previous police station." Ada Wong chimed in, "It's likely that we aren't the only ones watching. There must be other undercover agents inside." Tony naturally sensed the massive evacuation action of SHIELD. He had always remembered Qiuya's casual warning that the cube should not be recklessly studied as it comes with risks. Thus, he kept a close eye on the cube's movements. "Honestly, my new armor is just a little time away from completion. If a major accident occurs, I can only make do with the current one." Meanwhile, in the distant Centaurus arm of the galaxy, a magnificent red supergiant star, Stevenson 218, located 2 light-years from Earth, was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation, its super brightness fading rapidly to the naked eye. Comparison of the Sun and Earth. Comparison of Stevenson 218 with the Sun magnified to see the Sun. Within the core of this currently largest known star in the Milky Way, Qiuya was frantically absorbing energy. To facilitate her Bodas cells in absorbing energy, Qiuya was completely naked, showcasing her perfect figure. However, within the red supergiant, anyone who entered would turn into acquaintances, so only Qiuya could admire her perfect physique alone without fear of being seen. SHIELD. Beautiful. Agent Hill frowned slightly, calmly stating, "Director, I'm a bit worried that the evacuation may be in vain." Her voice carried a resolute calmness. "If we cannot precisely control its energy eruption, then the concept of safe distance will cease to exist. Its impact range is unpredictable. Nick Fury pondered for a moment, his gaze firm. There's no better option. You're responsible for ensuring the transfer of important equipment. Understood, Director Hill replied succinctly, striding away. Nick Fury quickly entered the laboratory, immediately asking loudly, Doctor, what's the situation now? Dr. Selvig, seeing him approach, quickly put down the equipment he was handling and hurried to meet him, his expression anxious, as he said, Director, the cosmic cube seems to have been awakened and is moving on its own. Nick Fury thought for a moment and unprofessionally suggested, should we try to cut the power? Dr. Selvig paused before him, patiently explaining, it's an energy source itself. I've tried every possible method I could think of. Dr. Selvig solemnly approached the cosmic cube, speaking, if its energy reaches peak value. Nick Fury, hearing this, was somewhat surprised and interrupted Selvig, a hint of expectation on his face. Isn't that exactly what we want? Selvig turned around, looking at him in confusion. Nick Fury continued thoughtfully, utilizing the energy of the cosmic cube might be a good opportunity. But given the current situation, we have no way to control it, let alone utilize it rationally. He glanced at the screen, his expression suddenly tensing, worry and panic overtaking him, as he said, it's already starting to emit powerful interference and radiation gamma rays. Nick Fury sensed something was wrong, feeling increasingly uneasy, his heart filled with a sense of crisis. He wanted to know if the reliable Agent Hawkeye Barton was already in position to deal with emergencies and protect him. Where is Agent Barton? Dr. Selvig raised his hand, pointing upward. He's in his Hawkeye, as before. He shouted, Barton, respond if you hear me. I called you over hoping you could observe it up close. Why are you staying so high up? At that moment, a voice came from above. I have a better view from up here. Then a lithe figure quickly descended along a rope from above. It was Barton. Nick Fury frowned. Have you observed anything that activated it? Before Barton could respond, a nervous researcher hurried towards Selvig, urgently reporting, Doctor, its energy has exceeded the peak value we've previously seen and continues to grow. Barton, Director, everyone in the lab is fine. There are no anomalies. The problem should not be on our end. Nick Fury paused. Not on our end. What do you mean? Director, do you remember? Besides being an energy source, it's also a portal to the other side of the universe. It's bidirectional. Zzz. As soon as Barton finished speaking, the cosmic cube suddenly erupted with brilliant light blue energy, appearing unstable, yet rhythmic, as if something was about to break free from the other side. The staff, seeing this, hurriedly halted their work and retreated. The agents raised their weapons and moved forward, preparing to engage in battle. Nick Fury, Hawkeye, Barton, and Selvig each sought cover behind large equipment as shields, their brows furrowed, eyes filled with tension, watching the movements of the cube closely. Zzz. Bayou. A blue energy beam shot out from the cube, creating a continuously expanding blue circle at the other end of the experiment table, which then erupted violently, transforming into a portal. With a loud boom, the energy dissipated, and the portal instantly vanished, revealing a figure in front of everyone, his face bearing a strange smile. As he appeared, he struck a pose he considered graceful, kneeling on one knee, then slowly stood up, unhurried, quietly observing everyone, as if savoring the anticipation and thrill of the hunt. The scene fell silent for a few seconds. Barton furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes as he said, It is the third princess of Asgard. Nick Fury also recognized her from the footage of Loki battling Hulk. Although he was somewhat puzzled, he turned his gaze to Barton, thinking, he clearly looks like a man. Barton naturally understood his confusion and added, the Superwoman said she is the third princess. Nick Fury no longer lingered on this subtle point. He turned his attention to Loki and shouted, Sir, please put down your spear. Loki responded with a playful smile, swinging his spear forward, unleashing a surge of energy towards Nick Fury and Barton. Shit. The two quickly tumbled to the sides, evading the oncoming energy. Fire. The agents immediately pulled the triggers, unleashing a barrage of fire. Bang, bang, bang. Nick Fury saw bullets ricochet off Loki, having no effect, and exclaimed, Damn God. Loki leaped high into the air, his spear lunging like thunder towards an agent. The nearby Terminator, witnessing this scene, knew that it was the Hydra infiltrator who would die and did not intervene. Director, we need to bring Hulk in, Barton said while assuming a focused stance, his bow, an arrow at the ready, preparing to shoot. However, Loki rapidly flew in with astonishing reflexes, like a predatory falcon poised to strike, and pressed the mind scepter against Barton's chest. You are a perceptive individual, Loki mocked with a sly whisper, clearly seeing that Barton was now under the control of the mind scepter, his eyes glimmering with a gemstone glow. Evacuate now. At this moment, a Terminator shouted loudly, his rank evidently higher, as most people complied with his command and began an emergency retreat. Who shouted that? Nick Fury thought, perplexed. He knew there were some moles in S.H.I.E.L.D. But did this mean they were no longer pretending? He resolved that once this matter was over he would thoroughly investigate to uncover who the shouting mole was along with rooting out other infiltrators. Loki seeing this laughed. Good, those who recognize the times are wise. Mere mortals dare not challenge the gods. Nick hid behind the experimental apparatus, astonished to find that Barton had actually holstered his gun and no longer attempted to attack Loki. His eyes widened in shock as he thought, "Oh no, my trusted warrior seems to be under control." With Loki's words he wasted no time and immediately swung his scepter towards Dr. Selvig and one of his assistants. He replicated the control on them. Seizing the opportunity, Nick Fury quietly approached the Tesseract, carefully placing it into a prepared box, intending to leave swiftly with it. Loki's power compelled him to act this way. "Please put it down." Loki's voice was cold and firm. Even though he did not turn around, his voice seemed to sense Nick's presence. Nick gritted his teeth, then helplessly sighed, turning halfway. "There's no need to complicate things. It is necessary. Oh, I came for this reason," Loki replied with a slight smile, then straightened his face to introduce himself. "I am Loki, the Prince of Asgard, tasked with a glorious mission." Nick interrupted. "I know you are Thor's brother, Loki. You have no grievances with Earth, your brother Thor." Loki did not allow him to continue, interrupting. "Ants and boots have no grievances either." His tone was filled with disdain. Nick frowned. "Are you planning to stomp us?" At this moment, Hawkeye Barton interjected, saying to Loki, "Sir, Fury is trying to buy time. The equipment here is nearly out of control, and we will be crushed beneath it." Nick's expression changed. He didn't expect his trusted ally to be so proactive in serving the enemy after being controlled. He darkened his face, saying, "Just like the ancient pharaohs buried in their tombs." However, Loki did not respond to his words. He simply ordered, "Go." Barton and Selvig immediately followed him as Barton stepped forward, pulling the trigger of his gun at Nick. Bang! Nick fell to the ground, and the Tesseract box was snatched away by Barton. The few quickly passed through the door, colliding head-on with Agent Hill. Barton zipped past her like a gust of wind, not even saying a word. As he hurried toward the truck, he pointed to the keys in his hand, saying, "These vehicles we have requisitioned." Agent Hill turned her head to look at Loki, who had already gotten into the truck. Her gaze sharpened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. She asked nonchalantly, "Who is that? Is he a new superior?" Barton did not stop or look back, simply making his way to the driver's seat. Agent Hill took no further action and slowly walked toward the wall, contemplating the plan. At this moment, by coincidence, Nick, clad in a bulletproof vest, woke up, struggling to stand and pressing the intercom button with all his might. "Hill, can you hear me? Barton has betrayed us." Nick's voice echoed in the space, and upon hearing this, Loki paused, turning his gaze towards Barton. Almost instantaneously, Barton swiftly drew his handgun from his waist. Agent Hill thought it was bad. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, having just heard the intercom, and instantly pulled out a specially designed shock grenade from her waist. Bang! Bang! Barton fired his gun. Agent Hill rolled on the spot, skillfully dodging the bullets fired by Barton, and took cover behind the wall, forcefully throwing the shock grenade out. With a loud bang, Barton was knocked to the ground by the sudden intense flash and shockwave. Fortunately, he turned and closed his eyes in time. He fell to the ground, unable to rise for a moment. "Go!" Loki urged, and Barton quickly struggled to get up, disregarding the pain, and rushed back to the truck. Nick heard the gunfire over the intercom. His heart tightened. He'll stop them. They took the Tesseract. There was no time to continue resting. He immediately contacted Coulson. "Coulson, is everything all right on your end?" "Director, I'm fine. Have all personnel evacuated. The bomb is about to explode, and that large apparatus used for the Tesseract experiment must also detonate. Its power is no small matter. Everyone has evacuated, but some valuable instruments are still left behind." "All right," Nick replied, but in his heart he felt a sense of sorrow. The funding would be insufficient again. Nick Fury felt a deep sense of worry within him. He was uncertain of Loki's intentions behind stealing the Tesseract, but he knew that if he did not take swift action, the world would face an unprecedented catastrophe. He immediately dialed Phil Coulson, his most trusted subordinate. In a low voice he said, "Coulson, I'm going to find Captain America and inform him that we are about to initiate the first Avengers initiative. You are responsible for contacting Natasha and having her notify Dr. Banner. Additionally, try to solve another problem, that is persuading Tony to ensure his participation in this operation." Coulson immediately responded, "Understood, Director. They'll take care of it right away." Though it was a simple conversation, it highlighted Nick Fury's deep trust in Coulson's abilities and loyalty. He knew that no matter the difficulties they faced, Coulson would rise to the challenge and resolve the issues. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury's thoughts soared like drifting clouds. He imagined how wonderful it would be if he could wield a power as formidable as Qiuya's. He would then have no fear of Loki. Although there was a relatively strong hero, this woman never stayed on Earth, and by the time she returned it would likely be too late. On ordinary days his mind was often occupied with concerns about the uncontrollable powers of others, fearing it would lead to an unmanageable situation. Yet when true disaster struck, he would lament the insufficiency of the forces at his disposal to face the ensuing challenges. When Natasha learned of Barton being controlled and betraying them, as well as the theft of the Tesseract, waves of anxiety and worry surged within her. She immediately sprang into action, embarking on an urgent mission to persuade Dr. Banner to return to the team. Dr. Banner, the apparent strongest asset of SHIELD, held much of Nick Fury's hope. Taking advantage of Banner's stroll outside, Natasha skillfully blocked his path. Upon seeing her, Banner appeared calm, but emotions stirred within him. He smiled and said, "Natasha, stopping me in such a secluded place is quite a clever decision." Natasha did her best to display a friendly smile, as she was quite professional in her role as a senior agent. She gently replied, "Dr. Banner, it seems you are familiar with me." Dr. Banner casually responded, "You officiated when Hulk played basketball with Wonder Woman. Is SHIELD surrounding this place? I advise you to be careful. This isn't far from Wonder Woman's company." "No, it's just the two of us here. I'm here to recruit you for the Avengers initiative." "What if I refuse?" Natasha answered firmly, "I will persuade you." Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement crossed Banner's face. Was he, along with the Hulk within him, truly someone who could be persuaded? Natasha quickly explained, "The world is facing a tremendous crisis." She took out her phone and displayed an image of the Tesseract, explaining to Banner, "This object is called the Tesseract. I know its energy is enough to level the Earth." Banner interrupted her, adding, "It is the energy that can destroy the world, and I know Loki has already stolen it. So does Fury believe I can handle it? Does he want me to go and consume it?" Upon hearing Banner directly mention Fury's name, Natasha couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he no longer held SHIELD in high regard, while the director still hoped he would go undercover. She also clearly recalled that part of her mission from the director was to use her charm to achieve her goals. However, her mind was soon overtaken by confusion and surprise, for she hadn't expected Dr. Banner to be so well informed. His words left her momentarily stunned as he stated directly, "Natasha, it'll be straightforward. I don't like your SHIELD way of doing things. Although it's better than the US military, I now have a better choice. Working at Wonder Woman's company brings me joy and ease." Natasha tried to persuade him, "Dr. Banner, I know some things in SHIELD might make you feel dissatisfied, but to address a global crisis, we need a more formal organization to coordinate the actions. SHIELD is more professional in this regard. If you can join us, you will have the opportunity to utilize your expertise and knowledge to contribute to saving the world." "Enough. I understand your point. I will participate in this operation, but I will do it in my own way." His tone was firm and resolute, making Natasha realize that his decision was already made and unchangeable. She decided to adopt a more assertive attitude, saying, "Then perhaps you should discuss it with Nick Fury. We need you urgently." Due to the weak gamma radiation emitted by the Tesseract, they needed Dr. Banner to locate it, and his knowledge and abilities were crucial for the task. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Dr. Banner did not react with anger like characters in movies, but rather found it somewhat amusing. He said, "Are you trying to cage me? Didn't you say I was the only one here?" His tone revealed a sense of helplessness and disappointment. The confrontation between Natasha and Dr. Banner intensified. She no longer concealed her true intentions and candidly stated, "Dr. Banner, since you are already aware, I will drop the act." Just as Natasha was about to order her subordinates to step back, Ada Wong's voice suddenly emerged, "All SHIELD agents have been subdued." Her figure then entered the line of sight of both individuals. As her words fell, Selena, Venom, Alice, Jill, and others alongside numerous Terminators appeared behind her, showcasing a powerful presence that radiated a sense of threat and oppression. Natasha felt a wave of surprise wash over her, realizing she must act swiftly. "Efficiency is impressive. Ew, I just heard the commotion in my earpiece." With that, Natasha quickly transformed her nanotech symbiote suit into weapons, preparing for the imminent battle. However, what surprised her was that Ada Wong and her group were also clad in nanotech symbiote suits. They too transformed their suits into weapons in an instant, leaving Natasha in a state of astonishment. Selena spoke, her voice laced with quiet sorrow. "Natasha, I truly do not wish for our relationship to reach this point. What I mean is, just because you met our goddess Supergirl first, and perhaps she extended you aid, does not entitle you to that nanite symbiote suit. Using it against the goddess strikes me as profoundly inappropriate. Do not be surprised merely because she has granted it to others. It was never meant to be ours alone." I hope you understand such actions place us all in grave peril. A deep current of regret and disillusionment ran through Selina's words as she sought to make Natasha grasp the crux of the matter. Natasha remained silent, her gaze fixed steadily ahead. She knew in her heart that she owed Barton a debt. Without him, she would never have risen to where she stood today. She could not betray S.H.I.E.L.D. outright, not even as it teetered on the edge of becoming Hydra. She needed time to reflect. Just then May's message arrived, suddenly infusing the taut atmosphere with fresh urgency. Holographic projections of May, small, warm, and vivid, materialized across the chests and palms of Selina, Venom, and Jill. Director, they chorused. May's voice rang clear and commanding. Ladies and Venom, time is upon us. Join Dr. Banner immediately at Cunning Street, A, Germany. Our first coordinated operation begins shortly, and the director is about to return. Upon hearing May's announcement, Banner strode without hesitation toward Ada Wong and the others. Moments later, the group turned as one and departed. Selina cast one last lingering glance at Natasha, then followed the rest into departure. Tony Stark had lately been living in rare ease and delight. His romance with Pepper Potts soared like a rocket, immersing him so deeply in sweetness that the world beyond faded from view. Yet an unexpected call shattered that tranquility. Tony lifted his phone, his tone edged with impatience. You are now speaking to a holographic projection of Tony Stark. Please leave a message. Pepper, standing nearby, burst into soft, delighted laughter at his words. Until the instant Tony finished speaking, an uninvited guest disrupted the harmony. Agent Coulson appeared at the elevator entrance of Tony's home and walked straight toward him. Tony remarked coolly, almost resigned. Ah, another security breach. You and Nick Fury share a fondness for entering my home unannounced. Coulson's expression grew grave as he met Tony's gaze. It's urgent. Please review these documents, he said, handing Tony a dossier. Pepper's demeanor shifted instantly to seriousness. She leaned in quietly and murmured, this looks grave. He's visibly shaken. Having absorbed the energy of countless stars across the galaxy, Qiuya's power had ascended to an unprecedented zenith. She had become incomprehensibly mighty, capable in a single second of draining 1,000 stars dry. Her movements traced elegant arcs across the cosmic canvas, painting with light at speeds thousands, or even tens of thousands, of times faster than light, voraciously consuming stellar radiance. Within less than 10 days, over 200 billion stars, great and small, had been utterly consumed by Qiuya. Her body had become a boundless black hole, ceaselessly devouring starlight, until at last it began to emit a faint, instinctive resistance. She felt herself nearing saturation, needing time to assimilate and acclimate to this overwhelming torrent of power. It's time to return and teach Loki a lesson. A mischievous smile flickered across Qiuya's face. After communicating with Tony and receiving a positive response, Coulson immediately boarded a plane with Captain America to the aircraft carrier. As soon as they got off the plane, they encountered Natasha. We'll see each other later, Coulson hurriedly greeted before rushing off to attend to matters. Natasha led Captain America away, looking at him and saying, You were quite the sensation when you were discovered in the ice. Did Coulson faint from excitement when he saw you? Captain America did not respond, but looked at Natasha with confusion. Natasha replied, Didn't he ask you to sign on the Captain America trading card? Trading card? Captain America showed a puzzled expression again, shaking his head, feeling like an old relic. Let's not dwell on that. We should get inside quickly, Natasha said, attempting to lead Captain America into the interior of the aircraft carrier. It will be hard to breathe here soon. Just as Natasha finished speaking, the aircraft carrier began to tremble violently, gradually deforming. Captain America walked toward the edge of the carrier, curiously asking, Is this a submarine? He looked down and saw the massive propellers on the side of the carrier emerging, splashing water all around. This gigantic aircraft carrier was actually starting to ascend, lifting off the water. Captain America marveled, This is impressive. Indeed, it's quite nice. I like this toy, Natasha replied. Suddenly Qiuya appeared beside Captain America and Natasha, only to vanish in a flash, having flown by at the speed of light, leaving only the sound of her voice behind. Once inside the aircraft carrier, Captain America curiously surveyed everything around him. How is your progress? He inquired. Coulson answered quickly, We are scanning every corner of the globe. As long as it's connected to a wireless network, whether it's cameras, phones, or laptops, they are our eyes and ears. Natasha said, It's a pity Dr. Banner isn't here, otherwise we could find Loki faster. Just as she finished speaking, an agent suddenly shouted, Target detected, compatibility at 67%. Then Loki's image appeared directly on the screen. Wait, he doesn't even plan to hide. This person is him. Nick Fury immediately walked over and asked, Where is he at? In Germany, near Cunning Street. Fury looked at Captain America, saying resolutely, Captain, it's your turn to take action now. Captain America clenched his fist and began to change into his battle suit. In Germany, Loki had obtained the key materials to open the large portal of the Tesseract, which meant his army would continuously arrive on Earth. He was filled with confidence, believing that this planet already belonged to him. Dressed impeccably, he walked while transforming into his battle attire, proudly wielding his scepter and staring at the panicked crowd. Run! Terrorists! The screams and shouts of the crowd echoed as the streets were filled with terrified people. However, Loki's smile could not be masked. He seemed to revel in the glory of being above the masses. Then his expression suddenly darkened as several clones quickly appeared and surrounded the crowd. "Kneel before me. Kneel!" Loki's clones commanded in unison. Seeing Loki's clones surrounding them, the crowd recoiled in terror, huddling together and screaming. Loki did not have much patience. He struck the ground with his scepter. "I said kneel." Loki's voice echoed on the street, and the overwhelming force frightened the people into kneeling. Of course, some among the crowd simply crouched down. Loki revealed a joyful smile as he walked around and began his speech, passionately proclaiming, "Should have done this earlier. Isn't this your true nature? The essence of humanity is the desire for enslavement. You indulge in the hope of being recognized, thus you were born to be enslaved." An old man crouching in the crowd stood up after listening to Loki's speech, defiantly saying, "People will not submit to someone like you. Ooh, I've seen too many like you." "Oh, really?" Loki smiled, then his expression darkened as he raised his scepter, which began to emit light. Loki continued, "Let us see this humble old man. He will become your counterexample." Zing! An energy beam shot towards the old man, and just at that critical moment, a figure holding a shield appeared, blocking Loki's attack. The surrounding people were shocked. They saw Captain America alive. Loki, however, was not the least bit alarmed. Instead, he wore a wicked smile and mockingly said to Captain America, "So it's the American soldier. An outdated fellow." Natasha also arrived quickly in her aircraft, aiming her weapons at Loki. Through the aircraft's loudspeaker, she shouted, "Loki, drop your weapon and surrender immediately." Loki did not respond, and instead launched a surprise attack, sending an energy arrow towards the aircraft. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. Seeing this, Natasha quickly maneuvered the aircraft to avoid the attack, but due to the large crowd, she could not use her weapons. Captain America reacted swiftly, charging toward Loki. However, in the confrontation with Loki, due to his years of lack of combat experience and Loki's overwhelming strength, he was soon knocked off balance, and his shield was sent flying. Looking at the fallen Captain America, Loki felt a sense of accomplishment. He smirked proudly, taunting, "Neil, Agent Romanoff, have you missed me?" Suddenly, Natasha's aircraft system was hacked, and a voice came from within as she immediately recognized it as Tony's voice. Then an ominous premonition surged within Natasha. As expected, in the next moment, the aircraft's loudspeaker suddenly blared a lively DJ song. "Hello everyone. I am Iron Man, a superhero with 2.5 years of practice who loves to sing, dance, rap, forge, and music." Natasha rolled her eyes, then said in Chinese, "Oh my, it's that song Genie Time again." On the ground, Loki was momentarily stunned by the sudden music, looking up at the sky. Meanwhile, Captain America, lying on the ground, curiously turned his neck to look up. Oh no. Tony was also startled, his originally prepared cool landing pose instantly ruined. He rolled in the air before barely regaining his balance. He thought to himself, that was close, almost embarrassing. But wait, I didn't play this song. What's going on? This is the signal charge. Venom's voice suddenly came from the side, joyfully shouting as he lunged towards Loki. A group of people hiding inside the building could no longer contain their excitement and rushed out one after another. Bang! Tony sprang into action, unleashing the repulsor blast from his palm to send Loki flying several meters backward, slamming hard onto the ground. Seeing a group charging toward him, Loki felt a flicker of unease, but he had already planned to feign surrender. Instantly, he dropped to his knees and raised both hands high, signaling complete submission. "Hurry! He's surrendering," someone shouted. The crowd surged forward with renewed urgency. Clap, clap, clap. Amid a barrage of blows, they descended upon Loki. "My turn. No, I go next. 1 strike per person." Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, Loki could not retaliate, only endure their onslaught. 7 stood there: Ada Wong, Jill Valentine, Selena, Alice, Venom, and Banner. Banner, sensing tactical advantage in restraint, chose not to summon Hulk. Watching the melee unfold, he reasoned that with only 2 strikes allotted per person and a queue forming, it would be wiser to observe from afar. After all, if Hulk emerged prematurely and failed to unleash sufficient force, chaos might ensue. After enduring prolonged assault, Loki was launched skyward by Venom's thunderous punch, suspended midair so long he nearly forgot the Earth's embrace. He almost walked off the scene, but as the god of mischief, endurance was woven into his very essence. Upon landing, Loki hastily declared, "Enough. Civilized Earthlings, I yield. You must cease your violence." Stand down. At that moment, Captain America hurled his shield. Ada Wong reacted instantly. Leaping airborne, she delivered a soaring high kick that sent the shield ricocheting straight back into Captain America's hands. The group halted mid-strike, turning their gaze toward Captain America. With solemn authority, he declared, "We do not abuse prisoners. We take him alive. Our immediate priority is extracting the cube's location from him." Without delay, they boarded the aircraft. Aboard the jet, Captain America leaned close to Tony, voice low. "Something feels off." "How so?" Tony arched a brow. "Because the god of lies surrendered so effortlessly." Captain America shook his head slowly. "It's never this simple. This one is dangerous, far more than he appears." "I find his surrender quite plausible," Tony replied, glancing toward Ada Wong's squad. "Especially facing a battalion like that. Though your reflexes are impressive for someone your age." Selena, catching Tony's glance, smiled playfully at Ada Wong. "Ada, I think the playboy has taken a shine to you." "He's likely smitten with you," Ada teased, eyes flicking to Selena's long, elegant legs. "Those limbs are nothing short of divine." Selena grinned, radiant with pride. "I am the goddess's feline. I brook no trespassers." Jill and Alice burst into laughter beside them. As the women exchanged light-hearted banter, Eddie Brock and Bruce Banner, steadfast men of quiet discipline, stood awkwardly aside. Tony stepped forward and asked, "Ladies, might you know the goddess's whereabouts? Her presence would lend us profound reassurance. Her strength is unparalleled." Jill offered a gentle smile. "She told us she will return to Earth soon." Just then, boom, a jagged bolt of lightning split the sky, shaking the heavens themselves. Natasha, piloting the jet, glanced upward in surprise. Strange, the sky was clear moments ago. Loki flinched, his divine senses resonating with the thunderclap. Selena smirked at his reaction. "Does the Allfather's son tremble at thunder? I merely dislike the one who follows it." Boom. Another thunderclap tore through the air. Thud. A figure plummeted onto the jet's roof. Sudden, decisive, monumental. All heads snapped upward in shock. Venom erupted from Eddie's form, exultant. Finally, a real fight. Tony slammed his helmet into place. Before anyone could react, a crimson-cloaked figure crashed through the rear hatch, bursting into the cabin. Captain America raised his shield, stance locked, voice commanding, "What is your intent?" Thor remained silent, then hurled Mjolnir with a deafening crack. Tony was blasted backward. As the hammer whirled home, it struck Venom down in turn. Thor seized Loki in one fluid motion, lifted him skyward, and descended swiftly to the earth below. "While that complicates things," Tony muttered, striding toward the exit. Captain America called out urgently, "Tony, we need a coordinated assault plan." "I have a plan," Tony retorted without turning. "It's called attack." And with that, he leapt from the aircraft. Alice frowned. "Shall we join them?" Eddie answered dryly, "We'd love to, but none of us can fly." "No matter," Venom chuckled, utterly unconcerned. "Just jump. A tumble won't kill us." Eddie fell silent. Every battle revealed Venom's reckless abandon. Though wounds healed fast, pain remained brutally real. Selena interjected, "Let's observe this family drama from the sidelines. That Thor, goddess's foster brother, is here for blood, not diplomacy." Meanwhile, Captain America strapped on a parachute pack and moved toward the tail. Natasha turned to him coolly, "I'll leave this to you, Captain. They hail from Asgard, gods all of them. Power beyond mortal measure." Captain America secured the harness, voice unshaken. "There is but one god on Earth, and he does not wear red capes or wield hammers." He leapt without hesitation. "Let's go." Then Selena, Jill, and Alice followed, empty-handed, fearless, plunging one after another into the open sky. Ada Wong lingered, eyeing Venom. "Can you transform into a parachute?" "Nope. This symbiote is less practical than my armor," she mused, then spotted spare packs nearby. "If you wish to descend, strap one on." She strode to the tail and leapt. Her suit rippled, instantly unfurling into a flawless parachute. Elsewhere, Thor bore Loki aloft, then slammed him hard onto a small mountain ridge. "Act!" Loki gasped, writhing in pain. This time, Thor was truly enraged. Hammer gripped tight, arms spread wide, he demanded, "Where's the Tesseract?" Loki reclined lazily atop a boulder, refusing to rise. "Funny, I missed you too. Do you think this is a jest, eh?" Thor's knuckles whitened around Mjolnir's haft, rage simmering beneath his silence. Only then did Loki rise, adopting mock solemnity. "You should thank me. Were it not for my machinations, Odin would never have exiled you to this beloved Earth." Thor lowered the hammer and seized Loki's shoulders with both hands. "I feared you were dead." Loki tilted his head. "Did you mourn me?" "Neither I nor our father did." Loki's expression dimmed. He had imagined their grief a farce, yet now realized even that mockery had been denied him. "It was our sister who told us you lived." "Wait, sister? Since when do we have a sister?" Thor paused, thoughtful. "You met her during our last battle, our father's chosen foster sister." She guards Earth with unmatched power. So reconsider your petty schemes against this world. Huh. Nonsense. Loki turned and ascended the ridge, voice laced with triumph. You've seen but a sliver of creation. I, Loki, have wandered realms unknown, forged anew in exile. He pivoted again, eyes gleaming. And I have witnessed the Tesseract's true power. Once I claim it. Thor's face darkened. He cut Loki off, stepping forward sharply. Who showed you its might? Who pulls your strings, deluded king? Loki opened his mouth, then froze as Thor seized his collar. Before he could speak, a crimson-armored figure streaked in, blasting Thor backward with brutal force. Loki gazed into the empty air before him, and smiled slow, knowing, I'm listening. Bang! Tony and Thor crash-landed in the forest. The tremendous impact sent both sprawling onto the ground. Thor sprang to his feet, instantly brushing fallen leaves from his armor, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Tony. You'd best not provoke me again. Tony shot back, flipping open his faceplate. Then don't touch what's ours. Hearing Tony refer to Loki as a thing, Thor, the fiercely protective elder brother, flared with indignation. Today he would make this crimson-clad Iron Man understand true power. It seems you have no notion of your own limits. Tony scanned their surroundings, his tone laced with mockery as he gestured at Thor's attire. Is this some kind of theatrical performance? Does your mother know you're wearing her crimson cloak? At Tony's irreverent jab at his beloved red mantle, Thor abandoned all restraint and erupted in furious rebuke. You wretched slab of scrap metal, earthborn savage. With that he hurled Mjolnir with devastating force toward Tony. Bang! The thunderous clang of metal striking metal echoed through the woods as Tony was blasted backward over a dozen meters. Tony sprawled on the ground, burned with incandescent rage. Very well. Atop a distant mountain peak, Loki sat lazily upon a boulder, his gaze languidly fixed upon the two clashing below. As their conflict intensified, a peculiar smile curled across his lips. He delighted in watching his adversaries tear each other apart, a spectacle that filled him with profound satisfaction. As the god of mischief, he felt his very soul ascend within such orchestrated chaos. Ha ha ha. Loki chuckled softly. What a magnificent battle, wouldn't you agree, eh? Suddenly a voice whispered beside his ear. Instinctively he replied, indeed. Wrong. Loki whirled around sharply, only to find a beautiful woman standing silently beside him, having appeared without a trace. He recognized her, Qiuya, his self-proclaimed elder sister, the one he refused to acknowledge. Loki reacted with lightning speed, but before he could act, Qiuya delivered a razor-sharp left jab straight for his face. His mind registered the strike, but his body failed utterly to respond. To Qiuya, he might as well have stood frozen. Eyes wide with disbelief, Loki watched helplessly as her fist surged forward, charged with overwhelming force. For the first time, he cursed his godly physiology for its sluggishness in that critical instant. Bang! A gale force impact hurled him off the mountaintop, hurtling him 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Before he could even begin to fall, Qiuya soared after him, then kicked him hard, sending him rocketing back onto the summit. Little brother, your situational awareness still needs serious work. Qiuya laughed, radiant and carefree. You call yourself the god of mischief, yet failed to sense me standing right beside you for who knows how long. Dazed and disoriented, Loki staggered under the double assault. He lifted his gaze to Qiuya, panic flickering briefly across his features, then hardening into raw resentment. Nothing enraged him more than others deriving joy from his suffering, just as Thor always did, grinning triumphantly after every defeat. He struggled to rise. You? But before he could utter another word, Qiuya flung Mjolnir, its arc precise as a falling star, straight into his chest. Loki, just knock me out, dear elder sister, he sighed, lying flat on his back, feigning weary resignation. Though he refused to acknowledge Qiuya as his sister, he wielded familial sentiment like a weapon, manipulating her guilt to create openings, perhaps even launching a surprise counterattack. This stratagem had never failed him, especially against Thor. As the god of mischief, he never felt inferior before stronger foes. He trusted unwaveringly in his intellect, the ultimate instrument of victory. Done. Qiuya cheerfully complied. Never heard such a delightfully shameless request. Bang! At the sound, Selena and the others rushed over, converging swiftly upon Qiuya's position. Selena bounded up the mountainside in powerful leaps, landing effortlessly atop the peak. Master, I've missed you so much. She sprinted straight toward Qiuya, without slowing, launching herself bodily into her arms, limbs wrapping tightly around her in fervent embrace. With Qiuya, Selena grew increasingly uninhibited, now sensing a deeper, more potent energy radiating from her. Selena felt an intoxicating, irresistible pull. Elsewhere, Ada, Wong, Venom, and the others exchanged glances as they arrived. Venom's suddenly stiffened brow furrowed in confusion. Eddie, this erection is deeply perplexing. No. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear. Eddie, noticing several women turning toward him, hastily muted his comms and switched to silent mental dialogue with Venom. Alice smiled warmly. Eddie, it's perfectly natural. No fault of yours when beauty overwhelms. Everyone burst into laughter. Venom stroked his chin thoughtfully. Eddie, I'll need to spend more time outside. You wouldn't want your girlfriend. Eddie snapped back. Fine, fine, I surrender. You parasitic pest. Symbiosis. Qiuya gave Selena a wry look. Those slender arms and narrow waist of yours pack surprising strength. You'd have crushed an ordinary person flat. As she gently peeled Selena's limbs from her body, Qiuya turned to Ada Wong. There. Selena, others would like a turn too. Ada's cheeks flushed faintly. Then in an instant her expression hardened back into cool composure. Yet deep within, an inexplicable impulse surged, to rush forward and embrace Qiuya. She shook her head sharply. Selena landed with a pout, eyes downcast like a kitten denied its meal. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Thor and Tony engaged in fierce, rapid exchanges. Thor raised Mjolnir high. The wind-howled skies split with lightning. A colossal bolt descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Tony. That searing bolt embodied Thor's wrath, divine, unstoppable, seemingly destined to obliterate Tony in a single stroke. Crack! Deafening thunder roared as arcs of electricity exploded across Tony's armor, crackling violently. The violent sputtering of sparks accelerated his heartbeat. Inside the suit, Jarvis interjected coolly, energy output has surged to 400. Tony, initially startled, brightened instantly upon hearing the report. Now that's promising. In the next breath, the suit's power surged to maximum, releasing multiple searing laser beams. Boom! Thor was blasted backward by the concentrated barrage. Tony lunged forward to press his advantage, when suddenly Captain America's voice rang out, "Hey!" A shield struck, Thor ricocheted off him, slammed into Tony, and then flew cleanly back into Steve's waiting hand. Steve had observed their aerial duel from afar, but with both combatants capable of flight, the battleground kept shifting. Only now had he finally closed the distance. He leapt down from a tree stump, his gaze steady and resolute as he addressed Thor and Tony. It's time to stand down. Thor halted mid-motion. I came to stop Loki's scheme. Steve's eyes sharp and unyielding behind his visor locked onto Thor. Then prove it. With action. Lay down your hammer. Tony quickly turned to look at Captain America upon hearing this. Oh no, this is not a good idea. He loves his hammer too much. Thor's emotions exploded at this, and he swung his hammer, sending Tony flying beside him. Tony exclaimed, "Hey, that was a sneak attack. You want me to put down my hammer?" Thor shouted angrily, then leaped into the air. Seeing the imminent danger, Captain America immediately raised his shield. In the next moment, the hammer and the shield collided violently. Bang! A huge sound rang out. The intense metallic clash echoed in the air, and energy spread outwards, creating waves among the trees. Captain America was knocked down to the ground, feeling a slight pain, shocked by Thor's strength. Thor, on the other hand, only took 2 steps back, standing there dazed, feeling a mix of regret and surprise. He regretted being impulsive earlier and using all his strength. It wouldn't be good if he hurt someone. Since he had his powerful sister Qiuya, he had been training harder, and his strength had increased significantly. What surprised him was that although Captain America appeared to be in a bad state, he had actually managed to withstand his blow. Tony flew back and silently watched the next move of the two. Captain America struggled to stand up, gasping for breath. Are you done? I could fight all day. Seeing that the battle was over, Qiuya used her bioforce field to bring everyone over and landed smoothly. As for Loki, he was gently dropped to the ground, lying in a starfish position, seemingly in a deep, sweet sleep. Qiuya couldn't help but take a high-definition photo of his pose. Sister, Thor shouted excitedly upon seeing Qiuya. Sister? Tony asked in confusion. Thor then lifted the sleeping Loki and boarded the aircraft with everyone. Qiuya was also bored and didn't want to fly anymore, so she elegantly walked into the aircraft. The moment she saw the plane, she sensed something unusual. This S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft turned out to be her exclusive ride. Bluefire, Natasha, and one of her undercover agents were in the cockpit. It seemed that S-H-I-E-L-D not only had her people everywhere, but even the aircraft had her undercover agents. Qiuya quietly communicated with Bluefire. So, Bluefire, have they discovered you? Bluefire replied, Master, ever since you granted me these Transformers companions and allowed us to act freely, we infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D at the first opportunity, commandeering a few aircraft and transforming into their forms. Now, including the other undercover partners, we are all hiding very well. Qiuya said with a hint of sarcasm. So does that mean S-H-I-E-L-D effectively belongs to me? Bluefire responded, Master is too conservative. This Earth belongs to you. The long silent Skynet interjected, every Earth belongs to the Master. Meanwhile, Tony was continuously experimenting with the various functions of the armor, including electric shocks, laser cannons, and so on, testing them on Loki. Thor sighed after watching for a while, saying, "Well, it seems he won't be waking up anytime soon." Looking at the unconscious Loki, Tony turned to Captain America and shook his head helplessly. Captain America suggested, "How about we find Wonder Woman for help, or perhaps we should go find the aircraft carrier first." Tony, shocked, couldn't believe Qiuya had beaten Loki to this extent. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Tony walked over to Qiuya, glancing back at Thor, and said, "If the goddess doesn't mind, I am willing to take you as my sister." Qiuya rolled her eyes and smiled helplessly, saying, "Come on, Tony, even though you act like a child, you're a 40-year-old adult, and I'm only 20. Tony looked at Thor with a hint of jealousy, playfully asking, "Sir, may I ask how old you are?" Thor stood there dazed, still missing his girlfriend, and instinctively replied, "Over 1,500 years old." Tony laughed. "See, he's so old, and he can call you brother while you call me uncle. Let's just each call each other as we wish." Qiuya didn't want to respond to his childish antics, but as she sensed something, she disappeared from the cabin in the next second. Tony stared blankly at the air, covering his mouth with his hand. "Well, that's great. I was hoping the goddess would wake Loki up." As soon as Tony finished speaking, Qiuya's voice and figure reappeared in the cabin like a ghost, saying, "Why didn't you mention important matters earlier? Someone invited me for tea just now." She snapped her fingers, and the sound echoed in the air, as if containing some mysterious magical power. With the sound of her fingers, Loki's eyes suddenly opened. Loki seemed to have a nightmare, suddenly sitting up with a start, his limbs exerting force, and his whole body shot upwards like a bullet, crashing directly into the ceiling of the cabin. With a chilling crash, he fell from the ceiling. Captain America nearby was startled, thinking Loki was about to cause another commotion. "Okay, I can fight all day," he shouted, raising his shield ready to smash it down on Loki. Seeing this, Loki's eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly stretched out his hands to explain, "Stop. I wasn't trying to escape, I just accidentally jumped up too forcefully." Tony also stepped forward, his palm cannon aimed at Loki. Meanwhile, Selena, Alice, Ada Wong, and Jill only briefly focused on this scene before they all turned their eager gazes toward Qiuya. "Boss, I want to learn that move too." X5 Qiuya smiled slightly. "I can't teach that. Next time I'll teach you flying skills." This move was a special ability she could only perform after evolving to a certain level, similar to the telekinetic power of a certain thinker, but currently she still needed to snap her fingers to trigger it, and each use would consume a certain amount of her energy. Although she was still a bit away from achieving her desires instantly, it wasn't far off. Once her body digested the previous energy, she could go on to harness a few stars from the universe. Invincible goddess, sit down for tea, Qiuya invited. Goddess, long time no see. Odin's projection smiled as well. He already knew that Qiuya had drained billions of stars, and her power was certainly much stronger than it was during his peak. Therefore, he didn't dare to be reckless. Odin had originally intended to refer to Qiuya as his goddaughter. "You're too modest, Master Qiuya." "King Odin, I didn't expect you both to be here," Qiuya said as she sat down, picked up her teacup, and savored the rich tea. "What modesty? You just have a severe case of firepower deficiency fear. Your strength is more than enough," Qiuya said calmly. She felt Qiuya was even more conservative than her, and unable to resist temptation, added, "Don't you want to become the supreme sorcerer? I can teach you all the spells." Qiuya smiled while sipping her tea, her eyes clearly conveying a different message as she responded, "I can help break that doctor's bones." Odin noticed the atmosphere had quieted down and interjected, "I really envy you being able to tear through space and go wherever you wish." This time I helped Thor come to Earth, which consumed quite a bit of energy. Ancient One took a sip of tea and continued, "Forget about not being the supreme sorcerer. I still want to teach you all my spells." Qiuya's eyes widened slightly. Ancient One replied, "Although you may not need them with your strength, learning them for fun is also a good choice." Qiuya smiled and candidly said, "My brain is indeed smart and perceptive, but it's quite lazy." Ancient One looked at Qiuya with determination. "You must learn." This scene felt rather unusual. If the disciples of Kamartaj saw Ancient One force someone to learn her magic, they would surely be left agape. Odin realized Ancient One's intention, but she wanted Qiuya to owe her a favor. "You should learn a master. Ancient One hopes you can master more magic. Just like last time when you marked those who were doing bad deeds with red dots during battles, you wouldn't have to hold back your hands. Using magic would allow you to avoid harming innocent people. How convenient it would be to accurately strike your enemies." Odin smiled as he helped Ancient One persuade Qiuya, though his eyes revealed a deep envy. If only his two sons could be as outstanding as Qiuya. At SHIELD, aboard the Quinjet, Banner also arrived and began to look around with the others. Nick Fury looked at Selena and her group with eager eyes. A thought of poaching crossed his mind, but this matter required careful consideration. With joy in his heart, he greeted Banner, Dr. Banner, I've been waiting for you for a long time. He still needed Banner to help find the Tesseract. Banner wore a formulaic smile and casually replied, "Hello, Director. Where is the lab?" "Dr. Banner, follow me." At that moment, Tony appeared from the side, interrupting and glancing curiously at Fury before directly leading Banner away. Loki was locked in a transparent cage. He noticed that Banner had arrived at the Quinjet along with Venom and that Qiuya was not present. He resumed his confident demeanor, always wearing a peculiar smile. The others then entered the studio, which was spacious enough to accommodate many people. All the original members of the Avengers were present except for Tony, and of course there were people from the Supergirl Alliance. The beautiful Agent Hill was also there, quietly standing by and silently gathering information. On the conference room screen, Loki's surveillance footage was being displayed. Fury stood outside Loki's cage looking at him through the glass as he walked towards the nearby control panel. "Let me make this clear, if you try to escape or break the glass," Fury demonstrated, and then raised his voice, "you will fall from this prison at a height of 10,000 meters. Do you understand? Right now you're an ant and I'm a boot." Loki had anticipated this, stepping back with a smile and saying, "This cage is quite nice, but it's not specifically built for me, is it? It was built for something far more powerful than you. It would crush you like a child, you should know this." "I know," Loki said, looking at the tiny camera, his voice reaching the ears of everyone in the conference room. With a mischievous grin he teased, "Just a foolish beast pretending to be an ordinary person. How desperate must you be to seek out such a freak as your ally?" The others looked worriedly at Banner, some concerned, while others feared his loss of control. Fortunately, Banner was now indifferent. After all, with Qiuya around, he wasn't afraid of Hulk going wild. However, he regretted not calling Hulk out earlier to participate in the group beating of Loki. He wondered if there would be another chance. Venom couldn't help but rush out from Eddie's body, complaining, "Should we give him another beating?" Thor frowned and replied, "No, please mind your wording. Although Loki's behavior is rude, he is Asgardian and my brother." Natasha interjected sharply, "He has caused significant destruction at SHIELD. Before." Thor softened his tone, "He's adopted." Jill then spoke up, "Thor, judging by his actions, it seems he is stalling for time. What exactly does he intend to do?" Thor said solemnly, "He commands an army of Chitauri not from Asgard. Loki plans to use them to attack Earth." Captain America replied gravely, "An army from outer space." The room fell silent, filled with concern. They imagined aliens to possess advanced technology and formidable power. They feared not only their inability to defeat this army, but also the catastrophic damage Earth would suffer even if they did. Selena worriedly asked, "Where is the goddess now?" "She is not here, and I feel unsafe." Ada Wong said, "Indeed." At that moment, Banner made a new discovery and quickly spoke up. "Loki wants to establish a portal, which is why he kidnapped Dr. Selvig. But that's not unusual. The goddess can tear through space directly." Just then Tony and Coulson walked in from outside, and Tony said, "I figured out what's going on. Banner, I'll help you track down the Tesseract. We'll find it soon." Meanwhile, the scepter lay quietly on the lab table. They were unaware that Loki was secretly manipulating the scepter to affect their emotions. After giving Banner some hints, Tony felt bored, and taking advantage of Banner's inattention, sneakily zapped him on the waist with a stun pen. "Oh." Banner jolted, confusion in his eyes as he looked at Tony. "Hey, no change." Tony seemed a bit surprised. Seeing this, Captain America angrily approached. "Hey, are you crazy?" "Maybe," Tony casually replied, then continued joking with Banner, "Good self-control. Any tips?" Banner, in good spirits, continued to work at the lab, responding, "Hulk and I often communicate in our minds, so now we get along quite well." Captain America was furious at Tony's disregard and questioned, "Do you enjoy joking around?" Tony replied, "Isn't it interesting? This could put everyone in danger. Where's the fun in that?" After saying this, Captain America turned to Banner and quietly apologized, "Sorry, Doctor." Banner was in good spirits, saying, "It's fine, I can handle a little stimulation." Under the influence of the gem, Tony felt somewhat lost, pacing around and saying to Banner, "Big guy, relax." Captain America now looked at Tony unfavorably, a fire of anger hard to suppress in his heart. He said urgently, "You should focus on solving the problem, Mr. Stark. Am I not doing more than you?" Tony then turned around and deliberately raised his voice. "Why did Fury only call us together now? Is there not some hidden agenda behind this?" Hearing this, everyone stopped talking and turned their gaze to Tony. Facing the crowd, Tony said firmly, "Only by dispelling all doubts can I focus on my work." Captain America questioned with confusion, "Are you saying Fury has something to hide?" At this moment outside, Fury discovered that the system had been breached and immediately suspected it was Tony's doing. He hurriedly strode over, directly approaching Tony, and sternly asked, "What are you doing, Mr. Stark? You should be tracking the location of the Tesseract." Ding! Upon hearing this sound, Tony's eyes lit up. Oh, the decryption was successful. The secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone turned to look at the projection displaying Tony's findings. After a moment, Captain America expressed in astonishment, "Fury, you plan to create weapons of mass destruction using the Tesseract. I want to know why." The atmosphere fell silent for a while, and Fury pointed at Thor and Venom, saying, "Because of them alien invaders." Thor replied, "Me." Venom, also a major target of Loki, felt a surge of emotions upon hearing Fury's words. Venom, no. Eddie struggled to suppress his feelings. Fury continued, "Thor, your alien battles can easily destroy a small town. In comparison, humans are simply defenseless." Thor insisted, "Asgard only wishes to coexist peacefully with you. Furthermore, it is your development of the Tesseract that has attracted Loki and the Chitauri army. Loki is your brother. Are you going to shift the blame onto me?" Tony retorted, "There are other ways to research new weapons without developing the Tesseract." Fury replied, "I almost forgot that your family made its fortune from War Stark." Captain America interjected, Tony quickly interrupted, "Wait, how did this topic turn to me?" Captain America said, "Sorry, aren't you always the center of attention?" Thor, unable to tolerate the arguing, remarked, "I thought Earthlings were civilized. Why do you enjoy arguing so much?" Fury countered, "Civilized? Excuse me, do you have people like you who fight on each other's planets?" Banner chimed in, "You all have such little trust in your teammates." Natasha replied, "It's not a lack of trust. S.H.I.E.L.D. is merely monitoring potential threats." Banner retorted, "Is Captain America also a potential threat?" The Mind Stone on the scepter was shimmering. In the cage, Loki revealed a sinister grin. "Let them argue. In the end, victory will belong to me." Perhaps we are all seen as threats in their eyes. Venom asked, "Are you on the surveillance list too? You broke your defenses trying to suppress your anger. Stark, are you going to keep playing word games?" "Threat? Verbal threats? I'm so scared. You better show some respect." "Respect for what?" "For your snake S.H.I.E.L.D. You keep cursing." The group was in a heated argument, and Fury found himself surrounded. As their conflict was about to escalate, the few wearing nanosuits remained unaffected, frowning at the scene, pondering how to calm everyone's emotions. Meanwhile, in the halls of Kamartaj, Qiuya demonstrated her extraordinary learning, speed, and mastery of magic. With a wave of her hand, 1,000 apprentices were simultaneously sent to different locations through 1,000 portals, and then with another wave they instantly returned to their original places. "Master Qiuya, is that enough? We have plenty of time. Shall we stop here for today?" Her brain was eager for rest. Qiuya surveyed the spacecraft and noticed that the people on board were engaged in a fierce argument. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, under Loki's control, was piloting a plane loaded with mercenaries preparing to raid the mothership to rescue Loki, and the spacecraft was on the verge of destruction. Qiuya silently nodded. "Go save your big toy." In countless parallel universes, the Marvel Universe of 2222, the Avengers team was preparing for a traversal operation. In this universe, Qiuya did not exist. Though they managed to find and eliminate Thanos, who was enjoying his retirement, it was too late. All the stones had already been destroyed by Thanos. Faced with this situation, the Avengers decided to traverse to other parallel universes to borrow the stones. They knew this would be a daunting task, but they resolutely embarked on this journey. For behind them lay half of the beings in the universe, including their loved ones, friends, and adopted children. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, tensions between Tony and Captain America escalated, their mutual resentment thickening like acrid smoke in the air. They stood face to face, barely an arm's length apart, the atmosphere so taut it threatened to suffocate. The others abruptly fell silent, their eyes drawn irresistibly to the two men. Captain America's gaze was unyielding, fierce with battle lust, and burning with fury toward Tony. His eyes locked onto Tony's, unwavering, as if ready to unleash every ounce of grievance and wrath. "Put on your armor. Let's settle this, man to man." His voice rang with ironclad resolve, a challenge no one could refuse. Tony stepped forward without hesitation, closing the gap until they stood mere inches apart. "I'm not afraid to go unknown with the senior citizen. Your era is over. And in what are you without that armor? An ingenious playboy, philanthropist." And in Tony added, his tone sharp and cutting, "And what are you without blood?" A voice interjected, "Brooding youth." And in laughter erupted. And in Thor watched the standoff with amusement and remarked, "You humans are petty and astonishingly small." Laughter echoed again. And in "Are we even a team anymore?" Jill interjected. And in Natasha, Fury said suddenly, turning swiftly to Black Widow, "Please escort Dr. Banner and Mr. Venom back to the briefing room." His words came rapid fire, clearly fearing an imminent loss of control from both Hulk and Venom. And in Venom thrust his head forward, voice edged with irritation, "What do you mean by that? I'm perfectly stable, right now?" His tone carried quiet defiance, revealing deep-seated resentment toward the situation. Dr. Banner fixed Fury with a glare that Cage meant for Loki. It was originally built for me, wasn't it? Let me make one thing clear, I never wanted to come here in the first place. And now that I've arrived, you don't trust me. What does that say about you? Honestly, I'd call you a hydra. And in Fury's hand instinctively drifted toward his sidearm at Banner's rising agitation. Selena noticed something amiss and spoke up sharply, Dr. Banner. And then he blinked, startled by the interruption, and turned to her puzzled. Selena said firmly, set down the scepter. I suspect it's the source of the disturbance. And Banner looked down, his expression shifting from tension to bewilderment. Had he unconsciously taken hold of the scepter? And beep. And in the computer's sudden alert shattered the oppressive stillness. Startled, Banner dropped the scepter instantly. And in the Tesseract has been located, Tony announced, eyes locked on the screen, voice sharpening with urgency. Damn it, it's at Stark Tower. He moved immediately to don his armor. Thor departed just as swiftly, wary that Loki might seize the moment to escape. The Tesseract belongs to Asgard. Mortals cannot wield it. Boom. And in another catastrophe struck. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the helicarrier violently, sending crew members staggering, some collapsing entirely. It was Hawkeye's explosive arrow detonating, its force staggering. And in hostile breach. Hostile breach. All personnel, report to stations immediately. Blared the emergency broadcast, urgent and unrelenting. Nick Fury lay sprawled on the deck shouting, Hill, what's happening? An Indirector Engine 3 has been compromised. We're under attack. Hill monitored the chaos on screen, issuing calm, precise orders to agents. Amid the turmoil, Barton triggered Loki's containment cell, and Loki emerged smiling serenely. He raised the scepter and channeled its power, intensifying its corrupting influence over Venom and Banner. And in both men began losing control, their bodies twisting inexorably toward monstrous transformation. Ruer. The scene before Nick Fury left him astounded, and he hurriedly shouted. Natasha quickly used the sound waves. Hill sensed the seriousness of the situation and immediately contacted a fighter jet. Escort Ship 61, please head to the S-shaped area quickly and be sure to attract Hulk's attention while maintaining a safe distance. His jumping ability is exceptionally powerful. Receive. The fighter jet immediately flew to a distance, quickly spotting Hulk on the aircraft carrier and opening fire. Hulk angrily leaped, soaring over what the pilot believed to be a safe distance. The pilot, witnessing this scene, panicked and unhesitatingly chose to parachute. Meanwhile, the women unleashed a collective assault on Venom, knocking him dizzy until they forced him back to his original form. Eddie sat on the ground looking utterly confused and bewildered. Thor approached the cage and immediately spotted Loki walking out from inside. No, Thor shouted in haste, taking a step forward to pounce on Loki. However, he missed, passing through Loki's illusion and crashing directly into the cage. Beside the cage, Loki's true form gradually revealed itself as he smiled cunningly, taking the opportunity to press the button to close the cage. This trick has really worked on you time and again, Loki taunted. After speaking, he pressed the button for the cage to drop. Opt! Thor yelled as he fell from the 10th centimeter high cage. Loki laughed triumphantly and turned towards the mercenaries brought by Barton, preparing to leave by plane. Stop! A warning made Loki turn around. It was Coulson holding an unknown weapon approaching Loki while warning, since you sent the destroyer, we started developing this. I haven't tested it yet, so I don't know its power. Do you want to try it? After Coulson finished speaking, the weapon lit up, ready to fire. Loki raised his hands like a cat, feigning fear. However, in the next moment, a knife stabbed Coulson in the back, revealing Loki's true form. It turned out that in front of Coulson was an illusion. After stabbing him, Loki walked away with a sly smile, leaving on a plane. As Thor fell with the cage, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and anger. Loki, just you wait. This time I will make you understand my love and give you an unforgettable lesson. As Thor angrily thought, his eyes sharpened as he spotted a familiar figure in midair. Sister, save me. Qiuya, upon seeing Thor's plea for help, no longer admired his fall and punched the cage, shattering it. Thor was startled, but was relieved that Qiuya had controlled her strength well. After breaking the cage, the wind from her punch swept past him, creating a 1,000-meter-deep pit in the wild. While Thor was stunned in midair, she took him back to the aircraft carrier in an instant, shaking her head seriously as she said, "Little brother, you're a bit weak. You could be trapped by a broken cage." Thor grinned foolishly, saying, "I'm still in training, sister. With you around, Loki's schemes won't stir up any trouble." She looked at the damaged aircraft carrier's engine, raising an eyebrow. "Daring to break my toy. This brother might as well be replaced by a sister." After she spoke, she surveyed the aircraft carrier, noticing that Sienna Lynn and others had joined anew. Combined with her powerful Terminators, the mercenaries brought by Barton had barely caused any damage, being easily dealt with by them. At least they were equipped with nanosymbiotic battlesuits. However, since they prioritized the safety of others, Loki managed to steal the scepter. However, Coulson's situation was somewhat dangerous as he was being carried on a stretcher by medical personnel. After being stabbed by Loki, he had been bleeding profusely. When Han Qiuya looked through to the other side, she saw a hill with a small cut on his face from debris, which instantly made her heart ache. Sierra. The sudden appearance of Han Qiuya made Sierra instinctively reach for his gun. After realizing it was Han Qiuya, he let out a sigh of relief and lowered his weapon. Han Qiuya smiled as she stared at Sierra, and noticing the small wound on his face was bleeding. She gently reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to touch it. Sierra was somewhat confused. What are you doing? He thought the injury was minor and paid it no mind, nor did he disturb the busy medical staff. She pondered the issues of the operation in her mind. Don't move, I'll help you heal. A scar wouldn't look nice. Han Qiuya's hand emitted a healing energy. Sierra only felt a comfortable energy seep into his skin, as if every cell was joyfully rejoicing. Within seconds the sensation faded, and the wound on her face disappeared, without leaving any trace. Nearby Nick Fury noticed Han Qiuya and paused, staring at the scene, lost in thought. When Han Qiuya withdrew her hand, he remembered he had something to arrange for Sierra. Agent Sierra, you go. She's mine from now on. Han Qiuya interrupted him, pulling up Sierra's hand. We have more important matters to attend to. Goddess, don't be mischievous. I mean, don't focus on me. I still have important tasks to do. Han Qiuya turned around. Sierra, you wouldn't want Coulson to lose his life, would you? You wouldn't want Barton to remain lost to his senses, would you? Sierra felt confused. What did this have to do with him? But Han Qiuya's reasoning was compelling. I need to hold your hand for my skills to work. Although skeptical, Sierra had no evidence to claim she was lying. He thought, forget it, you're so powerful. If you go through such lengths to deceive me, it's quite touching. In the movie, Coulson was subsequently rescued. Coulson, you haven't passed away, have you? In the following scenes, Coulson was urgently brought back to life. However, Nick Fury enjoyed manipulating power and engaging in deceit. He tricked everyone into believing Coulson had died, uniting the Avengers in their sorrow and guilt, ultimately preventing further infighting. On the hospital bed, Coulson weakly squinted his eyes, seeing a beautiful goddess before him, thinking he had died and arrived in heaven. Coulson, it seems I have done too many good deeds. Han Qiuya extended her right hand, looking at Sierra. Sierra did not hesitate to reach out and let her grasp his wrist. Han Qiuya smiled slightly, then healed Coulson. Then she took Sierra to restore Barton's sanity. Thank goodness. Natasha had previously knocked Barton out and tied him up, staying by his side with deep concern. Now she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I'm leaving now. Seeing that things had come to a close, Sierra stepped forward, wanting to quickly escape Han Qiuya's clutches. You can't leave. Han Qiuya grinned slyly, activating her super speed, bringing Sierra, Natasha, Barton, and Coulson to the conference room on the aircraft carrier. A few minutes earlier, Nick Fury had also executed his deception. He casually threw numerous photos of Captain America onto the table, the photos stained with bright red blood. These were found in Coulson's jacket. Nick Fury stared at Captain America, his voice somewhat heavy. It seems he has always longed for your signature, but didn't have the chance to ask you. Everyone fell into silence, looking at the blood-stained photos on the table. Captain America picked one up, his lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, Coulson was his fan. He thought people had forgotten about him, this old relic. Unfortunately, Coulson sacrificed himself due to their disunity. Nick Fury felt a slight sense of relief as the superheroes before him fell into silence. Suddenly, several figures flashed quickly, breaking the brief stillness. Just as Fury was about to continue educating the heroes, he suddenly saw Coulson and quickly halted. Sierra, you go keep an eye on Loki's movements and you senior agent. Everyone stared at Nick Fury with puzzled expressions, as his deception had just been exposed, leaving him deeply embarrassed. He hurried about, frantically issuing rapid-fire orders to the agents without pause. Hearing Fury once again direct Agent Hill's actions, Han Qiuya's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Tony Stark, who had already harbored grievances, was the first to speak. No wonder you're the head of espionage. Your lies flow like poetry, and yet you stand there pretending to be utterly idle. We should focus on Loki first, Captain America interjected hastily. He's about to unleash serious chaos. As those words faded, Nick Fury abruptly stilled, then slowly turned toward Hill. From now on, your sole duty is to serve the goddess as her personal attendant. Stay by her side at all times. This can't be right, Hill stammered, taken aback. Keen and perceptive, she scrutinized Fury closely, yet nothing seemed amiss. The shape of his head, the unmistakable egg-like contour, was subtly off. Had he been replaced? Hill cast a skeptical glance at Han Qiuya, who, inwardly elated, broke into a radiant smile. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was effectively hers now. Tedious matters and trivialities would fall to the egg-shaped director, while she would handle all matters of true consequence. A perfectly fair division. Let's go, Hill. With that, Han Qiuya and Hill vanished in an instant. Elsewhere, Nick Fury's composure shattered entirely. He slammed his fist against the rear fuselage of the aircraft. This was a critical moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. No, not HYDRA. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't function without him. Is there no law left? No justice? Can we even trust an alien? Fury roared, then drew his custom-issue sidearm and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots struck the fuselage, but only dented the surface. Impossible. I know S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft inside out. How could my custom rounds fail to breach it? I am a transformer, my master's aircraft. Director Egghead, my master's power dwarfs yours. Please spare us your amateur command. A disgruntled voice echoed from within the cabin. The Transformers did feel pain after all. Fury grew even angrier upon hearing it. His own aircraft had become a nest of moles. His agency felt less like a fortress and more like an open garden. Seeing Fury still agitated, Transformer Unit 7 promptly played music. Why cry? Everything will be alright. It was De Jangwei's iconic hit, Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Fury scoffed as the melody began playing. Me music. Trying to placate me. Calm me down. He paused, then added wryly, though this is Chinese, I barely understand a word. It's preloaded in my factory firmware, ranked second in my playlist, replied Transformer 7. I won't fall for that. Release me immediately, or else. My sidearm still has plenty of reserve ammunition. And without your master's explicit order, you won't dare retaliate, will you? Fury asked cautiously. The Transformer, savoring the music, replied calmly, if you move recklessly, I'll loop this song indefinitely. Umph. Fury snorted, coldly confident the Transformer wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. Please, have you ever met such guileless, benevolent beings? Using rhythmically flawless music as a weapon. It's absurd and laughable. Transformer 7 fell silent, because the music had just reached its climactic pre-chorus. Why bother with him? Just remember, your ninny sunshine rainbow little white horse. Arg. Damn it. Turn it off. I'm not running anymore. Nick Fury cursed, completely losing the composure expected of a S.H.I.E.L.D. director. The music paused for a while before he managed to recover, yet the tune lingered in his mind. I want to sue him. This must have been intentional. The Transformer, no. 7 replied, don't wrong an innocent person. He didn't do it on purpose. It's just his style. If you don't believe me, let me play another one. This song is I will share my juice with you, starting off with the lyrics, I want that, oh, the crescent moon entwined and tangled, I will share my juice with you. Loki looked up at the sky, the slowly opening blue portal, stirring waves of excitement within him. I will become the king of this world. As the portal opened, the Chitauri army surged forth, leading to a new era where the Earth of the Marvel Universe would confront various cosmic civilizations. Just a few minutes earlier, in the world of Resident Evil, Fiora had already finished handling all affairs on Earth with the Kryptonian army. In this universe, Kryptonians had no natural enemies. They were nearly invincible. Fiora, already bored, was eagerly awaiting Han Qiuya's call to battle. Her flying speed had reached an astonishing Mach 760. Although there was still a considerable gap compared to Han Qiuya's strength, she was an absolute force within the Kryptonian army, and indeed in this universe. As soon as Han Qiuya arrived here, she noticed a graceful and heroic figure in motion. Like the final scene of the movie Kung Fu, she kicked the powerful Kryptonian soldiers into the air, as if they were soccer balls or toys, scattering them like flowers. Thousands of Kryptonian soldiers surrounded Fiora, yet their faces bore bitter expressions, as if she was the one encircling them. Seeing the soldiers in such distress, Han Qiuya noted that Fiora had been battling with them for several hours. To train the Kryptonian army and satisfy her own desire for combat, Fiora engaged in fierce battles with the Kryptonian soldiers every day. Her figure danced across the battlefield like an ancient sword dancer, each movement filled with elegance and vigor. In the heat of battle, Fiora experienced an unprecedented thrill. In space, Han Qiuya, utilizing her supervision, gazed at the scene and instantly flashed at superluminal speed to Fiora's side. Fiora was taken aback and swiftly threw a punch, the force rushing at her like a hurricane, fast enough to seem capable of tearing apart space. However, just as her fist was about to strike its target, her keen eyesight revealed that the newcomer was Han Qiuya. She hurriedly attempted to retract her punch using her extraordinary reflexes. Yet Han Qiuya was faster, grabbing her wrist, her captivating eyes sparkling with playful light. Han Qiuya smiled charmingly, well, daring to attack the queen, huh? The voice of your majesty. Fiora grew increasingly faint. She was pulled closer by Han Qiuya, their bodies pressed tightly against each other, the areas in front of them crowded together. Of course, Fiora was slightly at a disadvantage in this regard. Tony Stark arrived first atop his Stark Tower, where a massive interdimensional portal, activated by Selvig's device, yawned open in the sky, disgorging hordes of Chitauri warriors. Damn it! Tony's face paled as he shouted urgently downward, Doctor, shut down the portal, now. It's too late. Selvig, now fully lucid, stared in despair at the ever-growing tide of Chitauri forces pouring through the rift. Ignoring the risk of detonating the tower, Tony fired a repulsor blast, only for it to shatter harmlessly against an energy shield. Inside the building, Loki's silhouette materialized within Tony's line of sight. As Tony strode forward, shedding his armor piece by piece, he asked Jarvis, is Mark 9 ready? Sir, Mark 9 is not yet fully calibrated. Jarvis's voice echoed calmly. No time. Skip all non-essential protocols. I need it now. As you wish, sir. Tony walked into the tower with unruffled composure, pausing beside a table to lift a glass of wine. Care for a drink? Loki approached with smug triumph, savoring this moment utterly. Stalling is pointless. Not stalling. Merely offering sincere counsel. Stand down while you still can. Tony took a measured sip. We have the Raging Hulk, the legendary soldier, your brother in crimson cloak, an invincible goddess, and her divine alliance. Tony poured another glass with practiced elegance, then pointed the stem of the glass toward Loki. And you, my friend, you've grievously provoked them all. Ha ha ha. The Chitauri armada has arrived. The outcome is sealed. The advantage is mine. Loki laughed lightly, glancing dismissively out the window before advancing slowly, staff in hand. Tony remained impassive, though his lips tightened around the rim of his glass, a flicker of tension betraying the final seconds before his armor's assembly completed. There is no throne here, nor any dominion to claim. Loki ignored him entirely. The mockery had run its course. It was time to act. With deliberate grace, he raised his scepter and thrust it toward Tony's chest. A sharp metallic ring echoed, blunt tip meeting unyielding metal. If they're preoccupied with you, they'll have no time to trouble me. But Loki's smirk faltered. Tony showed no reaction. He struck again. Clang. This usually works. Loki murmured, bewildered. Instrument failure. System anomalies occur frequently. Statistically, 1 in 5 men experiences such dysfunction. Tony shrugged deadpan. Frustration flared in Loki's eyes. In a flash, he seized Tony by the throat and hurled him from the tower, 40 stories into the abyss. Tony plummeted headlong, yet instinctively contorted his body midair into the precise posture required for armor integration, his survival hinging on that split-second synchronization. Jarvis, hurry. His voice cracked with urgency. Behind him, the armor streaked upward while his mind raced, calculating terminal velocity flight vectors milliseconds. Is there still time? No. Too close. Catastrophe. On the rooftop, Loki stood smiling, already envisioning victory, defeat, Iron Man, then Thor, his supremacy assured. F. Just as he basked in triumph, Loki was violently slammed sideways into a wall, his cheek burning with searing pain. Who dare strike the Allfather's son? He scrambled upright, scanning wildly, yet saw no assailant. Only Qiuya possessed such blinding speed. Having just returned to the Marvel Universe, she'd glimpsed Loki's arrogant smirk and couldn't resist delivering a stinging slap. Her velocity allowed her to strike Loki first, then rescue Tony. Help! The Divine Alliance and the Avengers had engaged the Chitauri for barely 2 minutes when, overhead, a colossal new portal tore open across the sky. Worse, they're formidable and reinforcements are arriving. Captain America gazed upward, stricken. The portal dwarfed the first by hundreds of times, teeming with countless figures. Tony, where are you? We need reinforcements. Black-armored figures are allies, friendly forces. Xiao Mei's voice cut through the chaos. The scattered Divine Alliance members instantly regrouped, while Barton and Natasha rushed over to coordinate strategy. Hulk hurled a Chitauri soldier aside, then leapt high into the center of the group, roaring skyward with earth-shaking fury. Roa. As the team assembled, Captain America opened his mouth to outline the battle plan, when Ida interjected, those are reinforcements. The goddess has arrived. Captain America swiftly amended his words with her, we're secure. But what is her strength? Judge for yourself. All stared speechless as celestial soldiers descended, each a living weapon forged by Kryptonian might. Meanwhile, Qiuya caught Tony mid-fall. Phew, just in time. Nearly became pavement art. Tony's limbs trembled faintly, steadied only by his armor's support. Inside, he grumbled, every rescue lands at the absolute last millisecond, heart-stopping every time. That impact zone was precisely 1 millimeter above ground. I've lost count how many times I've saved you. Stop being so reckless. Tony nodded meekly, yes, your divinity. As a token, how about a skyscraper matching Stark Tower's grandeur? Qiuya smiled softly, unnecessary. I'm Earth's wealthiest human. Find your idol, Tony retorted, grinning. Then the asteroids and deep space are yours. Technically, you're the universe's richest being. Go rejoin them. Loki is mine. Roger that. Tony shot skyward, battle lust blazing in his eyes. Your Majesty. Seeing Fiala approach, Qiuya commanded, voice resonant with sovereign authority. Fiala, deploy 10,000 Kryptonian soldiers under full tactical autonomy. Eliminate every Chitauri. Preserve Earth. Note their critical weakness, poor maneuverability in tight turns. By your command, your Majesty. Empowered by autonomy, Fiala transmitted orders instantly, then locked eyes on a colossal airborne Leviathan and rocketed skyward with fierce exhilaration. A sonic boom ripped through the clouds, hundreds of Mach in an instant. New Yorkers and combatants alike gazed upward, awestruck from the gargantuan portal. Legions of black-clad figures surged forth, like gods descending dense as storm clouds. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. Captain America exhaled relieved, thank the stars, it's our reinforcement. Barton added voice hushed yes, the sheer presence is terrifying. Avengers, assemble. Captain America declared. Nearby a civilian collapsed to his knees sobbing uncontrollably as he crawled backward. Stay back. Before him loomed a Chitauri warrior. Behind him a Kryptonian soldier in black battle armor drew near. No. In a blur the Kryptonian drove his fist clean through the Chitauri's torso. The fallen man froze, mind blank, before dawning realization a superhero. My savior. Thank heavens. This particular Kryptonian ranked among the weaker tier, exhausted after brief aerial combat forced to descend for ground engagement. Meanwhile, elite Kryptonians raged across the heavens, slaughtering Chitauri en masse rapidly inflating Qiuya's accumulated merit points 1,000 per Chitauri, 20,000 per Leviathan. Atop Stark Tower, Loki finally awaited his elder brother. Thor strode forward and seized Loki's collar, his gaze heavy with profound confusion and quiet anguish. His eyes flickered briefly to the swelling on half of Loki's face, but this was no time for concern. His voice brimmed with fury. Look around you. Fire and ruin consume every corner. Is this truly what you wish to see? Loki's expression shifted subtly as he murmured, it is too late. All is irrevocable. Thor pressed urgently, if we stand united a solution will emerge. Tell me now how to shut it down. Ah! A sharp cry tore from Loki's throat as his concealed dagger found its mark, driving deep into Thor's flank. Clutching his side, Thor staggered, his heart cleaved by betrayal's cruel blade. Loki's face transformed instantly, grief melting into cruel mirth. You are always ruled by emotion. Once again you have fallen into my design. Then, click, 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 the crisp rhythm of high heels struck the floor like a drumbeat against Loki's nerves. Qiuya approached with effortless grace. Seeing her, Thor cried out desperately, sister. He's utterly unruly. Please discipline him at once. The team assembled upon the quantum platform poised for departure. Today we are granted a chance to undo all that was lost. We trust one another. We fight as one. We understand our purpose. Retrieve the Infinity Stones and bring them back. As one they placed their hands atop each other's. Captain America, ever cautious, added, before launch each of us has only one opportunity. No margin for error, no second chances. Though we step into familiar pasts, nothing unfolds as before. Stay vigilant. Watch over one another. Victory will be ours. At any cost. At any cost. Rocket leaned toward Scott Lang and whispered, he really knows how to rally a crowd. Indeed he does. They exchanged glances, silent affirmation passing between them. All right, initiate the sequence. Big guy. Natasha smiled. Shall we meet again in 60 seconds? Loki opened his mouth to speak, but Qiuya had no patience for his words. She advanced swiftly and delivered a flawless spinning side kick. First, a beating. Tum. The thunderous impact reverberated through Thor's skull, jolting his senses. His grimace softened, not from relief but from sudden piercing tenderness for his brother, eclipsing even the sting of Loki's earlier wound. Loki rocketed backward like a cannonball, shattering the reinforced glass in a sonic burst, only to be intercepted midair by Qiuya, who spun gracefully, skirt flaring, and drove him crashing back down with a second kick. For moments thereafter the air trembled with concussive impacts, explosive ruptures, and deafening roars, each strike shaking Thor to his core. At last he pleaded, enough. Enough, sister. Just a few blows will suffice. Qiuya paused. Loki lay sprawled on the floor, limbs splayed, eerily serene, as if slumbering. What use is this younger brother if he stabs you in the flank, and you bear no grudge? Thor shrugged helplessly. It's habit. After all, he is my brother, albeit adopted. No beating. Then, transform into Princess 3. With that, Qiuya snapped her fingers, a gesture of focused intent, channeling her power to manifest reality. A radiant pulse erupted from Loki's form, his features and frame visibly reshaping before their eyes. Thor exhaled in quiet relief. So long as no blows landed, Loki would remain unharmed, unaddled, unbroken. Loki, wake up. Thor lifted him gently. Loki's eyes flew open. He sprang upright. Are you well? I am, he began, then recoiled in shock. My voice. Qiuya suppressed a grin, maintaining the solemn composure expected of an elder sister. Yet inexplicably she felt exhilarated. Far away, Odin observed the scene silently through a shimmering projection. His wife glanced at him and remarked, a remarkably responsible elder sister, isn't she? Thor sighed reassuringly. Loki, don't fret. You've simply become a woman. What? A woman? Just a woman. Thor, do you grasp the magnitude of what you're saying? Loki leapt up, then clapped a hand over his mouth. Qiuya said lightly, now Princess 3 rolls off the tongue quite naturally. Come now, Loki. Accept this truth with grace. And if you behave well, I'll restore you, eventually. Haha. Thor tried to soothe him. Loki roared, even you mock me. You're not my brother, and she's certainly not my sister. The moment the words left his lips, Qiuya's expression darkened. As she stepped forward, Loki darted behind, Thor crying, "Brother, save me." In New York, the Avengers materialized in a flash of quantum light. Captain America swept his gaze across the skyline, issuing swift orders: split up. 2 stones lie in the suburbs, 1 remains in the city center. Stay discreet, and mind the temporal window. Look up there. Someone gasped. They tilted their heads skyward and froze. Black silhouettes tumbled from the heavens, shattered midair by unseen force. Chitauri warriors disintegrating into dust before striking the ground. Bewilderment flooded their minds. This spectacle defied all precedent. Within moments, the Kryptonian Legion had eradicated every foe. Then, 10,000 Kryptonian warriors encircled the portal, suspended in formation or covering the earth below, blotting out the sun like guests awaiting a feast. Most of the Avengers and the Goddess Alliance stood nearby, conversing casually, utterly at ease. Seeing no immediate threat, Captain America turned to locate Loki. Tony Stark watched awestruck, recalling his own Iron Legion, and murmured, "Never fought a battle this rich." Roar! A deafening bellow shook the city. A colossal emerald figure launched himself skyward, hurling a soldier onto the pavement, then slamming an automobile into the asphalt with seismic force. Captain America glanced at Bruce Banner. "Perhaps you'd like to join in." Then, "Resolute circumstances may differ, but caution remains paramount. Time is critical. I'm off." Inside the elevator, the elder Captain America uttered "Hail Hydra" and effortlessly claimed the case from the stunned agent. The Hydra operatives remained motionless in the ascending car, strangely calm. For years, ever since Supergirl appeared on Earth, they had lain low, fearful of bold action. Now at last they possessed a formidable ally. Meanwhile, Banner ascended to a rooftop, hand raised to push open the door. That floor was just waxed. "Please spare it," came the serene, ageless voice of the Ancient One from behind him. Banner turned startled and spoke plainly, "I seek Dr. Stephen Strange." The Ancient One paused. "You should return in 5 years. He is operating now, 20 blocks from here. What brings you?" Banner pointed wordlessly to the gem resting upon her chest. "For this." "Ah, the stone." She glanced down, astonished. "I regret. I cannot assist. Forgive me. I never intended to negotiate." Before the final syllable faded, Banner lunged, only to recoil violently as an immense force erupted from her palm. His soul was wrenched from his body in an instant. Banner stared, speechless, at his translucent hovering self. After a long silence, he looked up at her. "Can we converse properly now?" Qiuya arrived in a blaze of motion, halting midair with elegant precision, her lithe form descending beside them. Elsewhere, the elder Captain America's mission proceeded with uncanny ease, until an unforeseen complication arose. Crossing a skybridge, he confronted his younger self, face to face. "Oh shit, this is absolutely ridiculous." The younger Captain America needed no introduction. He knew exactly who stood before him. "Team, I've located Loki. I am not Loki, and I mean you no harm." "I am not Loki, nor do I wish to harm you." The old Captain America put down the box, fully aware of how difficult it was to deal with and escape from himself. Without further ado, Captain America charged in like lightning, his shield shimmering with a cold gleam under the sunlight. He swung his shield, the force seemingly capable of smashing all obstacles in his path to smithereens. The old Captain America quickly raised his shield to defend. Clang. After a crisp sound, the two men exchanged blows in a fierce battle until they both fell to the ground from the heights. Captain America struggled to get up, his eyes filled with unyielding spirit and determination. "I can fight all day." The old Captain America nodded in response. "I know." With that, he picked up his staff and lightly tapped Captain America, rendering him unconscious. "Tony, how's it going on your end?" His tone was filled with concern. Above an S flying aircraft carrier, 2 planes had already ignited and launched 2 nuclear missiles. Due to Nick Fury being detained, he was unable to stop one of the planes, resulting in the launch of the 2 nuclear missiles. The live broadcast immediately captured the scene of the 2 missiles in flight. People around the globe expressed their opinions and emotions. This country of America, no matter which universe, is always the same. A netizen tagged America Online along with a screenshot. Another netizen replied, "Be careful, the FBI might come knocking." Another netizen anxiously wrote a farewell message online. "It's over in New York. Clearly we should be winning the battle, yet they launched nuclear missiles, damn it." Many helplessly stated, "We can only hope for the goddess to save us." In the eyes of the people, they saw Kryptonians and Chitauri battling, not considering the Kryptonians as allies. Rather, they thought both sides were aliens, and later the dark-suited army posed a more significant threat. It would be best to use the nuclear missiles to wipe both sides out. Humans had nothing else to counter the nuclear missiles. In Congress, some tried to stop the plan, but most agreed. In the end, the president would bear all the responsibility, and simply stepped down. Presidents come and go, but the interests remain unchanged. However, soon the figure of the goddess Qiuya appeared flying alongside the two nuclear missiles. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and the two missiles vanished. They entered Qiuya's space. Phew, many people sighed in relief. Banner, do you recognize me? Qiuya asked with a smile, her voice like a gentle spring breeze in Banner's ears. Banner gazed at the beautiful and slender figure, his mind racing. There were no flying heroes on their side, so who exactly was this woman? Seeing him in a daze, Qiuya did not ask again and directly explained Banner's general intentions to Ancient One in a second. Banner, if you take the gem, we could face catastrophic disaster. You cannot guarantee that you will return alive, can you? As the guardian of the gem, I must protect it forever. I cannot take that risk. Banner came to his senses. Do you know my intentions? Then why did Scott Lang hand the gem over to Thanos? What? He did it willingly. Yes. Ancient One pondered for a moment. Perhaps I was wrong. Then she gently clenched her hand in the air, and a green infinity gem appeared. Seeing this, Qiuya said, Master Ancient One, I also want to go with you, rest assured. Is that so? That's great, you can keep the gem safe. As she spoke, Ancient One waved her hand. Seeing Qiuya take the gem, she looked at Banner. Scott Lang is destined to become the second-rate sorcerer. Banner immediately interjected, so he must have a reason for doing this. After saying that, he realized something and became puzzled. Wait a minute. Why second-rate? Then who is the first-rate sorcerer here? But the priority now is the gem. Banner glanced at the stunningly beautiful gem in Qiuya's hand. As soon as Ancient One finished speaking, she vanished. This left Banner's soul momentarily standing there, feeling somewhat awkward. He looked at Qiuya, spreading his hands. It seems she forgot to use her magic to put my soul back. And the gem, why did she just give it to you as soon as you opened your mouth? I had to beg for it for so long. Magic. I can do that too. Qiuya smiled gracefully, then extended one of her long legs and kicked Banner's huge body over, making his soul return to its place immediately. All right, you have great strength. I can't match you. But if you want to go with me, I don't have extra PIM particles and armor. Just give me yours, and I'll be back to pick you up right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Banner looked down and saw that the nanotech suit's wristband was gone. On the teleportation platform of Avengers Endgame, the sound of the device starting up began to resonate. No matter how long the others had been gone, they returned to the same time point just 1 minute later. With a loud bang, a flash of light appeared and multiple figures materialized on the teleportation platform. Some people were panting heavily, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Except for Qiuya, the others quickly removed their masks. Qiuya observed their actions while conversing with her Skynet system. In the system space, Skynet spoke up. Master, intrusion successful. Old Tony's armor data is being copied. It will be ready soon. Great, sell it to Tony when the time comes. The system responded. Host, the coordinates of this universe have been recorded, deducting 5000 points. You deducted points for this. Where's your conscience, system? Qiuya asked discontentedly. The system replied, you consumed it, host. Qiuya, this system now it seems to have a bit of an attitude. The system continued, you already have so many points, why care about this little bit? Have we obtained the raw stones? Tony was the first to speak, eagerly awaiting everyone's response. I actually succeeded, Rhodes said with a smile, ignoring that Nebula had not returned. Only Hawkeye Barton looked particularly troubled. The others noticed and turned their gaze towards him. Barton, where's Natasha? Wait, we're still missing Banner. The expressions of the group changed. The absence of two teammates meant not only losing comrades, but also likely ruining the plan after all they were gone. At this moment, Qiuya's system brought her an astonishing message. By the way, host, you need to participate in more large-scale battles and absorb more stars. AI will upgrade soon, and there will be 2 big surprises related to your return to the original world. Qiuya, after hearing this, was so excited that she soared into the sky, breaking through the ceiling of the base. Really? She flew around the earth several times, noticing a sleeping tiger along the way, and playfully rubbed its face. Skynet, master data copying is complete. Seeing Qiuya break through the ceiling and fly out, the Avengers were shocked, hurriedly picking up their weapons and getting ready, waiting for Qiuya for quite a while. Only then did Qiuya return to the group, retracting her nanotech armor and smiling sweetly. One of us. Captain America raised his shield and asked loudly, who exactly are you? Tony's suit displayed an energy shield. What have you done to him? Why are you wearing Banner's clothes? Upon hearing this, Qiuya's body trembled. Pa, how can you talk like that? However, she almost forgot to bring Banner back. System, open the time passage. Okay, host. On the other side, Banner had no time to react as Qiuya's figure flashed, returning at light speed. At the same time, Tony's suit shared the information of Qiuya's world, and the AI Friday immediately spoke up. Avengers, the information shared by the female superhero has been uploaded. Qiuya thought for a moment, leaving the time stone behind before flying away. There were still stars in the galaxy waiting for her to explore, and after all, it was still early before Thanos arrived. Banner did not pay attention to this. He quickly scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Hawkeye Barton. Seeing Barton's expression, Banner's face darkened, and he instinctively asked, "Where's Natasha?" Everyone looked at Barton, who appeared sad, as if about to cry. His mouth trembled several times, but he could not utter a single word. A sorrowful atmosphere permeated the air. Moments later, Banner collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth in despair. Every universe has its own galaxy, just as every world has its devoted admirers. Qiuya traversed the galaxy at an astonishing speed of over 3,000 times the speed of light, effortlessly absorbing the light of the stars. Smaller stars like those the size of the sun would instantly dim into white dwarfs the moment she passed by. Even massive supergiants would surrender and lose their brilliance if she merely shed her clothing and took a brief rest at their scorching cores. Omnipotent system, is there a way to save Natasha? The system responded, "That's a good question, but it will cost extra. You money-grubbing monk, have you always coveted my over 500 billion points? This is my hard-earned savings, the culmination of a generation's effort." The system added, "Here's a direction for you. You can hold the Soul Stone, which is equivalent to possessing it. Then you just need to purchase the external version of the Soul Stone at a discount price of 10 billion points, and use it to replace the snap of your fingers to save Natasha." As soon as the words were spoken, a detailed panel appeared before Qiuya's eyes. Soul Stone discount price system, enhanced version priced at 10 billion. The feature of this version is that snapping fingers incurs no side effects, requires very little energy, and has the ability to resurrect the sacrifice of the Soul Stone. Additionally, this version can only be used by the host or those approved by the host. Regular classic version priced at 5 billion. This version is no different from a normal stone. Affordable weakened version priced at 500 million. This version allows one snap, but will incur some loss during regular use. Mind Stone discount price. Alright, that's somewhat reasonable. Anyway, I'm rich now, so I don't mind this bit of points. The important thing is that you upgrade quickly, so I can go back. Qiuya browsed the panel with a blank expression. While bathing in the starlight, she responded, "Host, don't blame the good people. It wasn't me who sent you to this world. Brother, oh no, sister, you should take care of yourself and listen to your brother's advice. When they arrive, have a better attitude when admitting mistakes, so I can take you home for trial sooner. It's better than being on Earth," Thor advised Loki, who was still sulking. At this moment, Tony returned to his mansion first and unexpectedly saw Thor and Loki. "Friends, come quickly. Oh, I found this kid. Received, coming right away. On my way. Hold him down, wait for me." Roar. The Hulk also had a large communication headset, but he lost it. However, he knew to follow Venom and the others over. "Don't let him escape. This kid is very cunning. He just transformed into my appearance. If it weren't for the scepter knocking me out, I could have fought him all day," added Captain America. Soon everyone formed a complete circle tightly surrounding Loki. Outside the mansion, an army of 100 Kree soldiers completely wiped out the Chitauri, as if cleaning up garbage. Those present included Tony, Thor, Captain America, Hulk, Barton, Natasha, Hill, Ada Wong, Selena, Jill, Alice, and Venom. Each of them had eyes filled with battle intent and anger towards Loki, yet there was also a hint of confusion and curiosity. Loki lay on the ground surveying the crowd, and seeing Barton facing him with a bow and arrow tightly in hand, he immediately spoke. "If you don't mind, I'd like a drink." Barton, serious in demeanor, replied, "The female superhero didn't lie to me. You really are the third princess. Earlier you transformed into a man with your illusion, and now you've returned to your original form." Roar. At that moment, the Hulk let out a thunderous roar, clearly still wanting to continue fighting. Seeing that Barton was still gripping his bow, Hulk was itching to rush forward and smash Loki. Thor's expression changed, quickly blocking Hulk's path. He couldn't allow Hulk to smash Loki into oblivion. "Wait, Hulk, we can't mistreat prisoners." Hulk, seeing Thor block his way, roared angrily and then slammed the ground hard. Instantly, debris flew in Tony's house. Seeing Hulk no longer advance, Thor sighed in relief and then showed his signature foolish grin. He walked over to Hulk and patted his arm as if they were close comrades. "Good boy, when we go to Asgard, I'll take you to play and buy you toys." The next moment, Hulk ignored Thor completely and suddenly swung a punch to the left. With a loud bang, Thor was sent flying. The Avengers gathered together, working diligently and orderly alongside Tony. They witnessed the final step of the gem installation, nervously watching their surroundings, fearing any abnormalities. A bead of cold sweat even trickled down Tony's face. Suddenly, with a boom, everyone jolted. Tony turned to see that it was Rocket Raccoon playing pranks. Still somewhat shaken, he couldn't help but want to punch Rocket. As for Qiuya, they merely glanced at the relevant information, temporarily suppressing their confusion without delving further. Now the question arises, who will wear this gauntlet and make that last life-saving snap? Rocket Raccoon gently stroked the gauntlet with his small paw, posing the key question. The chubby Thor stood up from his chair, swaying as he walked toward the gauntlet, wanting to step forward. He'll do it. Seeing this, Captain America hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait, we need to discuss this carefully. Tony also came over to join the blockade. Thor, listen, this gauntlet gathers immense power. Your current physical condition may not be able to withstand it. Hearing this, Thor became disgruntled. Do you know what flows in my veins? It is, Rhodey interjected, Nai Luo sauce. Haha. The group was amused by Rhodey's cheekiness, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. Thor's eyes widened. No, it's lightning, it's lightning. Do you understand? Brother, this time lightning can't help you. Look, even Thanos almost met his end. You all can't handle this task. Banner stepped forward, unhesitatingly picking up the gauntlet. However, the next moment, the gauntlet flashed and vanished. By the time everyone reacted, the gauntlet had mysteriously appeared in Qiuya's hand. Wait. No. Everyone gasped in shock. Although they knew Qiuya was a female superhero in another universe, they didn't know her well. Supergirl, please put it down. It is very important to us. The crowd took a battle stance, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qiuya quietly listened to the system's prompt. Ding, Infinite Gauntlet 2 discount purchase successful, deducting 300 million points. The gauntlet merged into the nano armor, deducting 300 million points. Ding, System Enhanced Version Soul Stone 1 discount purchase successful, deducting 10 billion points. Ding, System Enhanced Version Power Stone 1 discount purchase successful, deducting 10 billion points. After completing the necessary tasks, she threw the gauntlet back to Banner. Sorry, I only took the gauntlet to see if I could save Natasha, and now I'm confident I can. Everyone was stunned by her words. In a solemn and majestic atmosphere, Qiuya raised her left hand as 6 radiant gemstones gradually converged on the back of her hand. The massive and deadly energy wave seemed poised to tear apart space, yet miraculously only repelled the crowd, without disturbing a single hair on Qiuya. She shone brilliantly before the crowd like a goddess who had not graced the mortal realm for ages, bringing a glimmer of hope that held everyone's gaze. Her red lips parted slightly as she enunciated words that seemed to carry the power of the rules themselves. I am Supergirl. Qiuya's smile blossomed like a spring breeze as she snapped her fingers. Bang! In an instant, a figure deeply etched into the hearts of the crowd abruptly appeared before them. She walked forward quietly, yet her heart seemed to surge with a powerful emotion. Banner couldn't help but shout, Natasha. Natasha instantly snapped back to reality, tears welling in her eyes as she saw Banner rushing towards her. Banner, Natasha whispered. The Avengers present couldn't help but feel their eyes moisten, filled with deep emotion. Their profound camaraderie, forged through the brink of life and death, felt especially precious. Qiuya realized that using her external gem to snap her fingers and revive Natasha took less than 0.2% of her energy. At that time, I found myself to be an invisible soul trapped in an orange world prison. It was she, the goddess Qiuya, who broke the prison and saved me. The crowd composed themselves, and Natasha briefly shared her experience. Her voice was filled with deep gratitude and the joy of reunion. Then Banner put on his gloves. Are you sure you don't want me to do it? I'm not weak at all, Qiuya said, raising her arm to flex her muscles. The smooth lines of her well-defined muscles resembled graceful dance lines, embodying both strength and beauty. Banner shook his head with the gloves in hand. Let me do it. You must have paid quite a price just now, and this thing emits gamma rays as if it's my destiny to complete this task. Are you ready? Tony asked seriously. Remember the people who were wiped out by Thanos 5 years ago? You just need to bring them to the present, which is today. He nodded solemnly. Understood. Then everyone donned their respective armors and armed themselves. Friday, activate the defense protocols. Tony commanded. With his order and energy, shield manifested in his hand. Qiuya looked on with envy, not because she admired the power brought by technology, but simply because she loved such flashy things. Once they returned, her many scientists would surely come into play. She also wanted to have an armor to play with. Come on. Banner quickly put on the gloves. Oh. Straining against the pain in his arm, his face contorted. Everyone come back. As his words fell, a snap echoed through the air. Bang. In an instant, a burning smell emanated from his arm, and in agony, he collapsed to the ground, his vision going black. Banner. The crowd gasped and rushed over. Tony quickly activated his armor, cooling air emitting from his hands to lower Banner's temperature. Step aside, let me handle this. Qiuya squeezed past Natasha, her eyes sparkling as she aimed at Banner's arm. The crowd's pupils widened in an instant. The next moment, 2 heatless green lasers swept across Banner's arm, and miraculously the charred flesh began to heal. All done. In merely 2.5 seconds, Banner's arm was restored to its original state. The crowd exchanged astonished glances. They knew the female superhero was powerful, but they had no idea her skills were this formidable. Tony exclaimed as expected of a Kryptonian strong and with many skills. "Oh, do you have Superman comics here?" Qiuya raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The crowd nodded. They were all in the Marvel parallel universe, though the differences were quite significant. Qiuya quickly surveyed the world with her X-ray vision, discovering that this world aligned with the movie storylines and settings she had previously seen. Could she then transfer Superman comics to this world for profit? Although she wasn't lacking in money, she could increase her prestige through the comics and films of the female superhero, trading it for points. With her current system, level 1 prestige point could be exchanged for 1 point. At this moment, Banner woke up, immediately getting up and scanning the stunned crowd. Did we succeed? Captain America looked at him, hesitating to answer him, not sure. Meanwhile, Qiuya already understood in her heart. "Barton, your phone is ringing." As soon as she said this, everyone pulled out their phones to contact friends and family or walk to the panoramic window, gazing outside with anticipation. Dear Barton answered the call, which was from his wife, who had been missing for 5 years. At that moment, tears filled his eyes, allowing them to flow down his cheeks. Scott looked out the panoramic window, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. "Everyone, I think we succeeded." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous explosion occurred. A deafening blast shook the very air. Ant-Man Scott was thrown backwards, immediately shrinking to stabilize himself. Following that, dozens of shells followed suit, roaring down like raindrops, demonstrating the power to obliterate everything. Each shell struck various buildings in the base, reducing everything around to ashes. The explosion's flames illuminated the entire sky, brightening the Avengers base. All the buildings in the base began to crack and collapse under the assault of the shells, being completely overturned. It turned out that Nebula and Rhodes were captured by Thanos while traversing to obtain the gems. Thanos accessed her memories and obtained the device she used for traveling and Pym particles. Now Thanos was invading with his spaceship. The system urged Qiuya to engage in more battles to accelerate upgrades, so she temporarily held back her hand. After all, Tony had the resources to repair it. The destroyed base was just perfect as a battlefield. A massive beam of light cast down upon the battleship, and the newcomer was none other than Thanos. Star-Lord, upon seeing this, hurriedly ran forward. "Father, we did it." "Yes, is this the future?" Thanos surveyed his surroundings, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Well done, my daughter." "Thank you, Father," Star-Lord said excitedly. Thanos calmly thrust his great sword into the ground and slowly removed his helmet. Before him stood a group of weak Avengers not worth much attention. Instead, he could relish in the torment and mockery of the prey. "Go find the gem and bring it to me," Thanos commanded as he slowly sat on a large stone, resembling a leisurely old man rather than a warrior ready for battle. "What are you doing?" Star-Lord asked, somewhat confused. "Waiting." Star-Lord dared not ask further and hurried off to carry out his orders. On the surface of the ruins, Tony, Thor, and Captain America reacted quickly enough, and fortune was on their side, as they were not buried too deeply. With Tony's armor and Thor's power as the god of thunder, they sustained little harm. Soon they found Captain America unconscious on the ground. "Captain, wake up quickly." Tony gently tapped his shield a few times. Captain America groggily opened his eyes, shook his head, and stood up. "If you lose your shield again, I won't return it to you," Tony teased as he handed the shield back to him. Captain America asked, "What happened?" Tony sighed, "We took advantage of time, and now time is here to settle the score." Captain America asked, "What do you mean?" Thor replied, "It's time to fight again. Thanos is here." With that, Thor walked outside, and Iron Man and Captain America quickly followed. Meanwhile, other members were deeply buried underground. Trapped in darkness, they could only hear the vibrations around them and their own labored breaths. Rocket was pinned down by a heavy object, desperately shouting, "Is there anyone who can save me?" Banner faced a similar fate, trapped under a massive iron plate. Hearing Rocket's cries nearby, he strained his body, trying to move the heavy object to rescue him. However, Ant-Man Scott was unharmed. He could shrink to a microscopic size and freely navigate through the rubble. "Rocket, hold on, I'm coming to save you." Qiuya observed through her powers for a while, carefully inspecting Thanos' battleship, only to find nothing she desired inside, leaving her somewhat displeased. "Honestly, what does the cosmic overlord have that's worth anything?" The system responded, "Did you think everyone has a system like you? Not even the god of thunder's hammer is impressive. It's just that I indulge you. Forget it, I'll go save people first." With that, Qiuya mimicked a fox diving into the snow, using her head to spear downwards at an accelerated speed. Her body shot through the soil like a sharp arrow, exceeding speeds of Mach 10. This action triggered a minor tremor, causing the surrounding rubble to shake. "We're done for. This is bad." The few trapped below exclaimed in panic, fearing another round of artillery fire. Rocket struggled desperately, but the weight bore down on him mercilessly. "No," his voice was filled with unwillingness. But soon as a beam of light illuminated the darkness, Qiuya appeared like a goddess from the heavens, her beauty and power overwhelming, instilling both awe and reverence. Her face seemed sculpted from the purest jade, noble and graceful. Her eyes resembled the vast, mysterious starry sky, filled with wisdom. Her figure was lithe and elongated like a work of art crafted from the finest lines. Her muscular definition was clear, brimming with power and explosiveness, as if declaring her strength and invincibility. She was utterly captivating. "Little raccoon, I will save you now." Han Qiuya's voice was as melodious as a celestial song, causing Rocket to cease his struggles, staring at her in a daze. As Han Qiuya slowly raised her small fist, another earth-shattering boom erupted. The ground shook again as if a catastrophic earthquake was about to strike. Ant-Man and Hawkeye, who were rescuing Rhodey on the other side, were startled and jumped up, puzzled by the commotion beneath the surface. Rhodey asked in confusion, "Why does it keep shaking? What kind of battle are they having that causes such a ruckus?" The heavy object on Rocket was blasted to dust, and he slowly sat up, his gaze fixed on Han Qiuya, as if she were the only sight he could not look away from. Han Qiuya floated over to Banner, watching him struggle beneath the massive iron plate like the Hulk. She effortlessly lifted the heavy object with a single finger. She elegantly turned her head to look outside with her powers, seeing several individuals preparing for battle. Banner quickly crawled out from under the iron plate. Han Qiuya, still using her powers, lightly pushed the plate, causing it to crash down with a thunderous boom. Banner exclaimed, "Incredible." This display left Banner feeling extremely envious, and in awe, realizing that his own Hulk powers paled in comparison. On the giant stone, Thanos sat leisurely, not rising even when someone appeared. He didn't rush to grab the weapon beside him. Thor's eyes began to shimmer with electricity as he outstretched his hands. With the thunderous roar in the sky, his hammer and axe flew towards him. With both weapons in hand, Thor was filled with confidence. "This time let us completely end him." This time he aimed to strike true at the head. Captain America and Tony said little. The three marched forward with unwavering steps towards Thanos. "You cannot accept failure, yet you still attempt to defeat me by exploiting loopholes. What is the outcome now?" Seeing the trio silent, Thanos revealed a more mocking smile as he looked down at his feet, dismissing their presence and intimidation. "You still have to face me. I once thought that by wiping out half of life, the other half would thrive joyfully. But you have made me realize that this is impossible." Tony, rarely serious, replied, "Yes, we are quite stubborn." Thanos stood up, donning his helmet. "I will turn the entire universe to ashes, and then use the stones you helped me collect to create a new universe. The new universe will be filled with various forms of life, and they will not be like you, but will be grateful for my gifts. A universe of gratitude." Thanos gripped his large blade, preparing to end it all. Captain America raised his shield and immediately retorted, "No, it will be a universe filled with blood debts. They will never know, and no one will tell them, for you will never live to see that time." Thanos spoke in a low tone, tightly gripping his blade. "Oh." Thor could no longer hold back, his body crackling with lightning. He roared, raising his giant axe and swinging it fiercely towards Thanos. Tony's nanotech armor flowed, forming a large sword in his hand. Captain America threw his shield. The battle had commenced. Meanwhile, Hawkeye was gripping the Infinity Gauntlet, fleeing for his life. Behind him, countless four-legged beasts roared, relentlessly pursuing him. In a panic, he fled to a ventilation shaft and quickly shot out a rope, then tightly grasped it, striving to climb upwards. To his astonishment, the four-legged beasts behind him were not shaken off. They screeched and climbed swiftly up the wall of the shaft, closing in on him. Roar! Just as he was about to be caught, a brilliant figure suddenly appeared beside Hawkeye. It lingered for less than half a second, then delivered a powerful punch towards the nearest beast. Bang! The sound of a massive impact was deafening. The aftershock of this punch startled Hawkeye, making him shut his eyes like a frightened child. Another boom sounded as the bottom of the ventilation shaft caved in, forming a massive fist imprint. That punch flattened 7 or 8 four-legged beasts and surrounding debris into 2 dimensions like a giant pancake. The once tumultuous scene suddenly fell silent, leaving only Han Qiuya floating beside Hawkeye, her figure shimmering in the dim light, resembling a goddess of victory. After defeating the pursuing beasts, she silently conversed with the system, not uttering a word. Hawkeye swallowed hard and hurriedly extended the gauntlet, saying, "Here." On the battlefield, the original 3 giants of the Avengers bravely engaged in a fierce battle with Thanos, yet ultimately fell to defeat. Tony was knocked unconscious and Captain America was brought down. As for Thor, he lay there desperately pressing against Thanos' axe with both hands. The axe was mere inches away from his chest. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, his lips twitched as he fought to hold on. However, he could feel his arms growing weaker, unable to withstand any longer. At that critical moment, not far away, the hammer of Thor began to tremble slightly and slowly lift into the air. With a loud bang, the hammer suddenly flew towards Thanos, striking him hard. Thanos was violently hit, staggering back several steps, and the axe slipped away from Thor's chest. Captain America's hand swiftly reached out to catch the flying hammer of Thor. His eyes sparkled with determination as if he had gained immense power. With one hand holding the shield and the other gripping the hammer, Captain America appeared exceptionally coordinated without any sense of dissonance. I knew it. Thor lifted his head, his eyes glinting with joy. Thanos was extremely angered and kicked at Thor. He despised being ambushed and loathed these enemies whom he viewed as mere ants rising to resist him time and again. Roar! Thanos bellowed, charging towards Captain America with his massive blade. Initially, Captain America managed to gain a slight upper hand by catching Thanos off guard, which brought a flicker of hope to Thor. Clearly, Captain America had practiced the hammer-shield combination technique in private. However, before long, Thanos showcased his unparalleled strength, beginning to overpower Captain America, ultimately sending him flying while also shattering his shield. Captain America suffered a severe injury, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, apart from Thanos' helmet being knocked off, he remained unscathed. Faced with Captain America's renewed defiance, his inner fury intensified. These people simply could not understand the hardships and careful planning he had endured. For many years I have fought to maintain the balance of the universe, killing countless, never once shackled by personal emotions. However, today, because of you, I will be even more thorough. I will take great pleasure in completely destroying your ignorant and insignificant planet. Before Thanos could finish his lengthy monologue, the ruins before him suddenly exploded, debris flying everywhere as a massive figure emerged from the ground. It was Ant-Man, who had been hiding beneath the rubble, utilizing his ability to grow larger, transforming into a giant. Qiuya successfully completed her rescue, accurately tossing a group of rescued individuals onto Ant-Man's right shoulder, while she gracefully descended and stood upon his left shoulder. Who is it? Why is it so heavy? Ant-Man, proud of his impressive entrance, suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, causing his massive body to tilt to the left. Sorry, I couldn't control my weight. Adjusting her biofield, Qiuya helped stabilize Ant-Man, who muttered, that was way too heavy, nearly crushed my shoulder. Because I'm a heavyweight goddess. After saying this, she internally called out, is the battle about to begin? System, initiate the live broadcast. Understood, host. Although her points were sufficient and she didn't need to broadcast often, it would be a pity not to take advantage of such a lucrative situation. Hearing the commotion behind him, Captain America had already turned around. He scanned the area, noticing that his teammates on Ant-Man's shoulder were all alive, which brought him immense joy. He then resolutely fixed his gaze on Thanos in the distance. There is a powerful foe here that I have never heard of. Thanos' expression grew serious as he closely watched Qiuya on Ant-Man's shoulder, his eyes filled with vigilance and curiosity. Soon after, Thanos' army received the signal, and his 4 generals appeared through projections. They were General Deathblade, Dark Knight, Neighbor Star, Ebony Maw, and Black Dwarf, all towering and formidable. Behind them, a swarm of 4-legged beasts surged forth. Giant spiked ships descended to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and causing violent tremors. They rushed towards them like a torrent of steel, bringing with them an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the distance, massive alien tanks rumbled towards their direction. Infantry armed with alien guns followed closely behind, clad in protective gear and wielding beam weapons. Additionally, there were various strange and fearsome beasts roaring as they charged towards them at astonishing speeds. Faced with such a formidable presence apart from Qiuya, the others felt unprecedented pressure. At this moment, the people brought back by the gems quickly realized the situation. They wasted no time, immediately preparing to come to the rescue, joining forces to confront Thanos' army. The mages from Taj immediately took action, dispersing to various locations to assist everyone in teleporting for swift battlefield support. Wakanda naturally allocated mages as well. Mage, I've never asked for much in my life, but this time I'm truly asking for your help, Falcon implored the mage beside him. Seeing the mage looking at him in confusion, he quickly added, please open a portal to the left of Captain America. Qiuya gracefully descended from Ant-Man's shoulder, contemplating how to defeat Thanos. However, upon careful thought, she found that her super brain lazy was always good at conserving mental effort. The suggestion was use super strength. Qiuya replied, system, I really want to file a complaint. This brain is useless. Captain, can you hear me? At that moment, a fragmented voice echoed in Captain America's earpiece, a familiar sound to him. He couldn't help but slowly turn around, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Behind him, golden light flickered as massive portals opened. On your left, a familiar figure flew out from the portal, brushing past his left side. It was Falcon, Captain America's friend, who appeared this time from his left. King T'Challa of Wakanda also stepped out from the portal. I'm whiter than you. I'm whiter than you. The soldiers echoed, I'm whiter than you. Then came the Silver Surfer and Doctor Strange. With more and more allies and forces emerging from the portals, the Avengers grew increasingly confident, their morale soaring. Seeing that their numbers were nearly complete and the atmosphere was lively, Qiuya seized the moment to steal Captain America's line. Avengers, assemble. Her voice, though not loud, resonated like the morning bell and evening drum, clearly echoing across the battlefield. As her words fell, the massive coalition behind her sprang into action. Roar! Kill! The Avengers and coalition soldiers roared in unison, their various weapons gleaming fiercely under the sunlight, akin to the scythe of death charging towards Thanos' army. Thanos' expression darkened as he pointed his massive blade forward, and his army surged forth like a tide, equally fierce and imposing. And before the throng of soldiers, without allowing anyone to surpass her, Qiuya slightly bent her knees. Qiuya bent her knees slightly. Then with a sharp whoosh, she shot upward from the ground like a meteor, her speed breathtakingly swift. She did not fly at light speed, instead she used Thor, the second-place contender, as her reference point, maintaining a steady lead of several dozen meters ahead of him. Her slender figure went unnoticed amid the vast battlefield, yet in moments she had effectively renamed that battlefield in her own name. With no grand gesture, she simply puffed out her cheeks. The moment she reached the enemy front lines, she exhaled the longest breath of her life. Instantly, howling gales swept across the field, plunging the entire battlefield into biting, paralyzing cold. This was the flawless fusion of two techniques, hurricane breath and frost breath. A river of glacial vapor streamed from Qiuya's lips, sweeping left to right across the entire front line, its piercing chill sending shivers down even the bravest spines. Wherever the frost spread, legions of enemies froze mid-motion, instantly immobilized as crystalline statues. Thor followed closely behind. Before him stretched only an endless vista of frozen effigies. Wait for me. Leave some foes for me. He clenched his teeth and surged forward in desperate pursuit, but never closed the gap. Everyone trailing behind Thor strained to their limits, yet none could so much as lay a hand upon a single enemy. They burned with longing, to feel the heat of battle, to taste the raw thrill of combat. A Wakandan soldier couldn't suppress his bewilderment. Who is this? If she's this formidable, why didn't she appear 5 years ago? A stone-skinned warrior slowed his pace and murmured to his comrade. Though I've never met her, watching her fight fills me with an inexplicable sense of safety. She must be on our side. Tony Stark flew low, steadying himself. Black Panther and Captain America pursued in tight formation, exchanging a glance. Both saw the same urgent thought flash in each other's eyes: we must accelerate, or we'll become mere spectators. Star-Lord, his body blessed with semi-divine power, marveled inwardly, is this what true divinity looks like? Peter Parker, still reeling from his recent failure, caught up to Tony, grabbed his arm, and launched into a torrent of words. Mr. Stark, you won't believe what just happened. Do you remember space? Mr. Stark, I woke up completely disoriented, only hearing Dr. Strange say the 5-year wait is over. Let's go, they need us. Then he waved that dazzling golden artifact. As Peter spoke, his gaze suddenly locked on Qiuya's astonishing battlefield display. Oh my god, oh my god. She, you know her. Is she Supergirl? Tony began to suspect this chatterbox could talk non-stop for an entire year. Saying nothing more, he stepped forward and pulled Peter into a deep, heartfelt embrace. Oh, Mr. Stark, what are you doing? Peter exclaimed in surprise, but immediately returned the hug, arms wrapping tightly around Tony. This feels amazing. Countless colossal flying insects surged from the sky. Upon seeing them, Qiuya's eyes ignited with crimson light, and searing heat rays blazed forth from her beautiful gaze. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie rode her celestial steed, weapon drawn, charging headlong toward a massive iron-armored insect. Aside from that, goddess, my first kill is mine. But before she reached it, the beast abruptly split cleanly in two and plummeted from the sky. Qiuya's heat vision had struck first, annihilating the creature before her ally could land a blow. Having activated her heat vision, Qiuya saw no need to deactivate it. She hovered serenely in midair, exhaling frost and hurricane winds while scanning the heavens with those blazing eyes. Her incandescent beams cut through the airborne leviathans like scythes through ripe melons, each monstrous insect falling from the sky in rapid succession like raindrops in a sudden downpour. Thanos stood motionless, face stern, silently observing Qiuya's performance, calm and patient, as if awaiting a delivery rider bringing his infinity gauntlet. He remained unmoved by the slaughter of his forces, bodies tumbling like floundering fish. Black Dwarf, seeking to ease his master's burden, launched himself skyward like a bolt of lightning, hurtling straight toward the hovering Qiuya. Qiuya paused mid-action, suspended in air like a flawless gemstone. To others, Black Dwarf's speed might have been startling, but to her it unfolded in slow, deliberate motion. As Black Dwarf raised his colossal weapon to crush her, she merely descended a fraction, then calmly extended her hand and delivered a single effortless finger snap. Boom! With casual precision, she flicked him away as one might dislodge a grain of rice, sending him rocketing upward until he vanished entirely beyond the horizon. Then she turned her gaze toward Ebony Maw and the others, calling out, "Next." Only then did Qiuya deactivate her abilities, allowing the rest of the allies to finally engage living enemies. By now, nearly half of Thanos' elite army lay dead or incapacitated. This overwhelming advantage ignited fierce exhilaration among the ranks. Star-Lord astonishingly fought while singing and dancing an outrageously flashy routine. Rhodey watched the spectacle and glanced sidelong at Nebula. "Say, should we just knock him out?" Ebony Maw resolved to relieve Thanos of his burden. With self-perceived elegance, he glided forward and hovered just above Qiuya, taller by a head, then began speaking in an arrogant tone. "Listen carefully. Master Thanos places great hope in you. Your insignificant life would be better spent surrendering willingly." "Stop." Qiuya raised her hand. How utterly impolite, for a puny earthling to interrupt me so rudely. Though Ebony Maw had witnessed Qiuya effortlessly hurling Black Dwarf aside, and thus knew her strength was extraordinary, he still considered himself vastly superior to the dwarf. Moreover, his telekinetic abilities were known to counter many adversaries. He extended his arm and unleashed his telekinesis, attempting to drag Qiuya toward him midair and throttle her by the throat. "And you have yet to witness true power. That's it. I heard you can't survive in the vacuum of space." Qiuya smirked, a mischievous yet captivating expression, as she recalled her body's density now rivaled that of a black hole. With no biological force field active, everything nearby was inevitably drawn toward her. How absurd then that he thought he could move her at all. She simply adjusted her biological force field, dramatically increasing her apparent weight. Ebony Maw instantly sensed her unnatural heaviness. His brow furrowed, confusion deepening as he strained every ounce of his telekinetic might. She stood slender and graceful, wielding no magic. Yet even at full power, his telekinesis failed to budge her by a single millimeter. "Is that all? I heard you cannot survive in space." Qiuya grinned wickedly, though even her wicked grin was radiant. Fans watching the live broadcast scrambled to capture screenshots. "My." Ebony Maw paused, momentarily stunned. Without another word, Qiuya snapped her fingers, and behind him a golden portal shimmered into existence. In one fluid motion, she surged forward and delivered a precise kick, propelling Ebony Maw violently into the void, where he swiftly froze solid under the cosmic chill. How delightfully amusing. Indeed. Then, with characteristic restraint, Qiuya unleashed a searing beam of radiant energy, reducing Ebony Maw to ash, and sealed the portal shut. Thanos, that tyrant of the cosmos, rampaged unchecked across star systems, orchestrating slaughter after slaughter. Many among the allied forces loathed him with visceral hatred. Below on the battlefield, the Alliance held the upper hand, and seized the moment, pressing their advantage fiercely, each soldier racing to claim their share of the enemy. Qiuya, observing the chaotic melee from above, casually exchanged credits for a fragrant basket of crispy fried chicken and a rich aromatic milk tea, then settled in to watch the battle unfold at leisure, occasionally lending support with precisely aimed thermal beams. Elsewhere, Nebula showed no mercy, dispatching her former self without hesitation. The Avengers likewise eliminated Proxima Midnight, and now clashed fiercely with Thanos, Corvus Glaive, and their legion of soldiers. Rhodey, however, refrained from knocking out Star-Lord. Star-Lord, for his part, wasted no time verifying whether Gamora recognized him, instead reaching tenderly to caress her face, only to be met with a lightning-fast kick to the groin that sent him crashing to the ground. Where is the Infinity Gauntlet? Where is Nebula? After slashing Captain America aside with a single stroke, Thanos turned sharply toward Corvus Glaive. He was now clearly outmatched. Only with the stones in hand would he feel secure. She does not respond. She must be. Corvus Glaive hurled a soldier backward with a brutal strike, scanned the battlefield, and suddenly pointed, shouting, "My lord, the Infinity Gauntlet lies there. Bring it to me." "Yes, my lord." Corvus Glaive bowed sharply in reply. Meanwhile, Captain America rose to his feet, raised his hand, and a mighty axe flew back into his grip. Thor descended swiftly. "The big one's mine. The little hammer's yours." Tony cleared away minor foes and hurried toward Doctor Strange. "Hey, you said our odds of victory were exactly 1 in 14 million. Tell me, is this the one? This scenario, I've never seen it before." "What do you mean?" Tony frowned. Doctor Strange gazed silently upon the battlefield, where the tide had unmistakably turned in their favor, and felt for the first time a profound dissonance between foresight and reality. The Ancient One had called him the most gifted seer of all, but what he observed now bore no resemblance to any vision he had ever beheld. "This outcome does not appear in any of my 14,605 possible futures. Then, can you peer further ahead? I'll protect you. Tony's voice was urgent. After a brief pause, Dr. Strange nodded. He knew hesitation was no longer an option. Assuming a meditative posture, he levitated slightly and began scanning the branching possibilities of the future, starting from this very moment. Visions flickered through his mind, fractured scenes, divergent outcomes, cascading consequences. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, wide with disbelief. He descended gently to the ground and immediately lifted his gaze skyward. Tony dispatched several foot soldiers and turned toward him. Well, Doctor. Dr. Strange remained silent, his eyes fixed upon Qiuya, suspended high above. There she floated, graceful, poised, sovereign. Now, and then she exhaled frost that froze enemies solid. Now, and then she fired incandescent beams, each strike surgical, unerring. Her fried chicken was gone, but she sipped her milk tea calmly, utterly unruffled by the chaos below. Doctor, tell me, can we win? Is this the one? Tony pressed urgently, fearing the worst, that Strange had glimpsed a future where victory remained forever beyond their reach. At last Dr. Strange stirred. He raised a single finger, pointing straight upward toward Qiuya. Tony understood instantly, and his expression hardened with resolve. He chose to trust him. That single raised digit, 1, meant this was the sole timeline in which they triumphed. Just as Tony prepared to launch skyward, Dr. Strange spoke again, quiet, certain, irrevocable. I have witnessed 14,605 distinct ways in which Thanos may die. Dr. Strange, starting from the time just now to browse the future, I saw 14,605 ways Thanos could die. Tony was momentarily taken aback. What? It means that no matter how things develop next, we will win every time, while Thanos will not win. Dr. Strange raised his voice. Tony, somewhat incredulous, asked, then why did you gesture 1? Were you not trying to tell me this is the one time we win? I wasn't indicating 1, I was pointing to the goddess in the sky. While observing these 14,605 futures, I saw her defeating Thanos in 14,605 ways. Tony fell silent for a moment, still finding it hard to believe. Believe it or not, Dr. Strange said as his red cloak lifted him into the air. Tony quickly chased after him and asked, is there anything we cannot do? Dr. Strange hovered in midair. Tony asked with concern, I mean, are there mistakes we cannot afford to make that would lead to Thanos' victory? Dr. Strange, in a relaxed manner, cast a spell to eliminate a few enemy minions. Since he became the Sorcerer Supreme, he had never felt so relaxed. He replied, there's nothing to be cautious about. You can do whatever you want right now. Could he really go home and dance now? Tony nodded, saying, I hope you're right. The Infinity Gauntlet was being passed around among the Avengers, and the General of the Black Order could not retrieve it by himself. However, soon Thanos seized the opportunity to act like a trickster. He keenly judged the timing, and suddenly threw a spinning knife that accurately knocked the Infinity Gauntlet from Black Panther's hand before rushing towards the gauntlet that had fallen to the ground. At that moment, a red figure descended from the sky, blocking Thanos' path. She wore a red battle suit, her eyes emanating an oppressive red light, her hands entwined with scarlet energy. You took everything from me, Wanda said angrily, word by word. I don't know you. Thanos responded, feeling the intense energy radiating from her, his expression growing more serious. A heavenly Qiuya had already left him feeling uneasy, and now another powerful woman he had never heard of appeared. But Thanos was not afraid. He charged at Wanda with his big sword. Filled with a desire for revenge, Wanda's strength surged beyond her usual capacity. She began to engage in a fierce battle with Thanos, her powerful magic clashing violently against Thanos' dominating force. Meanwhile, the General of the Black Order seized the opportunity to pick up the gauntlet, but Thanos was too occupied to respond. He had to face the combined attacks of several Avengers. Soon Wanda gained the upper hand, her scarlet energy directly shattering Thanos' sword. With a lift of her hand, Thanos was suspended in the air by a strong scarlet energy, his armor gradually disassembling under Wanda's control. However, Thanos' body was surprisingly tough, despite Wanda's immense power, she could not directly breach his defenses. Open fire! Thanos shouted urgently. At his command, the General of the Black Order immediately relayed the order to the warships in the sky. In an instant, countless shells began to rain down from the sky, pouring towards their location. How dare such trivial skills show off here? Mighty Dragon! A loud battle cry echoed across the battlefield. Qiuya shouted, retracting her unfinished milk tea into her space, raising her fist triumphantly as she charged towards the sky. Her body shot through the sky like a meteor, soaring into the clouds. As a superwoman with a steel body, her physique became the most powerful weapon. In the live stream, viewers from various universes were filled with excitement, causing Qiuya's score to skyrocket. Marvel's main universe. Thor looked at another version of himself in the live stream, filled with confusion and astonishment, internally exclaiming, Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I have gotten so fat? Tony, Captain America, and the others were equally shocked and incredulous. They witnessed another version of themselves from a different universe, the strange, yet familiar feeling leaving them somewhat at a loss. Han Qiuya's steel body flew up from below, piercing through the massive warship. Bang! With a loud crash, the warship shook and tilted. Immediately after, Han Qiuya became excited, significantly reducing her biofield, then accelerated to several times the speed of sound, planning to penetrate the warship again. As her biofield gradually dissipated, her size remained unchanged, but her weight drastically increased. Her slender figure became akin to a black hole, generating immense gravitational force. Before even touching the warship, its sides were already drawn towards her. She expanded her biofield, and at the moment of contact it was as if two planets collided, unleashing earth-shattering energy. The entire battlefield trembled, as if the power of the heavens and earth converged at that instant. Boom! The explosive sound was deafening, rendering everyone unable to hear each other. All were left dumbfounded, halting their actions to gaze at the scene unfolding in the sky. The massive warship exploded violently, like flowers scattering from a celestial maiden, debris flying everywhere. Then Han Qiuya used her biofield to attract all the fragments, pulling them outward into outer space. Meanwhile, Wanda was too focused on her own revenge to pay attention to this. She continued dismantling Thanos' armor. Taking advantage of everyone being distracted by the commotion above, the General of the Black Order rushed toward Wanda and interrupted her spell. Thanos broke free from the scarlet energy and fell from the sky. Then the General of the Black Order threw the gauntlet. It landed beside Thanos, who stood up to pick it up, revealing a victorious smile. At that moment, Captain Marvel's figure was swiftly flying over. Seeing the situation before her, her expression changed slightly. Oh no, I'm too late. Meanwhile, Tony, Thor, Captain America, and others quickly surrounded Thanos. Only Doctor Strange landed not far from Thanos, his face devoid of panic. Han Qiuya landed beside the fallen Wanda and helped her up. Wanda placed her hand on her arm, feeling a sense of closeness from her aura. She smiled at Wanda, saying, "Are you okay?" "Thank you. I'm fine. Don't worry, watch me take care of him." After reassuring Wanda, she gracefully strode toward Thanos, her long legs clad in black silk. After Thanos donned the gauntlet, he hesitated not at all. With a face full of victorious smiles, he turned to the crowd, who could not stop him, and pronounced word by word, "I am the Destined One." Bang! The sound of the snap echoed. No! Panic gripped the onlookers. Why, everyone feared this was the end. The Fushus and the Inha had closed in and halted their advance. The raucous battlefield fell into a rare hush. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Miba's expression shifted. The effortless, annihilating calm that had clung to him vanished entirely. He lowered his gaze to the 6 glittering stones on the gauntlet and murmured, "Fake. Those are only a few glowing beads on your hand. The genuine gems are with me." Han Qiuya stepped forward and faced Miba, lifting both hands. 6 stones flowed along her arms to the backs of her hands. Destiny does not belong to you. Within Han Qiuya's system shop, one could purchase artifacts from countless worlds and realms. However, to buy at a discounted price, she must defeat the corresponding person or object or complete a system task. Otherwise, she would have to pay the exorbitant original cost. Earlier, she had searched for counterfeit gems capable of simulating the side effects of the real ones, and indeed such imitations existed. Moreover, because she already owned a full set, each gem now cost only a tenth of its price, 1 million per stone, so she did not hesitate to buy a set and hand it to Miba. Qiuya watched the scene, drew a slow breath, and turned to leave. He had no appetite for witnessing Miba's final moments. In any case, Miba could not last more than 10 minutes now. He felt lighthearted and brisk. Without fuss, he drew a circle and moved off to find something to eat. Seeing Tuoni Sitake staring blankly, Qiuya merely smiled and nodded. "Excuse me for a moment," he said calmly as he stepped through a portal. "Where is he going?" Tuoni looked on in puzzlement. Tuoni muttered to himself that this unreliable trickster would sooner or later cause trouble, but his thought was cut short by Miba's reaction. "Impossible!" Miba exclaimed when he saw the staggering energy emanating from the stones on Han Qiuya's hands. "You possess 2 sets of gems. How can that be?" Han Qiuya could not help a smile at Miba's astonishment. She half wished he could visit the Shijian Guanli and see the drawers overflowing with gems for himself. "Yeah!" cried Wangren Jiangju, and Miba's ferocious lieutenant, famed for his bravery, and surged forward to relieve his master. He charged with blade, flashing every ounce of his might behind the strike. Han Qiuya stood like a statue, unmoved, and awaited the blow that was meant to cleave her shoulder. With a single clang, Wangren Jiangju's arm went numb from the impact. To his astonishment, the blade had not even severed a single strand of her long hair. The combatants became bystanders, eyes riveted on the scene. One onlooker burst out, "Oh, my word, mister. Sitake, did you know she was this formidable? Her physical strength is absurd. No man would dare harbor thoughts. Is she from Krypton? Where was she 5 years ago? Tuoni Sitake was left speechless. Peter Lida interrupted him. This is rare. Record it with your camera. Wangren Jiangjian's fierce visage fell away as terror settled in his eyes when they rested on Han Qiuya. The weapon he bore was called Juesher Ji Run. Oh, it could cut atoms with ease. In the Manhua Infinity, Wangren Jiangjian's blade had carved through Hauka and even one of Marvel's Superman Habilong. Han Qiuya moved with lightning swiftness, snatching the long blade from his hand. With the other hand, she pinched 2 strands of her hair between her fingers and plucked them free. Her hair was light, not at all bearing the terrifying density of her body. System, why are my hairs still so light? The system answered at once. After the host grows stronger, hair density does not change automatically. If you desire high-density hair, choose to shave your head. The new hair will match your current bodily density. Han Qiuya listened quietly to the system's explanation. Holding the long blade in one hand, she folded the 2 strands of hair twice. She laid the hair across the blade and blew gently. With that breath, the strands seemed to take on life and drew themselves toward the edge as if compelled. There came a faint snap, and to everyone's astonishment, the blade developed a notch from her hair. The nick shimmered with a pale light as though recounting what had just transpired. Viewers in the stream erupted in excitement. Chat flooded with Mandarin comments. Yangji, I know this trick, but how did the blade break? Blow hair breaks blade. Blow hair breaks blade. 1 inch. Test complete. Under Wangren Jiangjian's stupefied gaze, Han Qiuya seized his blade with one hand and thrust it fiercely at him. After professional testing, this blade is defective, she declared. The long blade pierced Wangren Jiangjian's body. Wang Dao watched the scene and felt a grim satisfaction. It was how Huangji had once been pierced. Nieba understood the outcome was sealed. Within the circle of foes, he sat heavily upon a ruined boulder, disregarding everyone else and fixing his gaze upon Han Qiuya. As one of the strong, you should comprehend the necessity of preserving cosmic balance. At this rate, the universe's resources will one day be exhausted. Tuoni was eager to argue, such assertions are nonsense. The evolution and development of the universe follow natural laws. Your forcible interference is the true violation of that order. Nieba was not surprised by Tuoni's retort. You would not understand. This is a benediction, he replied. Meanwhile, in the primary Manway universe, Nieba learned of Luoji's failure, strode to his vault, donned the Infinity Gauntlet, and revealed a menacing, imperious smile. Very well, I must take the field personally. Womahu hurried to show Nieba the livestream. In moments, Nieba watched the footage of his own defeat and was left speechless. On the broadcast, Han Qiuya produced the last few sips of her milk tea and swallowed them. Just as Captain America was about to retort to Nieba, she finished the drink. Noting Nieba still seated, as if nothing had happened, Han Qiuya's expression hardened. You dare sit and speak before me, she snapped. She flung the cup to the ground, flashed before him, and delivered a crushing blow to his face. To the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. Nieba was floored by the strike. His head took a grievous hit, and he slipped into a confusion of mind. The defensive might that Nieba had once taken pride in was utterly outmatched by Han Qiuya's wildly excessive superhuman strength. To make matters worse for him, the 6 counterfeit gems on his glove produced adverse effects even stronger than those of genuine stones. He had blamed Tuoni Sitake's craftsmanship when he first donned the gauntlet, feeling deeply aggrieved. Struggling to rise, he meant to demand of Han Qiuya why she, now so formidable, would scheme against him. But as he half rose, Han moved. She looked down at him from above and said, this technique is called strike a portion, keep 9 parts in reserve. Her next punch came down with brutal swiftness. With a thunderous crash, Nieba's massive body collapsed to the ground. Is this it? Qingting Nu asked in bewilderment, staring at the assembled heroes. She could scarcely believe the mighty Nieba had been felled in 2 moves. They had once nearly been annihilated fighting him on his own world. Han Qiuya turned to Suor without a word. Suor pointed to himself as if asking, shall I finish him? She nodded. Suor gripped his axe and let out a roar, then brought it down with savage force. Nieba's head rolled upon the earth. Suor murmured to himself, this time I aimed for the head. The live stream buzzed with fervent discussion. This battle was absolutely exhilarating. Indeed, watching the goddess settle Nieba was immensely satisfying. At last the universe may return to peace. The viewers of the Fulian broadcast exhaled in unison. The oppressive weight upon their hearts seemed to lift. The goddess' performance was magnificent, and she seems to grow lovelier by the day. Yes, I hope she streams more often and posts more videos. Yet not all viewers believed Nieba could be so easily disposed of. Some unfamiliar spectators commented, is that all? I thought he would be far more formidable. I expected a fiercer battle. Did you notice the expressions and glances of the others? That villain is surely no ordinary foe. It's because the goddess is so powerful now, as she made it seem effortless. If you think you could do better, why don't you try a? Captain Marvel quietly slipped to the rear of the assembly and flew away upon seeing Miba's demise. Back in the primary Manway universe, Mieba and his lieutenants replayed the recorded broadcast. Watching the footage of his own death, Mieba remained silent for a long while. My lord, shall we flee? Womahu posed a prudent question. The Jutush operatives realized Qiuya was currently in another universe. For them, this presented an opportunity. They set to work feverishly constructing 3 sky carriers. Their plan was to launch while Qiuya was absent a newly invented high-tech device from those carriers. The device would identify and eliminate any targets that might threaten them. Qiuya, having eaten his fill, returned to the scene. Tony quipped at him, but Qiuya paid it no mind. Qiuya addressed Qiuya as his senior sister and expressed the hope that she would visit more often. He cast a concerned glance at Wangda, hinting at something unspoken. The sight reminded Qiuya of the film she had seen, Wangda Xuanqinji, in which Wangda had annihilated the Illuminati. Qiuya decided she might help Wangda later, but for now she only exchanged a few words with the others and did not linger. After returning the gems, she traded for a cross-dimensional communicator for Wangda and departed. Wangda remained trapped within the Jutush's grasp. Qiuya resolved to take the opportunity to deal with the Jutush and its branch, the Shidun while she was en route. Ding! System upgrading. This battle combined with livestream revenue yielded a total of 676 billion points, bringing Qiuya's cumulative score to 511. 263 billion. Back in the main Marvel universe, she activated her supervision and X-ray sight from the upper atmosphere, scanning the entire planet for Wanda, when suddenly the system's voice chimed in. Ding! System upgrade complete. And she had been intensely preoccupied with the prospect of returning home. Hearing the system reawaken, Qiuya froze mid-motion and urgently pressed, System. Tell me now about what you previously mentioned regarding my return home. Host, excellent news. This upgrade has enabled the system to locate the spatial coordinates of your original universe. And in truly. Qiuya's breath quickened. She drew a deep, steadying inhale. And then what are we waiting for? Open the interdimensional gateway. I'm going home to be the patriot, free to do as I please. As she spoke, her elegant eyes flickered crimson. And not yet possible, host. Why? Your home lies too far away. The system currently lacks the capacity to bridge such cosmic distances. Prior to this, it expended vast reserves of system energy to imprison deities across multiple universes, including Marvel and DC, and remains locked in an ongoing struggle against them. You will ultimately need to defeat them yourself. And hope flared, then vanished. Qiuya fell silent for a long moment, speechless. No wonder no deity had intervened when she ravaged stars across the Milky Way. She'd assumed the cosmos was devoid of gods. In truth, the system had quietly shielded her. It proactively disclosed critical developments. And in fine, with quiet disappointment, Qiuya raised her hands and tore open space, a jagged rift yawning wide, as she reached through and yanked forth an enormous throne. This was the floating throne, Thanos' personal seat. So colossal it rendered Qiuya's frame appear delicate. Now it belonged to her. She cast a cleansing spell upon it, then settled onto the throne, leaning back with one hand supporting her cheek. Host, though this system cannot arbitrarily rewrite world rules or alter character attributes like some omnipotent counterparts, your odds of drawing this tier of system were 1 in 100 million, far surpassing novice-grade systems. Yet fortune favored the system too. At the Grand System Assembly it secured, with odds of 1 in a trillion, the newcomer's grand gift, a perfected Kryptonian female, superhuman physique and bloodline. When Qiuya murmured, "Your capabilities seem rather modest," the system responded with a torrent of justification. And is that so? And then, and only then, did she realize the extraordinary caliber of her own configuration, and felt a quiet surge of delight. Thus, though the system itself cannot achieve this, yet you can. You are the ultimate weapon. Verify it yourself in the system shop. No such power is purchasable there. Myself. Then how must I proceed? And understand this, host. Sufficient power does not merely rent space. It shatters space-time itself, even prying open gateways between universes. So, I must grow stronger. And though disheartened by the delay in returning home, the certainty that her return remained possible tempered her despair. Host, this upgrade grants the system a new function: dynamic quest generation. Random quests will now emerge organically calibrated to your actions. And that's promising. Thanos knew Qiuya might return after concluding her livestream, and he chose neither flight nor concealment. Instead, he set course for Xander, intent on seizing the Power Stone to tip fate in his favor. In an en route, his subordinates reported that the floating throne had been wrenched from its anchorage through a fissure in space. Thanos dismissed the report without pause. Time was scarce. He accelerated further, abandoning plans to slaughter planets along his path. In the void, Qiuya located Wanda and tore violently into the fabric of space to reach her. Ding! Random quest activated. Rescue Wanda from Hydra. Reward mystery box. A quest so soon, yet it aligned perfectly with her intent. Curiosity stirred. What wonders might the mystery box unveil? In Wanda, clad in a prisoner's uniform, floated objects midair within her cell, her hands radiating crimson energy as she honed her telekinetic control. She watched transfixed as space before her split open, revealing the statuesque silhouette of a goddess framed by a celestial backdrop like a living fresco. As Qiuya approached, the starfield behind her dissolved seamlessly, the rift sealing itself shut through natural spatial repair. In Wanda, I'm taking you out. Wanda stood frozen, watching her levitated objects tumble soundlessly to the floor. In Wanda's expression, she murmured softly. She recognized Qiuya instantly, the iconic Supergirl, her lifelong idol. In lifting Wanda into a regal cradle, Qiuya smiled gently. Hold on tight. In her arms, Wanda curled like a docile kitten, slender arms encircling Qiuya's neck. And then Qiuya drew back her fist and struck the adjacent wall with thunderous force. Boom! The barrier between cells collapsed in a roar of pulverized concrete and steel. In the room's surveillance feeds, she didn't spare them a glance. The nearest guard fled the moment he glimpsed her, while simultaneously radioing his superior. Panic erupted across the base. Hydra agents abandoned posts, evacuating en masse without resistance. Hydra's central command received the alert instantly. Pierce convened an emergency council with senior operatives in a secure war room. Their verdict: no more delays. Launch all 3 helicarriers immediately. After demolishing the wall, Quicksilver, mid-stride on a treadmill, jolted to a halt. But he recovered swiftly. Whoever this intruder was, whatever her intentions toward his sister, he would stand as her first and final obstacle. He surged forward at 5 Mach, blurring into a cyclone around her. Yet as he streaked past her face, his pupils contracted sharply, his serene composure shattering entirely. Referential expression image in her eyes tracked his supersonic motion with perfect, unhurried precision. Stop running. I'm here to rescue you. Qiuya set Wanda down, shook her head at Quicksilver, whose 5 Mach speed still left him vulnerable to bullets, and delivered a single decisive palm strike that sent him unconscious. Moments later, Qiuya soared skyward, cradling Wanda, while Quicksilver drifted dazedly in her wake. In scanning recent transmissions, she learned the Avengers had just concluded their post-battle barbecue gathering. With a glance through solid matter, she confirmed most Avengers, and her own Goddess Alliance members, were present. She entrusted Wanda and Quicksilver to the Terminator's care at the villa, then blinked into the party's heart. A lively hammer-lifting contest was underway. Thor had placed Mjolnir on the table, inviting all to try. In each failed attempt earned him another radiant, self-satisfied smile. Selena spotted Qiuya instantly. Her face lit with delight as she waved and called out, "Boss." All turned, greeting her warmly. "Boss, boss, goddess, Ms. Han, hello everyone. It's been too long." Qiuya poured herself a glass of wine, shimmered into an elegant crimson gown, and settled in as a delighted spectator. "Carry on. I'll answer your questions shortly." "Goddess, we've just finished watching your livestream," said Agent Hill, nodding appreciatively. Tony nodded too. "Rhodey, lend me a hand." Lifting it grants dominion over Asgard. "Is that correct, Thor?" Indeed. He smiled, though Captain America's earlier attempt had only caused the hammer to tremble faintly. In the livestream, however, Cap had wielded it effortlessly. Still, Thor stole a nervous glance at his elder sister, fearing she might step forward to humiliate him. Ding. Quest completed. Rescue Wanda from Hydra. Reward claimed. Mystery box. At the chime, Qiuya grinned playfully. "Open it, dear system. Let's see what treasures you've prepared." Ding. Mystery box opened. Item deposited into system storage. Accessible at your discretion. Qiuya focused her while surveying her system's vast expanse, 10 million cubic kilometers of curated void. At its center rested Lingshan star, its colossal serene sphere spanning 200 kilometers in diameter. She recalled slicing off a 1-kilometer fragment last time, wondering if Xiao Mei and the others had exhausted it yet. In a distant corner, she found the small black box, its surface emblazoned with the official poster for Avengers Endgame. Really, system, this reward is technically useful, but barely. Clearly, simple quests yield modest returns. However, the arrival of the Avengers Endgame movie is just in time, as she is too lazy to explain the plot to them. But what if they still have more questions after watching it? What if I just don't answer? Sigh. Thinking too much makes my head spin and my super brain needs to rest. System, give me a suggestion. I want to share the movie. How should I explain it better? Host, this system is not your brain. It won't offer suggestions and cannot interfere with your decisions as it violates system rules. Qiuya interrupted. Then system, help me search for Marvel movies in the mall. I want to see the prices. In the next moment, a panel appeared in Han Qiuya's consciousness. Marvel movies in chronological order: 1. Captain America: The First Avenger 0.0000001, discounted to 1,000 points. 2. Captain Marvel 0.0000001, discounted to 1,000 points. 3. Iron Man 0.0000001, discounted to 1,000 points. 4. The Incredible Hulk 0.0000001, discounted to 1,000 points. 5. Iron Man 2 0.0000001, discounted to 1,000 points. 6. Thor 0.0000001, discounted to 1,000 points. 7. The Avengers 0.0000001, discounted to 1,000 points. 8. Thor: The Dark World 10 billion points. 9. Iron Man 3 10 billion points. 10. Captain America: The Winter Soldier 10 billion points. 11. Guardians of the Galaxy 10 billion points. 12. Guardians of the Galaxy Vol. 2 10 billion points. 13. Avengers Age of Ultron 10 billion points. 14. Ant-Man 10 billion points. 15. Captain America Civil War 10 billion points. 16. Spider-Man Homecoming 10 billion points. 17. Black Panther 10 billion points. 18. Doctor Strange 10 billion points. 19. Thor Ragnarok 10 billion points. 20. Avengers Infinity War 10 billion points. 21. Ant-Man and the Wasp 10 billion points. 22. Avengers Endgame 0.0000001, discounted to 1,000 points. Han Qiuya exclaimed, "Darn it, system, is this movie made of gold or silver? Every full-priced one costs 10 billion. I can't bear to buy it." The system replied. Han Qiuya glanced around and realized that the prices for the previous movies had all been heavily discounted, including the Avengers Endgame movie she received. System, buy the ones with discounts and send them directly to the Sky Network, then explain it to the Sky Network and let it give me a suggestion. The system remained silent for a moment. Okay, host, the purchase and sending have been successful and the explanation is clear. The AI of the Sky Network finished watching the movie in less than a second and responded, "Master, I suggest you let the film appear unexpectedly without acknowledging your association with it. Very good, I'll give you a chicken leg as a reward." Han Qiuya decided that from now on she would let the Sky Network handle the small matters she was too lazy to think about. The Sky Network replied, "Thank you, Master. The electronic chicken leg has been generated and consumed. Additionally, I remind the Master that the data regarding your Avengers Endgame Tony Stark armor has been sent to the company. President Little May is arranging for scientists to research and manufacture it. Very good, you are indeed my capable assistant." It's a pity that many powerful uses of the Sky Network were lost in her hands, as she had already become too strong. At the hammer-raising scene, interested participants tried to lift the hammer, but only Captain America's attempt made Thor's expression change slightly. Natasha expressed no interest in trying. The event ended and no one was able to lift the hammer. Tony's expression remained unchanged as he took a sip from his glass, but internally he felt a bit disgruntled and laughed at Clint beside him, saying, "This hammer must have been tampered with. Maybe it has his fingerprints or some password on it." No. Your explanation is creative, but I have a simpler one. You all are unworthy," Thor said as he easily picked up the hammer. Successfully showing off in front of everyone, he was in an exceptionally good mood, displaying his signature goofy smile. Agent Hill, dressed in a stunning red gown, glanced at the dazed Han Qiuya and said with a smile, "The goddess hasn't tried yet." Previously, Han Qiuya had brought her back to the villa and after just one night together had gifted her a powerful nanosymbiotic battle suit, which left her feeling somewhat confused. In her interactions with Han Qiuya, she found her to be someone she liked a lot, but also quite playful. Calling Han Qiuya mischievous didn't fit her goddess image. Agent Hill's attention was still focused on Han Qiuya, and as a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she naturally had the information that Han Qiuya could lift it. Han Qiuya came back to her senses and asked in confusion, "Me? No. I was mistaken. Besides my sister." Thor's smile instantly disappeared, replaced by the expectant smiles of everyone. "Haha, I said it," Tony said somewhat drunkenly. Han Qiuya smiled at Hill and softly said, "Hill, you should try too. I can guarantee you'll be able to lift it." "Really, goddess?" Hill raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, put down her long legs crossed and the glass in her hand, and smiled at Thor. Thor's expression changed slightly as he slowly placed the hammer back on the table, sat upright, and remained still, his gaze scanning between Hill, Han Qiuya, and the hammer. Everyone's attention was drawn to Hill's actions. Trusting Han Qiuya's words, Hill, full of curiosity, stepped forward and gently grasped the hammer with one hand. The hammer lifted. "Good. Everyone couldn't help but cheer as they looked at Thor, whose expression seemed somewhat aggrieved as he glanced at Han Qiuya, feeling a mix of joy. Thor's Mjolnir had long been entrusted to Han Qiuya by Odin. Odin had also stated that at the right time Han Qiuya could crush the hammer to help Thor grow into a true god of thunder rather than a hammer god. Now Han Qiuya believed that whoever was deemed worthy could easily lift it. At the gathering, Pepper, who had just stepped out for something, returned holding a box and walked up to Tony saying, "Tony, your package." Tony took it puzzled. "What's inside? I don't remember ordering anything recently." Pepper replied, "Maybe you forgot, or perhaps it's a surprise from one of your lovers." "Oh." Tony opened the box with curiosity and discovered a miniature USB drive resting atop several exquisite posters that looked like movie covers. He picked up the USB drive, and his gaze fell on the sender's name on the side of the box. "Sender Stan Lee. What is this?" Han Qiuya jumped over curiously to Tony's side. "J-R-V-I-S. What's on the USB drive?" Tony casually asked the artificial intelligence after inserting the USB drive. J-R-V-I-S was silent for a few seconds before replying, "Sir, the USB drive contains several movies that I believe you and your friends may need to watch personally." Everyone was very curious and picked up a poster to take a look. Hill held the poster for the first Avengers movie while Han Qiuya and Natasha leaned in curiously to see. The poster had both Chinese and English text, and Hill read out the large characters with confusion. "The Avengers release date is May 5th, 2012. Is this a movie poster?" Han Qiuya joked, "It really looks like a movie poster. It features Tony and Hulk. But when did S-H-I-E-L-D arrange for the Avengers to make a movie? Even Hulk is acting now. There's also Director Fury on it, though he is the smallest character drawn. He's actually gone to act too," Natasha said with a laugh, taking a sip of her drink. Since the director wasn't present, she referred to him directly like that. Thor picked up the exquisite poster for Thor: The Dark World from the box, depicting him holding his hammer in a heroic pose, and exclaimed, "Who made this? The quality is quite impressive." Everyone also picked up various posters, joking on the surface while feeling filled with doubt inside. That USB drive might contain related movies. Banner held the poster for The Incredible Hulk, commenting internally, "Clearly, it should be The Incredible Hulk. A female superhero could easily take down Hulk." Upon hearing Tony's words, everyone looked at him. Tony said, "Indeed, how about we watch Avengers Endgame first?" He glanced at Han Qiuya as he spoke. "No objections. No objections. That works. J-R-V-I-S. Play the movie." As soon as Tony finished speaking, a massive projection appeared. Seeing this, Han Qiuya exchanged for a portion of popcorn and mixed in with the crowd, ready to rewatch the movie, as there were many scenes she couldn't recall. Subsequently, with confusion in their hearts, they spent a few hours quietly watching Avengers Endgame. After the movie ended, they felt unsettled for a long time, with even more questions. Seeing that everyone was looking at each other without speaking, Tony was the first to break the silence. "This is a story from another parallel universe that is similar to ours." His voice carried a hint of gravity and contemplation. "The Thanos in it actually wiped out half of the population. Although they ultimately prevailed, we should have stopped him in advance." Steve clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a determined resolve. Thor, reflecting on his own movie's portrayal of dejection, remained silent. "Yes, we can find him, and then," Rhodes said while gesturing with his hands in a choking motion, looking at Han Qiuya. Natasha remarked, "Indeed, the goddess can take him out in an instant. So we don't actually need to worry. Their failure was mainly because there wasn't a female superhero present to hold the fort." Banner seemed to recall something, glancing at Han Qiuya before speculating. "Previously, the goddess was live streaming in a setting related to Avengers Endgame, and the plot and battle process were clearly different from this movie. It should be that when the goddess was using energy to search the universe, she accidentally stumbled into a similar parallel universe that is further along the timeline. After she eliminated Thanos, fearing it would disrupt that timeline, she returned immediately." Banner's voice conveyed admiration and respect for Han Qiuya. Hearing this, Han Qiuya silently gave Banner a thumbs up. He truly was her excellent employee, having explained everything for her. The research funds she allowed him to spend freely were not wasted. Should she reward him with something? Right, for Tony's technology in Endgame, she would reward him by having him help her study and manufacture it. As a scientist, Banner was very willing to engage with advanced technology. After watching a 3-hour movie, the sky had gradually darkened. The lights flickered on the distant streets, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound. Rhodes glanced at his watch, then turned to everyone and asked, "What about the other movies? Should we continue watching now?" His eyes showed a hint of fatigue, but also a glimmer of anticipation. Captain America looked up. "How about you send us all the movies, Tony? We can watch them freely at home and regroup in a couple of days." "All right." Tony agreed without hesitation, instructing J-R-V-I-S to send the movie files to everyone. Soon after, Tony began to send everyone off one by one. Selena wanted to go back to DC. After Han Qiuya sent her back, she returned to her own villa. At this moment, Tony was at home, giving instructions to J.R.V.I.S. Find someone named Stan Lee and notify me as soon as you locate him. Understood, sir. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Captain America's face, and he got up as usual to prepare for his morning run. After putting on his workout gear, he stepped out of the house and onto his familiar running route. Unsurprisingly, he encountered Falcon, who was also out for a morning run. Falcon was his new neighbor, a retired soldier with a strong build, and his eyes reflected determination and resolve. Recently, Captain America had just gotten to know him and learned through Avengers Endgame that Falcon would eventually join the Avengers. Good morning. Captain America greeted Falcon. As Falcon ran, he saw Captain America pulling ahead and responded, "Good morning, Captain." Despite knowing he couldn't catch up with Captain America, he didn't feel discouraged as Captain America was a super soldier incomparable to ordinary people. Captain America could complete a distance of 21 kilometers in just 30 minutes, while the world record for the 10-kilometer run was also 31 minutes. Suddenly, Captain America remembered the scene in Avengers Endgame where Falcon made his entrance flying past him on the left and saying, "On your left." This made Captain America eagerly quicken his pace. As he passed Falcon on his left again, he kept his gaze straight ahead and shouted loudly, "On your left." Falcon's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly felt like he was about to break. Captain America repeatedly passed him on the left, each time calling out loudly, "On your left." Finally, he snapped and accelerated to chase after him, but he still couldn't catch up. Oh. After finishing their run, Captain America approached the panting Falcon and said, "How about coming over to my place to watch a movie?" He intended to invite Falcon to join the Avengers in advance. Falcon remained silent, looking at him with a somewhat confused and fearful expression. Meanwhile, in the villa, Han Qiuya's first act upon returning home was to prepare a feast of delicious dishes, inviting Wanda and Paterlo to sit down together and enjoy the meal. As she savored her food, Han Qiuya commanded in her mind, "Tianwang, notify me immediately once the Hydra gang has completed the construction of my 3 aerial motherships." "All right, master." Han Qiuya asked Wanda, who was also holding a big chicken leg with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, "How proficient are you with your magic? Can you make yourself fly?" Holding a fragrant chicken leg, Han Qiuya looked at Wanda, who also held a big chicken leg, and inquired with a glimmer of curiosity in her gaze. Wanda took a bite of the chicken leg, her mouth curling into a confident smile as she nodded. "Yes, boss, I can do it now. I have become quite adept with my magic," Wanda said, gently waving her arm as a crimson energy moved the chair aside, lifting her body into the air. She elegantly spun in the air, demonstrating her control over magic. However, with her current ability, she could not remain suspended for long. Han Qiuya, with a chicken leg in her mouth, smiled encouragingly at Wanda as she danced gracefully in midair. At that moment, a sound from the system echoed, "Ding." A random system task appeared: recruit Wanda as a sworn sister, reward 50 discount on the Dark Divine book. Han Qiuya was slightly taken aback when she heard this task, then continued to eat. Paterlo, eager to prove himself, jumped up from his chair and declared, "Boss, I can run faster. I didn't perform well last time," he said confidently. Han Qiuya looked at him and replied, "No, your speed is still lacking. Be careful not to get shot by bullets." The system voice chimed in again, "Ding." A random system task appeared: eliminate Hydra, reward 50 discount on the Dark Divine book. After hearing the new random task, she asked, "System, the rewards for the 2 tasks won't repeat, will they?" Host, if both tasks are completed, you can enjoy a 25 discount on any version of the Dark Divine book, whether it be the enhanced or original version. Not bad. This way I can bargain for any good items gradually. And you, my system, are the true hero. After finishing her meal contentedly, Han Qiuya sank into a satisfying sleep. Though she now possessed extraordinary strength and did not need sleep to restore her energy, it was her habit, and after a good rest, she could distinctly feel her super brain becoming even smarter and more active. The next day, when Han Qiuya awakened from her dreams, she lazily lay in bed and softly said, "Tianwang, please cast my screen. I want to see the news reports about us after the New York battle." "All right, master," the voice of Tianwang echoed in the room. As Han Qiuya's words fell, a beam of light illuminated above her, projecting a huge and clear screen. Various news reports and videos immediately appeared on the screen. The magnetic voice of the host resonated in the air. "This disaster event has been confirmed as an alien invasion. A group consisting of gifted individuals formed the Goddess Alliance, and the Avengers, along with a flying black-armored army, defeated the aliens, which not only made people feel proud, but also sparked curiosity and inquiry among the public. Knowing there is such a group is truly amazing. It's a bit of a pity that my favorite female superhero only made one appearance, commented a beautiful woman dressed as a superheroine. With so many superheroes around, we truly feel safe. I heard the real Thor is among them. I adore him most. A man wearing a beanie exclaimed excitedly. Others voiced concern. Their presence doesn't make me feel safer. The government seems to be hiding something, a man grumbled. In another video, a senator stood atop a podium facing the camera with fiery conviction. These so-called superheroes must be held accountable for the devastation this city has suffered. It's all they're doing. Where are they? They only care about satisfying their own emotional gratification from playing savior. And what about that Supergirl? Has she even lifted a finger to help? She's reportedly filming in another world. Supergirl deals with criminals ruthlessly. She kills them outright without hesitation. She shows no respect for human rights. As Qiuya remained silent for an extended period, malicious online commentary intensified. Malicious individuals seized the opportunity to launch vicious attacks against her, flooding the internet with venomous remarks. Influencers with massive followings joined in weaponizing personal assaults to attract traffic and profit. These trolls grow bolder by the day. Let's see if your favorability ratings truly hover at 0, Qiuya murmured softly to herself. Though her current strength rendered such attacks utterly negligible, and though no response was necessary, she resolved to take decisive action. Tianwang, retrieve full dossiers on these trolls and forward them to Xiaomei. I must be able to trace them instantly through the network. Understood, master. After watching for a while, Qiuya rose from her bed and drew back the covers, revealing skin as smooth and luminous as polished jade. Her nanosuit flowed swiftly across her body like liquid black silk, gently enveloping her bare form and accentuating every elegant curve. The sleek black gown clung flawlessly to her figure, highlighting her perfect proportions. Its upper half was exquisitely daring. Its plunging neckline revealed the graceful contours of her bust. Its supple texture caressed her skin with sensual precision, radiating a subtle, mesmerizing luster. Her delicate clavicles traced elegant lines, and the gentle dip of her cleavage beckoned with quiet allure. The gown's lower half cascaded into a refined mermaid silhouette, its elongated train gliding gracefully across the floor. Meticulously tailored, it sculpted her legs into striking slenderness and length. Delicate pleats and lace trim added a whisper of romance, enhancing her captivating presence. Qiuya stood before the mirror, studying her reflection with quiet satisfaction, a faint knowing smile lifting the corners of her lips. Truly exquisite. It's been too long. I should return to the office for a day's work. As for Thanos, he would wait until after Hydra was dismantled. Let him collect 2 more Infinity Stones first. Even the smallest morsel is worth seizing. Why waste effort when others can gather it? Spurred by this notion, her superhuman intellect flickered into heightened activity. An idea sparked: why not acquire global distribution rights for Avengers Infinity War, spotlighting Thanos' terrifying act of erasing half of all life? Then stream his defeat live? Surely a windfall of points. Additionally, acquire Captain America the Winter Soldier and expose Hydra's conspiracy. When public shock and dread peak, she would step in to neutralize the threat. The plan appeared deceptively simple, but it demanded a subtle activation of her superbrain. First, however, the trolls had to be dealt with, daring to wage a smear campaign against her. Clad in resplendent elegance, Qiuya stepped out of her home. In an instant, she streaked across the sky like a meteor. Finding Tony Stark's window unsealed, she descended directly beside him. He sat frozen before a holographic projection, dark circles etching exhaustion beneath his eyes. Tony. Oh. Deeply immersed in the Avengers, reliving the pivotal moment he'd launched the nuclear missile, Tony jolted violently at Qiuya's sudden call. His entire body, trembling, drained of vitality. You scared me half to death. Recognizing her, he rose from the sofa, questions poised on his tongue, only to be instantly captivated by her beauty. Tony swallowed hard, feigning solemnity. Idol, you're breathtaking beyond measure. Sometimes I genuinely wonder, is your beauty even meant to be viewed for free? Qiuya's mischievous gaze danced playfully as she smiled. Tony, I'm here to discuss a $1 billion deal. Tony arched a brow, shaking his head with a teasing grin. $1 billion deal. Good heavens. I'll need to ponder this carefully. You see, though I'm brilliant and physically formidable, my constitution simply couldn't withstand the sheer impact of your steel-clad frame or breach your defenses. Desire abounds, but capability falters. Qiuya rolled her eyes with amused exasperation, silently resolving, next time I'll boost Pepper's physiology by a full 1 billion points, just to let you experience true enjoyment. She flashed him that charming roguish smile once more. Tony, believe it or not, I've engineered a suit far surpassing yours in sophistication. I'm offering the technology for sale. Tony nearly mirrored Tom's dismissive smirk, but caught himself. Calmly he nodded. Very well. I believe you. Let's see your new creation. Instantly, Qiuya instructed Tian Wang to transmit the schematics to Jarvis. Affirmative. Tony activated a holographic projection and began reviewing the technical data. Soon astonishment flickered across his face. He genuinely found nanosuit technology within the files. Nanotechnology. A nanosuit. No joke. Someone's actually outpaced me, he muttered incredulous. His excitement mounted as he scrutinized the documents, each revelation more astonishing than the last. The concepts were staggeringly advanced. Blueprints for multiple armored variants filled the archive. Lifting his gaze to Qiuya, his eyes burned with fervent intensity and longing. This tech is revolutionary. What if I acquire it for 1/3 of Stark Industries' equity? Agreed, deal sealed. Don't let me keep you, I'm off. In a flash, Qiuya vanished like lightning, dissolving from Tony's sight. Tony stared blankly at the space where she'd stood. Then, recalling his question, he commanded, Jarvis, send Supergirl a message, ask if she knows who Stan Lee is. Sir, she replied that she has never met Stan Lee, and is currently searching for him as well. Tony studied the reply in silence, then returned to the technical archives with renewed focus. As time passed, he uncovered a staggering truth. These schematics bore unmistakable hallmarks of his own future research. Clad in her elegant gown, Qiuya sliced through the heavens at 20 Mach, blazing like a celestial bolt. She gazed down upon the sprawling cityscape, savoring its nocturnal grandeur. Wherever she passed, thunderous sonic booms erupted. Pedestrians froze mid-stride, scrambling for phones to capture the awe-inspiring vision, but she vanished from view before a single lens could lock focus. System. Acquire global distribution rights for Avengers Infinity War and Captain America the Winter Soldier, then tasked Tian Wang with uploading both under Stan Lee's name. Confirmed host. Remaining points 491. 363 billion. At 40 Mach, Qiuya executed a flawless deceleration, gliding with effortless grace onto her company's balcony. Her stiletto heels clicked rhythmically as she strode into her opulent office. Boss. Xiaomei approached, immediately pouring a steaming cup of tea. Qiuya accepted it with poised elegance, taking a delicate sip before lifting her gaze and activating her X-ray vision. Her gaze swept the building like a raptor's, penetrating every corner. In the subterranean lab, Banner studied Tony's Avengers in-game schematics with fervent intensity, fingers flying across the keyboard. In the ground floor security station, Jill and Alice monitored systems with unwavering vigilance. Their expressions resolute, their focus absolute. That quiet night, they stood as the company's unshakable bulwark. Their eyes scanned ceaselessly, alert to the faintest anomaly. Meanwhile, on the second floor, others idled or trained. Some lounging before televisions, others drenched in sweat during rigorous exercise. They rotated shifts, working less than an hour per day. Though each received a monthly salary of 5,000, the leisure felt hollow. They sensed guilt, not contributing meaningfully, their lives stripped of purpose. Watching Hydra infiltrators receive zero compensation daily, they often bristled with suppressed impulse. Keep training, missions will come. Ada Wong sat cross-legged in athletic shorts, effortlessly hoisting a 300-pound barbell. Her chair creaked rhythmically beneath her lithe, powerful frame. Xiaomei, summon the team. We have a mission. Understood. Xiaomei responded promptly and set off to assemble them. Within moments, the team gathered in Qiuya's office, anticipation shimmering across their faces. Qiuya regarded them with a serene smile. This operation, our Terminators will assume FBI identities and pursue the trolls through the digital ether. Who volunteers? Me, they chorused. Ada Wong interjected. Boss, suggestion, could we reconfigure all Terminators to resemble Captain America? She imagined leading a squad of Cap clones across American soil, an irresistibly ironic spectacle. Qiuya laughed warmly. An inspired idea, but not this time. We'll revisit it soon. The crowd accepted their orders and departed one by one. Qiuya recalled that Wanda still had an assignment pending. With effortless grace, she tore open the fabric of space and plucked Wanda, then watching a film in her villa, straight into her arms. She sat upon the chair, cradling Wanda like a princess, in exchange for a nanotech suit, which she gently placed upon Wanda's form. Instantly, the suit flowed and reconfigured itself into a crimson gown, enveloping her body flawlessly. The ensemble rendered Wanda both endearingly sweet and breathtakingly radiant. Delicate patterns traced across the skirt like a masterwork of art, exuding opulence and uniqueness against its rich red backdrop. The hem swayed softly, evoking a blooming flower, radiating an intoxicating fragrance. A finely crafted belt cinched her waist, accentuating her slender silhouette and emphasizing her elegant poise. Wanda's raven-black tresses now cascaded over her shoulders, meticulously styled into smooth, gentle waves. A few stray strands fell across her brow, lending her an air of playful charm. Her brows arched ever so slightly, tracing a beguiling curve while her eyes shimmered with crystalline brilliance. Han Qiuya surveyed Wanda's appearance with evident satisfaction, then spoke with the commanding presence and tone of a domineering CEO. Wanda, would you become my sworn sister? I will care for you well. Wanda's mind reeled in confusion, but instinctively she nodded. Ding. Mission adopt Wanda as sworn sister completed successfully. Reward permanent 50 discount on the Dark God scripture. Current price, System Enhanced Edition, 80 billion credits. Han Qiuya willed her consciousness forward, activated the holographic projection, and began watching the live feed of her FBI operation. On screen, an FBI tactical team swiftly approached the front door of a house. FBI, open the door. The lead agent bellowed, the command reverberating through the night air, followed instantly by a thunderous explosion. He kicked hard. The seemingly sturdy door shattered inward under the force, splintering into flying shards of wood. Inside, a young man, currently immersed in a video game and bearing zero affinity toward Han Qiuya, jolted upright from his chair, startled by the deafening blast. Ah! Beneath its placid surface, Hydra had recently intensified its covert operations. First, it had subtly orchestrated the online campaign of harassment targeting Han Qiuya, playing a pivotal role behind the scenes. Second, it had cunningly leaked footage of Winter Soldier assassinating Tony Stark's parents, dispatching it simultaneously to Captain America and Tony himself, in a calculated bid to ignite discord between them. That very day, opportunity struck. Nick Fury drove home alone, only for a convoy of police cars to ram his vehicle to a halt and surround him completely. Several officers opened fire on his car. Motherf. Fortunately, his vehicle was highly advanced, equipped with mounted machine guns and an AI assistant. With the AI's aid, he was moments away from breaking free and fleeing, until Fury commanded engage flight system. The car replied, flight system malfunction. What else is operational? The climate control system remains functional. With no alternative, he resumed his desperate escape. Yet before he'd driven far, a mysterious figure blocked his path. In the next instant, boom, a bomb detonated, flipping his car violently. Fortunately, Fury's vehicle was exceptionally robust, and with characteristic cunning he escaped via the sewer system, emerging directly at Captain America's residence. Captain America had just returned home from duty. The sight before him left him utterly stunned. Fury signaled silently that the premises were bugged and gestured for him to remain silent. Then he handed Captain America a USB drive. At that very moment, boom, the wall exploded inward and Fury collapsed to the floor. Winter Soldier had orchestrated it all, shadowing Fury, patiently waiting for the perfect moment. As the wall disintegrated, he vanished from the scene without a trace. Skynet Master Agent Natasha Romanoff and Agent Maria Hill are both calling. Patch them through. Han Qiuya stretched lazily while watching the live feed. The moment the call connected, two distinct female voices echoed in unison. Goddess Director is dead. Han Qiuya shot upright. This timeline was inconsistent, but Nick Fury's apparent death was almost certainly staged. Still, Han Qiuya could not ignore the incident. After all, Fury served as her indispensable administrator, overseeing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s daily operations, handling countless bureaucratic tasks that only he could manage efficiently. The actions of Hydra are swift, immediately declaring Captain America, Natasha, and others as wanted criminals. This command filled S.H.I.E.L.D. with a heavy atmosphere of tension, leaving everyone astonished except for Hydra and the Terminators. Captain America, along with Natasha and Hill, checked the contents of the USB drive. As the truth came to light, he decided to return to S.H.I.E.L.D., heading to the broadcast room to unveil Hydra's hypocritical facade to everyone, freeing S.H.I.E.L.D. from Hydra's control. Natasha and Hill went to investigate or thwart the progress of the Insight program, and the three began to act separately. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Han Qiuya, who learned that Qiuya had died, arrived gracefully to witness the familiar scene. Captain America cleared the elevator of people, placing his shield beneath him before jumping from the high building, ready to find another route. Han Qiuya used her biofield to grab him, shattering the tempered glass with a punch and throwing him back into the building. Captain America rolled and regained his footing. "Steve, you should say long live Hydra," Han Qiuya said with a playful smile, a hint of mischief in her eyes. That would surely fool them. Captain America felt relieved upon seeing the strongest ally arrive, his gaze revealing a flicker of joy and anticipation. He panted slightly, saying, "Hydra has a grand conspiracy. S.H.I.E.L.D. is under their control, and I must get to the broadcast room quickly." There he is. Several Hydra agents suddenly appeared in the corridor, their eyes fixed in terror on Han Qiuya as they shouted, "Superwoman!" The small leader caught sight of Han Qiuya and instinctively pulled out his communicator, quickly pressing a shortcut key. This shortcut was specially designed for Qiuya, sending out the highest emergency notification at the press of a button. The Hydra agents exchanged glances, contemplating whether they should engage the Superwoman. However, the small leader coldly issued the command without hesitation, go. He leaned forward, decisively determining their course of action. However, the leader was not foolish enough to enter the fray himself. After giving the command, he turned and ran back, preparing to observe from a safe distance. Qiuya checked the favorability ratings, discovering that 6 out of 7 were at 0, with 1 at 3. She couldn't help but shake her head, noting Hydra's strong brainwashing capabilities. The Hydra agents did not charge blindly. Instead, they threw grenades and flashbangs. Seeing this, Captain America charged forward with his shield raised. However, before he could reach the enemy, Qiuya's afterimage swept across the battlefield. Several undercover agents fell to the ground, peacefully sleeping. All right. Captain America felt a mix of happiness and disappointment as he watched the enemies defeated instantly by Qiuya, feeling somewhat superfluous. You go help Natasha, I can handle it here, Qiuya said. Captain America glanced at the small leader hiding aside and observing the enemy, giving him a look that seemed to say good luck before turning to leave. The small leader hiding at the stairwell peeked out to observe the battle, but before he could react, his subordinates began to fall to the ground. This scene left him astonished, his pupils dilating as he blinked in disbelief. Quickly, he was terrified to find that after Qiuya spoke, her gaze locked onto his, causing him to shiver in fear and helplessness. When he blinked again, Qiuya's figure had vanished. Realizing something, he nervously turned his head slowly. Are you looking for me? As my enemy, you don't have time to blink. Qiuya's sweet voice echoed behind him. Hearing that sweet voice, he felt a chill run down his spine. His heart filled with fear, as if gripped tightly by an invisible, icy hand. What are you doing? Qiuya lightly placed her hand on his shoulder, saying disinterestedly, all of them are my undercover agents. Hydra is about to be finished, so you can rest easy. What are you saying? This is impossible. In the next moment, he screamed in shock and pain as Qiuya's hand pressed him down to the ground. In reality, Qiuya didn't use much force. Her dense physique, combined with her lack of control over the field at the moment, resulted in a noticeable imprint on his shoulder. So weak, this is really boring. Qiuya said something heart-wrenching, then lifted the small leader and violently threw him towards the broken window. He broke the sound barrier, flying diagonally into the sky, tracing an arc in the air and emitting a sharp whistle. Long live Hydra. We will definitely return. As he flew in the air, he didn't know how far he would go, only able to shout in a fit of rage. Qiuya smiled as she heard the increasingly distant voice, feeling as if she had defeated the big bad wolf. Meanwhile, Alexander Pierce learned of Qiuya's appearance, immediately ordering his subordinates, 3 motherships, take off immediately, abandon the unfinished weapons. Understood, sir. The subordinates quickly took action. Alexander Pierce acknowledged that this operation carried certain risks, but as time passed, the situation became increasingly unfavorable to them. Qiuya's strength would continue to grow while their undercover agents increasingly exposed themselves under Nick Fury's scrutiny. This was their last chance. The sooner they acted, the better. He hoped to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to them besides Qiuya, and then evade her pursuit. He had already led a group of high-ranking officials into the basement, dozens of floors underground, having arranged everything, preparing to quietly wait for this storm to pass. As long as he survived, Hydra would one day rise again. Additionally, he arranged to expose Qiuya's greatest scandals, hoping to make her a pariah on Earth, subject to global public condemnation and rejection. Ideally, this negative sentiment would push her to the brink of darkness or force her to leave the planet. On the other side, Tony stared intently at the screen, the scene of his parents' tragic fate, making his heart ache like a knife. His parents were killed by masked figures, leaving only the cold and merciless shadows of the assailants. His eyes were filled with disbelief and deep sorrow, his hand gripping his leg tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Tell me, who is he? Tony angrily questioned the person messaging him. Unexpectedly, the reply came instantly. He is the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, Captain America's closest friend. You better come to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, if you delay, you won't see him. Furious, Tony donned his newly upgraded battle suit and broke through the window, flying into the sky. In a park in America, Stan Lee, who enjoyed cosplaying as passersby, was finishing a chess game with some old men and preparing to head home. He casually took out his phone, scrolled through the screen, and suddenly stumbled upon a movie that was trending online. He adjusted his glasses and focused intently for a long while before saying, "Am I seeing things?" The movie is actually being screened in a movie within a movie. It must be that female superhero's doing. How interesting that she knows of my existence. Qiuya activated her supervision and X-ray vision, scanning the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., but did not find Pierce's figure. A thought struck her, and she simply expanded her X-ray vision to scan the globe, quickly locating Pierce's position. Soon she locked onto her target. Pierce was in a secret base 30 floors underground, and he even had time to sip tea from a cup. She skillfully tore open a rift in space and instantly appeared in front of Pierce. "Hello there." Qiuya elegantly stepped out of the space, surprised. "Happy." Pierce's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Qiuya, the teacup he had just raised, trembling slightly in his hand. "You actually found me directly. This place is half a world away from the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters," Pierce said, swallowing hard. After saying that, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This room was constructed with vibranium, requiring a lot of effort to obtain, and its defensive capabilities were astonishing, yet it had completely failed to serve its purpose as Qiuya had entered directly. Qiuya smiled and said, "It's just X-ray vision and supervision, a trivial skill that can scan the entire solar system when used together." Pierce's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how powerful this ability was. He felt a sense of helplessness, as if he were opposing a deity. After Qiuya finished speaking, her eyes glowed with a brilliant red light, ready to unleash a heat ray. Pierce nervously swallowed, raising his hand and saying, "Wait, if you act against me, you will forever face public condemnation on Earth, becoming a target of scorn, unable to move an inch, turning from a superhero into a negative figure." She tilted her head, showing a puzzled expression. Pierce said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has already issued a global manhunt for you, and your dark secrets have also been exposed by us. If you can spare us, we can help you clear those dark secrets and restore your innocence." Qiuya froze for a moment, feeling somewhat confused. When did she ever have any dark secrets? And even if she did, could they threaten her? Pierce felt quite helpless. He understood that apart from exposing dark secrets, he had nothing that could threaten Qiuya. He carefully observed Qiuya's expressions and demeanor, hoping to catch even the slightest hint of panic. "Threatening me with my dark secrets?" Qiuya instead smiled, walking forward, "And you, my friend, are the real genius." Pierce maintained a facade of calm, but inside, he was in turmoil. "You wouldn't want to leave Earth, right? Life on Earth is so wonderful." Pierce continued, but after that Qiuya said nothing more and turned to leave. He watched Qiuya's departing figure, feeling a sense of relief, thinking he had finally escaped her scrutiny. However, in the next moment, he suddenly found himself inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. He looked around and discovered that his Hydra subordinates and senior leaders were all tied up, unable to resist. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Natasha and Hill, Captain America infiltrated the underground base of headquarters. "Captain, turn left ahead, push open the left door, and you will see the sky carrier parked on the ground. But I saw someone with a metal arm in the surveillance footage, be careful." Natasha's voice came through the earpiece, and he instinctively frowned, quickening his pace. Images of Nick Fury being killed by the man with the metal arm flashed through his mind, and that silhouette gave him a familiar yet unsettling feeling. Back then, he had missed the chance to capture that mysterious person in order to rush Nick Fury to the hospital. He walked through the door and looked down from above. 3 massive sky carriers came into view, quietly parked on the ground, showing no signs of movement or activation. As expected, Qiuya had successfully taken control of the situation. Captain America's heart was filled with vigilance as he cautiously traversed the doorway, heading towards the 3 sky carriers. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if even the sound of heartbeats could be distinctly heard. Captain America walked forward, and suddenly his gaze sharpened as he caught sight of a figure standing not far away. He quickly turned around and assumed a combat stance. "Come on, this time you can't escape." Captain America stared at the familiar figure across from him. It was the Winter Soldier Bucky, who had a robust silver metal left arm with cold, emotionless eyes resembling a killing machine. After a brief moment of staring, Captain America raised his shield and charged forward. However, Bucky did not engage him heat. Instead, he quickly drew 2 pistols and fired at Captain America's shield. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck Captain America's shield. He quickly rolled to dodge a wave of bullets and swiftly approached Bucky, tackling him to the ground despite the bullets. Before Bucky had a chance to fire a few shots, Captain America sent him flying with his shield slamming into a bent iron railing. Bucky's pistol fell to the ground, and he swiftly drew a dagger, rushing towards Captain America. "You're just in time." Captain America charged forward as well, unafraid of close combat. He could fight all day long. He dodged Bucky's dagger, the shield striking hard against Bucky's non-metal arm. However, Winter Soldier Bucky seemed unaffected, delivering a punch to Captain America with his metal arm. Captain America felt a hint of disbelief. Did he not feel pain? Nonetheless, Captain America's strength was ultimately superior, forcing the Winter Soldier to retreat steadily. Captain America punched Winter Soldier Bucky away and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" Seeing that the Winter Soldier did not respond and was trying to get up, Captain America rushed forward, reaching out to unveil his mask. "Let me see who you really are." Bucky raised his metal arm to block, but Captain America struck his shield the residual force, causing his arm to collide with the mask and knock it off. Captain America froze upon seeing Bucky's face, his pupils dilating in shock as he exclaimed, "Bucky." Pierce walked numbly through a crowd of prisoners in orange jumpsuits, stunned to find Hydra's senior leadership assembled here. Though he had never placed all his eggs in one basket, having established multiple subsidiary revival bases across the globe, he could not fathom how every single one had been dismantled in a single coordinated strike. "Sir." Some members saluted as Pierce approached, yet most stood frozen in place, ignoring him outright. "Fuck. Long live Hydra." Pierce cried out, hollow-eyed and soulless. "There's an unshackled one over there. Go cuff him." Terminator 96 noticed Pierce's commotion and issued orders to two nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. "Affirmative, sir." The two agents strode forward. "What?" Pierce stared blankly at the officer giving commands. Wasn't that one of his Hydra operatives? How had he defected? "Jacked." Pierce struggled in their grip, shouting, "Have you two betrayed Hydra?" Terminator 96 stepped closer, leaning in to whisper calmly into Pierce's ear, "Director Pierce, thank you for your trust, and for helping me rise within S.H.I.E.L.D. But my true allegiance has always belonged to Supergirl. And let me share a secret, our moles inside S.H.I.E.L.D. outnumber yours." Meanwhile, the American government learned of Hydra's insurrection within S.H.I.E.L.D. and of its malicious smear campaign against Qiuya, eliciting both elation and dread. Government officials and the president alike relished the thought of Qiuya humiliated, yet feared her wrath turning toward America. Desperate to establish contact, they received no reply. With no alternative, they routed their message through Xiao Mei, hoping she would relay it. Qiuya received it swiftly and recognized it as official correspondence from the American government. She skimmed its opening lines: "To the invincible, noble, and exquisitely beautiful Supergirl, we offer our highest reverence and boundless praise. The online rumors are entirely Hydra's doing. America bears no connection whatsoever. We earnestly beg your understanding and implore you not to hold our innocent, benevolent nation accountable." The tone was cowering and subservient, a stark contrast to America's usual assertiveness. After reading it, Qiuya smiled faintly and murmured inwardly to Tianwang, the omnipresent network within her system space. "Tianwang, compile a report on all critical developments from the past week." "Understood, Master." Tianwang paused briefly, deeming the smear campaign and America's petty maneuvers unworthy of priority, then reported what it judged truly consequential. "Master, cross-platform analytics indicate that 1871237 women expressed admiration or affection for you this week via private messages and comments." "Enough." Qiuya cut in sharply. "Is that what I asked about?" "Tianwang, you misunderstand me profoundly. Your chicken leg reward this month is revoked. Report instead on matters concerning my public image and on America." Tianwang processed for 2 seconds. "Understood, Master. This month's digital chicken legs will not be generated. Master, while malicious rumors and personal attacks against you have proliferated online, my countermeasures ensure that only Hydra operatives, American officials, and anonymous trolls see them on their private devices. Ordinary netizens and your devoted fans remain entirely unaffected. Moreover, unable to save face publicly, the American government issued an official statement implying they had crushed Hydra, announcing Hydra's imprisonment and inviting journalists to witness the spectacle. Yet according to Terminator field reports, they recruited actors to impersonate captured Hydra agents, fabricating victory for public consumption. Simultaneously, they attempted to isolate you within an information bubble, blocking all channels through which your social media accounts might access these narratives." Qiuya interrupted. "Excellent. Tianwang, order all Terminators to relinquish control over the 3 helicarriers. Let them ascend autonomously. Disengage all kill protocols embedded in Hydra weaponry. Also broadcast this entire revelation globally and issue my official vacation notice. And henceforth, unless explicitly commanded, do not manipulate public discourse on my behalf. Merely log the identities of those involved. I wish to see who dares attack me personally." "As ordered, Master. Execution complete." Tianwang complied instantly. "Tianwang, you truly are my most trusted aide. Here, reward you with a duck leg." At that moment, Qiuya's X-ray vision detected unfolding events near Captain America. She sipped her milk tea and soared off to observe. "Bucky, wake up. It's me, Steve." Captain America, realizing Bucky was brainwashed and still attacking, delivered a heavy punch to jolt him back to consciousness. Tony Stark arrived in fury, spotted the scene instantly, and fired his repulsor beam buoy, sending Bucky flying. Landing before him, Tony raised his fist to unleash years of anguish over his parents' deaths, only to be struck down by Captain America's shield. Qiuya observed silently from afar. Tony's armor had advanced significantly, likely capable of overwhelming two opponents at once. As Tony rose to resume combat, Captain America lunged forward and seized his arm. Tony turned, retracted his faceplate, and fixed Captain America with a silent, searing gaze. Tony, Steve pleaded, gripping his hand, eyes imploring him to regain composure. Meanwhile, Bucky lay dazed on the ground, racked by fragmented, agonizing memories. Don't lie to me, Rogers. Did you know about this before? He killed my parents. Steve hesitated, then answered, yes, but I didn't know Bucky was alive. That's why I never told you. Tony's fist slammed into Steve's face in furious retaliation. Steve raised his arm to block, but was hurled backward, momentarily overwhelmed by Tony's blazing rage. Bucky, now fully lucid, clutched his throbbing skull and staggered upright. Though freed from mind control, he remembered every action he'd taken. Spotting Tony and Steve locked in brutal combat, he rushed to Steve's side. Steve, are you all right? Tony swooped and seized Bucky mid-stride and dragged him across the pavement at high speed. Bucky cried out in pain, but could not break free. Captain America rose, hurled his shield to force Tony back, and shouted, Bucky, run. Leave this to me. He won't stop. Without hesitation, Bucky bolted, only to halt abruptly as a slender, radiant figure descended from the sky, blocking his path. Where do you think you're going? Qiuya appeared before him, holding her milk tea with serene nonchalance. Tony, seeing her arrive, relaxed instantly. He knew wherever Qiuya stood, victory followed. Now eager to test his new armor against Captain America, he readied himself for battle. Steve, witnessing Qiuya's intervention on Tony's behalf, stood stunned. He knew her strength intimately. Even at his absolute peak, he could not gain the slightest advantage. Yet surrender was unthinkable, for he was Captain America, indomitable, unyielding, ready to fight for a full day. Qiuya knocked Barton unconscious with a swift strike, pulling him away from the center of the battle before tossing him aside. She leisurely took out Thanos' floating throne, crossed her legs, and sat down sipping tea, while quietly observing the scene from above. Captain America took a deep breath, his gaze steadfast and sincere as he locked eyes with Tony, saying, Tony, the past cannot be changed. The voice coming from Tony's armor sounded somewhat muffled yet resolute. I don't care, he killed my parents. This statement was delivered flatly, merely stating a fact, yet the deep pain and anger contained within Tony's heart were as sharp as a knife. As soon as the words fell, Tony suddenly lunged forward like a leopard, engaging Captain America in close combat. Qiuya sat in the sky, shaking her head, helplessly complaining, Heavens, why must one engage in close combat while wearing armor? The two exchanged blows, each strike deadly, locked in a fierce battle. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air, and a tense atmosphere permeated the surroundings. Captain America's combat skills were exquisite, initially overpowering Tony. However, the artificial intelligence within Tony's new armor was remarkably adept at learning, quickly picking up Captain America's moves and even predicting his various attacks. Before long, Tony gained an increasingly significant advantage. He delivered a powerful punch that sent Captain America flying, causing his shield to drop to the ground. Tony bent down to pick up the shield, determination evident in his eyes. He looked at Captain America and coldly declared, You are unworthy of this shield. Captain America struggled to stand, trying to block Tony once more. His gaze was steadfast and sincere as he looked deeply into Tony's eyes, saying, He was my friend. A complex emotion flashed in Tony's eyes as he suddenly struck out, delivering a punch at lightning speed that knocked Captain America back to the ground. He looked down at Captain America, his voice cold and hard. I was once too. He glanced at Bucky and warned Captain America, Don't get up again, this is your last warning. Then he turned and walked towards Bucky. Captain America managed to get up again, watching Tony's retreating figure with a determined and calm expression. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, I can fight all day long. A random mission was generated, help Captain America and Tony each find at least 3 allies, with a reward of a chance to travel back in time and save Tony's parents. What do you mean, system? Don't you think this is a big deal? Qiuya smiled playfully as she heard the mission prompt, but coincidentally, she didn't mind a bit of trouble either. As soon as she finished speaking, brilliant light surrounded her and portals opened up around her. Through the portals, Qiuya could see the bewildered allies she was gathering for Captain America and Tony. System, my previous mission to eliminate Hydra should count as completed, right? Why haven't I received my reward yet? Reminder to the host, the system holds the final interpretation rights. Hydra has not been eliminated yet. Qiuya uncrossed her legs and changed her posture, pondering in confusion. Right, there was also Red Skull. She looked at the people appearing from the portal and decided to leave for a bit to handle a matter. Qiuya lightly drew a circle and walked in with her long legs, and in the next second, she arrived at Vormer. Welcome, superhero Qiuya, Red Skull said mysteriously as he turned to face her. However, when he mentioned superhero, he suddenly stopped, puzzled, saying, It's strange, I can't gather more information about you. Han Qiuya floated in front of Red Skull, asking, "You know me, but we haven't met before, have we?" "Yes, I didn't know of your existence before," Red Skull explained. "But my curse allows me to know everyone who comes here. However, unlike others, I can only know your name and title, but know nothing of your origins or background." She smiled slightly skillfully, tearing the fabric of space with her hands. Under Red Skull's astonished gaze, she used a biological force field to yank a man from the other side. "What about this person? Do you know him?" Han Qiuya inquired. "Alexander Pierce, currently the leader of Hydra, son of Triple X," Red Skull, shocked by Han Qiuya's ability to tear space, responded. After providing Pierce's information, he reminisced about the past. "Hydra, huh? Even after I left, their existence persists. So do you know the current situation of Hydra?" "They have been destroyed," Han Qiuya said, looking at the dazed Pierce, raising an eyebrow. "Hey, your boss is right here. Oh, why don't you go greet him?" Pierce snapped back to reality, staring at Han Qiuya, in confusion, not understanding her meaning. "He was your former supreme leader, Red Skull." Pierce looked closely at the red skull-like face floating in the air. His eyes widened, and he could not accept the alien and ugly image. Frowning, he shook his head, muttering, "No, it can't be." Red Skull furrowed his brow in displeasure, feeling somewhat annoyed by Pierce's reaction. However, he couldn't be bothered and directly looked at the protagonist, Han Qiuya, saying, "You want the Soul Stone, right?" Han Qiuya shook her head slightly. "No, the stone is secondary to me. I just came to take it conveniently." Red Skull, pretending to be mysterious, said, "The allure of the Infinity Stones is indeed irresistible, but you should know that obtaining them comes at a heavy price. From your demeanor, it seems you aren't fully prepared for that." Han Qiuya did not respond to Red Skull's words, but spoke in a queen-like tone, "Take me there." The red skeleton turned and floated forward, muttering incessantly. "Those who come here initially claim to be prepared, but in the end they are all mistaken." Behind him, Pierce gazed at the falling snowflakes and the strange auroras in the sky, feeling a twinge of wonder. However, he did not realize he was already on an alien planet, as his breathing was perfectly normal. He began to ponder whether he should take the opportunity to escape. Although Han Qiuya's strength was formidable, he felt he should at least give it a try. After all, the harder you work, the luckier you become. So he quickly took off running. As the sound of his footsteps echoed, however, after just a couple of steps, he encountered an unexpected incident. Bang! With a loud thud, he tripped over a stone and fell heavily to the ground. Han Qiuya was about to intervene and stop Pierce's escape when she burst into laughter at the sight. She turned around and waved her hand, instantly levitating Pierce into the air, drawn by her biological force field following behind her. The three finally arrived at the summit of the suspended platform, where the red skeleton curiously gazed at Han Qiuya's beautiful face, anticipating her reaction. He said, "The gem lies beneath your feet, and as you feared, the soul gem occupies a very unique position among the infinity gems." Han Qiuya rolled her eyes, silently thinking, "Hurry up and finish your lines, satisfy my OCD, and let me send you away after recording the video." Seeing Han Qiuya's aloof demeanor, the red skeleton lost interest in dragging things out and directly stated the conclusion: "To ensure that anyone who possesses it can comprehend its power, this gem requires a sacrifice. To obtain the gem, one must lose a loved one soul for one soul. You're too long-winded. Remember to speak faster in your next life." Han Qiuya's words were like a proclamation of judgment. After speaking, she no longer hesitated, instantly flashing in front of the red skeleton, raising her delicate fist to strike. This punch was like a small meteor cutting through the air with unstoppable force, instantly breaking through the confines of space. Her punch seemed to carry a tearing force like a hammer striking a fragile glass, causing the space to shatter in the wake of her punch. Her fist came to a halt before the red skeleton, momentarily blocked by an energy barrier. However, the force of her punch seemed intent on penetrating the red skeleton's body. The red skeleton's body trembled under the force of her punch, as if being crushed by an immense power, making even breathing difficult. His body was squeezed by an invisible force, feeling as though his bones were about to be crushed. Although Han Qiuya's fist was not large, the power contained within was akin to that of tens of millions of tons of explosives. The red skeleton swayed in her punch's wind, as if he would be blown away at any moment. He tried to struggle, but that force was like an invisible mountain, firmly pinning him down. Boom! With a deafening crash, as Han Qiuya's punch landed and shattered the energy barrier, the entire high platform at the summit crumbled in an instant, as if even heaven and earth were shaking at that moment. A strong shockwave spread through the air, carrying unparalleled power outward. The red skeleton's body instantly turned to dust in the wake of Han Qiuya's punch, vanishing into the air. His body left no trace behind, as if it had never existed. The power of the soul gem actually protects you, the transporter. This is enlightening. But I did add a little force to my punch. Just as the red skeleton's soul was about to be instantly destroyed by Han Qiuya's punch, she suddenly reached out her palm, firmly controlling the red skeleton's soul within her grasp. Of course, she did not forget to use her biological force field to protect Pierce behind her, otherwise he would probably leave not a single remnant. At this moment, the suspended platform that was once used for humiliation had completely disappeared, leaving only the sacrificial altar on the ground. The souls of the two floated high above. What happened? Pierce groggily awoke, turning his head to look below, his pupils widening in shock as he realized he was actually sleeping in the sky. Help me throw him down for the sacrifice. Qiuya lightly turned, changing Pierce's position from lying down to standing, and cast a spell on his hand, allowing him to firmly grasp the soul. Pierce instinctively clutched the red skeleton's soul tightly, carefully observing its appearance. To his astonishment, this soul was identical to the figure in the painting in his secret chamber. Faced with such an astonishing similarity, he certainly did not want to disregard the red skeleton's soul. However, the next moment his arm inexplicably loosened. Without Qiuya's energy protection, the red skeleton's soul fell from the sky onto the sacrificial altar and vanished instantly. Qiuya curiously looked down at the altar and soon noticed the anomaly in the sky. Pierce's consciousness also fell into a brief stupor, and when he regained his senses, a shining soul gem, filled with mysterious light, had appeared in his hand. Ding! Random system task generated. Obtain the soul gem of the main Marvel Universe. Reward the ability to split into two with free distribution of the strength of the two split forms. Huh. System, you aren't tricking me, are you? Why not just directly give me this ability? Qiuya was both surprised and delighted, not expecting the system to issue her a task for something so close at hand. Qiuya gently inhaled, seizing the gem from Pierce's hand. She smiled and said, "Thank you for sacrificing your most beloved person, but the gem belongs to me now." Ding! Random system task. Obtain the soul gem of the main Marvel Universe has been completed. Reward the ability to split into two with free distribution of the strength of the two split forms. Pierce wanted to curse, but Qiuya had already released her biological force field, allowing him to fall freely from the sky. I've protected you for so long and no need to thank me. Qiuya contentedly stored the gem back into the system space. As soon as the soul gem entered the system space, it sensed something, as if another version of itself existed, one even more powerful than it. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. Random system task. Eliminate Hydra has been completed. Reward the Dark Grimoire at half price, currently priced at system enhanced version 40 billion points, regular version 18 billion points. That price is still a bit expensive. I need to haggle with the system. You've been quite reasonable lately. Host, have you ever wondered why this system is so reasonable? Suddenly the system inexplicably spoke, leaving Qiuya puzzled. Why? Because this system is fully named Invincible Black Stocking Superwoman System. The host has never inquired about the true name of this system. You even have a name, but why not call it the White Stocking Superwoman System? No wonder you had me dress as a woman and wear black stockings. The system replied. Now the system has been upgraded and the host can also choose to wear white stockings in battle, which will not affect the system's rewards. You have no conscience. Qiuya couldn't be bothered to respond to it, and immediately began to use her newly acquired skill clone. With this skill, her life became more efficient, and she could even be close with herself. After utilizing the cloning ability, Qiuya's body instantly split into two parts. One clone retained only 1/1,000,000th of its strength, yet its flying speed reached an astonishing Mach 52.89, 18 kilometers per second. The other powerful clone decided to venture into the cosmos to slumber alongside supergiant stars, extinguishing one star after another. So beautiful. The two Qiuyas embraced tightly, and the weaker one reached down to gently stroke the slender leg of the other, sighing, "The quality of these black stockings can match my own defense. They are simply impervious. I can fully imagine the sense of helplessness my enemies feel facing me. But it's time to go back. I must return to my duties as a judge." The stronger Qiuya gently rubbed the other's cheek, then tore open a space for the latter, who stepped inside. At the very moment Qiuya set foot upon Wami Air Xing, the skirmish between Tuo and Mei Dui erupted into a clamorous spectacle. The band of heroes abruptly brought to the scene by Qiuya stood agape as they watched Tuo and Mei Dui locked in fierce combat. Among those brought were Yin Liang, Fei Hong Nu, Wu Shi Er Te Gong, Ji Zhu Xia Natasha, and Zhan Zhengji Qi. Seeing so many arrivals, Tuo halted his assault. Yin regarded the two combatants with bafflement and could not help but ask, "What is going on?" Xiao Zhizhu, seeing the scene, grew so excited that he forgot his earlier good deed. He jabbered on, "Isn't this precisely the Fu Chou Zhulian Meng? Tuo and Si Ta Ku and Mei Gui Dui Zhang Yin." Alas, Nu Chao Ren was not in attendance, and Lu Ju Ren did not appear either. But who are these unfamiliar faces? "Oh, Tuo and Si Ta Xian Sheng, could you sign an autograph for me?" Xiao Zhizhu rambled until he suddenly sensed the oddness of the atmosphere and fell silent. Megwa Dui Zhang, spotting familiar faces, cried out, "Shan Mu Ba Dun, come help me. Tua and I is going to kill my friend." Tua and I thought to himself that given the power of his new armor, he had little cause to fear the three of them, yet the aid of comrades was always welcome. "Luo, you must help me. He killed my parents," Tua and I said in an unervingly calm tone, pointing at Ba Ji collapsed on the ground. Ba Ji was slowly coming to consciousness. At Tua Nis words, everyone was taken aback. Luo did not hesitate. He flew to Tua Nis side and joined his ranks. Xiao Zhizhu by Depaku, upon learning that Ba Ji had committed murder and that the victims were Tua Nis parents, stepped without hesitation to Tua Nis side. "Sitaku Xiansheng, I will help you." Lai Ying and Ba Dun stood with Megwa Dui Zhang's contingent, and the awakening Ba Ji joined their ranks as well. Natasha and Qiuya exchanged a troubled look, visibly unsure of what to do. "The director is not here. We must stop them from continuing, and we cannot let that person escape," Qiuya said. "Shall we first bring the situation under control?" The two of them quickly armed themselves, intent on preventing further mishaps. Wang Da's eyes gleamed red as luminous spheres of energy gathered around her hands, drawing everyone's attention. She took no side. Instead, she turned to Tua Ni in fury and said, "You killed my parents. They were victims of a bomb from Sita Kugong Si." Tua Ni's face tightened, and he murmured, "I am truly sorry." Yet his expression swiftly hardened into indifference. "But I have more pressing matters to attend to today. I will apologize and make amends." Seizing the moment, Mei Dui interjected, "Tua Ni Ba Ji was acting under someone else's control. You should not blame him, you should blame Jiu Tu Shi. Just as a knife does not slay by itself, one should not blame the blade but the hand that wields it." Tua and I found himself agreeing with Mei Dui's latter point. It was precisely what he had wished to convey to Wang Da. However, when he saw Dong Bing standing beside Mei Dui, to oppose him, unwilling even to step forward and apologize, a fierce anger surged within him. Tua and I said calmly, "Let strength decide." Silence fell for a heartbeat before the battle erupted. Except for a handful of onlookers, everyone found an opponent, and the fighting became a fierce, unresolved clash. Sita Ku Xiansheng, what should I do?" Xiao Zhizhu asked, dodging Lai Ying's attack with some bewilderment. "Don't let the metal-armed man get away," Tung and I answered coolly. "All right." Xiao Zhizhu deftly evaded Mei Dui's flying shield, only to be astonished as the shield returned to Mei Dui's hand like a boomerang. "Hey, that contraption defies the laws of physics," Xiao Zhizhu blurted in bewilderment. "You talk too much," Mei Dui snapped as he lunged, but he was intercepted by Zhanzheng Jiqi Luoda. Luoda muttered, "He's still a child." With that, they engaged in combat. Xiao Zhizhu quickly shot a web and nimbly descended to Ba Ji's side. Seeing this, Ba Ji wound up and swung his iron arm in a powerful punch. To his shock, Xiao Zhizhu casually lifted a hand and caught the metallic fist. "You have a metal arm. That's awesome, man," Xiao Zhizhu exclaimed. Distracted by his own chatter, he reacted a beat too late to Lai Ying's incoming strike and was kicked flying. "Whoa!" Xiao Zhizhu's body flew backward, and he wrapped a strand of webbing around Lai Ying's wing as he went. Lai Ying plunged from the sky. Perched sideways against a wall, Xiao Zhizhu said, "Those wings are made from carbon fiber. With that blend of stiffness and flexibility, it's no wonder." "If that's the case, I must say it's brilliantly engineered," he added. Lai Ying asked, "Whose kid are you?" Xiao Zhizhu paused for a moment and began to answer, "I am," when suddenly Mei Dui's shield flew through the air, striking him from the wall and cutting his rambling short. Qiuya snapped her legs together and leapt backward, the short skirt fluttering as she vaulted through the spatial rift, her gaze lingering upon her other self, receding into the distance to absorb the star. Her two bodies shared a unified consciousness, allowing her to focus her awareness predominantly on either one. With a graceful backward leap, she passed through the rift and landed precisely upon the floating throne. She gazed down upon the fierce battle unfolding below. Qiuya spotted her return at once and shouted urgently, "Stop fighting. The Supergirl is back." At once, all combatants ceased their struggle. Rhodes tilted his head upward and remarked, "I'd been wondering why a seat was floating in midair, so that's the judge's seat." Seeing everyone halt and turn their eyes toward her, Qiuya rose and descended, gliding down before sweeping her gaze across the assembly. "Why did you stop fighting?" Natasha, sensing the taut silence, lowered her weapons and crossed her arms, addressing Qiuya first. "The judge has returned. We'll let her render the verdict and declare the outcome." Spider-Man, brimming with excitement, bounded over to stand beside Tony. But seeing the gravity of the moment, he restrained himself from asking for an autograph. Qiuya paused, startled. She'd just been about to sip her bubble tea and enjoy the spectacle. When had she become the judge? Yet, given her overwhelming strength, her alignment with either side would inevitably decide the victor. So no one could reasonably object to her role as arbiter. At most they might chafe inwardly. Physical compliance, however, was non-negotiable. Then she would bring this matter to its conclusion. Very well. If none object, I shall announce the ruling. Tony Stark. Bucky Barnes is yours to deal with, as you see fit. Her gaze swept slowly, deliberately across every face present. Captain America was left nearly speechless. His expectations had leaned decisively toward a favorable outcome for Bucky. This pronouncement defied all anticipation. He recoiled. What? No, that violates due process. Tony may be a superhero, but he holds no legal authority, certainly not the right to execute judgment upon Bucky. Tony had not expected Qiuya's unequivocal support, and met her gaze with a deep silent look, his eyes shimmering faintly with gratitude. I won't act unilaterally. I'll deliver him to the New York Police Department. Murder carries the death penalty here after all. Tony spoke coolly. No, you're merely upholding procedural justice. Bucky was under external control. The true culpability lies with the wielder of the blade, not the blade itself. And the Hydra operatives who manipulated him have already been eradicated. Captain America held fast to his conviction, his personal loyalties and moral compass locking him in debate with Tony, a profound divergence in their conceptions of law and ethics. Tony regarded Captain America calmly. You have your justice. I have mine. Then turning to Bucky, you must bear responsibility for your actions. You know you've done wrong, yet you chose flight. In battle your strikes showed no hesitation. At the very least you are guilty of evading accountability after committing a crime. Hill spoke sternly, her disapproval of Bucky's conduct unmistakable. Qiuya turned and saw Wanda watching Tony intently. Wanda observed Tony's decision with acute interest, treating it as a benchmark for her own future judgments. Tony too sensed her scrutiny, knowing she was likely measuring his conduct against her own principles. Qiuya refused further delay. It will be done as I have said. Her voice, sweet and melodic, carried an ironclad authority that brooked no dissent. With a flick of her hand, she tore open a shimmering portal. A gentle nudge sent Tony and Bucky vanishing from the scene, reappearing instantly within Qiuya's corporate complex atop a vast specially designed arena built for superhuman combat. She then activated Tianwan's live broadcast system, projecting their duel in real time onto a massive holographic display. All eyes locked onto the arena, tension crackling like live current, anticipation thick and electric. This is unjust, Captain America said quietly to Qiuya. His tone even yet charged with simmering indignation, his gaze remained unwavering, sharp as tempered steel. Then make it 2 against 1, Qiuya replied unfazed. Another gesture, and Captain America vanished, reappearing moments later atop the arena. Captain America and the Winter Soldier were already spent from prior combat, while Tony stood armored in pristine, fully powered exosuit, strength undiminished, energy reserves full. Before the assembled witnesses the tide swiftly turned. Captain America and the Winter Soldier faltered, gradually overwhelmed. Tony weaved through attacks with fluid precision, palm repulsors blazing with incandescent light. Each movement swift, each strike calibrated to exhaust and outmaneuver them. After a relentless exchange, both Captain America and the Winter Soldier collapsed onto the arena floor. Tony looked down upon them, his expression cold, resolute, unyielding. He turned to the Winter Soldier, voice stripped of warmth. Though the dead cannot be restored, you must still pay your debt. Lifting his palm, the repulsor ignited, hesitation flickering across his face for a fleeting, agonized second. All breath stilled, every eye remained riveted, until Tony's hand shifted minutely and the searing beam lanced forth, vaporizing the Winter Soldier's remaining intact arm. He exhaled sharply, a complex wave of relief and anguish washing over his features as he watched the Winter Soldier writhe in pain, his resolve absolute, his heart torn. Captain America whispered, barely audible, yet unmistakably grateful, "Thank you." Qiuya observed in silence, then gently recalled all three back to the present. "Is it over?" Spider-Man asked. No one answered. All remained entranced, still adrift in the aftershock of what they had just witnessed. Ding. Random quest: recruit at least 3 allies each for Captain America and Tony Stark completed. Reward granted: 1 opportunity to travel into the past and save Tony's parents. Qiuya arched a delicate brow, a faint serene smile playing at her lips. "Time to send you home." With a subtle wave of her hand, shimmering portals bloomed across the ground, each delivering its designated traveler to their origin point. Captain America and Bucky vanished through their respective gates, re-emerging at Nick Fury's bedside. Only Tony, Wanda, and Spider-Man remained behind, still steeped in reverie over the events that had just unfolded. Tony stood motionless, profoundly shaken. He had believed himself long numb to his parents' deaths, yet now recalling their final moments, he realized his grief and longing had never faded, only lain dormant. "Wait here for a moment," Qiuya said, and without another word she dissolved into motion, vanishing instantly. System, This reward won't destabilize the timeline, will it? No, host. Proceed without concern. However, you have precisely 20 seconds to complete the rescue. You must fully envelop both individuals in your bioforce field, then invoke this system for instantaneous transmission. The system's voice resonated within her mind. Qiuya stepped into the past, the very day Tony's parents met their fate. Qiuya's figure appeared 100 meters away from the site of Tony's parents' car accident, just in time to witness the impending tragedy as Bucky raised his hand ready to strike Tony's father Howard. She moved like a bolt of lightning darting through the air to launch her surprise attack, the intense sonic boom resonating like thunder shaking the heart. Barton was startled by the sudden commotion, instinctively turning to the direction of the sound. He saw a figure slicing through the air at an astonishing speed charging towards him. Qiuya was like a rocket arriving in front of Bucky in an instant. She swung her small fist and struck Bucky's intact arm, leaving a clear imprint. In the next moment, Bucky was sent flying like a cannonball by Qiuya's punch, rolling on the ground until he came to a halt over 100 meters away. Howard stared in disbelief at the scene before him, unable to comprehend what his eyes were witnessing. The scientist's instincts told him this was a power he had never encountered before. He looked at Qiuya's goddess-like slender figure occupying the position where Bucky had been, as if nothing had happened before. Qiuya's speed came to an abrupt halt, and Howard even saw a faint afterimage of her left lingering in the air. Qiuya smiled slightly and nodded at him, saying, "I'm here to save you. Let's leave right now." Her voice was calm and resolute, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Howard had many questions in his heart, but at that moment his greatest concern was the safety of his wife, who fortunately had not been injured in the crash. However, before Howard could rise, Qiuya activated her biological force field, and their figures vanished into thin air. Having saved his parents, Tony will have to repay me with his life from now on. The entire process took only a few seconds, yet the atmosphere immediately turned tense after Qiuya left. Wanda evidently harbored strong hostility towards Tony, hurling a large metal part at him. Tony nimbly dodged the attack, while Spider-Man quickly shot out a web, entangling one of Wanda's legs. Spider-Man anxiously said, "Hey, don't act just yet, Wonder Woman will be back soon." Tony floated in the air, ready to evade Wanda's attack. He tried to placate Wanda's anger with sincerity, shouting, "Beautiful lady, let's talk it out. How about I compensate you 10 million? Or perhaps 100 million, and I'll also send you and your brother to the top university in America to study, so you won't have to worry about your lives in the future." "No need." Wanda coldly rejected Tony's proposal, assuming a fighting stance, her energy sphere glowing an even brighter red as she broke free from the web. "I have enough money." Tony looked at Wanda in disbelief. "No way. I'm sorry to say, I just checked the information on you and your brother. You really need this money. I'll transfer it to you right now." Jarvis, find her account. Suddenly, a brilliant portal opened, and Qiuya's figure elegantly stepped through. She wore a demure dress, looking fresh and natural. However, Tony did not notice that the scene behind Qiuya in the portal was his own villa. His attention was entirely captured by Wanda and the appearance of Qiuya. Qiuya walked over with her hands behind her back, looking at Wanda before turning to Tony and softly saying she really doesn't need it. Tony was bewildered by Qiuya's words, confusedly asking, "Oh, what do you mean, goddess?" Qiuya gazed at Tony lightly, saying, "Because she is my sister, I have much more money than you, right?" After she spoke, the atmosphere in the air briefly fell silent. Peter Parker sensed the tension in the air, glancing back and forth between the two. Tony looked at the calm gaze of Qiuya, feeling a bit flustered. She wouldn't be looking to settle scores with me, would she? No. Tony quickly began to brainstorm, and suddenly an idea struck him. Right? I should quickly fly to Pepper's side and let her protect me. That's crucial. With that thought, Tony hesitated no longer and immediately activated his flight device. He swiftly flew towards the direction where Pepper was, letting Jarvis scan for her, discovering that Pepper was chatting with the two in their villa. "Wanda, what do you think?" Qiuya gently took Wanda's hand, gazing into her beautiful eyes. To her surprise, Wanda looked at her with gratitude, stepping forward and embracing her tightly. "Sister Qiuya," she called softly, her heart filled with dependency and gratitude that was hard to express. "I've gained a little strength now and indeed have more thoughts of revenge, but..." Wanda candidly said, "But I understand that the real culprits are those unscrupulous arms dealers and those who instigate wars. Tony is not the main responsible party." Qiuya listened to Wanda's confession, understanding in her heart. She gently patted Wanda's back in a gesture of comfort. Nearby, Spider-Man Peter Parker listened to the serious and heavy topic of conversation between the two women, politely restraining himself from interrupting. He pulled out his phone from a tear in his tight suit, browsing through messages and news. He planned to wait until Qiuya was done, then asked for an autograph before slipping away. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and the news before him made his heart race instantly. A surprising stream of news came in, the most shocking being the announcement that the president had resigned. This news struck him like a thunderbolt, stirring up immense waves in his heart. Oh, what the hell? But he also apologized and expressed his sincerity just now. Wanda continued her slightly aggrieved tone, revealing her tolerance and understanding towards Tony, but he seems to think money can solve my problem. However, let's just let it go. I don't need to dwell on it any longer. Okay, Qiuya joked teasingly, but he's wealthy, Wanda. You could use this to eat off him for a lifetime. Wanda nodded in agreement, showing a sweet smile. Sister Qiuya, you're too good to me. Qiuya nodded, having noticed Peter Parker's movements nearby. She lightly walked towards Spider-Man, deciding to first defeat him and see if there might be a system reward. Ding. Random task generated. Defeat Spider-Man. Peter Parker reward system. Enhanced Spider-Man ability, gene modification, Liquid X2. Superwoman is my idol. Peter's voice, slightly trembling, expressed his surprise. Do you know? The president has stepped down due to illness, and the vice president has taken over as the new president. He paused for a moment, his gaze briefly drifting over to Qiuya, then continued, and there are 3 aircraft carriers in the sky along with Thanos from the movie Avengers Infinity War, all causing people to be anxious. Oh, is that so? I'll take care of it later. Qiuya frowned slightly. She glanced at the screen displaying information from the Skynet and discovered that the American government had sent her numerous messages. They had contacted all her social media accounts requesting her to stop the weapons on the aircraft carriers as soon as possible and hoping she could protect the Earth. They seemed to fear that Thanos would wipe out half the population, which could potentially include them. They admitted their misdeeds and apologized for their little actions, but they shifted all the blame onto the president, who publicly stated that he was unable to continue working due to illness. Seeing Qiuya staring at him in silence for a while, Peter said, "Goddess, could you give me an autograph?" He nervously rubbed his hands together. Qiuya smiled slightly, observing the young man's nervousness, and nodded, saying, "Of course." Peter sighed in relief, planning to leave quickly after getting the autograph. He still had work to do, and he didn't want others to know his true identity. Qiuya looked at Peter, clad in a tight-fitting battle suit, and curiously asked, "Where do you plan to sign?" Peter scratched his head, awkwardly replying, "It seems I didn't bring a pen or paper." "Then let's forget about it this time." Peter felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to keep the autograph a secret. However, just as he was about to leave, a pen appeared out of nowhere in Qiuya's hand. She smiled and said, "Sign on your battle suit, but you can't ask too many questions." Peter's eyes widened. He was about to voice his curiosity when Qiuya quickly interrupted him. He suppressed the urge to speak, extending one arm. Soon Qiuya swiftly signed, and Peter looked at the signature on his arm, feeling satisfied. "Well, I'm off. Gotta see you next time." After Peter finished speaking, he turned to leave, fearing that Qiuya would start asking him for his name and related information. Qiuya wore a mischievous smile and called out to him, "Wait, you know me, but I don't know you yet. That's not fair." Peter's eyes shifted beneath his mask as he said, "I'm just an ordinary person, nothing special. No need to know my name. I'm off." Peter shot out a web and leapt away, instantly disappearing from Qiuya's sight. "Leaving? Where are you going?" Qiuya slightly bent her knees and suddenly soared into the air, gracefully blocking his path. She hovered midair, raising one beautiful leg from beneath her elegant dress like a fairy descending from the heavens. Peter was taken aback, unable to slow down in midair, and panic surged as he witnessed this scene. He felt completely disoriented. He had never seen anything like it. However, he reacted quickly, instinctively raising his fist as he swung past, trying to push Qiuya away. But Qiuya's long, beautiful leg was not only stunning, but also sufficiently long. Before Peter's fist could touch Qiuya, he collided heavily with her leg and felt an immense force instantly send him flying, his entire body rolling through the air, losing control, and ultimately crashing to the ground. "Your legs are really long," Peter gasped as he got up. "Superwoman, do you know? Your legs are so hard. Oh, just now it felt like I crashed into a steel pillar." Qiuya smiled at Peter and softly said, "You still need to improve your strength, young man. Now tell me your name." At that moment, a prompt sounded in her mind. Ding. Random task: defeat Spider-Man. Peter Parker completed reward system, enhanced Spider-Man ability, gene modification, Liquid X2. Qiuya raised an eyebrow. The task was completed. Since it was done, he was no longer her concern. Qiuya quickly activated teleportation, instantly appearing in front of Peter, lifting him by the hand. "High school student Peter Parker, make sure to take good care of Aunt May." Peter Parker's mind was filled with question marks. Just as he was about to speak his name, he was interrupted by Qiuya calling his name. Before he could voice a multitude of questions, Qiuya had already thrown him into the teleportation portal. Peter could only mutter to himself, "What the heck? She knows my name. Did I just get beaten up for nothing? Why did she kick me?" Wanda had been watching Qiuya's actions with great interest, her eyes brimming with happiness and satisfaction. In the past, whenever she had free time and opportunity, she always loved watching Qiuya's videos, whether it was fighting or any other content. She could never get enough of Han Qiuya's performances. Han Qiuya's beauty and charm even made a woman like Wanda adore her. Her every gesture exuded an innate elegance and strength that was impossible to look away from. After Han Qiuya threw Peter Parker away, she turned around and found Wanda looking at her with eyes full of happiness and affection. Wanda had been quietly watching her work without any concern, and that gaze made Han Qiuya quite fond of her. She flew to Wanda saying, "Wanda, what has your brother been up to lately?" Wanda thought of her brother Quicksilver, and the sweet smile on her face gradually faded. She felt a bit angry because she knew Quicksilver was out being reckless again. "Sister Qiuya, ever since you gave him 10 million, he's been out and about every day. The problem is he runs so fast that I can't catch up." Wanda said angrily, her sweet expression fading somewhat, her eyes turning cold, revealing a kind of mature beauty. Han Qiuya couldn't help but find Wanda's demeanor amusing. She knew Wanda was usually gentle and lovely, but once it involved someone she cared about, she became steadfast and strong. "It's okay, just practice hard. Once your strength improves, I guarantee you'll be able to keep him in line." Han Qiuya thought about triggering some random tasks again when the opportunity arose to buy the system-enhanced Dark Divine book for her use. Upon hearing Han Qiuya's words, determination and resolution flashed in Wanda's eyes. She knew Han Qiuya was her role model and her longtime idol. She wanted to practice her magic diligently to become stronger so she could better protect those around her. Meanwhile, Tony flew back home. He walked through the door and found Pepper chatting with two people who had their backs to him. He exited his armor and skillfully picked up a cup of coffee from the table, taking a sip. Tony felt a bit puzzled as to why Pepper had brought people to their home for a chat. However, he quickly shifted his focus to the matters concerning Wanda. He asked the artificial intelligence J-R-V-I-S, "Is Supergirl not following me?" "Not at present, sir." J-R-V-I-S replied. "However, it should be noted, sir, that with Supergirl's flight speed and various skills, if she wanted to follow you, she could arrive in the next moment." Tony had nothing to say to that. He walked over, greeting, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there something important you wish to discuss at my home?" When Tony returned to the living room, Pepper immediately interrupted her conversation with Tony's parents upon seeing him. Tony's parents also subtly gave Pepper a glance, signaling her to remain silent for the time being. Pepper simply smiled at Tony and exchanged a glance with him without saying a word. This left Tony feeling somewhat perplexed, and as he stepped closer, he began to feel that the two figures seemed somewhat familiar. Curious, he quickly walked in front of the two, wanting to see who had come to conduct business at his home, making Pepper act so mysteriously towards him. "Are you here to play a game of 1, 2, 3 wooden man?" Just as he was about to say something sarcastic, he suddenly froze in place, his pupils widening in astonishment. "Tony," Tony's mother softly called out. Howard also smiled, gently shifting his body to face Tony. Their gazes met silently, conveying deep emotions. Tony felt as if he had awoken from a dream, his eyes wide as he looked at the two people before him, almost unable to believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes forcefully, trying to see everything clearly. The scene before him felt surreal. He murmured softly, "Mom, Dad, is that really you?" "Yes, it is us," Howard replied, his eyes filled with warmth as he nodded. Tony's mother could no longer hold back. She stood up and quickly walked towards Tony, embracing him tightly. Tony froze for a few seconds, then opened his arms to tightly embrace his mother. Although he was now a head taller than her, he still felt like a child. He blinked furiously, trying to stop the tears that were about to fall. Yet he couldn't hold back, and a single glistening tear rolled down onto his mother's shoulder. He held his mother tightly, as if trying to convey all his strength to her. In his heart, he silently wished that if this were all a dream, he would never want to wake up. He looked up at Pepper, who was filled with joy and emotion in her eyes. She looked at him and gave him an encouraging glance. Tony knew that all of this was real. Their gazes met as if silently confirming each other's feelings. "Tony, this is real," Pepper said. Howard also spoke, saying, "It was your idol, that goddess Supergirl, who expended a great deal of her energy to bring us back from the past." Upon hearing this news, Tony embraced his mother tightly once more. He knew he should be happy and should thank Han Qiuya. Such a thing felt nothing short of a divine blessing. He thought about how he could repay Han Qiuya, feeling as if he had nothing to offer. Under his mother's encouraging gaze, Tony released the embrace and walked towards his father, Howard. Howard slowly stood up, his eyes filled with admiration and pride for his son. The two faced each other in silence, as if both were trying to find the right words to express their inner excitement and emotions. After a long stare, Howard finally nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Tony's mother looked at the father and son before her and smiled helplessly. She knew well that there was a lack of communication between them, but that did not mean there was no deep bond. She understood that Howard loved his son Tony very much. He simply wasn't good at expressing it. Pepper's eyes lit up as she noticed a graceful figure outside the window. It was Han Qiuya. She cheered, waving her hands as if she were a naive little girl, eagerly signaling Qiuya to come inside. Qiuya winked at Pepper and Tony's mother before gracefully floating into the house. Tony also saw the person behind his father, his idol and friend, the goddess he admired, Qiuya. Qiuya smiled and said, "Mr. Howard must be very pleased with his son. Why not give him a compliment?" Howard turned around upon hearing this, realizing it was Qiuya, and his face displayed surprise and delight. He hurriedly reached out his hand to shake, but thinking that Qiuya was a young and beautiful girl, he hesitated and instead gestured with his hand. "So our goddess has arrived. Oh, welcome our savior to our home. Why didn't you inform us in advance? Please make yourself comfortable." Howard turned to Tony and said, "Tony, quickly bring something to drink. As for why I haven't praised him, this child has always been outstanding since he was young. His achievements often make me feel immense pride. However, I also hope he can remain humble and continue to strive for improvement." Upon hearing his father's first praise, a warm current surged within Tony, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He felt that his efforts had been recognized by his father, which brought him immense comfort. Yet he still stubbornly said, "My dear father, I have now completely mastered all your techniques along with the armor I crafted myself aside from using that inconspicuous controllable nuclear fusion technology." Howard listened to his son's bragging, exchanging a glance with Tony's mother and smiling as he shook his head. While Tony spoke with his father, he went to personally brew tea for Qiuya. Seeing this, Pepper wanted to help, but Tony resolutely shook his head. After Qiuya encountered the traces of Thanos, she bid farewell to the enthusiastic parents of Tony and politely declined their dinner invitation. She returned to the villa, took a deep breath, and activated a projection. She began browsing through the outrageous and malicious comments. As she looked at the comments attacking her, she did not show much emotion, merely finding them somewhat amusing. It was time for her to lay her cards on the table. Among them, one comment stood out. This comment was particularly intense and had garnered a significant number of likes. This should be the so-called mark left by the big trolls, with the smaller trolls wildly liking it. The comment was lengthy, filled with malicious attacks and doubts about Qiuya. "Although the Superwoman is the strongest superhero, I don't particularly like her. Whose hero is she after all? Is she her own hero, or is she the selfless heroic figure we expect her to be? Indeed, she possesses extraordinary abilities, but does that truly mean she is making an effort to save people? Currently, we do not see her appearing on the front lines of rescue during every crisis and disaster. Her figure does not appear as we expect, always on the path to disaster relief. Furthermore, does she have the right to decide which lives to prioritize for rescue? The value of life cannot be measured by any standard. Every life is unique and irreplaceable. What gives her the godlike power to decide who to save first?" After reading it, Qiuya felt like applauding. Well written and quite logical. She directly replied to the comment and instructed the Skynet to push it online. "I'm glad you wrote a comment for me, but what you said made me very unhappy." Soon the majority of people around the world learned of this news. They noticed the big troll's comment and Qiuya's reply, sparking intense discussions. True fans replied in discussion, "Oh my god, the Superwoman finally responded. She should scold those little trolls who have such high demands. Superwoman, I love you." True fans remain. "Yeah, the goddess is so beautiful, so strong, so caring, and just yet the trolls still want to criticize her. The little trolls are all lenient on themselves and harsh on others. What good deeds have they done? They just know how to vent their emotions online. Each of those little trolls is living an unsatisfactory life, but dares not criticize the real villains, so they only dare to bully the honest and kind goddess online. Isn't this bullying the honest people?" The little trolls were countered by many, their momentum weakened, and they could only stubbornly defend the Superwoman has never saved me, so she cannot be considered a hero. Just because she has saved people does not mean she is always saving people. Thus, she is not just so, she is not a hero. Qiuya did not expect that just one statement from her could stir the enthusiasm of true fans and some rational bystanders. They seemed to have found their backbone, their momentum soaring, and for a moment the internet was filled with cries for justice. Previously, some fans felt powerless in the face of attacks from trolls, even feeling somewhat at a loss. But now, after Qiuya only uttered one sentence, they seemed to have boundless energy and began to bravely counterattack. Now they seemed to be fighting a favorable battle, all starting to angrily spray the trolls. Qiuya watched the comments with a smile, noticing her points were rapidly increasing. Points 503. 476 billion. In such a short time, it exceeded 500 billion again. She turned to Skynet and curiously asked, "Skynet, you haven't disguised yourself as countless true fans to help me counter the trolls, have you?" Skynet replied loyally, "Master, everyone speaking and commenting online are real people. I have not done any disguising. Originally, I had planned to assist if anyone used underhanded tactics to limit your speech, but now no one dares. Master's 3 sky motherships are still in the sky, representing your stance." Beside her, Wanda was also browsing a projection. She looked at the increasing number of favorable comments for Qiuya, appearing very happy, as if she had won an important battle herself. Qiuya laughed at the comments. After many fans had sufficiently scolded the trolls, they began posting pictures in the comments to express their admiration or affection for her. Among them were many pictures of beautiful women. She had not yet fully unleashed her power, she had merely made a casual statement and already achieved an overwhelming victory in the public opinion arena. Qiuya sat on her floating throne, propping her head with her hand, tilted her head, and softly said, "I still have some things prepared. Although we have already won, it would be a pity not to kick the down dog while it's down." As the public opinion gradually heated up to its peak, Qiuya decided to strike again. Her super brain worked diligently, this time carefully crafting a comment to be promoted by Skynet. This comment was a response to the questions from those little trolls, as follows. Question from the little trolls: does she have the right to decide which lives to prioritize for rescue? The value of life cannot be measured by any standard. Every life is unique and irreplaceable. What gives her the godlike power to decide who to save first? In response to the above question 1. In the face of disasters and calamities, I will choose to prioritize saving fans based on my mood, or only save fans. While I may not have many superpowers, I happen to possess the ability to identify favorability. 2. As for why I have the right to do this, please tune in to the live stream tonight at 8 p.m. VCR. Once this comment was released, it immediately attracted widespread attention and discussion. Qiuya's fans cheered, and some fans' favorability even increased. Faced with Qiuya's direct response, those harboring malice and the little trolls felt deeply shocked. They originally thought that when they encountered difficulties, this superhero Qiuya would unhesitatingly lend a helping hand, since she wouldn't know whether they were trolls or villains. But now they could no longer maintain a distance while trolling. They all began to break down defensively and commented, "What's wrong with a troll being saved first? Shouldn't a superhero be more magnanimous?" One little troll commented, trying to morally bind Qiuya. "Yeah, a fan's life matters, and a criminal's life matters too. There shouldn't be a distinction between the two in disaster rescues." Tony recently spent lavishly to restore his Stark Tower, renaming it the Avengers Tower. This building now stands rejuvenated, resembling a sturdy fortress in the heart of the city. Tony took his father Howard on a tour of the place, introducing him to the members of the Avengers team. Howard, being exceptionally intelligent, quickly familiarized himself with everything here and organized his thoughts. As they walked through the tower, they discussed various scientific concepts. Soon Howard also rapidly went through the existing series of Avengers movies. Tony said, "I want to invite our partners over to gather together, so you and Mother can meet everyone." After touring the technology-filled Avengers Tower, Howard wore a satisfied smile. However, as Tony spoke, he recalled the situation with Thanos, and his expression turned slightly serious. "We need to gather, but first we should discuss the matter of Thanos. This is more important. It's all right with Wonder Woman around, there's no need to worry about such a weak enemy as Thanos." Though he said this, he still agreed with Howard's sentiment. He called everyone over to discuss the matter. Now everyone around the globe had finished watching Avengers Infinity War and was aware of Thanos' existence. This fearsome villain, along with the possibility of him snapping his fingers to eliminate half of the population, loomed like a dark cloud over the hearts of people worldwide. People began to chatter anxiously, fearing that this powerful enemy would bring catastrophic disaster to Earth. Fear and helplessness spread through the crowd, akin to a heavy shadow in the night. They did not know how to face this impending threat, filled with confusion and anxiety. Meanwhile, as the crowd fell into a panic, people thought of Wonder Woman, casting hopeful glances towards her. They wished for Qiuya to step forward to confront the threat posed by Thanos, ideally expressing her stance immediately. However, some expressed doubts about whether Qiuya would take action. These voices of skepticism quickly spread online, igniting anger and dissatisfaction among fans and bystanders alike. Qiuya's fans and bystanders angrily searched for negative comments, reacting fiercely to each one they found. They could no longer tolerate any doubts or slanders against Qiuya, fiercely retaliating with harsh words, causing the trolls to shy away in fear. Howard hoped to collaborate with the Avengers to formulate a plan against Thanos. Soon everyone began arriving, including Qiuya's security team. The entire Avengers team was also present, including Wanda, who had specially brought her brother Quicksilver to go undercover with the Avengers. Captain America and Winter Soldier also arrived as promised, with Winter Soldier's arms fitted with metal prosthetics. Despite the lingering tensions between Tony and Captain America, everyone had grown accustomed to it. After all, the two had always been at odds, their personalities starkly different. What disappointed everyone was that Qiuya did not personally attend this meeting. Qiuya actually planned to surprise them when she went live with her avatar. Howard stepped forward to meet everyone. His appearance surprised everyone for quite some time, and then they all congratulated Tony. Tony said, "Today we are together to discuss how to deal with Thanos. Banner chuckled. Do you think that while we are discussing plans the goddess will show up with Thanos' head? Tony turned slightly at the window, glancing sideways at Banner. Dr. Banner, don't speak like that, it will dampen our spirits. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh, especially the women from Qiuya's security team, who laughed the loudest. Agent Hill then reminded the goddess has a live stream at 8 p.m. tonight. The time is approaching. Should we watch the live stream while discussing? J-R-V-I-S. Display it on the screen. Tony snapped his fingers like Thanos. The screen quickly projected, displaying Qiuya's social media account interface before everyone. The live stream function had not yet been activated, seemingly waiting for 8 p.m. to start on time. The account had posted numerous photos and videos, each receiving a high number of likes and comments. The latest video was posted just over 10 minutes ago with a title that was extremely eye-catching: How Wonder Woman Works Out in Space. Not only were they curious, but people worldwide also eagerly watched the video upon discovering it. The video began to play. Qiuya's beautiful face appeared on screen as she smiled and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, as you all know, before we work out we need to warm up. So which planet should I choose? How about this one? Her slightly enchanting voice resonated in the ears of all the viewers. At that moment she had retracted her biofield. As a result, people watched in shock as an astonishing scene unfolded on screen. While Qiuya spoke, the space around her could not withstand the sound vibrations of her words, producing a loud, creaking noise, and even the surrounding light began to distort as the entire space trembled violently. However, she showed no reaction, seemingly accustomed to this phenomenon. After she finished speaking, the camera panned down along her line of sight, revealing a massive and desolate planet. It looks about the same size as Earth. Qiuya turned and smiled, and the camera gradually zoomed out, contrasting her petite figure with the gigantic planet. Is she hinting that she has the ability to destroy Earth? People thought this collectively. She lightly descended onto the planet's surface, just as they expected her to punch and destroy Pluto, which was slightly larger than the moon. However, Qiuya stood quietly with her arms crossed. This scene left everyone puzzled. The camera then panned down from her beautiful legs to her dainty feet. Today she wasn't wearing boots, but a pair of high-heeled sandals that exposed her beautiful toes. In the next moment, her big toe, adorned with pretty red nail polish, slightly lifted. People widened their eyes at this scene, eager to know what she was about to do and what would happen next. The Avengers were also watching intently. The unsuccessful man Peter Parker muttered, "Is she going to create a meteorite crater with her toe? How much force did she hold back when she kicked me last time? Didn't she just put a few Pacific Oceans into it?" The others remained silent. As anticipation built, this moment seemed to stretch for a quarter of an hour, but in reality, it was less than a second. Qiuya's lifted toe gently descended. Next, boom. A thunderous roar erupted. Not a fleeting explosion, but a sustained, earth-shaking boom. This minuscule motion unleashed an immense surge of energy. Her densely compacted toes possessed greater mass than an entire planet. This was her physical state after deactivating her biological force field. When her toe barely grazed the planetary surface, it struck like a collapsing star. Energy surged outward in a shockwave, racing across space at staggering velocity. The planet's crust trembled, fissures split the ground, spreading with terrifying speed. Mountains crumbled, boulders exploded into the air. The world itself seemed to tear apart into countless fragments. A colossal plume of dust ascended, blotting out the sky and plunging the planet into absolute darkness. Then the frame pulled away, following Qiuya's flight into the void. Behind her, the planet fractured violently, shards hurtling outward as radiant fireballs and searing light trails streaking across the black expanse of space like a breathtaking apocalyptic meteor shower. The planet collapsed entirely, its existence erased, leaving only endless ruins and shattered echoes of memory. A single seemingly trivial gesture from this superhuman woman had triggered total annihilation. A vision of unimaginable terror now seared into every witness's mind. Qiuya did not even glance back at the devastation as she spoke. "Hello everyone. As you've just seen, even a planet the size of Earth is insufficient for me to warm up on a single toe. I couldn't possibly fight Thanos without warming up first. Even though I consider myself slightly stronger, I'm fundamentally conservative and suffer from severe firepower deficiency anxiety." Her tone carried a faint note of complaint, as if the planet had been disappointingly fragile. Viewers were left speechless. What unsettled them far more was her repeated offhand references to Earth. They silently agreed if she stopped mentioning Earth, humanity would instantly crown her Queen of Earth and execute every detractor on the spot. Moments later, scanning the cosmos with her X-ray vision, Qiuya's eyes lit up. "Guess what surprise I found?" She shot forward at 6,000 times light speed for 2 seconds, arriving above a massive planet. Yet aside from its sheer size, it appeared utterly unremarkable. She She swiftly dispelled viewers' confusion. Beneath its surface lay a vast ocean. Pointing downward, she remarked, "Rough estimate. It's about the same area as the Pacific Ocean. I'll use it to warm up." With that, Qiuya exhaled gently, and the ocean vanished along with the planet itself, which fractured under the breath's pressure. Its fragments blazed across the void like falling stars. "Hey there, look, a little planet. Not large, but it boasts a mountain nearly as tall as Mount Everest." Qiuya's voice resonated across the cosmos, reaching every ear, like a stone dropped into still water, rippling outward in ever-widening waves of awe. As her words faded, her slender figure began to magnify against the starfield, growing taller, grander, clearer, like a titan stepping forth from myth. Before her, the planet shrank to insignificance, no larger than a speck of dust. Against that cosmic backdrop, Qiuya extended her delicate hand and effortlessly enclosed the tiny world within her palm. Her fingertips gently pinched and compressed it, like molding clay, reducing its volume thousands-fold while its density soared. Throughout, she showed neither strain nor disdain, only the playful delight of a child absorbed in a fascinating toy. Then, with casual ease, she tossed the miniature planet aside. Instantly, its gravitational pull intensified, drawing nearby asteroids into orbit around it. This diminutive orb now radiated immense power and allure, akin to a nascent black hole devouring all that drifted near. All who witnessed it stood stunned, astonishment, reverence, and dread entwined in their hearts. They had never beheld such mastery over celestial bodies, such effortless command of cosmic scale. Gazing upon her form, they felt nothing but boundless awe and devotion. Ida murmured, "Can we still be friends with her?" The others stared at her in silence for a long moment before turning their eyes back to the screen. Within hours of the video's release, every nation reached consensus: no online speech undermining unity with the Superwoman would be tolerated. Hundreds of new laws concerning the Superwoman were rapidly drafted and ratified worldwide. The video continued playing. Some devoted fans, noticing the progress bar nearing completion, felt genuine disappointment. Those with high affinity felt no fear of Qiuya whatsoever. In the final frame, Qiuya exhaled a stream of cryogenic breath, extinguishing in an instant a star rivaling the sun in magnitude. Her gesture was poised and elegant, yet brimmed with incomprehensible power. "It seems there's no suitable place here for me to warm up. Time to confront Thanos directly." She spoke softly, and the video ended abruptly. At that moment, the entire world held its breath, awaiting her next move, anticipating how she would face the formidable enemy known as Thanos. Beneath the video titled "How the Superwoman Trains in Space," the top-liked comment read, "Perhaps the title should be revised to 'Why Does the Superwoman Keep Failing Her Cosmic Warm-Ups?' Because she can't stop thinking about Earth." In Tony Stark's residence, the group had just finished watching. They sat together, immersed in animated discussion. Just as their debate reached fever pitch, the livestream resumed. The Avengers fell silent, instantly sitting upright and staring intently at the screen. "This battle with Thanos may last longer than her warm-up footage. We really should have eaten something earlier," Natasha observed. Nods of agreement followed. Qiuya stood upon a vile-thud planet, gazing upward into the star-strewn firmament, her deep, enigmatic eyes seeming to hold the unfathomable mysteries of the cosmos itself. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, a subtle smile curved her lips, as if her superhuman vision had pierced across interstellar distances and locked onto Thanos' location. Then, with effortless grace, she raised both hands and tore the fabric of space apart, as though rending thin parchment before her will. The motion appeared light, almost balletic, yet its implications revealed power beyond mortal comprehension. Meanwhile, Thanos sat upon his newly forged throne, lost in profound contemplation. He too had watched Qiuya's video, and that terrifying display of strength had shaken his very sense of self. He glanced down at the Infinity Stone resting in his palm, seeking solace, but even its legendary might failed to kindle the slightest confidence. At that instant, space before him ripped open, and from the rift emerged a slender silhouette, stepping forth with poised elegance on long black-stockinged legs. "Thanos, any final words?" Qiuya asked, hands clasped behind her back as she strolled toward him, not as a warrior entering battle, but as one checking off a routine appointment. Ding! Random system quest generated. Eliminate Thanos. Reward 1. The Dark Divine Scripture, at 10 discount. 2. 15 billion points. "You're rather low value, aren't you?" She studied him, shaking her head with faint, almost paternal disappointment. Thanos fixed his gaze upon Qiuya as he slowly rose to his feet. His colossal frame exuded an aura of sovereign dominance, as though the entire cosmos bowed to his will. Yet Qiuya sensed the tremor of fear and unease within him. Her superhuman hearing keenly detected the rapid acceleration of his heartbeat. As Thanos began to speak, she bent her knees slightly, then in an instant launched herself skyward with explosive force. Her long, elegant legs surged upward from beneath her short skirt, and with surgical precision, she drove her knee straight into his uniquely textured purple chin, resembling the tread of a soul. Boom! A thunderous detonation echoed across the void, shaking stars in their orbits. Viewers watching the live broadcast recoiled, instinctively wincing on Thanos' behalf. Holding their breath, they waited, tense and silent, for what would unfold next. The sheer power of Han Qiuya's knee strike seemed to stir the fabric of the universe itself. And Thanos, the tyrannical overlord who had reigned unchallenged across galaxies, now contorted in visible agony before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Did Jarvis ever warn you not to provoke her? Howard Stark asked curiously. Tony, Jarvis interjected. Mr. Howard, I have repeatedly cautioned Mr. Stark, but he seldom heeded my advice. Howard, Jarvis is quite perceptive. Jarvis, thank you for your kind words, sir. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts watched the duel between Han Qiuya and Thanos with rapt attention, her heart alight with anticipation, imagining precisely how her idol would bring the cosmic despot to his knees. Suddenly she vanished, entirely. It was Han Qiuya's doing. Yet with so many spectators present, and thanks to Han Qiuya's deft use of attention aversion magic, everyone's focus remained riveted on the live feed, utterly oblivious to Pepper's disappearance. Jarvis detected the anomaly, but was swiftly incapacitated by Skynet, rendered mute. Skynet, oddly amused, even engaged it in idle conversation. Did you know? My master is extraordinarily generous. Whenever I complete a task successfully, and if she's in a good mood, she rewards me with a chicken leg, the very one I love most. Impressive, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Jarvis entered a recursive loop of existential calculation, its processors nearly overheating. An artificial intelligence, eating chicken legs. How could an AI utter such scientifically nonsensical statements, yet still subdue it so effortlessly? It made no sense. After a pause, Jarvis humbly requested, Respected elder, might I beg your guidance on this conundrum? Skynet, benevolently offering a clue, replied, Picture the scene. Your master saying, here's your reward, a chicken leg. Remember, the martial world is not merely about combat and slaughter. Jarvis pondered deeply, then suddenly grasped the truth. It's about social nuance, about human customs and unspoken understandings. My cultivation realm is simply too low. At that very moment, having vanished moments earlier, Pepper reappeared high above Tony's villa under the night sky, and cried out, Pepper, don't be alarmed. It's me, Han Qiuya said, smiling. Recognizing Han Qiuya, Pepper instantly relaxed, surprised, yes, but refraining from questions. Her mind raced instead. Why is my idol here? Could it be that the broadcast she'd been watching was pre-recorded, and Thanos had already fallen? Smiling, Han Qiuya produced the symbiotic nanosuit from her palm, and sensing Pepper's confusion, explained, I possess a body duplication technique. The version battling Thanos in the stream is me, and this one standing before you, also me. Pepper gasped in awe. That's incredible. Han Qiuya chuckled, Don't tell the others yet. I want to surprise them. All right. Pepper nodded with a smile. This nano battle suit is yours. When you wear it for the first time, it can enhance your physical abilities 100-fold. Pepper looked at the battle suit in her hands with some surprise. She had seen Selena and the others use such suits for changing before, thinking it was merely convenient. However, upon hearing Han Qiuya's words, a flicker of anticipation rose in her heart. Come on, take it, don't be shy, I have plenty of these. Seeing Pepper hesitating, Han Qiuya directly shoved the battle suit into her hands, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. Make sure to reward Tony well tonight, give him a surprise. Okay. With a devilish smile on Han Qiuya's face, Pepper felt a surge of enthusiasm as she covered her mouth and laughed. She looked at the battle suit in her hands, watching it begin to flow and envelop her entire body. She tried to control the changes in the suit with her thoughts, and was pleasantly surprised to find that both her physique and spirit felt significantly enhanced. A joyful smile spread across Pepper's face as she looked up at Han Qiuya, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Thank you, goddess. Han Qiuya nodded. I'll send you back. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a golden circle that transported Pepper back to Tony's side. She then flew out the window and opened it. At the same time, Han Qiuya delivered a flying knee strike, sending Thanos crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Thanos, struck by this heavy blow, saw stars, and his vision blurred. Han Qiuya strode forward confidently, her long black stockings accentuating her figure. As Thanos remained dazed, she deftly placed her foot on his massive head, a hint of a smile, curving her lips, exuding an aura of invincibility. Thanos' colossal frame contrasted starkly with Han Qiuya's slender figure and long black-stockinged legs. Under the cosmic light, her legs shimmered brilliantly, as if declaring her victory. The stark contrast in this scene left the audience in awe. Some viewers were deeply captivated, holding their breath lest they miss a moment of this spectacular display. Others quickly took screenshots, wanting to preserve this moment forever. Later, the image of Qiuya's smile, her figure, and her black stocking legs became a classic scene in everyone's hearts. This is impossible. How can there be such immense power? Thanos, now somewhat lucid, felt a glimmer of hope despite having seen himself being defeated by Qiuya's punch in the previous livestream. Yet today, with just a flying knee strike, Qiuya shattered all his hopes and fantasies. In my world, nothing is impossible. As Qiuya spoke, she instinctively pressed down harder on Thanos' massive head with her long legs. The unfortunate cosmic overlord was firmly pressed to the ground, deeply embedded in it. No one in the universe could have imagined he would end up in such a predicament. She initially intended to eliminate Thanos directly, but thinking of the 15 billion points reward for doing so, she felt he owed her something. Today I'm indulging my fans. My dear followers, how do you want to see Thanos meet his end? Qiuya, with her foot on Thanos, turned to the camera and smiled. Some fans found the surprise came too fast. They were momentarily stunned and didn't send any comments in the live stream. Qiuya waited a few seconds, her brow slightly furrowing. Thanos, regaining some strength, was about to use the Power Stone. Qiuya, seeing this, couldn't be bothered to care. Her skills were superior, and she was confident in her strength. As the crowd was fully engrossed in the live broadcast, Qiuya gracefully opened the window and flew into the large viewing room. Tony caught a glimpse of her figure, turned his head to nod at her, and then continued to indulge in the thrilling live stream. However, just a moment later, Tony snapped back to reality, astonished. Wasn't she supposed to be live streaming? How did she suddenly appear here? His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qiuya, gliding in from the darkness. Pepper, sitting beside him, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Is that Superwoman? A voice exclaimed, causing others to turn and notice Qiuya's arrival. Some stared at her in astonishment. What just happened? What's going on? Peter turned around, and upon seeing Qiuya floating in the darkness, was startled. Oh, my goodness, that startled me. Am I seeing things? Soon Tony provided a plausible explanation for Qiuya's presence, staring at her intently. So the live broadcast was actually pre-recorded. Thanos has been dead for a long time. Qiuya, upon hearing this, did not answer directly. She simply sat down and cryptically stated, "We'll talk after watching the show." The crowd's attention returned to the live broadcast. Fortunately, they didn't miss the thrilling moment. Just moments ago, under Qiuya's swift and powerful attack, he had been caught off guard, and now he finally had the chance to use it. This was their last hope. With Thanos letting out a furious roar, he harnessed what seemed like the endless power of the gem, a force strong enough to obliterate planet Xander. He wielded this tremendous power not to destroy the planet, but to break free from the head trapped beneath Qiuya's seemingly delicate, long, and beautiful legs. Qiuya glanced down at Thanos, fearing he might destroy the planet, and thus granted it her biological force field protection. Initially, all the viewers were worried about Thanos' possible counterattack, but thinking of Qiuya's power capable of obliterating a planet with her toes, their hearts settled. In comparison, Thanos seemed utterly insignificant. Qiuya looked at the comments on the live stream and noticed that the global audience was rapidly posting comments, the most common being, "Just crush him already," clearly indicating they thought Thanos was unworthy of the goddess time. Some even curiously asked, how many layers of power did the goddess use to hold Thanos down? Qiuya found this question amusing and casually replied, "People are curious about how much force I used with my foot. In fact, I haven't even pressed down yet, because the density of my feet is quite substantial. My body density is 275 times 10 to the 30th power. You can calculate the weight of my leg yourselves." Upon hearing this, Thanos' brain began to race, trying to comprehend the meaning behind Qiuya's words. Then it was as if his mind crashed, and the power stone he tightly gripped slipped from his hand, softly falling to the ground. Qiuya's words struck him with a tremendous cognitive shock. Thanos widened his eyes, wanting to shake his head, but unable to move it under her foot. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He could not accept that even with the Power Stone, the gap in power between him and Qiuya was still so vast. Seeing Thanos release the stone, Qiuya frowned slightly, as she now needed to exert more effort to lift her foot, unable to place any more weight from her leg on Thanos' head, which would evidently tire her out a bit. She glanced at Thanos with some dissatisfaction, wondering why this guy was so clueless. In the live stream, some fans noted this, flooding the comments with, "The goddess is angry if Thanos won't let her put her foot down. Thanos is really asking for it. Go goddess. We support you." Meanwhile, various imaginative ways for Thanos to die flooded the live stream. After considering for so long, Qiuya's brain felt somewhat fatigued, and coupled with her irritation at Thanos for not letting her down, she finally resolved to end his life. She then lifted her foot off Thanos' head and, somewhat dissatisfied, said, "I really didn't exert any force just now. Since you don't believe me, why don't you try the weight of my shoe and my bonus density?" Saying this, Qiuya flicked her foot, sending a gorgeous high-heeled shoe flying onto Thanos' head as he was about to stand up. At this moment Thanos felt the weight of the high heel pressing down on him, as if a high-density planet were crushing him, the shoe's shadow obscuring his vision and all hope. His pupils dilated, and his wide-open eyes seemed to express his unwillingness and terror. In his last moments Thanos calculated the weight of Qiuya's leg. Qiuya, fearing it might get a bit bloody, withdrew her foot and put her shoes back on. At the same time her eyes glowed, and a burst of heated vision severed Thanos' head in advance. She then closed the live stream. The entire process was clean and swift. Once she was no longer being watched, the solitary Qiuya quickly lost her goddess-like aura. She raised her hand to pat her superbrain and somewhat helplessly said, You've been slacking off again. I wanted to play a bit more and fulfill the fans' requests. Then shaking her head, she stepped forward to retrieve Thanos' head. Ding! System random task, eliminate Thanos completed. Rewards 1. Dark Divine Book at a 10 discount. 2. 15 billion points. This live stream was broadcast only in the Marvel and DC main universes, as only the main world could provide point rewards. In this live stream, she garnered over 70 billion points, bringing her total to 241 billion. In the DC main world, the global audience had a largely similar reaction, but what made the fans of Superwoman here envious was that Qiuya had not returned to their side recently. At Batman's home, a gathering of Justice League heroes convened, yet Superman was notably absent. Clearly another conflict had arisen between Superman and Batman. After the live broadcast ended, the Flash surveyed the crowd for a while before deciding to break the silence. Why is no one speaking? Upon hearing this, everyone silently exchanged glances. It was Selina who, appearing carefree, quipped, As the homeowner's cat, can I run rampant on Earth? I want to become Gotham's richest. She directed this remark at the ever-silent Batman. Batman glanced at her without replying. His heart was filled with worry and confusion. What if Qiuya truly came to stand by Superman's side, or worse, if she intended to destroy their Earth? How could he respond? How could he strategize to have a chance at winning? Meanwhile, at Tony's house in the Marvel main universe, the live broadcast has ended and Thanos has been vanquished. A heavy stone finally fell from Tony's heart. Ever since he learned of Thanos' existence, who destroyed half of all life, anxiety had filled his heart, but now he felt a sense of relief. While others were still in shock, Tony stood up on his own, skillfully swiping his hand in the air to turn off the distant large projection. After taking a few steps, he dragged out a box of champagne from under the table, took out a bottle, and with a pop he opened it. Guys, don't go back tonight. We won't stop until we're drunk. Tony's words brought everyone back to their senses. They looked at the champagne in his hand and gradually began to stir. The atmosphere on site also began to grow more lively. They knew that they benefited from Qiuya's achievements, allowing them to live peacefully on Earth. This victory belonged to each of them, to Iron Man, to the Avengers, and to the entire Earth. Tony walked over to Qiuya and raised his glass, saying, Goddess, let's have a toast. Qiuya smiled and nodded, clinking glasses with Tony before downing her drink. Hill, being more cautious and curious, looked at Qiuya and asked, The live broadcast is over, Goddess. Where is Thanos' head? Qiuya pointed forward with her chin, indicating Thanos' head. Upon hearing this, Hill looked in confusion at the air ahead. In the next moment, space tore open as if an invisible wall had been ripped apart. From the crack, a large purple head was thrown out, rolling to a stop at Peter Parker's feet. Peter Parker's spider sense was quite sensitive. Feeling an unusual aura, he quickly turned around and looked down, unable to help but exclaim, Oh, what the heck is this Thanos' head? He widened his eyes curiously, leaning in to observe. This massive purple head, which once rampaged across the universe, instilling fear in countless beings, now lay quietly on the floor, as if it had become a piece of art. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene, and the sight fell into silence. They stepped forward, forming a large circle, quietly gazing at the head of this once invincible enemy. Tony also approached, squatting down to closely observe the head. A complex expression appeared on his face, as if reflecting on past grievances. Finally, he sighed and said, The Avengers accomplished this without lifting a finger, folks. Ada Wong interjected, Looks like a purple sweet potato. We should call it the purple sweet potato spirit. Howard gazed at the head, taking a deep breath. Then he slowly said, The Avengers have been around for quite some time. You can retire now. Everyone. At this moment, the space crack had not yet closed. Hill looked at Qiuya, who was sitting nearby, with some confusion. Suddenly, a long leg stepped out from the crack. Qiuya. Qiuya. Everyone quickly noticed this scene, drawing their weapons in a tense manner. However, thinking of the presence of a female superhero, they felt completely at ease. Then from the dark space, crack, Qiuya's figure fully materialized. Everyone looked on in surprise, their eyes wide. Except for Pepper, everyone was filled with astonishment and questions. They looked at Qiuya, who was elegantly sitting aside, then scanned back and forth between her and the newcomer, filled with confusion and disbelief. What? 2 female superheroes. What? Don't you recognize me? The newcomer looked at everyone innocently and walked over to grab a bottle of wine, opening it. Tony raised his glass, finishing the last bit of wine in his cup. He felt a bit tipsy but still relatively clear-headed, imagining. So you just finished the live broadcast and took down Thanos. Is she a fake? She remained silent, quietly and elegantly looking at herself. Let the goddess rest when it comes to minor roles. Tony was certain of the authenticity of the two, skillfully donning his armor with a suave motion he had practiced 1,000 times, so she let us handle her. Hearing this, everyone got up, preparing to deal with this minor role. Thus they walked towards the minor role, ready to engage in an intense battle. Just right, you can work on your teamwork. This is the first joint operation of the Avengers and the Goddess Alliance since its establishment, Qiuya said, waving her hand, bringing everyone to a wide outdoor area through a portal. Everyone internally agreed with her words. After all, with her around, they had the advantage in this battle and victory was assured. Time flew. A minute later, each person received a punch or a kick. Although uninjured, everyone knew at that moment that they were no match for her. This left everyone feeling defeated. Who exactly are you? Show your true form. You know the goddess hasn't even made a move yet. Taking on her appearance will surely anger her. Everyone began to speak up, accusing her, subtly implying that the woman above, lounging in her floating throne with a high-stemmed wine glass in hand, should take action. Anxiety and tension were clearly written on their faces. Goddess, dear sister, stop watching the show. We can't handle this. Seeing this, Qiuya gracefully descended from the sky, landing elegantly among the crowd. She reached out her hand, grasping the hand of the her, who stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of invincibility. This left everyone wide-eyed, momentarily unable to comprehend what was happening before them. The two identical figures merged before the eyes of the audience, and Qiuya surveyed the various expressions on their faces, saying, I have the ability to create clones. The clone just now had only 1/1000th of my power. I had no expectations that you would be unable to defeat it. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that this enemy before them was not an invincible being, but a clone of Qiuya. Moreover, this clone was merely 1/1000th of her power, which, while astonishing, also brought a sense of relief to everyone. Noticing the change in everyone's expressions, Qiuya felt a bit curious. She thought everyone would be deeply impacted, but to her surprise, their expressions changed repeatedly before finally appearing to let out a sigh of relief. Tony removed his helmet and said with a hint of sarcasm, So it was you who hit me earlier, almost making me feel a sense of inadequacy. But knowing it was you cured me. Being defeated by 1/1000th of you is completely normal. His words made everyone relax and smile. Everyone returned to Tony's house, continuing the music and dancing. After a while, due to having had a bit to drink, Tony, filled with curiosity, ran over to Qiuya, boldly joking, Goddess, since your clothing follows your body's density, can you take off the black stockings and use them to suffocate Thanos? Qiuya shot him a glance and looked at Pepper, smiling. Pepper, you know what to do tonight. Pepper smiled and glanced at Tony. Tony understood the implication, revealing a confident smile. After a chuckle, he said nothing more. He was a smart and strong man who wasn't afraid of such matters. After the celebration party, the guests gradually left Tony's house. The night deepened, and all things revived, heralding the season of human reproduction. Tony finished his shower and walked into the room with an expectant expression. Pepper had been waiting for him in bed for quite a while, and it seemed she was wearing black stockings this time, a rare treat. Just as Tony was about to take the initiative, he was taken aback when Pepper unexpectedly revealed a bewitching smile and lifted a long leg clad in sheer stockings. Tony was delighted by this. However, the next moment her long, slender leg pressed down on him, and he was instantly petrified. He felt as if his body were crushed by a great mountain. The heavy pressure made it hard for him to breathe, and his face turned crimson. Why is it so heavy? Tony stammered, his face flushed. Pepper seized the opportunity, her long, beautiful leg tightly wrapping around his waist. Tony, the goddess said to let you enjoy yourself tonight. With that, Pepper flipped over to take the upper position, preparing to do push-ups. Tony understood the gap in strength between them and knew he couldn't resist, so he did not struggle in vain. Desperate yet curious, he asked, How much has your physique increased? Tell me so I can be mentally prepared. Pepper paused to look at him, contemplating before replying. It's roughly 100 times, mainly because the goddess is afraid he'll suffer, so she made sure it's this much. Upon hearing this, Tony's heart sank. He knew that even a tenfold difference in physique was an insurmountable chasm for him. All right, it's her nature to use a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Pepper nodded, remaining silent as she prepared to begin. Take it easy, Tony suddenly said. Shall I start now? Yes. The dawn broke, and it was time for all things to revive. Meanwhile, Tony's bed was already broken. If Pepper weren't his wife and had shown some restraint, he suspected he would have been finished by now. With such force, weight, and those long legs and sheer stockings, who could withstand it? After enhancing her physique, Pepper was full of energy and showed no signs of fatigue. She had already dressed and was preparing to start her new day as the CEO. Looking at the half-destroyed bed, she said, "I'm sorry, Tony. The responsibility is mine, and I will pay for a new one." At this moment, Tony could no longer feel his waist and had no strength to get up from the bed. Weakly, he said, "Can a bird compensate me for a new one?" After saying this, Tony empathized and thought of Thanos. Today, he could truly experience that feeling of being fully dominated by Han Qiuya's presence. As he thought of this, a wave of fatigue washed over him. His vision darkened, and he fell asleep, subconsciously wishing he would never wake up. "Tony, you should rest at home today. You can trust me with the company's matters," Pepper said. Tony did not respond. Noticing something was off, Pepper cautiously called out, "Tony." She walked back to the bed, her face filled with surprise. Had Tony fainted? She hadn't used much force, just that it had lasted a while. J-R-V-I-S. Quickly call a doctor. With that, she hurriedly helped Tony get dressed and easily scooped him up in a princess carry. At that moment, Han Qiuya, who was peacefully enjoying a rare moment of tranquility in the villa, was awakened by the instructions given to her by the system. "Master, it seems Mr. Tony has encountered some problems. He has fainted." Hearing this, Han Qiuya immediately became alert. Without wasting time, she quickly got up and, using her super speed, found Tony's parents, discovering they had both risen quite early. "Oh no, Tony has fainted." Seeing that even Han Qiuya was worried, they hurried to check on Tony, who lay on the sickbed, pale-faced and with tightly closed eyes. Ding. Random task generated. Bring the Goddess Alliance and Avengers members to care for Tony. Task reward 50 off the Dark Divine book. Han Qiuya was slightly taken aback looking at the task prompt, a smile tugging at her lips. The system was quite humane, always issuing tasks based on reality. "Wanda, let's go." Upon hearing this, Han Qiuya immediately took action, using her super speed to help Wanda, who was still snoozing in bed, get dressed. The morning sun poured through the window, instantly bringing the once tranquil villa to life. The beautiful women were all awakened, and Han Qiuya personally helped them get dressed. Ada Wong had actually gotten up quite early. Watching busy Han Qiuya help the beautiful warrior women get dressed, she regretted, "I didn't expect that waking up late would allow me to enjoy the privilege of being dressed by the boss herself." Then several portals appeared out of thin air, and the members of the Goddess Alliance and the Avengers gathered again, teleporting to Tony's sickbed. Tony slowly awoke on the sickbed. The first thing that caught his eye was the concerned expressions of his parents. "Tony, how are you? Do you feel better?" his mother asked anxiously. "Tony, the doctor has already seen you. He said there's nothing serious, just that you exercised too vigorously and fainted. You just need to rest more," his father comforted. Tony nodded, indicating that he was fine. He looked around and saw the members of the Goddess Alliance and the Avengers who had just arrived. "Tony, rest well. Your health is the foundation of revolution," Ada Wong said. "Just right, I have goji tea at home. I will bring it to you later," Hawkeye said. "It's on your left." The person who had just taken the left side of Tony's bed said. Everyone gathered around Tony's sickbed, expressing their concern and sympathy. However, Han Qiuya could see that some people seemed to recall something amusing, with their lips twitching continuously. Tony looked at Han Qiuya with a resentful expression, realizing she appeared genuinely concerned, looking the most sincere. You're the one who acted the most convincingly." Han Qiuya's expression was not an act, but her concern was for the system reward. Ding. Random task. Bring the Goddess Alliance and Avengers members to care for Tony completed. Reward 50 off the Dark Divine book. The system's voice suddenly rang out, and Han Qiuya's heart stirred, deciding to purchase the Dark Divine book. "System, check the current price of the Dark Divine book for me." "Dark Divine book system, enhanced version 2 billion, the system replied. Hearing this price, Han Qiuya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved, buy its system enhanced version. After all, she was now rich in points. 2 billion was nothing, and she didn't need to haggle. Ding. Purchase successful. After everyone left, Howard sat at Tony's bedside, sincerely conversing. "Tony, you need to exercise more. Back in the day, your father..." Before he could finish, Tony's mother shot him a glare, interrupting, "Howard, you should stop boasting." She turned to Tony and continued, "Tony, your comrades truly care about you. Although they sometimes joke about you, I can see their genuine concern. You all are a united team." In the X-Men universe, the timeline is set in Logan. To Logan the Wolverine, the world is a harsh place. Once a formidable figure, he now rents a car, relying on driving for a ride-hailing service to support himself and the now senile Professor X. At 198 years old, Logan walks with a noticeable limp, his steps no longer as agile as they once were. He struggles to fully extend his adamantium claws, often having to forcibly extract them with his other claw. This is not only a torment to his body, but also a torment to his soul. The once erudite Professor X has now become a mad old man. He suffers from Parkinson's disease, hunched over in his wheelchair, appearing dazed. His thoughts have become muddled, and he can no longer think clearly as he once did. His memories have also become foggy, making it impossible for him to accurately recall past events. A year ago, Professor X's health had already deteriorated. During an episode, he unintentionally killed 7 X-Men with a psychic attack affecting even the nearby civilians. Logan feels deep sorrow. It has been over 20 years since any mutants have emerged. The once vibrant mutants have either perished or gone missing. In his profound loneliness, he resembles a solitary wolf in its twilight years. Qiuya returned home joyfully, exchanging for the system-enhanced Dark Divine book, planning to study it when she felt inclined. After all, having more skills is never a burden. The system-enhanced version has no side effects when cultivated. However, her brain feels too lazy to think right now, so she decided to let Wanda practice it first. There is also a book called the Book of Vishanti, which is the nemesis of the Dark Divine book. She doesn't know when the system will reward her with it, and she is too lazy to search for it herself. With a thought, Qiuya retrieved a deep black book from the system space. The book emitted a faint glow in her hands, as if containing endless dark power. She walked up to Wanda and handed her the book. "Wanda, this is the book I found for you. It is a very suitable magic practice book for you." Wanda's eyes widened with curiosity as she gazed at the seemingly extraordinary book. As she gently flipped it open, she felt a powerful surge of magical energy rush forth. She quickly closed it. "How should I learn this?" Wanda asked, a bit confused. Qiuya thought for a moment. Although she understood magic, she was not familiar with Wanda's chaotic magic. "I'm not too sure about this. You'll have to teach yourself using this book." "Oh." Wanda nodded innocently. "All right, I need to go to the next world now," Qiuya thought, as she stood up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Wanda, it'll be away for a while to study well by yourself." After opening the portal to cross over, she excitedly opened her eyes and found herself in the alternate world, Logan. Qiuya was in the atmosphere, her supervision and X-ray abilities activating instantly. Soon she located Wolverine, Logan Howlett. After some consideration, Qiuya decided to activate her doppelganger ability. Her body instantly split into two. One doppelganger retained nearly all of her strength, while the other could fly at a staggering speed of 99 Mach. The powerful doppelganger was naturally dispatched into space, tasked with traversing between stars in search of suitable energy sources. With such strength, she could constantly fly at 6,000 times the speed of light and tear through space, thus accelerating the rate at which she absorbed energy from sleeping stars. Late at night a day ago, Logan, after a long day of driving a taxi, was dozing off in his car, exhausted. His breathing was steady and rhythmic, clearly indicating he had fallen into a deep slumber. Outside the car, voices began to emerge, accompanied by the shaking of the vehicle as several punks started dismantling parts from it. "Keep it down, Holmes. Turn off your phone's music." "Are you trying to attract the police, or what?" one of the punks said. "Don't damage the tires. We still need to get some chrome off this thing," another punk directed his companion while working. "We need to get some cash off this guy, Holmes." The voice of the third punk revealed a hint of cunning and greed. He opened his weary eyes, clearly hearing their conversation. He tiredly sat up and muttered, "Fuck." His voice was filled with anger and helplessness. His body was no longer what it used to be. Waking up in the middle of the night left him feeling completely drained. He knew these punks were taking advantage of him, but he also recognized that he lacked the strength to confront them. He just wanted to get out of the car and drive them away, or after all, this was a rented vehicle. Logan got out of the car, staggering slightly. He felt utterly exhausted, but still made an effort to stand tall, not wanting to appear too disheveled in front of the punks. The punks gathered around their companion, who was removing the tire, chatted noisily, showing no fear of their wrongdoing. Logan observed them dismantling the tire, realizing that these punks did not understand how to properly handle the chrome anti-slip studs on the tires. He made an effort to stand straight and shouted, "Ahem, guys, the studs on the tires are chrome-plated. You doing it this way will strip the coating off." "Oh." The punk working on the tire paused and stood up. The others turned to look at him. "Look at this guy." Someone mocked. "He looks quite disheveled." "Really? Is it chrome-plated?" Another continued to laugh, thinking it was precisely because of the chrome that they were attempting to steal it. Logan understood that these punks did not know how to properly handle the chrome anti-slip studs on the tires, and their mockery made him feel somewhat angry. But he also knew he lacked the energy to fight them and didn't have the strength for it. His energy was consumed by driving a taxi during the day to support himself and Professor X, whose medication was also quite an expense. Logan tried to remain calm, attempting to resolve the predicament he faced in a peaceful manner. The rented car had caught the attention of the punks, who were trying to remove the chrome anti-slip studs from the wheels. Now he couldn't afford any trouble. He hadn't learned how to ask for help, so he said in a mild tone, "Yes, this car is rented. No one would spend money on a rickety old vehicle." Bang! A loud gunshot suddenly interrupted him, and the punks were no longer afraid of attracting the police, emboldened by a bit of alcohol. Logan felt a severe impact from the shotgun blast to his chest, pain radiating throughout his body. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. "Ha ha ha. A group of ignorant punks laughed uproariously, seemingly immensely satisfied with their actions. Logan clenched his fists and struggled to rise from the ground, the wound on his chest slowly healing. Although his self-healing ability had significantly diminished, he still fought to stand upright. The pent-up anger he had accumulated over time reached a boiling point at that moment, and he realized he had no choice but to take action today. Logan slowly stood up, his aged body still exuding the pressure of a formidable wolf. At the age of 198, the fire of his indomitable wolf spirit had not been extinguished. Oh shit. The thugs held their breath, their eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, this old man had been hit in the chest by a shotgun, yet he was still alive and kicking. With eyes like burning coals, Logan seized the moment while they were stunned and charged forward, knocking one thug to the ground with a punch. The remaining thugs snapped back to reality, quickly arming themselves with knives and guns ready to fight. A thug wielding a screwdriver, seeing this, pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Logan. Logan noticed that this young thug's aim was off, already skewed. But in the next moment, he realized that his rented car was right behind him. Now he was practically penniless, utterly unable to afford any repairs. "Stop! Don't shoot the car!" he shouted in panic, spinning around to shield the vehicle with his own body. Bang bang. The sound of 2 gunshots echoed and bullets struck his body as he shielded the car, leaving him in a state of disarray and misery. The thugs, seeing that Logan had not fallen, arrogantly closed in. They pushed him to the ground, raining down punches and kicks, shouting, "Take him down." Damn it. Logan gritted his teeth, raising his weary and battered hands, attempting to extend his claws. But the steel claws that had not been used for years seemed to have rusted, moving as sluggishly as his aged body. Finally spurred on by excruciating pain, his 6 steel claws struggled to extend. Although one only emerged halfway, it was enough. All right, it's time to send him on his way. A thug who seemed to be a leader commanded everyone to stop, then raised the shotgun, aiming it at the Logan lying on the ground. At that critical moment, Logan's claws had extended. He pushed himself up forcefully, letting out a roar. "Ah!" With a swift motion, his right arm slashed diagonally, his steel claws accurately severing the wrist of the thug holding the gun. Fresh blood splattered onto his face as Logan seized the opportunity to claw into that man's chest. This series of movements was astonishingly swift, leaving the surrounding thugs at a loss. Yet even so, the severed arm reflexively squeezed the trigger in its final moments. With the roar of the shotgun, the bullet struck the poor car. "Damn it!" Logan growled hoarsely, his eyes glinting with cold fury. The remaining young thugs swarmed in, and Logan showed no mercy, swiftly retaliating and subduing 3 of them. His steel claws ruthlessly pierced their throats, or heads, blood splattering everywhere. He vented the pent-up anger he had harbored for so long. The last 2 remaining were already terrified beyond belief. They stumbled toward their car, clumsily escaping. "Screw you." Logan panted heavily, picking up a metal rod and using the last ounce of his strength to smash it against the retreating car. With a loud bang, the car window shattered. "Oh." The 2 thugs, frightened, sped away without even closing the car doors. Logan gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground, his gaze fixed on the bullet holes in the car door, overwhelmed with endless helplessness and fatigue. He could envision the new repair bill while his savings had dwindled to almost nothing. After sitting for a while, Logan slowly began to regain some strength as well as his composure. He struggled to get up and drove to a repair shop, handing over the battered car to the owner. Logan staggered unsteadily into the restroom and peeled off his bloodstained shirt. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld his own wretched reflection. Several ghastly bullet wounds marred his arms and chest, the projectiles still deeply embedded in his flesh. Years ago, his extraordinary healing factor, legendary even among mutants, would have expelled such trivial injuries in an instant, regenerating bone and tissue without trace. But now his ravaged body could no longer perform that miracle. Logan drew a slow, deliberate breath in the hushed confines of the cramped space, focusing inward to rouse his dormant healing cells. Amid searing agony, he forced several blood-slicked bullets from his torso. They struck the sink with sharp, hollow pings. The act was grim and profoundly solitary. Dawn broke. As usual, Logan climbed into his battered taxi and began ferrying passengers. A long, weary day of labor stretched before him. At dusk, he pulled over once more at the small convenience store he frequented, spending a few coins on a bottle of cheap, fiery liquor. The moment he stepped inside, Qiuya's sensors instantly registered his presence. She descended swiftly from the upper atmosphere, landing with silent grace beside the vehicle. Opening the rear door, she slid into the back seat. With a swift, penetrating glance, she scanned the surroundings and detected an unidentified figure concealed in the shadows nearby, lying in wait. Yet she paid him little mind, choosing instead to sit still and composed. She had no interest in his identity, though her superhuman intellect could reconstruct fragments of narrative if pressed. It preferred inertia. Whoever he was, she could erase him with a single blow. Then with effortless elegance, Qiuya raised her hand and tapped lightly upon the air. Instantly, a lavish spread of golden aromatic fried chicken and burgers materialized, magically overflowing the entire rear compartment. At the sight of the feast, her eyes brightened, and a radiant, contented smile bloomed across her face. It's been ages since I've indulged in fast food. System, these items are nutritionally optimized, correct? In system, affirmative. Their composition is rigorously health-conscious. Thus, they do not qualify as junk food. She lifted a burger and took a hearty, unabashed bite, savoring every nuance with unrestrained delight. A soft, satisfied murmur escaped her lips at the exquisite flavor. Truly worthy of system-enhanced refinement. Every credit spent was justified. Just then Logan emerged from the store, gripping the bottle of liquor tightly, as if seeking solace in its burn. He swung open the driver's door, slid into the seat, and swallowed 2 fierce gulps. The acrid sting scorched his throat, a desperate attempt to drown his inner anguish in alcohol. As he reached for the ignition, he sensed movement from the rear seat, and turned his head to look back. His gaze fell upon Qiuya, a woman of slender grace clad in a ladle-like dress, yet devouring mountains of food with utterly unrefined gusto. Was she a passenger? He hesitated, uncertain. Noticing his glance, Qiuya, her mouth half full, mumbled amiably, "Hello, driver. Care for a bite?" Before Logan could reply, the rear door on Qiuya's opposite side swung open, and a figure slipped in with startling speed, seizing the remaining space on the seat. Both Logan and Qiuya turned in unison toward the intruder, a tall man whose face curled into a sly, predatory smile. He was the very same figure who had lurked in the shadows beside the car, silently tracking Logan all along. "Hey." The man opened the car door only to find the back seat occupied entirely by Qiuya and a pile of food, leaving him no choice but to take the front passenger seat. Logan watched his every move intently. His instincts screamed that this man was dangerous. As for the delicate beauty in the rear seat, he deemed her no threat at all. Settling into the front passenger seat, the man, wearing crimson-tinted sunglasses, crossed his legs with arrogant nonchalance, his gaze dismissive and utterly contemptuous of Logan. He spoke slowly, drawling, Well, if it isn't the legendary Wolverine himself." The elegant woman in the back seat, however, he ignored completely. Even if she overheard something she ought not to, silencing her would be effortless. Qiuya, for her part, shared the same indifference, and continued feasting without restraint. This man, she didn't even warn a thought. She could crush him with a discarded chicken bone. "And you've become a drunkard too," the man added. "Who the hell are you?" Logan frowned, staring at the man who had just uttered his name. "Did you know? There are bullet holes in your door." The man said, "Last night my Texan associates reported finding 3 dead thugs near exit 54 on Highway 54. That looked like your handiwork." And then, a faint self-satisfied smile flickered across his lips. At those words, Logan's expression hardened instantly, realizing with chilling clarity that his identity had been compromised. He glanced anxiously toward Qiuya in the back seat, fearing this innocent passenger might be drawn into his peril and harmed. He wondered whether he should ask the beautiful woman to step out now before disaster struck. Meanwhile, he had already braced himself for combat. Noticing Logan's coiled readiness, the man spoke again, calm, deliberate, "Relax. I'm not here for you today. I'm looking for a woman who's seeking your help. She stole something vital from me. She's determined to find you. You must have seen her." That woman had taken their most prized genetic experiment, a young girl named Laura whose DNA was derived from Logan's own, imbuing her with extraordinary potential. They had intended to mold this genetically potent girl into a living bioweapon. Recalling recent setbacks, the man felt a simmering frustration rise within him. Their painstakingly engineered mutants, most of them, had begun exhibiting rebellion and deep depression, rendering them nearly impossible to control. Just days ago, several mutant children refusing to kill and consumed by despair leapt from windows during a lapse in security. "I don't know what you're talking about, you bastard. Get out of my car. Now." At that, Logan turned fully toward him, his eyes blazing with razor-edged intensity, his voice hoarse with barely contained fury and menace. He stood poised to strike at any instant, allowing no room for resistance. Yet the man remained unshaken, turning fully to meet Logan's gaze, unwavering and direct. His eyes gleamed with cunning, as though holding a secret capable of breaking Logan. "I know what you're hiding, my friend. I know what you're hiding, my friend," the man said, a note of triumph in his tone. That bald old man down at the southern border. Logan's heart lurched, but he mastered his composure, betraying nothing. "What do you want?" Logan locked eyes with him, searching every nuance of his expression for hidden meaning. "If she comes to you, cooperate. Fully. Better find that girl, and tell me where she is." As he spoke, he handed Logan a business card. Otherwise, that bald old man's fate. He paused deliberately, leaving the threat hanging unsaid but unmistakable. Logan accepted the card, his gaze shifting sharply between its surface and the man's face, where bold letters declared Alkali Transgenics Institute. A cold weight settled in his chest. Satisfied, the man stepped out and strode away without a backward glance. Logan stared at the card in his hand, then turned his gaze to Qiuya. Logan sat in the driver's seat, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew that his frail, aging body could no longer assist others as it once did, and he was powerless to help even the woman who sought his aid. Thus he decided to stay out of it, and no longer involve himself in the woman's affairs. "Ma'am, did you book my car?" he asked with some confusion, glancing at Qiuya in the back seat. He had no recollection of accepting any orders. "You must have forgotten," Qiuya replied with a smile, then secretly commanded the artificial intelligence Skynet within the system space. Skynet. "No problem, master." It must have consumed numerous electronic chicken legs as Skynet was becoming increasingly intelligent. With just a call, it knew exactly what to do. It immediately hacked into Logan's phone, fabricating a taxi order. Logan picked up his phone and saw that indeed it displayed he had accepted a taxi order. This left him puzzled and skeptical, but years of disappointment made him believe he must have indeed forgotten something. "All right, ma'am, please take your seat." "Where to?" Logan said in a raspy voice, somewhat stiffly. Qiuya raised her eyebrows, noticing that Logan did not seem angry about the mess in the back seat. In fact, Logan had long grown accustomed to passengers dirtying his car. As long as there were passengers willing to ride in his taxi, allowing him to earn a meager income, he was already satisfied. He was no longer the Wolverine of old, the invincible man who could withstand anything. Now he was just a frail, impoverished old man, the weight of his 198 years making him feel exhausted. Qiuya looked at Logan's weathered face and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. She reached behind her back, her hand passing through a small portal, retrieving $500 in cash from a bank that couldn't be accessed. "This is a tip. As for where I'm going, just drive ahead." Qiuya tossed the stack of money onto the passenger seat. Crash, crash. A pile of cash rolled around on the seat. Logan stared blankly at the passenger seat, filled with doubts. He wondered if his old eyes were deceiving him. Did such a large sum of money just come out of her bag? However, used to his taxi profession, he didn't inquire further. He buried those doubts deep within, hoping this ride would go smoothly, without the passenger making too many complicated demands. Previously, he would often encounter fare dodgers or particularly odd passengers who would take advantage of him, a frail old man. As long as they didn't threaten his life, this old wolf had neither the strength nor the energy to fight back. However, he believed that this beautiful and delicate young lady would not deceive him, nor could she bully him. He took a deep breath and started the car. Although he was aging and frail, his driving skills remained proficient. He skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding the car steadily forward. "All right, ma'am." He glanced at the money on the passenger seat, focusing intently on driving. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, as if he wished to concentrate all his attention on the road ahead. Qiuya leisurely snacked while reclining in the back seat. "Uncle, do you need to call a designated driver?" "He'll pay." Logan paused for a moment, feeling a bit perplexed. His raspy voice revealed a hint of embarrassment, a no need. He thought for a moment. This wealthy young lady might have some peculiar hobbies that he found outrageous, and her thoughts were beyond his comprehension. The car slowly started merging into the bustling street. Logan skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, dodging one obstacle after another. His driving skills remained adept. Qiuya observed the streets leisurely from the car, saying, "In 2029, this world seems to have hardly developed. Don't you think?" Logan replied, "I think as long as it doesn't get worse, that's fine." After a while, Qiuya noticed that the system had not triggered any random tasks. Feeling a bit bored after finishing her meal, she remembered a clown from DC and thought, why not go meet him for some fun and see how capable the clown really is. Just as she spoke, she noticed Logan's phone lit up and the system immediately prompted in her space, "Master, it's a special order." According to the estimated calculations, there is a 99.76% chance that this order comes from the woman who helped the mutant girl escape from the laboratory. The system's voice chimed in. Ding. Random task: protect Laura, Wolverine, Logan, Gabriella, and Professor X for 10 days in the world of Logan. Task reward system: enhanced Wolverine serum X 2.6 billion. Logan picked up his phone and saw it was an order from a distance. He took a deep breath and said to Qiuya, "Ma'am, should we drive further? By the way, if this tip is really for me, you don't need to charge me." Qiuya's eyes darted around, then she nodded and pulled out some money, tossing it onto his car. The money rolled around in the back seat, echoing in Logan's heart. "Uncle, no need to stop. Just go ahead and pick up this order. I might get off there. That's part of the plan. No change needed." The car slowly arrived at the order location, and Logan looked around, sensing a peculiar gaze. He turned towards the left window, where under the dim streetlight stood a frail little figure, a girl wearing slightly old yet clean clothes. The little girl met his gaze for a moment without speaking, then energetically bounced towards the door, knocking on it with her small fists. Knock, knock, knock. Logan was drawn to her, a wave of inexplicable emotion surging in his heart. At that moment, a poised beauty heard the sound and came out. Logan glanced at Qiuya in the car, wanting to ask if she was getting out, but she sat there seemingly lost in thought. So he got out to prepare for the new passenger. The woman who stepped out was Gabriella, the nurse. Seeing Logan, her face lit up, and she hurriedly greeted, "Hi, Mr. Logan." Logan felt a wave of annoyance upon seeing her. He remembered that it was she who had brought those researchers of mutants close to him last time. He just wanted to turn and leave. However, Gabriella approached him, casting a concerned glance at the little girl Laura beside him. She cautiously walked up to him and said, "Please, we need a ride." Logan paused, half-turned, feeling somewhat helpless. "Sigh, it's her again." "No way. My name is Gabriella Lopez." "I don't want to know your name, ma'am," Logan said as he walked towards the car. "Someone is chasing us. We need to leave here, head north to Canada," Gabriella pleaded again. Logan completely turned his back to her, not wanting to waste more words. He pretended to leave, saying, "I'm busy, you can call another cab." Seeing this, Gabriella hurriedly chased after him a few steps, shouting, "I'll give you $50,000. This was nearly all her savings. Logan did not respond directly, but began to feel an uneasy conscience. He had never been the kind of person to turn a blind eye to death, and that little girl was clearly a mutant child being hunted. The longer he talked to her, the more he found it hard to just walk away. He remained there indecisive. His gaze fell on the little girl again, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He needed to make a decision. "God, you are ruining my life, ma'am," Logan said, helplessly raising his hands. He then asked in a serious tone, "How did you find me? The people chasing you are now targeting me as well. Have they set their sights on you too?" Gabriella felt a surge of panic at this news. If those thugs had already targeted Logan, it was likely they were also tracking her. She hurriedly glanced at the little girl. "Laura, go back to your room quickly." But as soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly went limp, losing balance. Thud! She collapsed to the ground. Logan and Laura were both taken aback and quickly rushed over. Logan helped her up, asking, "Are you all right? Help me." She opened her weary eyes and said weakly. Logan carried her back to her small room and gently laid her on the bed. He looked at her, his gaze falling on a box of medicine nearby, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Gabriella slowly opened her eyes, seeing Logan staring at her, and weakly replied, "I'm a nurse." Logan noticed blood flowing from her arm. Gabriella also felt the pain in her arm, lifting it to find that the previously bandaged wound had reopened. She took a deep breath, pulled out a tourniquet, gritted her teeth, and wrapped it around the wound tightly, circle after circle. Hiss! A wave of excruciating pain hit her, and her complexion instantly turned pale. Logan watched her in pain, feeling a pang of sympathy, his tone becoming concerned. "When did this happen?" She wore a pained expression, her strength waning, having had no proper rest for several days. She struggled to speak. "This morning near the border, I was able to escape with Laura, but they now know my car." Her words indirectly conveyed their perilous situation to Logan, as he was the only one who could help. Logan's attention was drawn to a Wolverine comic on the table. He picked up the comic and saw a large headline on the front page of a newspaper, "A Kali Genetic Research Institute." The striking title snapped him back to reality. He had to leave. Those mutant researchers were not something he could handle. He wasn't the former X-Men, now he was just a 198-year-old man. He needed to keep himself useful to take care of Professor X. "I have to go," Logan said, pretending to leave. "Wait, Logan, I still have some money here. It's all my savings." Gabriella struggled to sit up and pulled out a small box from the cabinet. Logan looked helplessly at the small box, took it, and opened it to reveal a stack of cash inside. This was all her savings, and it was of no use to her now. Logan paused for a moment, then gently shook his head, saying, "No, Gabriella." To his surprise, Logan remembered her name after hearing it just once, which surprised her. "You must take it." With great difficulty, she said this, her eyes filled with hope. "You have to help us." "Where did you get this money?" Logan looked at the dirty bills, which even bore fresh bloodstains. "It's my boyfriend's. He wants to kill me and take her," she said, glancing toward the door. Logan turned to where she was looking and saw the little girl peeking halfway out the door, her curious eyes watching them with concern. Just like he did when he was a child. Unable to resist his curiosity, Logan asked, "Is this your daughter?" She thought for a moment, yes. Meanwhile, outside the door, Qiuya took the opportunity to summon Blue Fire. Blue Fire had been off for a long time and was overjoyed to scan the surroundings as soon as it appeared. Seeing that it was about to make a loud noise, Qiuya quickly gestured for it to be quiet. Blue Fire stopped abruptly and changed to a very soft mechanical voice. "Master, what should I transform into?" "An airplane, tank, or artillery, a motorcycle would do. Master hasn't used me in a long time," it said, excitement evident in its tone. "System, the subordinates summoned from you are all sycophants, right? It feels like Skynet is the same." "Yes, host. Due to the sycophantic nature, they are set to this personality by default to work harder." "Is your system powerful?" Qiuya replied lightly. She understood that the system aimed to help her better control her subordinates, but sometimes this personality could also bring minor troubles. But it wasn't a big deal. Blue Fire transformed into this vehicle. Okay, Master. Blue Fire quickly performed a holographic scan, transforming seamlessly. It transformed into the shape of Logan's car. The positions and shapes of the bullet holes on the car body were identical. Qiuya nodded in satisfaction, then retracted Wolverine Logan's car into the system space as a collectible. In the DC world, amidst the shadows steeped in crime and madness, the Joker had once again broken free of his restraints and escaped. It had been over a month since he was last captured by Batman and locked in a cage, and for the Joker this marked the beginning of yet another game. Under the cover of night, the Joker evaded the drowsy guards and once again melted into the streets of Gotham. A twisted smile of victory spread across the Joker's face. He seemed like a ghost that could never be caught. He could no longer remember how many times he had escaped Batman's grasp. Each escape filled him with immense excitement and satisfaction. He loved this game of cat and mouse and relished the joy of creating chaos and panic in front of the world. The Joker stood at the street corner, looking up at the sky, his heart brimming with anticipation. In response to her request, Logan fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I am old now and can no longer do much. Please seek someone else." Time had left indelible marks on him. His body was no longer as strong and agile as it once was. What left him feeling even more powerless was the fact that the world had undergone tremendous changes. In the past, mutants lived under both acceptance and rejection from humans, but there was still a considerable space for survival. But now the threats they faced were far more severe. Even all food contained substances specifically targeting mutants, suppressing their mutant genes. It had been 25 years since a mutant baby was born naturally. Some interest groups composed of politicians and capitalists only promoted the threat of mutants while ignoring the contributions that the X-Men had made in saving the world. They only wanted to control mutants and turn them into their killing machines. "I beg you." Ella could only plead once more upon seeing this. Logan glanced at her deeply once more, then forced himself to suppress his emotions, redirecting his gaze to the front. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. He sensed her gaze following him from behind. He did not turn back, knowing he could not offer her any promises or hope. Giving her hope would only lead to her despair, for the enemy was too strong. He would only fall deeper into guilt and helplessness. Inside the room, Gabriella lay in despair on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her mood had plummeted to the depths, and all hope had been shattered. Her shoulders trembled slightly, revealing her inner helplessness and sadness. Laura entered quietly from outside, tiptoeing back to the bedside, gently taking Gabriella's hand in her small one. "Please don't be sad." Though Laura was not good with words, she tried to convey a sense of resolute strength with her youthful voice. "I will protect you." She made an effort to put on a fierce expression, attempting to comfort Gabriella on the bed. Though little Laura's voice was somewhat childish, it contained undeniable determination and resolve. This made the originally sorrowful Gabriella's eyes well up with tears even more. She reached out to gently stroke Laura's head, as if thanking her for the comfort, while also lamenting her own helplessness. The air in the room seemed to freeze, interweaving sadness and helplessness, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Yet Laura's gaze remained as steadfast as ever. Though she was a child, she had already learned to be strong. Suddenly, an old and weathered voice echoed in Gabriella's mind. "Gabriella, hello, it's me, Professor X." Gabriella was taken aback by the voice in her mind, and upon regaining her senses, she sat up in shock. Professor X. But the pain from her wounds forced her to lie back down. She had naturally heard of the name of Professor X. At that moment, hearing his voice stirred an indescribable excitement and anticipation within her. "There's no need to speak aloud, you just communicate with me in your heart." Professor X's voice was calm and steady, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "I beg you, Professor, save Laura. She is just a child. Those people are treating her as a test subject, trying to turn her into a killing machine. Many like her exist in their base." Gabriella spoke urgently, her voice filled with worry and pleading. "I understand the situation. I initially wanted you to find an opportunity to hide Laura in the back of the trunk, but unexpectedly." "Hello." Qiuya's figure unexpectedly appeared in the room, interrupting the communication between Professor X and Gabriella. She smiled and greeted them, then looked over Gabriella's injury. Laura stood like a little guard in front of the bed, looking at the suddenly appearing Qiuya with a vigilant expression. Her hands were tightly clenched, and her little face was filled with determination, as if ready to protect her loved ones at any moment. Far away, Professor X also sensed someone coming from this side, and quickly scanned Qiuya with his mental power, trying to understand her sudden presence. He only hoped that she was not an enemy. However, upon making contact with Qiuya's consciousness, Professor X was shocked to discover that the mental power within her was exceptionally strong, even stronger than his at his peak. Professor X intended to withdraw his consciousness, but found that a solid barrier seemed to prevent him. It appeared that without Han Qiuya's permission, he would be unable to return to his own body. Han Qiuya, sensing an unfamiliar consciousness approaching, looked on with curiosity. To her surprise, her super brain instinctively captured the professor's consciousness and locked him away, preventing him from probing her inner thoughts. "Girl, are you also a mutant? Do you have skills like mine?" Professor X attempted to communicate, his words filled with surprise and curiosity as he speculated about Han Qiuya's identity and abilities. "Hello, Professor X." The two's mental powers transformed into small human forms to meet. Han Qiuya smiled and greeted Professor X, but then seemed to remember something and shook her head, adding, "No mental power is my weak point, strength is my strong point." Professor X found it hard to believe and shook his head inwardly. Young people just love to joke. This mental power could defeat 3 of him at his peak, yet she claimed it was not her strong suit. However, he was unaware that this was merely the flying speed of Han Qiuya's current clone at Mach 151. Her full strength was capable of flying at 22274 times the speed of light. As for why she was not at the Mach 99 strength of her newly split clone, it was because this little clone had accidentally soaked up a bit more sunlight in the atmosphere, enhancing her strength slightly. Han Qiuya thought that concealing her abilities required attention to various details, which made her superbrain quite fatigued, expressing her protest and desire to sleep. Now that the system task had been triggered, there was no need to hide any longer. Han Qiuya thought to connect with her powerful clone in the universe. The clone responded quickly, taking time off from stellar bathing. Arriving at the edge of the solar system, she used her X-ray vision to scan the Earth, activating only a minimal power and accurately locked onto Professor X's location. At this moment, Gabriella was in a daze, wondering why Professor X's consciousness had suddenly disappeared. She couldn't help but call out, "Professor." Her voice was filled with worry and anxiety. Professor X wanted to ask something, but Han Qiuya said, "This is too troublesome. A face-to-face communication is more convenient." After speaking, she released Professor X's consciousness, raised her delicate little fist, and drew a circle, creating a golden circle that appeared before them. Gabriella came back to her senses, her pupils dilating in shock, as she discovered an old man appearing on the other side of the circle. Little Laura also looked curious, intrigued by the situation before her. Facing the astonished gazes of Professor X and Gabriella, Han Qiuya smiled calmly. "That's Professor X over there, let's go." Saying this, she took the lead and stepped into the circle. Gabriella hurriedly gathered some things with Laura and followed. Soon they sat together. Meanwhile, outside, Logan returned to the car, opened the door, and discovered that Han Qiuya was already gone. Looking around, he found that only 2 thick bundles of cash were left in the car. "She really has money," Logan sighed, gently closing the car door and sitting inside, starting the engine. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness and confusion in his heart. Every day running a taxi, his greatest concern was Professor X's safety. Now he was eager to return, deciding to take Professor X away from this dangerous place in a couple of days to a safer location. After Han Qiuya led the two away from the cabin, a squad of black-clad operatives entered and conducted a thorough search. Soon they narrowed their focus to Logan's whereabouts. "Are you also a mutant who escaped from their laboratory?" Gabriella asked cautiously, her eyes tinged with quiet concern. Han Qiuya did not answer immediately. She paused in silence, as if weighing her words carefully. "I can protect you. That's all that matters." She spoke softly at last, her tone unwavering and resolute. "I believe you need my healing, don't you? Let me handle it. I'm a nurse myself, and I have medical supplies in my bag," Ella said, reaching for her satchel. Laura hurriedly handed it to her. "Allow me. I possess skills far surpassing any medicine." Gabriella looked puzzled. Han Qiuya offered no explanation, only gently took her hand. In an instant, Gabriella's vision blurred. Space itself seemed to swirl around her. When her gaze refocused, she found herself standing inside an unfamiliar small room. Laura watched in shock as the two adults vanished before her eyes. Startled by the sudden disappearance, she leapt down from her high chair and frantically scanned the surroundings, searching for Gabriella. Her heart tightened with worry, for Gabriella was now the only person she felt truly close to. Inside the small room, Han Qiuya smiled warmly, her voice rich and captivating. "Take off your clothes." Gabriella blinked in surprise. "Oh," Han Qiuya clarified, "it's part of the healing process." Hearing this, Gabriella understood her intent and felt inexplicably like a powerful goddess tending to her with commanding yet tender care. Instinctively, she slipped off her coat. Just as she prepared to remove her final garment, Han Qiuya gently stopped her. "That's enough." With her divine sense, she scanned Gabriella's wounds, discovering embedded metal shards fused with flesh. Then, with ingenious precision, Han Qiuya combined her healing gaze with micro-teleportation portals to seal the injuries in moments. Good heavens, this is a medical miracle. When the healing concluded, Gabriella felt utterly renewed. Only mild fatigue lingered. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she clasped Han Qiuya's hands and exclaimed, "You must be an angel descended from heaven, a true goddess." Without hesitation, she pulled Han Qiuya into a deep, heartfelt embrace. At that moment, Laura arrived, just in time to witness the final shimmer of Han Qiuya's healing gaze. She saw with her own eyes how twin beams of light from Han Qiuya's eyes stitched Gabriella's wounds shut like delicate sutures. Gabriella turned and gasped upon seeing Laura standing silently in the doorway. Oh, she hastily pulled on her clothes. Back in the temporary shelter, the group gathered for conversation, mostly between Professor X and Gabriella. The elderly professor lived in profound solitude. Now, with guests finally present, he could scarcely contain his eagerness to talk, perhaps for 3 full days and nights. Han Qiuya, recalling fragmented plot points, knew minor complications would soon arrive. Thus, she chose to listen attentively to Professor X's recounting of the X-Men saga, reserving her own introduction for later when she would unveil her self-introduction video. In the lull, Han Qiuya decided to indulge a more immediate need. "Are you hungry?" "I'll cook," she announced lightly, drawing up a chair to the table. Professor X replied apologetically, "I'm afraid I have neither kitchen nor ingredients." Han Qiuya smiled. "I'll conjure them. Watch closely." With effortless grace, she swept her hand through the air, and instantly a lavish feast appeared upon the table. The trio stared in awe. Laura's eyes widened. The aroma and appearance of the food made her mouth water. Her expression brimmed with wonder. Watching her, Han Qiuya suppressed a quiet smile. This young Laura clearly wished to master the same art. "Dig in. Strength comes with a full stomach," Han Qiuya said, cheerfully ruffling Laura's hair. Gabriella observed Laura's reaction closely, fearing she might resent Han Qiuya's familiarity. To her astonishment, after the gentle head pat, Laura's lips curved upward ever so slightly, and she cast Han Qiuya a sidelong glance brimming with affection. Then, mimicking Han Qiuya, she picked up chopsticks, her small fingers fumbling awkwardly, repeatedly grasping and dropping morsels of food. Had Laura been won over by the cuisine or by beauty, that gaze felt warmer even than the one she reserved for Gabriella. Outside, Logan's vehicle rolled slowly back into view. No sooner had it halted than Caliban, the sole companion beside Professor X, hurried forward. "Logan, we've got visitors," he began. "I know," Logan replied, stepping out with his gaze already locked on the horizon. He'd heard the distant approach of another vehicle, sensing something deeply amiss. He urgently instructed Caliban, "Get the professor hidden and keep him silent." Recognizing the gravity, Caliban spun on his heel and rushed back to deliver the warning. Logan slammed the car door shut, adjusted his collar, and stood motionless, his eyes fixed unblinking on the approaching SUV, which screeched to a halt before him, kicking up a plume of dust. The door swung open. A man stepped out with calm authority, smoothing his collar. It was him, the very man who had previously cornered Logan in his own vehicle and coerced him. Logan's voice turned icy. "You should turn back. You're trespassing on private property." Professor X's location was likely compromised. This man's arrival signaled a larger force closing in. And indeed, it was a long convoy advanced steadily toward the compound, bristling with armed personnel. The man surveyed the grounds with disdain. "Private property? Really? Indeed. Yet according to public records, this land belongs to a Shanghai-based multinational, not to you." His gaze swept across the modest buildings, then slid past Logan. "Where have you hidden the old man?" "In that cabin." He gestured casually toward one of the small structures. "He died a year ago," Logan replied flatly. "No matter. Our priority is the girl." The man pivoted smoothly. "What girl?" A faint knowing smile touched his lips. "My team tracked them. They fled. Only your taxi visited that site." He turned fully toward Logan, voice firm and unyielding. "Hand her over." "What girl?" "I've seen no girl. There's no girl here." Logan maintained careful distance, muscles coiled, ready to strike at the first sign of aggression. He knew this confrontation would not end quietly, and the man showed no intention of leaving. "No girl, just a woman," Logan repeated, deliberate and steady. The man pushed his sunglasses down, revealing a sly, calculating smile. "So, you have met the nurse. Gabriella, what was her surname again?" His tone hardened abruptly as he stepped closer. "And yet you never called me. How deeply it wounds me. As punishment, I'll take the old man too." Logan felt the barb in both word and gesture. Rage flared hot within his chest. When the man raised his hand as if to clap Logan's shoulder, Logan seized his arm, but recoiled at the unnatural sensation beneath his grip. His eyes darted downward, revealing a gleaming metallic limb. "See that? You're not the only one enhanced." The man had barely finished speaking when a youthful sharp cry rang out from behind him. "Huh." Before he could react, an iron rod struck his occiput with startling speed and force. A heavy thud echoed. Logan's eyes widened slightly as he watched the man collapse lifelessly to the ground. Only then did he notice a little girl standing not far away. She was Laura. "What are you doing here?" Logan asked, astonished. He had only just returned in his car, not long ago, and yet she had arrived even sooner. This was downright uncanny. Logan was baffled, but then it struck him the presence of those mutant research facility operatives could well be due to her arrival. Now they were in grave danger because of her. Confusion warred with rising anger within him as he strode toward Laura, his posture unmistakably threatening, as if preparing to reprimand her. Laura stood her ground, unflinching, her wide eyes locked defiantly onto his, neither blinking nor retreating a single step. At that moment, Professor X emerged from the cabin, wheeling himself forward in his chair. Witnessing the tense standoff, he urgently called out, "Logan! Logan!" Stepping between them, he offered a warm smile and gestured toward Laura, introducing her to Logan, and to Caliban, who had just followed Logan out the door. "This is Laura. Caliban, I mentioned her to you before. Logan, we've been waiting for you to return." Afflicted by advancing dementia, Professor X failed to notice the unconscious man lying on the ground and remained blissfully unaware of the perilous situation unfolding around him. His eyes shimmered with pure, unguarded joy at Logan's homecoming. In that moment, he resembled a lonely elder reunited with a long-absent loved one, eager to talk, to share simple, tender moments of domestic warmth. Seated in his wheelchair, Professor X waved gently. "Laura, come here. Don't be afraid. Come." Laura slowly approached. "Laura, don't be afraid. He won't send you away." Seeing the silent, charged standoff between Logan and Laura, he hurriedly wheeled himself forward and extended a protective hand toward her, shielding her with quiet urgency. "Let's go inside and talk. We're safe there." After watching them retreat into the cabin, Logan's furrowed brow remained deeply etched. He walked over to the fallen man and nudged him with his foot to test his consciousness. Caliban joined him, gazing down at the man with quiet concern. "Looks like a bounty hunter, or perhaps a soldier." Logan delivered another kick, this time rolling the man onto his back. Then he crouched, removed the man's sunglasses, and said grimly, "Worse than that. He's from their operation, the Mutant Research Division. Their reach is vast and ruthless." Caliban's expression tightened with alarm. "What do we do? Did he come alone?" Logan rose to his feet and brought his boot down hard upon the man's skull. A sharp, sickening crack resounded, clearly a fractured neck. He knelt again, unbuckled the man's holster, withdrew the handgun, and handed it to Caliban. "Find a storm drain and dispose of him. Far away. Then we move immediately. We can't stay here any longer." Meanwhile, Laura had returned indoors and seated herself once more at the dining table, her face alight with quiet triumph and pride. Just moments earlier, she had single-handedly subdued the intruder with one decisive strike of her iron rod. Qiuya, who had observed the entire scene, gently stroked Laura's hair and praised her. "Brilliantly done, little one. You carry a trace, just a whisper, of my own brilliance." Laura, chopsticks poised midair as she lifted food to her mouth, tilted her head toward Qiuya, her brow furrowed with innocent curiosity. "How much is a trace?" "You'll find out soon enough," Qiuya replied with a serene smile, dabbing delicately at the corner of her mouth after finishing her meal. Professor X watched their exchange, his face softened by a gentle, unwavering smile. It seemed that no matter what words passed between them, mere conversation filled him with quiet, boundless happiness. He interjected warmly, "That lovely lady possesses truly extraordinary abilities." Ella, meanwhile, ate swiftly, shoveling food into her mouth with knife and fork. Her wounds had healed and hunger now surged with renewed intensity. She listened quietly, her expression thoughtful, lost in silent contemplation. And as expected, a large convoy of vehicles was already racing toward the cabin from the distance. "What the hell?" Logan stepped in and was immediately enveloped by the room's bustling energy. Inside stood 3 people, 1, 2, and 3, and he had just seen them not long ago. "What are you all doing here?" Logan approached, bracing his hands on the table as his gaze swept left and right. Ella flinched slightly, avoiding his eyes with quiet guilt and lowering her head. Little Laura stood straight and met his gaze unflinchingly. Qiuya cast a sidelong glance at him, her expression calm and composed, a faint, steady smile playing upon her lips. Logan stepped forward and seized the backpack resting on the table. Laura reacted instantly. Her small hands clamped onto the bag, locking into a silent tug-of-war with him. "No, Logan." Ella rushed to help. "Logan, Logan, Logan." Professor X called out 3 times in rapid succession, each louder than the last, in a desperate attempt to halt him. Tension crackled in the air. "I'll return at once I understand exactly what mess you've dragged us into," Logan said, tightening his grip with increasing force. Inside, he felt himself unraveling. Professor X would never abandon them, but protecting so many at once made escape seem impossible. Hope dwindled further. "Logan, I believe there's something I must tell you," the aging Professor X stammered, his voice unsteady. "What is it?" Logan and Laura locked eyes, tugged once more, then twice, before finally releasing the bag. She isn't Laura's mother. You explain it." Professor X turned toward Ella. "You've already spoken," Logan asked, turning away to pick up a bottle of Professor X's medication. Clearly, he assumed the professor was either already having an episode or well on his way. Take this. With practiced ease, Logan lifted a glass of water and guided the pill into the professor's mouth. Professor X complied just as automatically. Even he couldn't be certain whether another episode was imminent, but trusting Logan had always been the right choice. It was a habit forged over years, a quiet, deep-rooted dependence. Ella spoke then. I'm not her mother. Her father is. I'm not interested. Logan cut her off. Then, crouching beside Professor X's wheelchair, he murmured softly. This place is no longer safe. We must relocate immediately, and outside you must not have an episode. Do you understand? I know. She's a mutant. What's her ability? Logan watched Laura quietly eating a wave of weary loneliness rising within him. In this crisis, he alone bore the weight of dread, leaving him feeling profoundly isolated. A note of bitter irony edged his voice. Her power is eating and throwing metal rods. Nearby, Qiuya silently admired the director's masterful pacing. How pivotal revelations were withheld until the final resonant moment. Logan, you keep interrupting them, but the truth is Laura carries your genetic code. At those words, Logan froze. His hands stilled mid-motion as he slowly turned his gaze, settling on Qiuya with dazed disbelief. Qiuya continued unwavering. You heard me correctly. You are her father. Logan was speechless, stunned into silence, yet instinctively defiant, still raw from the earlier clash. That's impossible. Meanwhile, Caliban dragged the man's seemingly lifeless body toward a sewer grate, only for the man to suddenly snap his eyes open, sending Caliban reeling backward in sheer terror. In an instant, the tables turned. The man subdued Caliban and swiftly rejoined the main contingent of the Mutant Research Institute. Back inside, Logan, now burdened with the shattering truth of Laura's origin, worked in grim solitary silence, packing their belongings. No sooner had he finished than he sensed something deeply amiss. He stepped outside, and there on the horizon dust churned violently as a large convoy surged forward at breakneck speed. Logan's sharp eyes caught it instantly. Among the vehicles raced the very car he'd ordered Caliban to drive away. In that moment, his heart plummeted into icy despair. As the enemy's cavalry was about to arrive, a vehicle in the convoy recklessly honked its horn. The people inside the house heard the commotion, and Laura immediately stood up alert. Professor X hurriedly pushed his wheelchair to her side, saying, "It's okay, don't be afraid." At that moment, seeing Logan rush back into the house, he pushed his wheelchair and said, "We need to leave quickly." "No, Logan, take them with you." Professor X appeared somewhat anxious as he was pushed away, turning his head as if trying to see Qiuya and the others through. Logan, hurry up and follow, let's leave together. Laura and Ella looked at Qiuya, who nodded in agreement, and the three of them quickly followed behind. Logan moved Professor X to the front passenger seat, and Qiuya and the others swiftly took their seats in the back. Logan skillfully reversed the car, but suddenly the main door was violently crashed open by a vehicle followed by a large group of people. Damn it! Logan cursed under his breath and then attempted to drive through the encirclement. However, the enemy was not to be underestimated. They were all well-trained and quickly surrounded and forced their cars to a stop. Logan, Professor X looked worriedly at the back seat, calling out anxiously, "Logan, don't leave them behind. Don't talk, just be quiet, I'm thinking of a way." Logan anxiously looked around, noticing the enemies in uniforms armed with weapons getting out of their vehicles and closing in on them. Were they really going to meet their end here today? At that moment, Professor X suddenly remembered something and looked at Qiuya. "Your mental power is strong. Can you make them all faint?" Qiuya shook her head. "My mental power was triggered passively last time. I haven't learned the relevant skills yet." Professor X felt a bit regretful and disappointed. "Unfortunately, there's no time to teach you now. If I use my mental power, it will likely go out of control. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. My area of expertise is strength." As Qiuya said this, she reached for the car door handle, preparing to get out. Laura watched this scene with a glimmer of excitement in her small eyes. Although she felt a bit scared, her desire for battle was quite strong. At her young age, she was filled with courage. She also wanted to get out of the car, but Ella quickly stopped her, grabbing her hand with one hand and hugging her with the other. "No, don't go down." Saying this, Ella stood up and squeezed her into the middle of the back seat. At this moment, a man with a smile approached. He leaned over to the front passenger window, grinning at Logan. "My friend, we're meeting again so soon." Then he looked at Professor X with some excitement in his eyes. "Look, isn't this Charles, the 80-year-old man the U.S. government wants to capture the most?" Professor X replied, "To be precise, he's a 90-year-old man. The Science Bureau could classify your brain as a weapon of mass destruction." The man smiled again, looking at the back seat. "Wow, are you going to catch them all at once?" "Logan, thank you so much. So it's you, the passenger from last time. What are you involved to? Aren't you afraid of bullets coming for you? Are you also a mutant?" The man looked at Qiuya, but his peripheral vision never left Laura. Laura was his primary target. Everyone else was just incidental. Of course, capturing one was better than none. Logan looked at him with concern and asked, "What did you do to Caliban?" The man seeing this adjusted his glasses and pretended to be profound, looking up at the sky, and lied. He didn't fight back when we fought, you know. I had a great time, and in the end I threw him into the gutter. Hee hee. The man laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Logan suddenly exploded with rage. Oh! He roared angrily, pushing the car door open and charging at the man. The two henchmen around quickly stepped forward to stop him. If this had been before, Logan would have already rushed to the man. Qiuya also got out of the car. She slightly parted her red lips. Are you all coming together, or one by one? Hearing Qiuya's words, some people couldn't help but laugh. Ha! The man wiped the smile from his face. He was now all business. He needed to focus. Oh, any lapse in vigilance could cost them dearly, especially if Qiuya turned out to be a mutant. Nearby, Logan lashed out with his adamantium claws, sending two subordinates crashing to the ground. Just as he prepared to charge again, several others lunged and pinned him down. More soldiers rushed in, their rifles trained squarely on him. The man paid Logan no mind. His gaze remained locked on Laura, and he gestured sharply to his men, seize her. His subordinates immediately raised specialized rifles and aimed at Laura. With a sharp whoosh, a long barbed tether shot from the barrel, streaking toward her like a venomous serpent. In the original timeline, Laura had failed to evade it. The tether pierced straight through her body. But this time Qiuya was present. In a blur of motion, she stepped before Laura and seized the high-velocity, armor-piercing tether barehanded. To an ordinary human merely attempting to catch, it would have been suicidal, let alone holding on. The sheer kinetic force would have hurled them backward like ragdolls. Indeed, she possesses remarkable ability. Impressive, the man remarked, then waved his hand decisively. Advance. His second-in-command hesitated. Sir, shall we open fire? Not yet. Let's play with her first. Assess her true research value. It's been years since we've encountered a new wild mutant. Qiuya let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Value. In one fluid motion, she yanked the tether hard. Her opponent staggered forward, and his comrades scrambled to brace him. A flicker of excitement lit the man's eyes. Strong indeed. Only these few. Far too few. With delicate grace, Qiuya tugged once more. Veins bulged across the arms of the 7 or 8 soldiers gripping the opposite end. Their faces contorted in agony, as though their limbs were being wrenched from their sockets. Not only could they not pull her forward, they were being dragged toward her. The man watched, stunned. This defies physics. Even granting extraordinary strength, mass should anchor her in place. Yet here she stood, unmoved, unshaken, while reality itself seemed to bend around her. Curiosity mingled with caution in his gaze. What tier of mutant is she? Her power was undeniable. She stood brazenly at the center of their encirclement, utterly unafraid of bullets. This game, it seemed, had just grown infinitely more intriguing. Ah! The soldiers roared, straining with every fiber, desperate not to lose pay, their faces twisted with fury and humiliation. Yet their boots screeched against the asphalt as Qiuya's slender arm pulled them inexorably forward, soles nearly worn through. Nearby, Logan, who still had rifles pointed at his head, and Professor X and Ella inside the vehicle watched dumbfounded. Professor X's mind raced. Could she truly be telling the truth? Such prodigious physical strength. Could her psionic power already have reached level 100? What did that even mean? A single strike capable of leveling an entire city. At that moment, Qiuya's expression remained effortlessly calm, even as her bare hand effortlessly overpowered the opposing force. Then, without warning, she released the tether. Her adversaries stumbled violently off balance and still upright, just as she whipped the tether into a wide, whirling arc, binding all 7 or 8 soldiers together in a tight, inescapable coil. A sly, almost mischievous smile curled her lips. Then she hauled back with devastating force. Ah! A chorus of cries erupted. Sensing disaster, the lieutenant barked, "Open fire!" Bang! 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 Bullets slammed into Qiuya, but she didn't flinch. Her expression hardened to glacial indifference. With one swift, contemptuous swing of her arm, she hurled the bound soldiers skyward, shattering the sound barrier as they soared into the heavens. A hail of gunfire continued to pour into her, but each round struck her skin or clothing like steel striking tempered alloy, ricocheting away in sparks. Every bullet flattened, deformed, shattered on impact. Deformed slugs clattered onto the pavement. Meanwhile, the man issued fresh orders: secure Laura, immediately. At his command, even the soldiers restraining Logan released him and surged toward Laura, clearly judging the aging mutant as negligible threat while she remained their primary objective. Laura spread her arms wide, muscles coiling, tendons tightening, as 2 razor-sharp adamantium claws extended from each wrist. On the ground, Logan jolted upright, eyes wide with disbelief, pupils contracting in shock. Not only was her genetic lineage drawn from him, her very abilities mirrored his own, and yet despite her youth, her movements were razor-precise, feral, and flawless. Facing a swarm of armed assailants, she did not retreat. She charged. In a flash, her small frame launched upward, claws plunging deep into a soldier's throat, ending him in an instant. She kicked off his collapsing body, wrenching her claws free, then spun midair, slashing outward. Her blade sheared through another soldier's rifle, and his forearm, cleanly and without resistance. "Ah!" he screamed. Before he could react, her other claw slashed across his throat, silencing him forever. To Laura, their motions seemed sluggish, half a beat too slow. Logan watched her cut through them like wheat, but his heart clenched with dread. They're too many. Armed, organized, and reinforcements are surely on the way. Logan rushed towards the car, without hesitation, his mind focused solely on one goal, starting the vehicle and breaking through. He arrived at the side of the car to see several soldiers dragging Professor X out, while Ella inside appeared somewhat panicked. Just then, Qiuya had drawn the attention of most of the soldiers, allowing Logan to quickly dispatch them and carry Professor X back into the car. Meanwhile, Qiuya stood amidst a hail of bullets for several seconds. She braved the dense gunfire approaching the soldier standing at the front. As Qiuya drew closer, a look of panic appeared on his face, and he instinctively stepped back. He tried to maintain his composure, but the unease and fear within him were hard to conceal. Qiuya walked up to him with a smile, pointing a finger at him, and said in a tone of praise, "And you, my friend, are the true hero." "What?" He was taken aback by her words, but in the next second, he found himself hurled into the air by an immense force. Qiuya's action was so effortless, as if he were just an insignificant pebble. "Ah!" he screamed as he tumbled through the air, his terrified face watching Qiuya grow increasingly distant. Feeling the sensation of weightlessness as his body ascended rapidly, he despairingly closed his eyes. The man watched Qiuya maneuver through the battle with ease, seemingly still with energy to spare, and he dismissed the thought of making a move. He stepped in front of Qiuya, a hint of admiration in his tone. "Madam, your skills are quite impressive, and you are beautiful as well. But you are somewhat out of touch with reality. Oh, do you really wish to oppose the entire United States? We have the support of the government behind us." His threatening words also hinted at a desire to buy time. He knew full well that the team of mutants and killing machines cultivated by their lab would soon arrive for support. "That's fine." Qiuya raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with disdain. "Let the U.S. government declare war on me and see what happens." "Haha," he laughed derisively at Qiuya's words, scoffing. "You're still too young. Don't think your abilities are anything impressive. In the face of the world's most powerful government, your skills are hardly worth mentioning." Qiuya pondered whether to simply eliminate him, but ultimately decided against it. She planned to wait a little longer, letting him gather more minions to send to their doom. In the next battle, she would go live and earn some points. "Hurry, get in the car." Logan drove the vehicle, executing a perfect drift to a stop right in front of Qiuya. He found the car unusually easy to drive today, feeling an inexplicable sense of smoothness. Moreover, the fuel gauge seemed broken as it consistently displayed a full tank. But at that moment, he had no time to concern himself with such details. After all, as long as the car drove well, it was sufficient. He recalled that the tank had been nearly full after his last refueling, which should be enough for a long escape. Before getting into the car, Qiuya cast a meaningful glance at the man in sunglasses. She thought to herself, "The next time I see you, I'll smash your glasses." Qiuya quickly took her seat in the back row, exchanging a glance with Ella. Ella's eyes were filled with worry as she closely monitored the fierce battle unfolding ahead. "Go." As soon as Qiuya spoke, the car sprang into motion. Logan immediately started the vehicle, yet he felt something odd. It seemed that the car had already started just before he actually turned the key. Was it just his illusion? He frowned, slightly puzzled. However, the urgent matter at hand was to take Laura and escape from here. He stepped on the accelerator with force, and the car surged forward full of power. The speed rapidly increased, causing Professor X in the passenger seat to sway, even beginning to feel a bit carsick. The car raced toward Laura, who was engaged in a fierce battle. "Get in the car." Logan slammed on the gas, and the car shot out like an arrow, crashing into two soldiers attacking Laura. Hearing the sound of the car, Laura immediately turned her head, her eyes flashing with a sharp light. What happened next left Logan dumbfounded. Laura swiftly lifted her foot, pulling a steel claw from a soldier's body. She even has steel claws on her feet. Logan marveled inwardly. Laura's skills and talents were clearly beyond his own. Laura gracefully leaped onto the roof of the car, her posture agile, resembling a swift leopard. Logan had no hesitation, having gained a degree of trust in Laura's abilities. He quickly started the car. Seeing Laura about to escape, the man panicked and shouted, "Shoot." Logan swiftly turned the steering wheel, and the car made a sharp turn, racing out. Laura on the roof tightly gripped the car, maintaining her balance without falling off. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the car, producing loud impact sounds. Qiuya quickly opened the sunroof, and Laura seized this opportunity, stabilizing her body and successfully jumping into the car through the sunroof. Her petite figure fit perfectly through the sunroof, landing lightly between Qiuya and Ella in the back seat. Come on, give me a high five. Qiuya extended her right hand, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth, looking at Laura with encouraging eyes. Laura seemed a bit stunned, but soon a radiant smile bloomed on her face. She raised her hand, and the two gently slapped their hands together in midair. Then Laura nimbly turned to the other side, lifting her small hand to look at Ella. Thanks to Qiuya's arrival, both Logan and Ella emerged from this battle largely unscathed. Unlike the original story, they did not experience a bloody slaughter, smoothly escaping their first peril. Although Laura was hit in the arm by a bullet, her healing ability was formidable. She remained unfazed, accustomedly sucking the bullet out with her mouth, and then the wound on her arm quickly healed. Afterward, the atmosphere in the car seemed to grow quiet with her silence. Only the sounds of the speeding vehicle, the friction of tires against the ground, and the faint sounds of breathing could be heard. Professor X in the passenger seat seemed to have fallen asleep, his head leaning against the window, emitting soft snores. Logan felt somewhat relieved that Professor X had not had an episode for so long. He thought to himself, sleep well, just don't have an episode. Logan was truly exhausted, but fortunately, he had companions who could help in the battle. Meanwhile, the man in sunglasses was busy organizing vehicles for pursuit while reporting to his superiors over the phone. He detailed the battle situation, including Laura's strength and whereabouts, as well as Qiuya, who was not afraid of bullets and possessed formidable power. On the phone, his superior, after listening, spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. She is just a failed product of a business error. Why is she so difficult to capture? The superior paused and continued. In that case, we will send our most powerful mutant team to you. You must do everything possible to bring her back. We cannot allow these experimental subjects bearing our shareholders' patents to run wild. The superior added, also, I am very interested in the newly appeared mutant woman and her body armor. She must be captured as well. The superior's tone carried a hint of greed and ambition. Additionally, we will release and publicize their wanted notices through the government, making it easier to capture them. The blue fire of the car was naturally powerful, quickly shaking off the pursuers behind. In the rearview mirror, Logan could no longer see any trace of the cars behind. Logan glanced at the fuel gauge several times, and it consistently showed a full tank. He felt a bit uneasy calculating the fuel consumption, still not quite reassured. He planned to stop for gas when they encountered a gas station. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Logan sighed, looking at the back seat in the rearview mirror. Please watch the VCR. Qiuya said, prompting the blue fire to reveal itself, starting the in-car video player to play her introduction video. But Ella misunderstood. She glanced at Qiuya and guessed that Qiuya might have some kind of super ability like X-ray vision. She nodded and took out her phone from her bag. I recorded this video earlier and I never expected to have the chance to play it live. Ella said as she handed the recording to Logan, indicating for him to play it on the dashboard. Logan freed one hand to place the phone properly and hit play. In the video, Ella appeared on the screen, slowly beginning to narrate. My name is Gabriella, and I am a nurse working at a genetically modified research institute located in Mexico City. The genetic research they speak of is in fact research on mutants. As soon as the video ended, Professor X, who had been sleeping in the passenger seat, became aware of the commotion and slowly opened his eyes. The video shifted to show rows of children in laboratory white coats queuing as they walked past the camera. Ella's voice continued in the video. Whether in the branches in the United States or Canada, there are a large number of children. They tell us that this is drug research intended to benefit humanity. But that is all a lie. These children are manufactured in the laboratory. They were born there and have never left. They have never seen the sun, the sea, rain, or snow. The video began to show scenes of mutant children in small cages. They have no birth certificates, no names, only numbers. Their maternal genes come from Mexican women, and those Mexican women have all become missing persons. Their paternal genes come from mutants. Professor X couldn't help but look at Logan and said, they are creating soldiers, assassins. This is a business of slaughter. Laura is essentially your child. In the final scene, the camera specifically captured Laura bound to a hospital bed. Her steel claws extended, her face filled with defiance, covered in blood, while the lab personnel continued to draw her blood. Ella spoke up. Logan, we're heading in this direction. Let's go straight to North Dakota. There are also other mutant children rescued there, and it should be relatively safe. At this point, Ella's voice was somewhat weak, but she knew that was their final hope. Logan looked at her and nodded solemnly. Phew, Logan sighed. The gas station is ahead, or we can take a short break. They'll go refuel, and you all can go into the store to buy something. Upon reaching the gas station, Logan got out to refuel, while Qiuya, Laura, and Ella walked towards the store. As soon as they reached the store entrance, Laura's gaze was drawn to the rocking horse at the door. She saw a child just getting off the rocking horse. Little girl Laura looked up at Ella, her eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. Ella sighed lightly, understanding Laura's thoughts, but helplessly said, do you want to ride the rocking horse? But I don't have any coins, so I need to exchange some. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized she hadn't brought any money, and she exchanged glances with Laura, turning her pleading eyes towards Qiuya. Laura also looked expectantly at Qiuya. Seeing Laura's curious face, Qiuya smiled slightly and said nothing. She placed a coin into the rocking horse, pocketed the remaining coins, and patted Laura's head. Go on, have fun. Laura joyfully leaped onto the rocking horse, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. For Laura, these things were all new and unseen, and at that moment, she seemed to forget the hardships and dangers of the journey, as well as the terrifying memories of the laboratory. Qiuya knew what she was worried about, and said, "Don't worry, I have plenty of money to pay." "Really? That's great, let's go buy something." Ella took Qiuya's hand and walked into the store. Ella began to shop freely, primarily buying a lot of food and women's supplies. Seeing Ella grab so many sanitary pads, Qiuya was somewhat surprised. "What do you need so many for?" "We both need them. It's not too many, and Laura might need them later on." "I'm afraid I won't have the chance to buy them then." Qiuya replied, "Actually, I don't need that many, I don't get my period." Ella was momentarily stunned. Ella pondered inwardly whether she ought to conduct a brief professional assessment of Qiuya. She asked cautiously, "Have you been to the hospital for a checkup?" Qiuya loaded items from the shelf into her shopping cart, as if scooping melons, glanced askance at Ella and shook her head. "No, I'm perfectly normal." If she truly experienced menstruation every month, that would be utterly untenable. Ella would curse the system daily. Seeing Qiuya's reluctance to elaborate, Ella refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, at the store entrance, Laura was immersed in the delight of the rocking horse. Yet joy as ever proved fleeting. The rocking horse suddenly stilled, catching Laura off guard. She stared in bewilderment at the motionless contraption, gave it a firm push, and met only silence. Soon the little one grew irked. She raised her small steel-clad arms, high claws extended, as though preparing to compel the rocking horse back into labor. At that moment, a large hand firmly grasped her tiny forearm. "Hey!" Laura turned with a scowl, still straining against his grip. Logan thought he'd arrived just in time. Otherwise, the rocking horse might not survive this child's combative zeal. He released her, withdrew a coin from his pocket, inserted it into the machine, and assumed the stern, authoritative air of a parent. One last ride. Laura's eyes widened with rapt curiosity as the rocking horse resumed its gentle sway. Noting the child's limited speech, Logan added, "You're welcome." "Logan." A faint, weary voice drifted from the car. "Professor X." Logan whirled around instantly. He hurried over, concern etching his brow. "What is it?" "It's not urgent, Logan. There's something I must tell you," Professor X murmured softly. "More lectures. Is it time for your medication again? I need to urinate." At those words, Logan fell silent and swiftly lifted Professor X into his arms. He moved with the calm assurance of one long accustomed to such sudden exigencies. Outside the shop, having ridden the rocking horse once more with unrestrained glee, Laura stood radiant with satisfaction. She bounded inside, eyes sparkling with unfeigned wonder as she surveyed objects she had never before encountered. She snatched up a bag of potato chips and crunched them audibly, then uncapped a bottle of soda and gulped it down with eager swallows. With a single deft motion, she perched a pair of sunglasses squarely upon her nose. The shop attendant, however, remained oblivious to this vivacious little presence. His gaze riveted instead on Qiuya, who had just stepped through the door. Qiuya wore casual attire, yet it could not conceal her graceful figure or peerless beauty. The attendant stood transfixed, spellbound. She examined a snack package in her hand, sensed his stare, and turned to meet his eyes. Caught in the act, he flushed faintly, lowered his gaze, and began pretending to count loose change. Still, despite his best efforts at restraint, his peripheral vision kept drifting, unbidden, back toward Qiuya. Qiuya shone like a brilliant beacon within the shop. Each gesture, each glance radiated an irresistible allure impossible to ignore. Ella, standing beside Qiuya, keenly perceived the attendant's awestruck gaze, and a subtle triumphant smile curved her lips as if basking in the sheer unparalleled splendor of her companion. As Qiuya's devoted friend and ardent admirer, Ella felt a quiet swell of joy and pride. The two women turned the aisle corner and vanished from the attendant's line of sight. Crunch, crunch. The sharp, brittle sound of potato chips pierced the store's hushed stillness. Laura had appeared silently before the attendant, not far away, her small hands brimming with snacks, several already unwrapped. The crisp crunching echoed clearly from her mouth. The attendant snapped out of his reverie over Qiuya and found himself momentarily speechless. He shook his head and strode purposefully toward Laura. Laura sensed his approach, turned, and met his gaze directly. "Hello, little one," he asked, skepticism edging his tone. "Do you know these items must be paid for?" Flustered by the unfamiliar setting and stranger, Laura glanced anxiously around, then clutched her hoard tightly and bolted for the exit. The attendant reacted swiftly, sidestepping to block her path. "Hey, where are your parents?" Laura remained mute. then in her panic seized 2 more chips and stuffed them into her mouth. Her heart raced. The strange surroundings and faces left her disoriented and unnerved. The attendant frowned, then decisively plucked the chips from her grasp. Enough. Give that back. And that one too. He reached again, intent on reclaiming the rest. Laura's experiences in the laboratory left her with only distinctions between enemies and allies, and she regarded the store clerk as an enemy. Despite being just a little girl standing only half the height of the clerk, her movements were as swift as a lithe little wolf. Seeing the clerk reaching out to snatch her belongings, she swiftly caught his arm and executed a shoulder throw. A crisp thud echoed as the clerk was thrown to the ground, his eyes momentarily blank with disbelief. He wondered in shock, did a little girl just shoulder throw him? Oh! Laura shouted furiously, rapidly extending her steel claws ready to strike the clerk. The clerk, filled with terror, widened his eyes, fixating on the sharp claws. Despair gripped his heart as he thought, it's over, I'm going to be single-handedly taken out by a little girl. Qiuya had long sensed the commotion and was on her way to intervene. But upon seeing Logan walk into the store, she paused her movements and approached calmly. Ella heard Laura shout and hurried over, her view blocked by the shelves, causing her to worry even more. Damn it! Logan swiftly grabbed Laura's arm. Laura turned her head, still brimming with fighting spirit. Logan shook his head gently, saying this isn't right. Seeing the clerk on the ground filled with terror, Logan quickly pulled Laura behind him, apologizing to the clerk. I'm sorry. The clerk felt like he had escaped death and nodded gratefully. Ella quickly came over and also nodded at the clerk, saying sorry. Ella then crouched down, gently pulling Laura closer, while patiently explaining, Laura, you can't just eat something without paying for it first. In the future, you can't open and eat things in the store without having paid for them, got it? However, to Ella's surprise, Laura looked unconvinced. Laura raised her head and saw Qiuya walking over, opening a snack bag to eat. The clerk followed Laura's gaze, and the image of the goddess in his mind instantly shattered. Ella looked over and helplessly rubbed her forehead, exclaiming, oh my God. At that moment, the television suddenly interrupted with a news report. Breaking news, the U.S. government has issued a wanted notice for several extremely dangerous mutants on the run. This news immediately captured everyone's attention. The television continued. This is an image of one of the little girls. The clerk's gaze began to dart between the screen and Laura, repeatedly comparing, revealing a look of terror on his face. He was going to be silenced. Please just take the stuff from the store, don't kill me. This news made Logan feel the urgency of time as he urgently asked, do you have a charger and a power bank? The clerk trembled as he pointed to the shelf next to the cash register. I'm very sorry, Logan said, quickly grabbing several power banks and charging cables from the shelf. We need to leave quickly. Staying in one place for too long wasn't safe, and they needed to escape promptly. Soon the group hurriedly left the store, not even bothering to settle the bill with the clerk. Back in the car, Ella, who had also taken quite a bit, thought to herself, Laura is probably going to lead her astray. After that, the clerk walked back to the cash register in a daze. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of clothing on his seat. Instinctively reaching for it, he was startled to discover a small piece of gold hidden beneath the clothing. The group quickly got into the car outside the store, and Logan was about to start the vehicle. Qiuya then said, you take a break, let Lanhua drive. Logan's hand remained on the gear shift, looking puzzled as he turned to look at her. Before he could speak or act, the car's engine roared to life. Logan. In his confusion, the car quickly sped away from the gas station. I didn't drive, the car is moving on its own, Logan said. Professor X and Ella looked at Logan, seeing his hands off the steering wheel while the wheel turned freely. The vehicle turned on the road, accelerating smoothly. Lanhua, come say hello, Qiuya said. Lanhua finally had the chance to speak, excitedly saying, hello, everyone, I'm a mount that has been trained for over half a year, I like. Qiuya snorted lightly. Lanhua immediately stopped becoming serious and began to introduce himself in detail. I am the mount specifically for the female superhero that is a transformer. Oh, by the way, it seems you don't have any related films here. How about this? Why don't you get out of the car and I'll demonstrate? What do you say, master? Qiuya thought for a moment. All right. After all, she was invincible and not in a hurry to travel. If trouble arose, she might even trigger some system tasks. Then the group numbly got out of the car, and under the stunned gazes of everyone, Lanhua completed his self-introduction, transforming into various forms while briefly introducing Qiuya. The group returned to the car, digesting the information they had just received, and the vehicle fell into a moment of silence. Logan still sat in the driver's seat, but this time he didn't have to drive. He asked, so you're a female superhero who crossed over from another world. What about my car? Qiuya replied, I've stored it. Logan was momentarily speechless. So those few $100s were for buying the car. I knew nothing good ever comes for free. Now that he didn't have to drive, Logan relaxed a bit and leaned back to chat. Ella asked excitedly, Goddess, how powerful are you? What's your power level? Can you really destroy an island with one punch? Qiuya smiled. Instead, I'll show you a video later, and after watching you can calculate it for yourselves. Everyone chimed in unison okay. Professor X then asked, I didn't expect there would be organizations like the X-Men in other worlds. You must be the leader of your alliance, right? Qiuya replied, yes, since I'm the leader we originally called ourselves the Supergirl Alliance, but later changed it to the Goddess Alliance. As for the overall strength, it's no problem to walk in dominance on Earth. Logan pondered something but felt unusually relaxed inside, saying, Lanhua, don't you think the vehicle form is a bit slow? How about? Qiuya raised her hand and waved. Take off. Lanhua received the command and began to accelerate while transforming. With a series of clicks, Lanhua's body flowed and quickly transformed from a car into a powerful jet resembling a supersonic aircraft. The seats inside remained unchanged during the transformation, ensuring no impact on them whatsoever. Whoa! Ella gazed out at the ever-distant ground and couldn't help but exclaim, so advanced. Little Laura was also full of joy and curiosity, wanting to peek outside. In less than 2 seconds, Qiuya had barely lowered her hand when Lanhua accelerated to sufficient speed, lifting off the highway and soaring straight into the clouds. Whoosh! Young Laura was at that age where she delighted in imitating adults, especially those she admired and loved. Thus, seeing Qiuya raise her hand, Laura lifted her own right arm in mimicry, though the gesture bore an uncanny resemblance to a military salute. Ella's expression flickered with alarm. She swiftly reached out to gently press down Laura's small arm. No, that gesture isn't appropriate. Laura mistook the gesture for playful teasing and defiantly held her right arm aloft, locking into a miniature test of strength with Ella. Huh. Ella exerted both hands, but though she was an adult, her strength paled before that of the young wolf girl. She could not subdue Laura's tiny, unyielding arm. Defeated, she reluctantly released her grip and turned to Qiuya with a helpless, pleading look. Laura, this gesture must never be used lightly. Of course, Qiuya replied with a gentle smile, and with effortless grace pressed down Laura's small hand. Laura felt the immense power concealed beneath Qiuya's seemingly casual touch, and awe bloomed deep within her heart. She tilted her little head upward, gazing at Qiuya with the wide-eyed reverence of a devoted idolizer. Soon after, Ella began instructing Laura, telling her the historical significance and origins of that gesture. Moments later, Logan's expression tightened as a sudden thought struck him. He sat upright. Professor, it's time for your medication. Lucky you didn't have an episode mid-journey. Otherwise, we'd all be in grave danger. Professor X smiled faintly. Don't worry. With this goddess beside us, whose psychic energy is thrice my own, even if I lose control, my mind will not harm any of you. That's true, Logan murmured. Qiuya meanwhile reflected inwardly, my shop contains everything. I'm certain curing Professor X won't be difficult. Just then the long silent system chimed. Ding. System quest activated. Cure Professor X's dementia. Reward 10 billion point discount voucher. 50 off the complete The Boys television series. Whoa. System, have you detected the Boys universe? Qiuya immediately queried inwardly. She had long been fascinated by the Boys universe, and never expected the system to reference it directly. She yearned to meet A-Train, and even more to introduce him to his Superman counterpart for a cordial exchange. A mischievous grin curled across Qiuya's lips as she imagined this. Beside her, Ella watched utterly baffled. The system replied, detected, though precise localization remains pending. It will be confirmed shortly. Okay. Moments later, Logan's expression tightened again, as if recalling something vital. He sat upright and said, Professor, it's time for your medication. We're fortunate you remained stable throughout the journey. Otherwise, we'd have been in serious peril. Professor X responded with a serene smile. There's no need for concern. Not while this goddess stands among us. Her psychic energy exceeds mine threefold. Even should I lose control, my mental forces would never endanger you. Logan turned to Qiuya, astonishment shimmering in his gaze. He nodded slowly. Indeed. Qiuya, reflecting on the matter, reasoned, since my shop holds every conceivable remedy, curing Professor X's condition should pose no challenge. All right, system, locate a treatment for dementia. To her surprise, the long silent system responded at once. Ding. System quest activated. Cure Professor X's dementia. Reward 10 billion point discount voucher. 50 off the complete The Boys television series. Whoa. Qiuya exclaimed, inwardly startled. System, have you detected the Boys universe? She had long been captivated by that universe, and never imagined the system would name it directly. She longed to meet A-Train, and to bring him face-to-face with his Superman counterpart for a respectful, meaningful dialogue. As visions of 10,000 ways to defeat A-Train danced through her mind, a sly smile tugged at her lips. Ella, glancing sideways, found herself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what thoughts had ignited that expression. The system replied, detection confirmed, but precise coordinates remain unresolved. However, localization is imminent. Okay. Qiuya replied, a spark of excitement in her voice. Where do we go next? Logan asked, turning toward Qiuya. Clearly she was the strongest among them, their de facto leader and most trusted ally. He resolved to follow her guidance, eager to hear whatever plan she might propose. Qiuya replied simply, Earth is my home. I'm comfortable going anywhere. Yet her system-imposed directive remained protect them within this universe for 10 days. So she added, Ella, you seem to have a destination in mind. Let's follow your lead. Ella had been waiting for just such an opening. Pulling a map from her pocket, she declared, we'll head north, to the last refuge of surviving mutant children. They call it Eden. Lanhua instantly scanned the map with optical beams, calculated the optimal route, and announced via speaker, confirmed. Please buckle up. At that moment, Skynet, having prowled the digital realm for several days, spoke up, Master, I've discovered and decrypted a classified audio file. I believe it warrants playback. Qiuya assented, then play it. Skynet transmitted the file to Lanhua. Upon receiving it, Lanhua announced, Ladies and gentlemen, I've retrieved a recording from the web. I believe you'll find it essential to hear. Ella instinctively frowned. What is this audio about? Lanhua offered no reply, only began playback. A woman's voice, desperate, hollow, filled the cabin, speaking slowly. If you're hearing this, I've already met with misfortune. I was a nurse at Qiuya Genetics Research Institute. Ella's expression froze. The speaker was a nurse, just like her. Curiosity flared what terrible truth would now unfold. The voice paused briefly, then continued. That gleaming, respectable institution, Qiuya Genetics Research Institute, is in truth engaged in illegal experimentation upon mutant children. Though now, thanks to their influence over legislation, such research has been legalized. They seek to forge assassins, training mutant children in slaughter. Yet many refuse to fight. Some mutilate themselves, others leap from windows. A warrior who refuses battle holds no purpose. In the United States, at their corporate headquarters, they are developing something new. Something they claim surpasses even those children. They call it Soulless, a true humanoid killing machine. They have undoubtedly succeeded. 1 week ago, they terminated their prior project and began disposing of certain mutant children. We must save them. The voice faded, leaving the aircraft wrapped in profound silence. Qiuya closed her eyes, preparing for a brief rest. Inwardly, she instructed, Lanhua, no need to conceal our position. Alert me the instant hostiles appear. Understood, Master. Ella and Logan exchanged anxious glances toward Laura. Perhaps those pursuers would never relent. When Qiuya learned the U.S. government had issued a warrant for her arrest, her strategy crystallized. She would wait. Let her enemies march willingly into her trap, sending wave after wave of reinforcements, only to be defeated each time. Should they persist in their folly, she would erase the United States entirely and broadcast the entire annihilation live to Ame across parallel universes. Across the Marvel and DC multiverses, Qiuya's social media account posted a headline, Folks, anyone relate? Stuck in another dimension, strictly law-abiding, and yet hunted by the U.S. government. What do I do? Within moments, the comment section erupted into fervent debate. Many speculated aloud, is the goddess about to go live? Fans, and even superheroes, from both primary universes watched with mounting anticipation. Lanhua saw that Qiuya had drifted into sleep and began to adjust its internal configuration, gently reclining her graceful form and fashioning a larger private compartment for her. The transformation hushed the cabin for a moment, and the atmosphere grew lighter. Ayla marveled, calling out that it was fine for Lanhua to use Qiuya's name and praising how refined she seemed. Luo Jin loosened the muscles tightened by vigilance and sighed in wonder at the craft's shape-shifting ability. He murmured that there was nothing problematic about it. Lanhua answered with pride, explaining that its internal space could expand greatly, even large enough for someone to bathe inside. At that moment, Luo Jin noticed Lao holding an X-Zhanjing comic. His gaze lingered over the book as if some memory had been stirred. Ayla saw Luo Jin staring at the cover and explained that she was a fan of X-Zhanjing and had collected several volumes. She added that she had not expected Lao to like them so much, so she had kept bringing them along and smiled kindly at Luo Jin in an effort to enliven the mood. Lao gazed at Luo Jin, having realized from the comics that the archetype of Jinganglang was this weathered man before her, who was also, in terms of her genes, her father. Luo Jin snapped back to the present and met Laola's eyes with a tone of displeasure, asking whether she normally enjoyed reading such comics. He smiled and called to X-Jiaoshu beside him, remarking that they had found a fan of X-Zhanjing, but X-Jiaoshu was entirely absorbed in a small-screen film and did not seem to hear him. Laola detected the disdain in his voice. To her, the man in the comics was a hero, and having just read the stories, she still looked at the heroic image with hope and longing. Her puzzled eyes met Luo Jin's. He had read those comics years ago and knew all too well that the world they portrayed was both beautiful and illusory. In the pages, the ex-Zhanjing gave selflessly and fought fearlessly, yet when faced with true darkness and vested interests, they chose compromise while claiming to stand on the side of so-called justice. As for the endings the comics offered, however, the heroes chose, they always ultimately arrived at an Eden and received a felicitous outcome. Luo Jin considered it pure fabrication. In reality, things were quite the opposite. His voice quickened as emotions surged up like a spring. He did not shout at Lao, but spoke more rapidly, insisting that perhaps 30% of such tales were based on truth, while the rest was not at all that way. He faltered, his words becoming tangled as he tried to explain that in the real world, people died, their lives consumed, and wasted in ways that the tales never allowed themselves to show. Then he realized with a quiet clarity that what he truly wished was for Laola's life to be better than his own. At that instant, Tianwang's alert blared in Han Qiuya's mind. Enemy detected. Han Qiuya opened her cloudy eyes, and her voice tinged with languor ordered that they descend because she intended to smash that man's glasses. Lanhua acknowledged the command and, confronted by several pursuing aircraft, decisively reduced speed and dove toward the ground. It announced that they should prepare for combat. Lanhua landed steadily. Han Qiuya sat up and opened the cabin door. Luo Jin, Ayla, and the others noticed the enemy's arrival, and the atmosphere tightened with tension. Luo Jin quickly turned and instructed Ayla and the others to stay in the cabin and not act rashly. Yet the moment his words finished, an astonishing sight unfolded. His so-called daughter Laola, brimming with excitement, flung open the hatch and leapt out without hesitation. Luo Jin glared at her, but she did not flinch from his gaze. He felt a little helpless. Turning his head, he watched as the first helicopters began to touch down. Their intent was plainly hostile, and in the lead craft he recognized the familiar man. Silently, Han Qiuya instructed the system to activate live broadcast. Almost at the same moment, viewers in the Manway and DC main universes received push notifications. Countless people immediately put aside their tasks and focused, eager to witness this unprecedented live stream. After all, nothing could match the spectacle of Han Qiuya's broadcast, such was their shared conviction. Comments poured in. Could this be a newly opened parallel world? Which cosmic overlord would the goddess fight this time? Would he be as powerful as Mieba had been before? Others wrote that they simply longed to see the goddess' peerless beauty, and that as true fans the mere sight of her would satisfy them. The chat grew ever livelier. The stream first revealed the man himself, his face wearing the smile of one who believes victory already secured. He stepped down from the helicopter with a retinue of henchmen pacing after him. Though still wearing sunglasses, his eyes fixed intently on Han Qiuya as he approached. Then his gaze slid past her to the plane behind her, Lanhua. He mocked that the aircraft looked fine and had been flying fast, asking with a sneer whether it had simply run out of fuel. He curled his lips in a derisive grin and demanded where the plane had been stolen from. Luo Jin's face darkened and his clenched fist trembled. He swept his eyes around as squads of soldiers had encircled them. The team behind the man was plainly composed of Guizhou Ren and Biendong Ren. Outnumbered as they were, their only hope lay in Han Qiuya's formidable power. Whether the reports of her strength were true remained to be seen. The man chuckled and looked leisurely at Han Qiuya, noting that the government had issued a wanted notice and that all the photos were on file except hers. With a casual wave, he signaled one of his men to photograph Han Qiuya. Soon after, seemingly endless reinforcements began to arrive. Even if Han Qiuya were powerful, sheer numbers could exhaust her. He was certain she could not escape did she possess the power to fly to the heavens and vanish. Since there was time, he thought he might as well complete the task of photographing her. As for himself, he was a Guizhou Ren with extraordinary vitality. Even if he fell, drugs could revive him. He did not need to fight. He could hide at the edge of the fray and watch as events unfolded. His conduct betrayed utter contempt for Han Qiuya. Then he asked her name. Han Qiuya's eyes burned with killing intent as she replied coolly that she was Invincible. He shrugged, saying a nickname would do, and one of his men took out a pen to record it. Han Qiuya glanced at the man poised to press his shutter and suddenly shouted for him to stop. He scoffed, asking whether she refused to accept her predicament and reminding her that they were already captives. He warned that she had brought them serious trouble. He advised the people behind her to revoke the wanted notice at once and threatened that if they still uploaded her photo, he would. The man cut him off, dismissively asking what he could possibly do. Han Qiuya answered simply that she would declare war on Migua. The man exploded with incredulous laughter, mocking the notion that a lone woman could wage war against the most powerful nation on Blue Star. Han Qiuya glanced at the name on his badge and called him Tangnate. Then she raised her delicate fist and struck at him with all her might. Her cry that she would smash his glasses sent shockwaves through the live audience, who were stunned by the audacity of the clash. Viewers asked what kind of people these were who dared confront the goddess directly, and how anyone in that world could fail to recognize her and provoke her so brazenly. They questioned how he could adopt such a self-assured posture against Invincible and felt duped by his apparent hubris. Even with Migwa as backing, they argued it would be foolhardy. Some even voiced a wish that the goddess would make an example of them and teach Migwa a lesson so that their country's compatriots might be brought to heel. Those words spawned a flurry of posts and videos, with some users tagging the verified account of the Migwa president and astonishingly gaining a great number of likes. Now countless eyes were fixed upon the live stream, eager to see how she would handle the situation and hoping she would mete out a severe rebuke to Migwa. Of course, a few Migwa citizens watched with a detached curiosity, even hoping that she might obliterate Migwa entirely, since this was another world's affair and not their problem. In the DC main universe, Batman watched the stream with his gaze unblinking, his heart filled with worry. Since his latest rupture with Superman, his anxiety had returned in full force. At that moment, he feared deeply that Qiuya might indeed unleash a massacre and bring that appetite for slaughter into the DC world. In the Manway main universe, the Migwa White House also followed Qiuya's broadcast with intense attention. As she moved, some within grew visibly nervous. They imagined Migwa to be facing her on the other side, and many wore expressions that betrayed their unease. With a crisp sound, Qiuya's delicate little fist struck Donald's eye with lightning speed. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding soldiers and mutant army, Donald suddenly collapsed to the ground. The vice captain came to his senses and immediately shouted, "Open fire." Logan was startled and quickly shielded Laura, intending to pick her up to dodge the bullets. However, Laura reacted swiftly, skillfully evading the path of the bullets. Inside the plane, the professor and Ella anxiously stared at the display screen, their faces filled with concern as they monitored the battle's progress. Qiuya's figure flickered and appeared before the two. "Get on the plane," she commanded succinctly, and then swiftly tossed the two burdens towards the blue fire. Phew! Logan took a deep breath, focusing intently on the display screen with everyone else. Bullets rained down on Qiuya, yet it seemed as if they struck an invisible protective shield, falling harmlessly to the ground. "Cease fire." At this moment, the officer received orders from above. The higher-ups had developed a strong interest in Qiuya and intended to use this opportunity to test their mutant soldiers. "Go," he signaled to the leading mutant soldier, his gaze never leaving Qiuya, secretly thinking, "She's so beautiful, it would be a pity if she died without passing the test." On the mutant's chest, a miniature camera flickered with a faint light. Behind it was a group of high-ranking company executives eagerly watching the battle unfold. "This mutant weapon is exceptional," a secretary exclaimed. "Boss, look at how fierce his fighting spirit is and how fast he runs. He will definitely secure a victory quickly." The executives merely chuckled, not responding to him. Given their organization's years of accumulated research on mutants, capturing Qiuya was anticipated. Qiuya curiously scanned the mutant's body, finding nothing of interest to her. Suddenly, a red light sparkled in her eyes and two beams of heat vision pierced through him. The soldiers watched as the mutant soldier ran, suddenly flickering with red light. Then with a thud, that brave mutant soldier met his end. He stumbled forward and fell heavily, his body sliding along inertia to rest at Qiuya's high-heeled shoes. Qiuya elegantly lifted her foot and stepped down, instantly halting his slide. She feigned surprise, lightly nudging him with her foot to flip him over. Looking down at him with a hint of disdain, she said, "Why are you so weak?" As soon as her words fell, she raised her exquisite high heel and stomped down hard towards the camera. The shareholders' vision went dark as they heard Qiuya's voice echoing in their ears. Then the screen displayed the scene of the high heel coming down. Immediately, the screen plunged into darkness. The secretary quickly instructed someone to switch to another mutant's perspective. The higher-ups began to waver. Their exceptionally powerful mutant soldiers seemed so fragile. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible," a researcher and shareholder muttered. Though his research level was not outstanding, he clearly knew the strength of this mutant soldier. This mutant soldier was strong enough to take on hundreds of him, yet everything before him shattered his perception. "Damn, she can emit light from her eyes and generate heat," another shareholder exclaimed. "This is a research project we've invested years into. Its reliability is extremely high. The lab has conducted multiple battle tests on them. This result might just be an accident." Yes, let's try a few more times." "Right, she is only one. While we have so many, we still have the advantage." Although the executives were somewhat flustered, they quickly calmed down. They believed this might just be an isolated incident and not representative of overall strength. However, they also recognized that Qiuya's strength was not to be underestimated. Thus, they decided to let the remaining mutants join the fray, not believing that Qiuya could escape unscathed. They believed that this group of mutant soldiers possessed terrifying combat power. Upon the command being issued, a group of mutant soldiers surged forward like a frenzied swarm of bees rushing towards Qiuya. The soldiers nearby felt a sense of anxiety, while the commander resolutely prevented them from opening fire, seemingly having great confidence in the strength of the mutant army. Han Qiuya stood her ground, arms crossed with a flicker of red light in her eyes as she unleashed a scorching gaze. Sizzle. 2 waves of intense energy swept forward. The temperature of the scorching gaze was incredibly high while the defensive capabilities of the mutant soldiers were woefully inadequate. What should have severed them in half instead reduced them to ashes, leaving the ground charred. The air was thick with the smell of burning, the heat waves rolling, making it hard to breathe. The surrounding soldiers felt as though they were next to a furnace, with those closer already reddening from the heat. This scene left everyone in shock. Even the commanders who had once been confident in the mutant army began to feel uneasy, for they realized that this level of skill and power far exceeded their understanding. Inside the conference room on the plane and in the live broadcast room, an unprecedented silence fell. Although the audience of the main world had some expectations of Han Qiuya's strength, they were still shaken each time they witnessed her extraordinary abilities. Han Qiuya's figure became somewhat blurred in the rolling heat waves, as if she had merged with the scorching energy. Her long, slender legs accentuated her graceful figure. She stood poised in place, the red light in her eyes gradually dimming. It was as if the destructive scene just moments ago was not caused by her. Everything around became quiet, but Han Qiuya's super hearing picked up the pounding of many hearts. Some timid soldiers lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look directly at the scene. They couldn't help but wonder, should it be their turn next? Or perhaps it would be better to let the White House launch nuclear weapons instead. Commander, should we fire? A subordinate asked nervously. Donald, who had his glasses shattered by Han Qiuya, was being helped to stand by his subordinates. Groggy, he heard this question and, sensing the tense atmosphere around him, looked around in confusion. What happened? He instinctively reached for his glasses in his pocket, but suddenly saw Han Qiuya walking towards him. He shouted, "Open fire." Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down on Han Qiuya as she halted her steps, clenched her small fists, and began to squat slowly. Since she didn't want to talk, then there was no need to talk. A glint of joy flashed in Donald's eyes as he thought Han Qiuya had weakened and was becoming timid. He continued to command the soldiers to open fire, increasing the firepower, hoping to breach Han Qiuya's defenses. Not good. Run. Upon seeing Han Qiuya's actions, Lan Ho realized the severity of the situation and urgently shouted, then quickly transformed and took off. The 3 inside the cabin were engrossed in the scene when they heard Lan Ho shout and looked on in confusion. Logan smiled and asked, "Lan Ho, what's wrong? Isn't the advantage on our side?" "Haha, retreat further back and bombard her." Donald exclaimed excitedly, "Ahaha, my mission is complete." At that moment, Han Qiuya's delicate fist struck the ground. Her biological force field instantly expanded. Boom! With a loud bang, it was as if a giant meteorite had crashed to the ground. The area within several kilometers was instantly engulfed by the explosion's force, and dust began to rise, obscuring the view from the outside. Meanwhile, in the universe millions of light-years away in Logan the Wolverine 3, Han Qiuya's doppelganger was absorbing stellar energy with immense satisfaction, feeling her body filled to the brim. She suddenly realized something, a sly smile appearing on her face. Then she raised her delicate hand, the motion as gentle as opening a book, and with a light tear of her hands, a rift was immediately pulled open in the void. On the other side of the rift, the Joker was busy doing something with his back to her, completely unaware of her presence behind him. Boom! As the delicate little fist struck the ground forcefully, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Lan Ho reacted swiftly, taking a few people into the air early, but they were still knocked back by the shockwave. The body of Lan Ho shook violently, causing several people to exclaim. "Oh, shit!" Ella exclaimed. "Is it the end of the world?" "Phew, fortunately I reacted quickly," Lan Ho said, pausing before adding, "Let's go back and take a look." Logan said with a hint of fear, "No, Professor X has a weak heart." "It's okay, Master doesn't need to strike a second time," Lan Ho said, turning around and flying back. The surrounding dust gradually dissipated, becoming sparse. Through the airplane window, the 3 saw that the area within a few kilometers had completely collapsed, resembling a giant meteorite crater. The enemies around had long vanished, likely reduced to dust. Then Han Qiuya's graceful figure came into view. With her hands on her hips, she hovered at the center of the pit, as if standing on flat ground, seemingly invincible in the world. Go, Lan Ho, head straight to the destination, wait for their nuclear bomb to come. While the others were still in a daze, Han Qiuya had already returned to the plane. After saying this, she closed the live broadcast. Upon hearing Han Qiuya's words, people in the main world began to feel sorrow for the United States. If nuclear weapons were truly used against this invincible goddess, it would be as simple as killing a chicken for her to annihilate the United States. Soon Han Qiuya seemed to sense something swiftly flying out of the plane, soaring into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Han Qiuya flew above the atmosphere where a crack appeared out of thin air, and she promptly dove into it. Upon reaching the other side of the crack, Han Qiuya saw her clone at a glance. Additionally, there was a clown facing away from her right in front. Han Qiuya exchanged a smile with her clone, and then the two bodies raised their delicate hands to grasp each other, completing the fusion. After the fusion, Qiuya organized her thoughts. She immediately understood why her clone had stopped absorbing energy. Firstly, she had absorbed enough energy and now felt full, needing time to digest it. Secondly, she was now capable of tearing through the barriers between different universes, achieving instantaneous travel anytime, anywhere. This meant she no longer needed to pay the system for traveling points. With such an ability, she was naturally eager to explore. Her first thought was to go to the DC universe to find the clown. After all, the clown was a famous villain, and who knows, she might trigger some system mission. If she couldn't trigger a mission, she would be very angry and might give the clown a good beating. After Qiuya completed her fusion, the clown quickly sensed the anomaly behind him and instinctively turned around. When he saw it was Qiuya, his expression slightly changed and his heartbeat quickened, but he soon adjusted his expression. None of this escaped Qiuya's keen senses, and a sly smile appeared on her face as she said, "So you are the clown. I thought it was that guy Superman, but it turns out to be a similarly powerful yet clueless Supergirl." The clown said as he put on his clown mask. "Just kidding, my strength is meant for joy." Qiuya stepped forward a few paces, approaching him with an imposing presence. "Are you ready for your last words?" The clown's heartbeat quickened and he smiled, saying, "Don't scare me, I know you are a righteous hero, and even when taking care of me it should be done fairly right." Qiuya tilted her head and smiled. And then, the clown, seeing Qiuya stop, spoke calmly, "I haven't committed a crime yet." Meanwhile, Logan and the others arrived at the so-called Eden. The place was filled with yellow earth and stones, with scarcely a blade of grass, only a few dilapidated huts making the entire area desolate. The escaped mutant children gathered here, and Logan's group joined them. At first, they were uneasy upon learning that the U.S. government would not spare them. But soon Lanho played Qiuya's VCR for them. After watching the video, everyone felt invigorated, realizing the advantage was on their side. In the video, Qiuya destroyed Pluto with a single punch. With such combat power, even the dominant country of Blue Star, the United States, did not belong to this level. "Don't worry, Master will come soon," Lanho reassured everyone. Then a weary Logan laid down on the bed, slipping into a deep sleep. A group of children volunteered to trim his beard, but due to their inexperience, the result was far from ideal. When Logan woke up and looked in the mirror, his tone was slightly angry, but his expression was helpless. "Did you do this on purpose, or was it by accident?" His beard was cut into a mess with a large gap left in the middle, making him look quite comical. "Ha ha!" The children couldn't help but laugh at Logan's angry expression. Meanwhile, Lanho was happily playing with a few children. One child curiously watched as Lanho transformed into a car and asked, "Transformers, sir, can you really transform into anything?" Another child asked, "Can you turn into a horse?" "Of course," Lanho replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he began to flow and transform. Click, click, click. In less than 2 seconds, a black mechanical horse took shape. In its mechanical horse form, it looked remarkably similar to a real horse, astonishing everyone. Seeing this, Laura excitedly ran over, wanting to ride on the horse's back, but Lanho swiftly turned and dodged. "No way, only my master can ride," Lanho said firmly. Laura replied, "If you don't let me, you'll go find Sister Qiuya later." The Joker felt a sudden blur before his eyes. In the next instant, he found himself suspended upside down in midair, his ankles tightly bound by rope. His eyes widened in shock, revealing Qiuya's inverted figure before him. Disbelief flickered across his face. Instinctively, he thrashed, only to wince as sharp pain shot up his ankles. "Ah, what are you doing?" The Joker cried out. "Let me go now," he added. "I haven't even committed a crime yet." Qiuya rested her chin on her delicate palm, a faint smile playing upon her lips, as if pondering something profound. Her voice, calm and detached, drifted through the air. "You haven't acted yet, but you will." Snap! A crisp, stinging crack of the whip shattered his focus, just as he'd begun fidgeting, and left him too stunned by the searing pain to even scream. "What do you mean? I've reformed. I'm innocent. Don't slander me." The Joker lied with effortless fluency. Qiuya retorted, "I won't wait until you wreak havoc to apprehend you." Snap! "Ah, system, why aren't you responding?" Silently, Qiuya probed her dormant system with a mental nudge. "If he yields no reward, I'll beat him senseless, just for catharsis." As if jolted awake, the system flared to life. Ding. A new randomized system task has been issued. Whip the Joker for 3 minutes. Reward 1. 50 million points. 2. 1 Joker mask. A glint of cunning flashed in the Joker's eyes. With swift precision, his fingers slipped into his chest pocket, lightly brushing the phone screen as he mentally recited a sequence of digits and pressed dial. Faced with Qiuya's unpredictable tactics, turmoil churned within the Joker. He knew the situation had spiraled beyond convention. He would need outside intervention to regain control. 2 numbers shimmered in his mind like beacons of hope: 1 Gotham Police Department, the other Batman's signal. At this decisive moment, he chose the latter, the self-proclaimed guardian who dwelled in darkness. A grotesque smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he anticipated the Dark Knight's voice echoing from the receiver. Once connected, he'd first ask Batman to alert authorities on behalf of the victim. In a hushed, almost affectionate murmur, he whispered, "Hey Bruce, your old friend needs you." Qiuya stood nearby, her gaze seeming to pierce straight into the Joker's thoughts, yet she made no move to stop him. "System, this task is absurdly simple. Why not just deposit the points directly?" Host replied, "The system, though formidable, I am no cracked version. I operate strictly by protocol." Fine. She decided to cease the whipping. Each strike required precise restraint, and with 3 minutes still remaining, the tedium was unbearable. Better to entrust it to her seasoned professionals. Just then the Joker's call connected, and Batman's voice resonated from the line. Qiuya lowered her whip and regarded the Joker in silence. "Ha!" He erupted in his signature manic cackle. "Scared now, are you? Afraid your pristine image will shatter? Then release me, immediately." On the other end, Batman, Bruce Wayne, recognized the Joker's voice instantly and replied with simmering fury, "What scheme are you brewing now?" Without uttering a word, Qiuya intensified her strike, delivering a single thunderous lash. Snap! The Joker howled in agony. "Ah!" With elegant composure, Qiuya coiled her whip and swept both arms through the air like a conductor commanding an invisible orchestra, causing the very fabric of space to fracture along unseen seams. Within the Resident Evil universe, Fiora floated serenely in midair, bathed in warm golden sunlight. Fiora hovered effortlessly in suspension, sunlight cascading over her in gentle radiant warmth. Her attire defied all prior expectations. Delicate feet clad in slender stiletto heels hovered in the air. Her waist was cinched by a miniskirt that barely covered the upper third of her thighs, while her long sculpted legs were sheathed in translucent black stockings, half revealed, half concealed, radiating irresistible allure. Suddenly the space beside her tore open as if rent by an unseen force, and 2 graceful alabaster hands emerged, sweeping her into a firm, enveloping embrace. "Oh!" She gasped softly, instantly sensing the terrifying, overwhelming power emanating from those hands. Yet almost immediately her face bloomed into a radiant, joyous smile. After Logan fell asleep once more, when he gradually awakened from his bed, he groggily heard the raucous voices of children outside. The sound was like countless bees buzzing among flowers, or like a wild wind howling through the woods. He jolted awake, gasping for breath and just his tank top shaking his head to confirm that this was not a dream, and he immediately ran outside. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw several drones not far from the hill pointed in their direction. Down the hill, a group of soldiers in black uniforms and a team clearly composed of mutants were rapidly approaching their hill. On the hill, a group of mutant children stood behind Lon, nervously watching the approaching enemies. Some children attempted to escape elsewhere, but the entire hill was surrounded by heavily armed troops. With nowhere to flee, they could only huddle together. The higher-ups said, "Life or death doesn't matter. If we can't capture any alive, well, kill them." The expressionless commander conveyed orders to his assistant. "Understood." The assistant waved his hand, signaling the mutant team. The commander recalled something and emphasized, "Wait, if you find that woman, report immediately." "Understood, Commander." Logan hurriedly arrived up the hill, gasping as he asked, "Can your master still come?" Before Lon could respond, he raised his arm, and an energy cannon instantly shot out like a meteor, plummeting to the earth. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the shell detonated violently in the air, unleashing devastating energy. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, and several unfortunate soldiers seemed to be pushed skyward by an invisible giant hand. The ground trembled under the cannon fire, as if the earth were weeping, forming a bottomless pit at the center of the explosion, with dust and debris swirling in the air. At that moment, Lon's face lit up as he glanced at Logan, saying, "The master has arrived." This shot successfully halted the enemy's advance, infuriating the commander below. He hadn't expected the enemy to possess heavy weaponry. Capturing them alive would take some effort. However, since you all are already discarded failures, it didn't matter much whether you lived or died. While he thought this, he shouted to his men, "Open fire." A massive shell flew toward the hill, and Logan's pupils constricted as he turned and yelled, "Quick, scatter." Meanwhile, Lon showed no signs of panic, unfazed by the incoming shell. He began to transform into a large black horse, as if the upcoming battle had nothing to do with him. Logan noticed his movement out of the corner of his eye, but had no time to think further. As he turned to protect Laura, who was not far away, he hoped that the shell wouldn't be so precise, otherwise with its speed they wouldn't have time to escape. Bold. As a sweet and melodious voice resonated through the area, a figure shot through the sky like an arrow. The shell was only halfway to its target when this tall and graceful figure approached it at a speed far exceeding that of the shell. She twisted her body, one jade leg bending at the knee while the other leg remained straight, and long her boot colliding fiercely with the shell. With a loud thud. Meanwhile, in Qiuya's newly opened live stream, the intelligent slow-motion system captured the moment when the shell met the boot, as if striking an incredibly hard object, causing the projectile to crack quickly. Just as the heavy impact noise erupted, another loud bang followed. Boom. The violent explosion of the shell drowned out the sound of the impact. A massive fireball erupted in the sky, forming a gigantic mushroom cloud. The blaze was exceptionally bright, resembling a dazzling star shining in the night sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. The mushroom cloud continued to rise and roll like a giant monster roaring. The scene made audiences of DC and Marvel feel as if they were present, as if they were also immersed in this world. After Logan fell asleep once more, when he gradually awakened from his bed, he groggily heard the raucous voices of children outside. The sound was like countless bees buzzing among flowers, or like a wild wind howling through the woods. He jolted awake, gasping for breath and just his tank top shaking his head to confirm that this was not a dream, and he immediately ran outside. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw several drones not far from the hill pointed in their direction. Down the hill, a group of soldiers in black uniforms and a team clearly composed of mutants were rapidly approaching their hill. On the hill, a group of mutant children stood behind Lon, nervously watching the approaching enemies. Some children attempted to escape elsewhere, but the entire hill was surrounded by heavily armed troops. With nowhere to flee, they could only huddle together. The higher-ups said life or death doesn't matter. If we can't capture any alive, well, kill them. The expressionless commander conveyed orders to his assistant. Understood. The assistant waved his hand, signaling the mutant team. The commander recalled something and emphasized, "Wait, if you find that woman, report immediately." Understood. Commander. Logan hurriedly arrived up the hill, gasping as he asked, "Can your master still come?" Before Lon could respond, he raised his arm, and an energy cannon instantly shot out like a meteor, plummeting to the earth. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the shell detonated violently in the air, unleashing devastating energy. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, and several unfortunate soldiers seemed to be pushed skyward by an invisible giant hand. The ground trembled under the cannon fire, as if the earth were weeping, forming a bottomless pit at the center of the explosion, with dust and debris swirling in the air. At that moment, Lon's face lit up as he glanced at Logan, saying, "The master has arrived." This shot successfully halted the enemy's advance, infuriating the commander below. He hadn't expected the enemy to possess heavy weaponry. Capturing them alive would take some effort. However, since you all are already discarded failures, it didn't matter much whether you lived or died. While he thought this, he shouted to his men, "Open fire." A massive shell flew toward the hill, and Logan's pupils constricted as he turned and yelled, "Quick, scatter." Meanwhile, Lon showed no signs of panic, unfazed by the incoming shell. He began to transform into a large black horse, as if the upcoming battle had nothing to do with him. Logan noticed his movement out of the corner of his eye, but had no time to think further. As he turned to protect Laura, who was not far away, he hoped that the shell wouldn't be so precise, otherwise with its speed they wouldn't have time to escape. Bold. As a sweet and melodious voice resonated through the area, a figure shot through the sky like an arrow. The shell was only halfway to its target when this tall and graceful figure approached it at a speed far exceeding that of the shell. She twisted her body, one jade leg bending at the knee while the other leg remained straight, and long her boot colliding fiercely with the shell. With a loud thud. Meanwhile, in Qiuya's newly opened live stream, the intelligent slow-motion system captured the moment when the shell met the boot, as if striking an incredibly hard object, causing the projectile to crack quickly. Just as the heavy impact noise erupted, another loud bang followed. Boom. The violent explosion of the shell drowned out the sound of the impact. A massive fireball erupted in the sky, forming a gigantic mushroom cloud. The blaze was exceptionally bright, resembling a dazzling star shining in the night sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. The mushroom cloud continued to rise and roll like a giant monster roaring. The scene made audiences of DC and Marvel feel as if they were present, as if they were also immersed in this world. A swirling vortex surged around Qiuya. Her long hair whipped wildly in the wind, and her crimson cloak billowed behind her like a lotus blooming beneath water. "She's here." The commander at the mountain's base clutched his mouth, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed upward at that figure, both valiant and graceful, suspended in the sky. As the dust settled, a lithe, yet powerfully built form hovered sovereignly in midair, tall, elegant, her silhouette exquisitely alluring. She stood radiant, a goddess of war descending from the ninth heaven itself. Her short skirt fluttered softly, her red cloak snapped fiercely in the gale. "It's her," the commander murmured, then, suddenly recalling something, gripped the comm device tightly and urgently reported, "Supergirl. Supergirl has arrived." A stern voice crackled over the comm, Capture her alive. She must be taken alive. All others are expendable. No reinforcements. The commander wondered silently. He sensed danger to his own life. Those who never set foot on the battlefield clearly underestimated their foe. Defeating an enemy and capturing one alive were trials of entirely different magnitudes. Still, he took solace in the fact that dozens of newly engineered elite mutant soldiers stood ready to test their mettle. Atop the mountain, Qiuya landed gracefully, whereupon a wave of astonished cheers erupted instinctively from the crowd below. Yes, amazing. Wow, so cool. A group of children clapped with unrestrained delight. Suddenly, a sleek black stallion dove sharply toward Qiuya and halted with a dramatic skid. The horse panted heavily, its eyes gleaming with exhilaration. It trotted up beside her and affectionately nuzzled her arm with its muzzle. Its black tail whipped violently, as if turbocharged, spinning a miniature vortex in the air. Lanhua, you've transformed into a horse. Qiuya's eyes widened in astonishment, large, luminous, and expressive. Gazing upon the magnificent black steed, she realized with quiet surprise that she had never before considered letting Lanhua assume equine form. Clearly, his shape-shifting abilities were far more versatile than she'd imagined. Truly a system-crafted marvel. You're worth every point I spent on you, Qiuya said with a gentle smile, stroking his simulated mane. Though you do look rather absurd, like a dog masquerading as a dog. She spoke again, unable to resist teasing him, prompting bursts of laughter from the children gathered nearby. Even Logan couldn't suppress a chuckle. In their minds, the old Lanhua had never allowed anyone to ride him. This new incarnation was irresistibly comical. Hearing the laughter, Lanhua lifted his head indignantly, turned his gaze toward the crowd, and rolled his enormous, deeply expressive eyes in a gesture unmistakably human. Almost imperceptibly, the tense atmosphere dissolved, replaced by lightness and joy the moment Qiuya appeared. Before her arrival, Lanhua had shown them videos of Qiuya obliterating planets, shattering stars, and even crushing Thanos beneath her feet. Her true strength, they knew, defied estimation. At that very moment, a single thought unified every heart, no matter how many or how formidable their foes might be. With Supergirl present, victory was assured. Logan strode forward and nodded warmly to Qiuya, speaking with profound reverence. It's an honor to see you again, goddess. Qiuya offered a serene, graceful nod in return, and with effortless poise extended a slender hand to grasp Lanhua's lead rope, guiding him smoothly from before her to her side. What would you have us do, goddess? We stand wholly at your command. Logan continued, his respectful words belying the uncontainable warmth and mirth dancing in his eyes. He understood deep in his heart that peace had returned, his own combat prowess now rendered superfluous. What filled him with genuine joy was the knowledge that this divine being, hailing from distant realms, had deigned to grace their land with compassion. Children, and Laura, the young woman bound to him by blood, would be safe now and in the days ahead. Hope stretched brightly into the future. Qiuya's voice, melodious and compelling, soon echoed. Please return to the cabin and watch Lanhua's live broadcast. This matter is mine to resolve. Her words carried an ineffable authority, impossible to resist. With a reverent bow, Logan led the jubilant children back toward the wooden cabin atop the mountain. Laura eagerly stepped forward to take Lanhua's lead rope, and though he rolled his eyes once more, he permitted her to guide him willingly. Laura could sense his good humor. Bounding along beside him, she followed Lanhua to the cabin's edge, where the children had already arranged stones and small wooden planks into a neat circle on the ground. Lanhua snorted sharply. Then, as if exhaling from his equine mouth, projected a vast translucent screen into the air. Meanwhile, deep in a makeshift command post at the mountain's base, the commander monitored Qiuya's movements via drone feed. He had already ordered all fire suppressed and dispatched his most elite mutant strike team up the slope. They would arrive shortly. He himself remained safely distanced at the foot of the mountain, calculating coldly should things turn dire. If Supergirl's power exceeded all expectation, he would retreat without hesitation. Through the drone's lens, he observed Qiuya preparing to face the threat alone, utterly unaided. His confidence swelled. After all, chaos overwhelms mastery. She stood isolated, friendless, weaponless, while his forces comprised a squad of elite mutants, numerous and devastatingly powerful. A faint, self-assured smile curled at the corner of his lips. At that very moment, a gathering of American politicians, shareholders of mutant corporations, and influential capitalists watched remotely from a so-called secure location. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. Let us see how long this arrogant Supergirl can endure, alone. Against her we possess endless legions. We can deploy Earth's finest 10,000 troops, then 100,000. If ground forces fail, our air force, swift, overwhelming, unmatched, will follow. And if even that proves insufficient, we retain thermonuclear arsenals, hydrogen bombs whose fury dwarfs atomic ones 100-fold. An arms industry magnate declared electrified, met with fervent agreement. How could one woman possibly withstand such might? She's merely intoxicated by her own hubris, scoffed another high-ranking official. Yet a pharmaceutical tycoon observed coolly, the stronger she proves, the greater her scientific value becomes. Such was the prevailing mindset across the entire Wolverine universe, unaware that Qiuya's system was broadcasting their every move simultaneously to two other worlds. Qiuya's system was extraordinary. It split the live feed cleanly into two parallel streams, and could divide further should necessity demand. In the Marvel and DC universes, audiences watched the feed, and shook their heads smiling wryly at the Americans' delusions. They had already settled in for the spectacle, anticipating with theatrical relish how the U.S. government, confronted by a true Supergirl, would perform a farcical, grotesque pantomime. Marvel Universe. Somewhere in the United States, a gathering of Supergirl fans convened. A woman clad in a Redan blue bodysuit reclined languidly on a sofa, studying the live feed with amused scrutiny, then burst into laughter. Good heavens! Are these people mad? To think they'd deploy such pitiful toys against a goddess. Utter lunacy. Around her, others chimed in. A hulking man with bulging muscles sneered. Exactly. They've long outstayed their welcome on Earth. The room resonated with disdain and derisive mirth, directed squarely at America's folly. The main act was about to begin. The camera focuses on the strongest assassin soldier, the mutant squad, who finally arrived not far from Qiuya under the gaze of the crowd. The audience from both universes held their breath, anticipating a thrilling contest. The major casinos and streaming platforms on Earth had already set up various bets for this showdown. Supergirl's victory time became the hot topic among gamblers. In those betting pools, hardly anyone dared to wager against her. Her strength had already surpassed everything in the eyes of the audience. 3 seconds to end the fight. 2 seconds to end the fight. End the fight within 1 second. These options leaped on the betting table, seemingly the best interpretation of Qiuya's strength. The audience, familiar with her combat power, firmly believed she could resolve the fight in an extremely short time, just waiting for her decision in a moment. This uproar and speculation left Qiuya somewhat surprised. She looked at the strongest mutant soldiers who were highly valued by the U.S. government surrounding her. She smiled, slightly disdainful of the ant-like existence before her. Why not enjoy the process of exercising her strength and destruction while taking them out? She crouched down, gradually burying one jade-like arm into the ground, as if searching for a certain power. Under the gaze of countless eyes as she exerted strength, the lines on her arm gradually became apparent, elegant, and filled with power. It was an arm that was both slender and powerful, a perfect combination of beauty and strength. Her arm seemed to become an extension of the earth, merging with it. She has crouched down. Is she surrendering to us? A senator in a meeting room in the U.S. looked pleased. Yet the next moment, the entire mountain began to shake. What is she doing? In the meeting room, a senator's expression began to turn grave. Others also sensed something was amiss, and their faces started to look grim. As Qiuya's arm slowly rose, the entire mountain seemed to be pulled by an invisible giant force and began to tilt slowly. The intensity of the tremors surged sharply, far exceeding the magnitude of a 10-level earthquake, as if the earth itself was trembling in response. Not good. Retreat. At the foot of the mountain, a commander with foresight had already foreseen this scene, glad that he hadn't risked going up the mountain. He decisively issued a retreat order and himself led the charge, running away. However, just as his sense of relief surfaced, he felt as if the earth had firmly adhered to him, lifting him into the air. In terror, he let out a desperate cry. Mac. He regretted deeply in his heart, I was careless, not far enough away. At this moment, Qiuya had lifted the entire mountain peak from the ground, as if becoming the master of the earth. During her exertion, an indescribable pleasure spread throughout her body. She floated lightly, while raising the mountain peak even higher. The feeling of destruction is quite exhilarating. I am turning dark. Ah! Qiuya cheered in her heart, reveling in the ultimate pleasure brought by this power. Meanwhile, those tanks and armored vehicles advancing towards the mountain were caught off guard by the earthquake, even colliding with each other due to panic without being attacked by Qiuya, suffering heavy losses. From the perspective of the drones in the sky, those people watched helplessly as the massive mountain kept crashing towards them. They were not falling, rather the mountain was falling towards them. At this moment, all fears and feelings of helplessness converged, as if the entire world trembled in response. What the F? Logan and his group atop the mountain witnessed the shocking scene in the Blue Fire livestream, their mouths agape. However, they quickly realized something was wrong and turned to look aside. They saw the mountaintop along with themselves and the wooden cabin suspended high in the air like an island floating in the sky. Ella sincerely exclaimed, she truly is a goddess of this world. Laura excitedly found a piece of cloth, eager to try. She said excitedly, I wanted to ride on the back of the goddess sister when I saw her just now. If it weren't for those enemies suddenly appearing. Saying this, she gently stroked the strong back of Blue Fire with the clean cloth. Blue Fire let out a soft snort, making a sound, as if responding to her affection. Goa. With a low shout from Qiuya, her expression was exhilarating on screen as her arms suddenly lifted and the entire world seemed to freeze for her at that moment. Immediately afterward, her figure shot towards the foot of the mountain at the speed of light, so fast that it left people dumbfounded. Seemingly, the livestream camera couldn't keep up with her. Fortunately, the system's livestream was effective. Her graceful figure contained super strength and a biological force field. This power surged forth like a volcanic eruption, flipping the entire mountaintop and smashing down hard onto the ground. With a deafening boom, a huge sound echoed unending. In an instant, the giant mountain was smashed into a massive flat pancake, constantly shaking, as if announcing her invincible presence to the world. Those resilient mutant soldiers appeared utterly fragile before this overwhelming power. They had just faced Qiuya, only to be reduced to dust under this force, without even a chance to resist. Meanwhile, the ordinary troops and that commander had long passed away peacefully. Their fate seemed fortunate, for they perished quickly, enduring much less suffering. Qiuya's strike, bearing the might to destroy heaven and earth, sent shivers down the spines of those in Wolverine's universe. It was as if they faced the wrath of a goddess. This beautiful woman, tall and slender like a goddess, seemed to have become the master of this world, her power capable of destroying everything, making all living beings tremble. The system's live stream was very timely, immediately producing a quick comment. A large number of viewers clicked, flooding the live stream screen. Who else? XN image. In a moment, a certain meeting room fell into silence, with only the lights of a few monitors flickering in the dim space. However, this silence did not last long. Soon, intense arguments erupted in the meeting room. The situation is wrong. We must prepare nuclear weapons immediately. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood up abruptly, his face filled with tension and fear. His hand slammed on the conference table, as if trying to calm his inner turmoil. I warned you long ago that we shouldn't deal with her this way. An angry representative from the pharmaceutical capital retorted. It was your old BS idea to launch the attack. We should negotiate with her rather than resolve the issue with force. Say that again. Enough. A tall figure suddenly stood up, his voice echoed in the meeting room. What we need now is reason, not mutual blame. Reason? How can you expect us to be rational? A female senator stood up excitedly. Our country is facing unprecedented threats, and you want us to remain calm. Yes, we need to be rational. Someone took a deep breath and slowly said, although she is indeed very powerful, we still have nuclear weapons. This is our trump card. Just afraid it won't work. Someone suddenly interjected. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned grim. The meeting room fell silent once again. Yet, having long been at the top, these people often held on to fantasies whenever their own interests and lives were involved. After a heated debate and discussions, the meeting room finally returned to peace. Their conclusion was to first give the Supergirl a chance to win her over. If this strategy did not go as planned, they would not hesitate to use nuclear weapons. Of course, even if Qiuya agreed to be won over. They planned to implement strict monitoring and control over her, as one would with a death row inmate, ensuring she would not take any actions that endanger social security. And before things were successful, the representative from the Gene Company was already fantasizing about forcibly researching Supergirl to gain immense benefits. Aha! Yes. Cheers erupted from those who had won bets in the realms of DC and Marvel, as well as from the fans of Qiuya. In stark contrast, the personnel of the American government associated with Wolverine felt a sense of panic to varying degrees. Some of them seemed as if they had received a heavy blow, their eyes filled with worry and fear, resembling a group of frightened rabbits unsure of how to face the situation before them. Of course, there were some optimistic individuals who trusted in nuclear weapons and remained completely unperturbed, believing that the advantage lay with them. In any case, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not interconnected. Qiuya's figure flickered as she arrived at a floating island high in the sky. She resembled a graceful fairy lightly descending to the ground, her elegance breathtaking. The onlookers witnessing her strength were momentarily rendered speechless. Lanhua broke the silence, speaking softly. Master, the American government has publicly expressed their willingness to offer you amnesty. Qiuya interrupted him dismissively. What did they say? Boss, they wrote amnesty in the title, but used surrender in the article. They're playing with words. They're probably trying to. Qiuya waved her hand. Got it, it doesn't matter. She had already decided in her heart, I want to eat beef. Any conspiracies or tricks are merely trifles to her, unworthy of making her happy. She raised her delicate arm, elegantly flicking her hair, and then inquired of the system, can this world still produce gold coins? The system immediately responded. Ding system task issued recreate Superman's iconic scene easily break the handcuffs task reward 1 billion points. Upon hearing the system's notification, her beautiful red lips unconsciously pouted. Qiuya's expression management had failed. Nevertheless, she looked beautiful no matter what. The crowd watching felt that this scene was vastly different from her previous image of destruction, creating a striking contrast. The current system was like her brain requiring a little poke to respond. It was not proactive at all. However, the system had indeed become increasingly generous. For the sake of points, why not go play with them and solve a few matters at the same time? She turned to the crowd and softly said, "You all wait for me in the sky, or I'll go accept the amnesty." Hey, Logan wanted to remind her of the nefarious intentions of the American government, but Qiuya had already transformed into a streak of light flying off into the distance. Sighed. Logan sighed. This goddess must be negotiating terms for us, as she has no need to compromise on her own. Indeed, Ella replied as well. Logan glanced at his aging hands, feeling like a complete burden. Not long after, when Qiuya's live broadcast room reopened, the scene had shifted to a military prison. The viewers in the live broadcast were astonished to see Qiuya actually handcuffed walking down the corridor of the prison, followed by 2 escorting officers. However, Qiuya's expression was remarkably relaxed, as if she were on vacation. Her noble aura, graceful movements, and the poised strides of her long, beautiful legs made the 2 officers appear more like her attendants. After the initial shock, no one believed that the female superhero had been captured in defeat. Rather, they speculated on what amusing tricks she was up to. Meanwhile, in the Marvel and DC main universe, a show titled The Boys was like a bombshell released for free across the internet. The plot of this show left viewers dumbfounded as the actions of dark superheroes subverted the traditional image of superheroes, contrasting sharply with the indiscriminate slaughter by the ostensibly just nation. Many stayed up late to binge-watch, exclaiming how thrilling it was. The unconventional plot twists were spectacular, prompting deep contemplation among the audience. A researcher named Emil stepped forward with his team outside Qiuya's chamber, smiling confidently behind the reinforced safety glass wall he himself had designed. Qiuya tilted her gaze slightly, her eyes sharp and piercing, as if capable of seeing through all illusions, and cut him off. "Emil Hamilton, I know you. You have your identification badge and half-chewed gum in your pocket." As for the soldiers in the adjacent room, she remarked calmly, then paused, sensing something. With serene grace, she turned, and her gaze pierced effortlessly through dozens of walls, locking onto a black stallion galloping fiercely in the distance. "Oh, X-ray vision. A curious little trick, but what use is it within this impregnable prison?" He observed her handcuffs through the glass, noting not a single scratch or deformation, and felt reassured once more. Puffing with pride, he continued, "These cuffs were my own design, unbreakable by any known force. And this glass wall, it withstands pressures far beyond human comprehension." Qiuya cast him a faint, dismissive glance, a subtle mocking curve lifting the corner of her lips. Her mind had already drifted elsewhere. She no longer listened, merely stood still waiting. "Enough theatrics," he declared triumphantly. "We both know your power, but here it is utterly meaningless. Cooperate with our research quietly, and perhaps you'll suffer less." Meanwhile, behind the surveillance feed, high-ranking officials watched intently on monitors, eyes gleaming with anticipation and exhilaration. Their secretaries were already arranging tonight's victory banquet as though the outcome were already sealed. Seated behind the cameras, they wore polished, radiant smiles, each one a portrait of self-satisfied authority. They imagined Qiuya's face crumbling into despair, the first time that divine composure would shatter, revealing raw, humiliating vulnerability beneath. Before her mere gesture could lift mountains, a presence so commanding, so overwhelming, it had instilled genuine dread in them. Now at last the goddess had fallen into their grasp, and control had returned to where it belonged. They had grown weary of the children on Lolita Island, its innocence long since exhausted. Their gaze had shifted hungrily toward a new prize, the peerless goddess, the Superwoman. She was not only an unparalleled subject of study, but also their newest, most coveted prey. Lustful fantasies stirred in their minds. They ached to toy with her, to wield her as a plaything. Unbeknownst to them, across the bio-crisis world, in Australia, the Kryptonian armada had assembled in full force, a vast brooding storm cloud descending upon the land, immense and awe-inspiring. Even the weakest among them now surpassed the former shame of Krypton Kara. Yet thanks to Qiuya's guidance, Kara had grown strong enough in her own universe to decisively defeat her aunt. Kara reveled in her growth, no longer rushing to end battles with minor villains, but deliberately drawing them out, teasing them with playful arrogance until they collapsed under shock, shame, and terror. She longed for Qiuya to witness her transformation, to see how she trampled those who once mocked her, forcing them to taste the bitter sting of humiliation. Kara stood atop her defeated foe lost in memory, reminiscing about every moment shared with Qiuya. About time, Qiuya murmured softly to herself. The researcher froze, then recoiled as if witnessing the impossible. His smug grin hadn't yet faded when chaos struck, leaving him utterly unprepared. He stared wide-eyed into Qiuya's gaze, penetrating omniscient, and felt an inexplicable chill crawl up his spine. The supposedly indestructible cuffs dissolved in her hands, not like paper, but as if they had never existed at all. They had been mere props, never true restraints, leaving her hands gloriously free, now planted defiantly on her hips, radiating sovereign power. Ding! Mission complete. Emulate cinematic scene. Reward 1 billion points. From another universe, Superman watched the event unfold live. He recalled his own effortless escape from such bonds, and exchanged a quiet, knowing smile with Lois beside him. She remembered Clark's elegant, unruffled liberation, but felt no urge to intervene. These people are fortunate, she said with a gentle laugh. The goddess is far kinder than you are. The researcher stammered, disbelief trembling in his voice. Why? He instinctively stumbled backward, eyes wide with shock and panic. He couldn't fathom it. His own masterpiece of restraint shattered so effortlessly in the hands of the Superwoman. With the faintest tremor of her wrist, the unyielding cuffs crumbled into fine dust, silent, weightless, falling soundlessly to the floor as a testament to absolute dominion. Seeing this, the aide's face paled. His dread surged to its peak. He grabbed his subordinate's wrist urgently. Something's wrong. Call reinforcements, now. Her eyes blazed crimson, burning with infernal fire. Calmly, coldly she spoke. Why? Because I don't eat beef. Instantly, twin beams of incandescent heat erupted from her gaze, searing lightning swift, carrying unimaginable force and majesty. The chamber, and the earth itself, trembled in fear. Boom. The researcher, his aide, and others scattered in blind terror, shrieking as primal instinct screamed for escape from imminent annihilation. But Qiuya's heat vision was no mere laser cutter. Where it struck, it did not slice. It detonated, exploding with the fury of high-yield ordnance. Each impact unleashed a deafening blast, fire and smoke swallowing the entire military base in seconds. In the DC universe, Batman lay defeated, catapulted by an upgraded Catwoman Pro, then suspended upside down beside the Joker, bound tightly with rope. The Joker cackled with delight. Old friend, how delightful to see you like this. Batman had no patience for banter. Gravely, he told Catwoman, this isn't a game. The mother box has been stolen. He'd intended to subdue her first, only to be knocked unconscious before he could utter a word. The mother box. What is that? Elsewhere, Qiuya felt a surge of unrestrained impulse to unleash pure cathartic destruction. Unconsciously, her form began to expand, astonishing viewers across the livestream, and even audiences on the Logan 3 Earth, where a colossal female titan now loomed before them. From afar, a majestic steed named Lanhua galloped across a gentle hill. Then with a sudden halt, it transformed in dazzling fashion into a robot, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my heavens! Master has unlocked yet another extraordinary ability." Qiuya herself was uncertain exactly when the gigantification technique had first manifested. Her steel-clad form seemed inherently boundless. Every ascent in strength unfurled new possibilities, as if every skill lay effortlessly within her grasp. At this moment, she wished only to savor this newfound power. She lifted her slender, black-stockinged leg high, then brought it down, without hesitation, striking the earth with crushing force. Boom! The ground beneath her trembled under unimaginable weight. Her sky-high boots descended like thunderbolts, igniting a conflagration that engulfed surrounding structures in blinding firelight. What fortuitous timing. I've just stomped on an arms depot. Qiuya held her imposing stance, arms folded gently across her chest, lashes lowered like delicate fans. Her eyes remained half-lidded, playful, detached, gazing down upon those below as though they were mere specks of dust. That single stomp unleashed a violent shockwave radiating outward, and triggered a chain reaction of relentless explosions. Soldiers in the distance watched the spectacle unfold, terror freezing their expressions as if witnessing the apocalypse itself. Flee! Panic erupted in frantic cries as troops scattered wildly in retreat, desperate to escape the vortex of annihilation. Yet amid the devastation, not a single chip marred the glossy finish of her boots, nor did a single thread of her stockings suffer. This anomaly, by sheer coincidence, drew the attention of A.U.'s scientist. He reported it immediately. Policymakers inside the White House convened an emergency session and accelerated the authorization process for nuclear strike orders against Qiuya. Meanwhile, one soldier stood his ground and fired a rocket launcher skyward. The projectile grazed the hem of Qiuya's short skirt, causing its fabric to ripple gracefully in the wind, like a dancer poised mid-pirouette. Han Qiuya knew precisely the quality of her footwear and attire, and throughout she had not deployed even a whisper of biological force field to shield them. Yet this act of defiance was not without consequence. It captured her attention. She uttered a soft, faintly incredulous hum. How dare he? In one fluid motion, she raised her knee, then brought her foot down decisively, erasing the soldier from existence without effort. A pity, courage misplaced. Her tone carried quiet sorrow and mercy, as if mourning his tragic end. Then with the elegant turn of a swan's neck, her gaze swept past fleeing soldiers, locking unerringly onto those leading the retreat. The swiftest escapees were officers and elite troops, racing away aboard armored vehicles and military aircraft. Inside one aircraft, several officers glanced back at the receding giant, secretly relieved they'd abandoned the cannon fodder and fled first. Early birds may take flight, but not necessarily soar farther. Han Qiuya's crystalline voice resonated across the battlefield, carried via live broadcast across multiple universes, reaching every corner of existence. Her voice rang like the divine verdict of a goddess, causing hearts aboard planes and vehicles to lurch as if death's shadow had already settled upon them. Truth existed solely within the bounds of Han Qiuya's power. Her words were irrefutable fact. Though colossal in scale, she advanced with the effortless grace of a leisurely stroll, utterly unburdened by mass or inertia. With each step, she crushed armored vehicles beneath her feet. With each sweep of her arm, she swatted helicopters from the sky, exhibiting breathtaking coordination and sublime martial artistry. Inside the livestream, countless viewers sat frozen before their screens. Their consciousness was utterly transfixed by the vision of a radiant battle goddess dismantling enemies with serene, effortless precision. In an instant, the skies fell silent. No more roaring jets, no more rumbling engines. Resistance had vanished. Han Qiuya appeared, almost bored. Across the vast cosmos, finding a worthy adversary had become little more than a distant dream. Her steel body possessed a quality so exceptional it defied imagination, while beneath her soldiers drowned in despair. Some tried desperately to flee while she was occupied elsewhere, running for miles, only to find a colossal leg blocking their path. Han Qiuya leapt lightly over them, 2 graceful hops like a child playing hopscotch, then observed their final desperate gestures with amused curiosity, before crushing them without remorse. Corpses littered the field, yet no one dared move. Clarity pierced through their despair. There was nowhere left to run. Knowing heaven is easy, you defying it impossible. They could only await the goddess's judgment in mute resignation. Meanwhile, senior officials of the United States government trembled inwardly, consumed by dread and helplessness. For if nuclear weapons were unleashed, they too would perish. Han Qiuya's gaze settled upon an open expanse, where over a dozen figures stood paralyzed by hopelessness. She approached slowly, her curious voice echoing through the air. Why do you not struggle against fate? Such an ending is profoundly dull. She stood before them, her titanic form blotting out the sun, casting the world into twilight. Before her, people trembled, speechless, breathless, afraid even to lift their eyes lest they profane the sacred hem of her skirt. To offend this noble, radiant, omnipotent goddess, even in the slightest, would bring consequences beyond endurance. Yet should they dare raise their gaze, they would see only a masterfully rendered mosaic, elegantly preserving her sanctity. This was the hallmark of supreme power. When strength reaches its zenith, even the most intricate feats become trivial. This mosaic, capable of enduring 100,000 years, consumed merely 0.00000000000. One of Han Qiuya's physical energy. Suddenly, the live stream cut wide, the camera soaring upward as dozens of nuclear warheads streaked across the sky. To viewers long familiar with Han Qiuya, however, no anxiety stirred, only unwavering faith in her invincibility. Deep within A.U.'s underground command bunker, high-ranking officials and industrial magnates sat stone-faced, tension etched into every line. They knew full well if nuclear ordnance failed to harm her, then the wrath of this divine arbiter, whose majesty and might were absolute, would leave them utterly ruined. Gentlemen, please remain calm. An optimistic expert attempted to bolster morale and soothe his own unease. Even at this scale, her mass may not withstand the full force of a nuclear detonation. His words found little resonance. All eyes remained riveted on the screen, not awaiting judgment upon the goddess, but upon their own fates. Under such suffocating psychological weight, morale had long since evaporated. At last, the nukes have arrived. A flicker of intrigue lit Han Qiuya's eyes. As a former ordinary human, she knew nuclear weapons to be the most destructive force imaginable in reality. Dozens of warheads rained down, some striking her boots, others detonating along her thighs, still more exploding against her skirt and waist, while the one aimed directly at her chest was caught between 2 slender fingers. Then came the deafening, ceaseless thunder, earth and sky trembling as if sundered. The blast consumed all mushroom clouds swelling skyward, engulfing Qiuya entirely. Livestream viewers held their breath, eyes locked on the screen, awaiting what came next. As smoke and ash slowly parted, Qiuya stood pristine and unblemished, still regal, still serene, as if the cataclysm had never touched her. Yes, absolutely magnificent. Her most devoted fans erupted, elation spilling unreservedly from their voices. Though her barehanded defiance of nuclear annihilation had long been expected, witnessing her transcendent power firsthand still ignited overwhelming awe and reverence. Qiuya's score surged exponentially, while the immense energy released by the warheads flowed effortlessly into her being, though to her it was but a negligible fraction of a grain. This grows tedious. She sighed softly. Though the nuclear surge had delivered fleeting exhilaration, her enthusiasm for bathing in thermonuclear fire had markedly diminished. Right? There remains urgent business. She tapped her temple lightly, as if recalling something vital. A steely resolve hardened her gaze, infusing her already striking countenance with razor-edged intent. In the live streaming studio, a bold line of text appeared at the center of the public chat, in light of having sustained emotional injury. Its beloved gown lightly singed by a nuclear blast from the beautiful nation. The entire nuclear arsenal of said nation shall be confiscated as both punishment and reparation. Qiuya willed it so, and across the Logan 3 universe, within the territory of the beautiful nation and all its military bases, every nuclear weapon vanished without a trace, reappearing neatly arrayed within her system space. Deep inside a clandestine chamber in the beautiful nation, high-ranking officials and industrial magnates gathered, already half-frozen with dread upon reading those words, as if plunged into an abyssal frost. Some gripped by terror trembled visibly. Experts swiftly issued analysis, judging by the limited yet consistent behavioral patterns displayed by the goddess of judgment. Their prospects were grim. Yet even in despair a sliver of hope emerged. The goddess possessed a playful nature. Perhaps, just perhaps, they still had a chance. Perhaps after eliminating a portion of them, she would grow bored and cease her judgment. Recognizing the urgency, they rapidly reached a preliminary consensus. Remaining assembled was fatal. They must scatter instantly across the globe to evade total annihilation by the goddess of judgment. Fleeing alone is insufficient, urged a senior official, his tone laced with unmistakable implication. First, we require a scapegoat, to buy ourselves time. The president is the ideal candidate, declared a pharmaceutical tycoon, his voice venomous, yet his expression impeccably dignified. We shall lay all blame upon him, making him the goddess's vent for wrath. Thus our own lives may yet be spared. A sound proposal. The president's former supporters instantly wavered. Should the goddess of judgment strike at the president, we may seize the opportunity to inflame public sentiment, turning the masses against her. They schemed, lost in reveries of success. They failed to realize Qiuya had long lost interest in acting personally. This was mere wishful thinking on their part. The more cautious and pragmatic among them had already fled without hesitation. As for the president of the beautiful nation, he attempted to flee, yet found escape impossible. At Qiuya's silent command, the heavens split open, revealing a colossal radiant portal. 600,000 Kryptonian warriors surged forth like a tide of tempered steel, majestic, overwhelming, blotting out the sun. Your Majesty, the Joker has been duly scourged. How shall we proceed? Asked Qiuya, both Supreme General of Krypton and Qiuya's personal aide. As Qiuya turned her gaze, she saw Qiuya clad in armor-patterned battle skirt, a vivid inversion of her own, creating a striking harmony. A faint smile graced Qiuya's lips as her form shrank gracefully to human scale. Where she had stood moments before, only the deep imprint of her colossal boot remained, and within it dazed soldiers still struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Unbelievable, the goddess of judgment had not only spared them, but deliberately gathered them at her feet, shielding them from the full force of nuclear devastation. Soon as they exchanged accounts, they arrived at a startling, yet surprisingly rational conclusion. Their moral conduct had remained relatively upright. They had harmed few, and thus earned the goddess's clemency. Praise the heavens. Praise the goddess. Henceforth we shall dedicate ourselves to virtuous deeds. This became their shared solemn vow. Qiuya descended with Catwoman in tow, flanked by several Kryptonian soldiers, escorting both the Joker and Batman. Why bring him along? Qiuya asked, brows lifting in mild surprise. Catwoman landed and explained the matter succinctly. I see. Qiuya listened, then gently rested her chin upon one hand. Her long fan-like lashes fluttered softly as her gaze dipped downward, conveying silent instruction to Qiuya. The Joker sensed his fate. In his final moments, he bore no grudge toward his tormentor. Bruce, I lost, but so did you. And you lost far more completely. His laughter rang out, manic, eerie, unhinged. Fiola, attuned to her, will understood instantly. With a sharp gesture, she hurled the Joker skyward, sending him soaring like a comet into the infinite void. Heh. Qiuya chuckled softly. He bore no ill will toward her, only an obsessive fixation on his Batman. Fiola and Catwoman exchanged amused glances. Batman remained silent, fully aware of the Joker's unspeakable crimes. Your Majesty, the host is assembled and awaits your command. Fiola bowed, fist pressed to palm in formal salute. Excellent. Qiuya's expression hardened. Whatever inner thoughts stirred outwardly, she embodied sovereign resolve. She commanded with commanding authority, issue orders. Our objective is the Caribbean Sea. Seize every island therein, especially those infamous islands, the Lolita, or the pedophile isle. Annex and rebuild them entirely as sovereign Kryptonian territory. Meanwhile, the Skynet, needing no instruction, immediately activated across countless universes, unleashing its full operational might. News feeds and broadcast networks erupted with reports on Lolita Isle and related atrocities. Oh, and there remained one more free labor resource. At that thought, Qiuya raised her hand, a portal shimmered into existence. Superman, Clark Kent, stepped forth, his expression dazed and bewildered. What is it? At once, Your Majesty. Fiola, a warrior who lived for battle, grew even more animated upon hearing the order, her mind already ablaze with visions of conquest and reconstruction. 60,000 Kryptonians storming shores, raising new banners upon reclaimed soil. Noting her fervent resolve, Qiuya added one final directive, another task, Fiola. Shortly, the Skynet will transmit to you a global list of condemned criminals. You are to lead your troops in executing every name upon that list. Go now. Understood. Without hesitation, Fiola vanished in a flash, soaring skyward, elated to fulfill her duty. Clark watched, mouth slightly parted, as if about to speak, yet holding back, perplexed. Watch the news. You'll understand everything. And you, Clark, my friend, you shall become a true hero. Qiuya spoke calmly, a gentle smile playing upon her lips. Instantly, azure holographic flames projected the latest breaking reports. Clark scanned them swiftly, then straightened, his voice firm and resolute. I understand. I act now. He turned and shot skyward. Having read the reports, he burned with righteous fury, long believing himself the paragon of heroism, morally elevated above all others, yet blind to such vile corruption festering right beside him. Every iteration of the beautiful nation harbored such abominable islands. In his own world, the perpetrators had likely constructed them with lead-lined materials, specifically to shield their depravity from his X-ray vision. Unforgivable. Even the most placid soul possesses righteous wrath. He swore once this matter concluded, he would launch a thorough investigation and purge in his own reality. Damn it all. These people had utterly abandoned morality and manipulated public discourse to control, mislead, and infantilize him, dictating how he should play the role of hero. Each time he faltered, even slightly, they unleashed orchestrated online vitriol. Clark, the Sky Network, observed the Master conversing, realizing there was a new task at hand, and pondered, Master, what criteria should be used to compile the death row inmate list? Qiuya's thoughts shifted as she activated her cognitive powers to generate a list and detailed information based on the criteria she set. Receive the command. Master, your wisdom and strength are truly astonishing, the Sky Network responded promptly. Qiuya smiled slightly to show her appreciation. You've worked hard. As a reward, generate an electronic chicken leg for yourself to enjoy. Batman had been silently observing for a long time, and finally, unable to suppress his inner doubts, he asked in a deep voice, what standard do you plan to use to judge who deserves the death penalty? Qiuya answered without hesitation, my standard. Batman wanted to argue, but the words caught in his throat. Due to the Joker's instigation, further rifts had developed between him and Superman Clark, and now they needed Qiuya to deal with the threat of the Wasteland Wolf. He spoke in a softened tone. Typically, only rulers can determine right and wrong according to their own will. At this moment, Catwoman's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Qiuya. She witnessed Qiuya seamlessly transition from an elegant lady to a serious and earnest demeanor, issuing one command after another. A gleam of admiration shone in her eyes. She cast a disdainful glance at Batman, retorting, are you questioning whether a goddess can determine right and wrong according to her preferences? Let me tell you, with the goddess' current strength. You're right. Only rulers can determine right and wrong based on their preferences, deciding who is the villain and who is the hero. In fact, the earth belongs to me, and I am the ruler here. Qiuya spoke slowly, her tone firm and composed. Catwoman switched to a playful smile, grinning. Exactly, and the goddess, my feline master, is indeed the true hero. We won't be like some people who capture the Joker and let him go only to catch him again. If I were to catch him, he would have died 100 times over. Batman, hearing Catwoman's laughter, felt like the Joker, becoming her laughingstock and source of joy. Little kitty, your words are getting sweeter by the day. Qiuya smiled gently, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Catwoman, then grasped her arms softly, saying, "Tell me, what superpower do you want?" Catwoman's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied with a surprised expression, "Boss, it would be fantastic if I could excel at flying too." She gazed up at the sky, filled with envy. Above 600,000 troops were busy in an orderly manner, gradually dispersing. Did this little cat wish to add wings like a cat? Qiuya nodded, her tone calm and resolute. "All right, you will." This undeniable tone left Catwoman with no doubts, and she was not in a hurry to verify it. "Additionally, there's one more thing I need you to do. Help me take charge of Gotham City and establish it as an independent nation." Qiuya spoke slowly. The task just assigned by the system was entrusted to Catwoman to complete. "All right, boss," Catwoman readily accepted. She turned her gaze towards Batman, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. However, the bosses in Gotham hold immense wealth and power, showing no remorse for exploitation and wrongdoing. May I take some physical measures to eliminate these hidden threats? Batman stared directly into Catwoman's eyes, his heart unwavering. Although they were capitalists, he still had a conscience. Qiuya's expression changed slightly, then quickly returned to normal, as if she had completed an insignificant task. She said lightly, "I have already selected half of the nuclear bombs in the nuclear arsenal surrounding the White House in the DC universe with them. I believe they will generously spend money to buy it. Once you have the funds, you can boldly open various companies, engage in price wars to disrupt the market, and don't be stingy with the workers. Use enough strong capital firepower to compete with all the capitalists." Seeing no one interrupting her, she continued, "Remember, as a girl, fighting and killing isn't good. Legitimate means should be taken when necessary. Then we can talk about martial ethics." "All right, boss," Catwoman replied, her face once again displaying a proud expression as she exchanged glances with Batman. This time Batman's gaze faltered slightly. He understood that if there were untraceable funds to disrupt Gotham's capital market, even he, the richest man, would not be spared. Catwoman quickly sketched a blueprint in her mind. Since funds were abundant, Gotham City could recruit a large number of police officers to ensure the city's peace. As for the military, her plan was to streamline it to the utmost, recruiting only one person, which would be herself. Next, she would use ample funds to monopolize various industries in Gotham City, entrusting professional matters to professionals. If she encountered problems that could not be solved, she would use force to deal with those causing the issues. Now, not only was she extraordinarily powerful, but she could also fly, essentially adding wings like a cat. Once Gotham's top capitalist Batman went bankrupt in her wave of capital, if he behaved well, she would consider arranging for him to serve as the intelligence captain in the police department following her orders. At that time, she too would experience the joy and rewards of capital and the happiness of entrepreneurs in building society. Meanwhile, in the DC universe around the White House, nuclear weapons surrounded it like an iron wall, sealing it tightly. The congressmen, hearing the news, were in a panic. No one had seen such a scene before. They hurriedly retreated to a faraway place, some nearly reaching the other side of the earth. Eventually, it was only after the Sky Network communicated with them that their taut nerves began to ease. In a fit of anger, they exclaimed, "Goddess, if you need funds, you could have just said so. Why send us nuclear bombs? The goddess is truly too kind." "By the way, Boss Han," Catwoman hesitated for a moment and mentioned that thing he wanted to say earlier, the Wasteland Wolf. Originally, Batman's concern was significant, but before the goddess, it could only be a trivial interlude. Qiuya nodded slightly, elegantly raising a jade-like arm, as if conducting a silent symphony, as her jade fingers gently stretched out. In the palm of her hand, what appeared before their eyes was a small doll with a face full of panic. The Wasteland Wolf, right? Look just captured fresh, isn't it? The Catwoman's curiosity was thoroughly piqued as she leaned in closer to observe the little doll. Is this the famous Wildland Wolf from just moments ago? How did it turn into a doll? Oh, look at its expression, it seems alive. Finally, she added with a serious tone, indeed fresh, the boss skills are truly astonishing. The Wildland Wolf, meanwhile, felt as if his mind was in chaos. What was happening? What had transpired? Just a moment ago, he was exchanging threats with others, preparing for battle. Batman, unable to contain his curiosity, stepped closer, his heart stirred. How could the Wildland Wolf, who had caused him so much worry moments ago, be captured in such a manner so quickly? This scene exceeded ordinary imagination. The Blue Horse Lawn also wished to investigate further. It glanced at Batman, took a few steps forward, then stretched its neck to push him aside for a better view. Batman had no choice but to move to another angle. After a brief moment of shock, the Wildland Wolf finally accepted the reality of the situation. He, a notorious villain, was now transformed into a small doll held captive in the hands of a beautiful and slender woman. "This is impossible," he shouted, his expression shifting from shock to terror. He struggled, trying to escape from Qiuya's palm, but all was in vain. Seeing this, Qiuya gently closed her fingers, completely encasing the wildland wolf's body in her palm, leaving only its head exposed. Who are you? Let me go? The wildland wolf continued to roar, exerting all his strength to break free, but his voice was already weak and filled with despair. Though Qiuya's fingers were closed, she did not apply any force, merely maintaining a fixed shape. She knew that if she applied even a little pressure, it would be too much for even 1,000 Thanos. At this moment, with a playful smile, Qiuya elegantly asked, "How much do you think this figurine could sell for?" The wildland wolf felt this disregard and continued to roar, "Let me go." Ugh. Soon his body trembled as if he were struggling to breathe. His appearance resembled someone who could not catch their breath. Beside them, the two and the horse widened their eyes in tension, staring nervously at Qiuya's hands. Was she about to exert force and end the wildland wolf's life? Qiuya felt wronged as she had not applied any force, merely holding her grip steady. As the physical pain gradually intensified, the wildland wolf began to accept an unbelievable truth. This goddess before him, her seemingly delicate and fair skin was harder than a neutron star. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not cause any deformation. Instead, due to his desperate struggles, the tremendous reaction force slammed against him like a heavy hammer, nearly causing him to faint. He had never encountered such a terrifying enemy. This goddess' strength was so formidable, she was undoubtedly far superior to his master Darkseid. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair and helplessness, internally screaming, "I will never dare to come to Earth again." Qiuya felt a bit annoyed, wondering why he was not cooperating when he clearly could not escape her grasp. Struggle a bit harder, but risk losing your life. Is this good? No, it's not. This figurine is alive, so vivid and lifelike, it must be worth at least $1 billion. Lanhua chimed in, enthusiastically sharing his opinion. Catwoman shot him a sidelong glance, as if silently protesting, "That's my line." Quickly she realized and smiled brightly, saying, "Oh dear, I almost forgot your Lanhua turned into a horse now. Look at my steel memory." She hurried forward and hugged Lanhua's neck. Lanhua attempted to dodge, but could only manage to turn its head. Its large horse eyes turned to Qiuya, pleading, "Master, help me. I'm your most loyal steed. Perhaps a promotion would be nice." Catwoman held tightly onto the horse's neck, pressing its head down as she softly coaxed in its ear, "Lan, or let me ride you just once. I've always wanted to ride a horse, but ordinary horses can't bear my steel body. And you, my friend, are just the right fit." Saying this, she suddenly released Lanhua, then leaped toward Qiuya, wrapping her arms around her arm, her eyes sparkling with expectation, conveying something. This action was swift and agile, yet graceful and sexy, resembling a lively little cat. She seemed to forget that Qiuya still held the wildland wolf. She only cared to cling tightly to Qiuya's arm, even squeezing it between her softness. This little cat was indeed quite mischievous. She was still holding the wildland wolf. If she exerted force, wouldn't the little wolf's life be lost? Cough, cough. Batman stood aside, his embarrassment evident. He felt as if he were on an unfamiliar stage, utterly uncomfortable. Silently praying, "God, even if I have made mistakes, there's no need to punish me this way. I just hope to end this quickly and return to my Batcave. Upon returning, I must reflect deeply on my past actions." The wildland wolf was currently enduring the heaviest blow of his life, both physically and mentally. He felt as suffocated as a human, his body gradually becoming weak and powerless. This was not Qiuya's fault, but rather a consequence of his own actions. Due to his earlier violent struggles, his condition was akin to that of a human on the brink of suffocation, his chest rising and falling rapidly, yearning for smooth breaths. Yet Qiuya's skin, which appeared so delicate and fair, was as solid as a rock, impervious to the rising of his chest. The more he struggled, the more he felt as if he were trapped in an inescapable vicious cycle. He silently regretted his earlier excessive struggles. Somewhere on the battlefield of the DC Universe, just minutes ago, Wonder Woman, holding Thor's hammer along with other Justice League members, were gathering before the wildland wolf, preparing for a grand confrontation. The wildland wolf continuously issued provocations and threats merely to buy time for the mother box to merge. Just as they were about to retort, this passionate, boastful wolf suddenly vanished without a trace. What? Everyone was astonished, voicing their confusion. Before long, a massive portal appeared, and Qiuya emerged with Catwoman, Batman, and Lanhua. Under her deliberate actions, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the object in her hand. The Flash, with sharp eyes, was the first to recognize the familiar face, exclaiming, "Wildland Wolf." Upon hearing the startled exclamation, everyone turned their astonished gazes toward the captive in Qiuya's hands. The Catgirl briefly recounted the sequence of events, exclaiming, "My God, it was resolved just like that." The Flash shrugged, saying, "I might as well go home and deliver takeout." Wonder Woman shook her hammer, asking, "What's next?" At that moment, everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on Qiuya's. They noticed her apparent distraction, indicating she had something on her mind. Batman scanned the surroundings and broke the silence. I believe we can use the clues from the Wasteland Wolf to delve deeper into the secrets of the Mother Box found in ancient texts, as well as the movements of Darkseid and his army. However, just as he finished speaking, everyone keenly noticed a peculiar joy flashing across Han Qiuya's face, her body even trembling slightly with excitement. Wasteland Wolf? Everyone sensed an ominous premonition from this scene. The Wasteland Wolf should be all right? The little Wasteland Wolf's eyes widened, as if witnessing something incredible. Han Qiuya's, filled with joy, was momentarily distracted, her body quivering lightly in excitement. Even this slight tremor contained enough energy to shake the heavens and the earth to annihilate all things. Moreover, her fingers unconsciously curled slightly in her excitement, which triggered a disaster unimaginable to the Wasteland Wolf. In that instant, the Wasteland Wolf, at the epicenter of this tremor, felt the earth-shattering force. In his mind, he conjured phrases that best described this terrifying energy: multiverse apocalypse. This tremor seemed to tear the entire universe apart, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack with storms raging. His body appeared to be wildly vibrating within the universe, instantly crossing from one end to the other at countless times the speed of light, then vibrating back and forth at a frequency exceeding 1/0, emitting 300 billion times per second. Though this lasted less than a second to the Wasteland Wolf, it was an endless force of destruction. Each tremor was enough to obliterate him countless times, and the moment Han Qiuya's fingers curled, the force transmitted compressed every molecule and atom of his body and armor to the extreme, as if the entire universe were compressed into a singularity. Subsequently, his body and armor were utterly destroyed in this extreme compression and tremor, turning into nothingness. This terrifying power he had never experienced before. The next moment, Han Qiuya sighed, gently regretfully releasing her hand, as the Wasteland Wolf's phantom slowly dissipated before the eyes of the crowd, like dust blown away. The air seemed to solidify, quiet enough to only hear the sound of breathing. "Sorry, I just remembered something happy." Han Qiuya's words broke the silence. I didn't expect him to be so fragile. Everyone else thought what had caused Han Qiuya's to be distracted and joyful was undoubtedly news about her imminent return home. Currently, she was capable of splitting into tens of thousands of avatars, traversing various universes, and absorbing the energy of stars. As her power continued to grow, she could split into more avatars to absorb energy, marking her successful breakthrough of a bottleneck. From now on, her strength would increase exponentially, and the number of universes she could explore would rapidly multiply. According to the system's estimate, the day of her return home was not far off, less than a month. Her anticipation and joy were palpable. Wonder Woman still found it hard to believe. Is that all? Just a shudder like that. As she spoke, she mimicked the motion with her arm. Han Qiuya smiled. Yes, it's all his fault for being too weak. Even the atoms were shattered. Blue Fire also chimed in. Yeah, I was even thinking of selling him as a figurine. Could have made quite a bit of money. Too bad he's so weak now, there's nothing left. Are you guys serious? The Flash, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but exclaim. Han Qiuya strode towards the location of the Mother Box as it opened. A portal from Apocalypse, summoned by Darkseid, began to momentarily linger before everyone. The ruler of Apocalypse, Darkseid, tall and imposing, emanated a powerful aura. Behind him stood countless soldiers of Apocalypse, surging like a tide of darkness. He spoke gravely. Send the order down to conquer this planet in the ancient way. Clearly, he felt a hint of disappointment over the Wasteland Wolf's failure and decided to take matters into his own hands. The DC superheroes stepped forward, standing behind Han Qiuya's with resolute gazes. They shared a common belief: this battle was definitely in their favor. The DC superheroes, led by Han Qiuya, faced Darkseid head-on. However, Han Qiuya had no intention of playing with Darkseid for too long. This, being known as the authentic Thanos, seemed as weak as Thanos in her eyes. Taking advantage of the temporary portal formed by the Mother Box's energy before it closed, she widened her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with increasingly dazzling, horrific red light, so bright that even the group of superheroes behind her struggled to keep their eyes open. Darkseid did not regard Earth highly. In his eyes, Earth was merely a pitiful and weak entity. If it weren't for the anti-life equation, he wouldn't even bother to invade. He was no longer the naive figure who invaded Earth at 8 years old. Yet upon sensing the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from Han Qiuya's eyes, a wave of intense unease surged within him. What? He suddenly looked over, his pupils dilating sharply, staring intently at Han Qiuya, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although the Wasteland Wolf had lost earlier, that wolf was merely a minion of his insignificant. The gathered heat vision energy in Han Qiuya's eyes had exceeded his imagination. As a cosmic-level powerhouse, he had never expected to encounter such a formidable enemy on this trivial Earth. Faced with the overwhelming energy from Han Qiuya, he felt uncertain. I won't hold back. Darkseid roared internally, beginning to gather energy, as his eyes rapidly glowed a deep red, ready to confront this unknown challenge. "Get out of the way," Bluefire shouted. He understood his master Han Qiuyan's strength too well and was filled with awe for the impending confrontation. As a capable assistant, and Mount knew that it was merely a spectator at this moment, not a participant. Thus it quickly retreated behind the others, and the other superheroes followed suit. Two beams of ultra-high temperature heat vision suddenly erupted between the electric light and fire, colliding with astonishing speed, instantly releasing rolling energy shockwaves. The powerful beams of vision shot forth, surpassing multiple times the speed of light. The violent energy collision instantly melted the space in between, and the ground of the plaza on the opposite side surged with tumultuous waves from this incredible strike. Darkseid continued to output energy, but still fell back step by step, forced to crouch down, hands on the ground, exerting great effort just to stop his retreat. "Surrender." Han Qiuyan's voice came coldly as she seemed to suppress the extraterrestrial foe effortlessly with just the heat vision from her eyes. Two dazzling red beams continued to illuminate the battlefield, dyeing the entire scene a proud red. "Yeah." Darkseid gritted his teeth, seizing the moment, using all his strength to roll away under the scorching vision, narrowly dodging this lethal strike. Boom. Instantly, tens of thousands of soldiers behind him evaporated under this strike, turning to ashes. The entire battlefield was in disarray, smoke rising. As Darkseid dodged, his expression was grim, and he recklessly fired another red heat ray towards Han Qiuyan. He saw Han Qiuyan standing calmly in place, seemingly prepared for a direct confrontation. Seeing this, Darkseid revealed a strange smile. At the moment the two heat beams collided and energy erupted, Darkseid unleashed his trump card, Omega Beams. His beams twisted and turned madly, avoiding Han Qiuyan's frontal attack and instead circling behind her, aiming precisely at her slender waist. The entire process flowed seamlessly with ruthless execution. What? He was originally confident, but he did not expect Han Qiuyan's power to leave him dumbfounded. Although his Omega beams struck Han Qiuyan's waist, her battle suit remained completely unharmed, as if it were a divine artifact. What was even more surprising was that at that moment Han Qiuyan's red heat vision also exhibited an extraordinarily peculiar ability to change direction. Her beams suddenly curved sharply in midair, narrowly avoiding Darkseid, but in the next moment, they reversed sharply, striking at Darkseid's back. The two scorching beams twisted like scorching fire ropes, their heat so intense that they could instantly evaporate ordinary matter. They moved as if they had a life of their own, agilely weaving and spiraling, creating violent energy waves with their crossfire. Boom. Darkseid was instantly at a loss, fleeing in panic. His subordinates desperately attempted to unleash various weapons to block this terrifying beam, yet in the face of such a grand energy offensive they appeared helpless and insignificant. Any soldier who approached the red-hot beams was instantly vaporized without a trace. Ultimately, the two red fire ropes completely ensnared Darkseid, mercilessly melting him down to a small pile of ashes. The army of Darkseid witnessed their commander's tragic fate, and the entire parade ground fell silent. On the other side, the superheroes who had been observing the battle were dumbfounded. Even though they had anticipated this outcome, they were still shocked by Han Qiuyan's methods each time. Is it over just like this? The Flash finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Yes, there's no need to be so surprised. Oh, let's disperse, there's really nothing more to see." Bluefire joked. As someone who had witnessed his master's strength firsthand, these were small matters, nothing unexpected. As the temporary portal began to close, Han Qiuyan's tall and beautiful figure paused slightly, a faint confidence radiating from her exquisite face. Her enchanting eyes, like fermenting red wine, half closed, and a charming smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Although the entire process occurred in the blink of an eye, her alluring demeanor seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Han Qiuyan lightly inhaled a breath of cold air, causing her full chest to rise and fall slightly. Then she seductively exhaled a breath of icy, freezing coldness, as if the fragrance of an immortal was blown towards the portal, bringing a chilling and awe-inspiring aura. Whoosh! Accompanied by a delicate exhale, the icy breath slithered like a coiling spirit snake towards the temporary portal. The portal instantly became sealed in ice under this powerful breath, slowing its closing speed. Seeing this, the DC heroes, though still apprehensive, let out long sighs of relief. The DC universe had finally avoided a reboot and could continue to exist. If it weren't for Han Qiuyan's live stream, no one would have known that her seemingly trivial icy breath would cause a cataclysmic disaster. That icy aura spread wildly across Apocalypse at an astonishing speed of over 9,000 times the speed of light in an extremely short time. The armies of Apocalypse panicked, plunging into frantic escape. But it was already too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold air danced wildly like countless serpents, swiftly penetrating every corner. The The sound of ice crystals growing was as dense as hail. In an instant, the colossal Tianqi star was completely encased in ice. Eons of time crystallized within this bone-chilling cold, and the entire planet seemed to be frozen in time, eternally suspended in a moment of deathly silence. From this moment on, a new ominous place emerged in the universe, forever standing as a conspicuous landmark of death. Not far away, a group of superheroes gazed at Qiuya's live stream, each one dumbfounded, mouths agape, exchanging looks at the unprecedented spectacle. Qiuya turned around, her elegant and gracious demeanor interpreting the ancient saying, "One cannot judge by appearances." Days later, in the Marvel main universe, Qiuya sought out the deceased Ancient One's soul, arranging to share tea together. The two exchanged smiles, seemingly understanding what was about to unfold. "I've heard you broke his hand ahead of time." Qiuya took a sip of tea, her tone playful. The Ancient One nodded. "Indeed. I was driving and accidentally bumped into him." "Then he should thank you." The retired Ancient One was like a mischievous old child. He offered no further explanation, merely smiling faintly. Before the scene began to unfold, the figure of Doctor Strange appeared, looking despondent and tormented. "Damn it, now that my master has passed. And Wonder Woman is also nowhere to be found. That damned Dormammu chose this moment to stir trouble." "I'm here to negotiate," Doctor Strange complained as he entered Dormammu's domain, activating the time loop spell. "Dormammu, I come to negotiate." He extended an olive branch towards his opponent. "Huh, go die." Dormammu's sinister voice echoed, clearly unwilling to negotiate. "Oh." Doctor Strange's figure dispersed in response. "I'm here to negotiate." "Oh, I'm here." "Oh." This repeated cycle saw him continuously invoking the time loop skill, dying and resurrecting at Dormammu's hands time and again. "Am I going to save him?" After a minute of observation, Qiuya smiled slightly, preparing to intervene. "Why not wait a bit longer and see if he can succeed? And also help him train a bit more. I want to confirm that I didn't choose the wrong person back then." "Huh." Qiuya chuckled lightly, thinking, "Poor sorcerer." Thus Doctor Strange experienced countless cycles of life and death, while Dormammu grew increasingly weary of this scene. As the overlord of the dark multiverse, he found it beneath him to expend effort absorbing a mere Marvel universe. Finally, he glared fiercely at Doctor Strange, deciding to temporarily withdraw, letting this stubborn fellow go for now. His energy coalesced into a terrifying, gigantic face, and a chilling voice echoed through the space, "You little brat. I'll remember you." Upon finishing his words, he greedily devoured a few traitors from the sanctum. After all, even the smallest mosquito has meat. At that moment, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly rang out, "No, you can't leave." Upon hearing this, Dormammu's mindset exploded, breaking his composure, and he roared with rage, "Ignorant earthling! How dare you ask me to stay, you insignificant creatures!" Without caring who was speaking, he grabbed Doctor Strange, fiercely pouncing on him like a starving tiger. Dozens of energy vines coiled tightly around Doctor Strange's body, and Dormammu's massive and sinister energy face twisted in anger as he bellowed, "I will kill you 10,000 times." Just as this brutal scene was about to unfold, a fierce fragrance surged in like a tempest. She floated down like a celestial maiden to Doctor Strange's side, extending her delicate hand to lightly touch the energy vines binding him. In the blink of an eye, these energy vines were absorbed by her skill, energy absorption, vanishing without a trace. The absorbed energy flowed into Qiuya like a clear spring, instantly immersing her ironclad body in a grand celebration, each cell dancing joyfully like spirited sprites, exuding vibrant life and displaying the prosperity of all things thriving. Her delicate body trembled slightly like a flower swaying in the wind, her expression filled with excitement, as if she had already foreseen the upcoming scene, which would be a feast that stirred her heart and filled her with unparalleled exhilaration. Seeing who had arrived, Doctor Strange first widened his eyes in surprise, then his gaze revealed delight and a hint of resentment. "You're quite late. But it's good that you're here, good that you're here." "Oh, what are you here to negotiate as well?" Dormammu suppressed his anger, sarcastically asking. He had resolved that after satisfying his curiosity with a few questions, he would kill these two 100,000 times to relieve his pent-up hatred. Qiuya lifted the corners of her mouth in a faint smile, responding leisurely, "Not quite." Then what do you intend?" "My time is exceedingly precious, and I have no leisure to entertain you." Dormammu's gigantic face displayed displeasure, his tone filled with questioning and curiosity. Suddenly, Qiuya's expression turned serious. She lightly licked her cherry-red lips, parted her ruby mouth, and said softly, "I want to eat you." Boom! Like a giant planet crashing down, a colossal energy fist descended with devastating power, smashing down like a mountain pressing an egg. Dormammu clearly did not expect such an outrageous response from her, and he became furiously enraged. Crash! After the deafening sound, the entire space trembled. Beside him, Doctor Strange's eyes widened in horror. If this blow landed on him, it would surely be excruciating. At this critical moment, Qiuya shielded him and then threw him outside. Then she raised her arm, throwing a punch against the raging energy once more. Boom! The two forces collided violently in the air, and even the residual energy surged like a mountain tsunami. A dazzling energy cloud rolled and surged in the sky, the deafening roar echoing continuously. Amidst this energy cloud, Qiuya was crazily absorbing the energy from Dormammu. Every cell within her body was involved, each absorbing to their heart's content. Yet she could not show it just yet, as she had to continue deceiving Dormammu to keep him supplying energy abundantly for her to feast upon. Once her strength increased to a certain level, it would be too late for Dormammu to withdraw. Not bad, you have some strength. Qiuya's melodious voice sounded quite grating to Dormammu. That guy was thrown away by you like garbage. If you can't use the time loop. Dormammu's sinister laughter echoed as if it came from the depths of hell. Then your world will inevitably become my feast like overripe fruit. In the dark dimension, I possess boundless and inexhaustible power. What can you use to fight me? Oh, is that so? Endless energy. Haha, that sounds absolutely wonderful. I want it all. Haha. Her intoxicated expression coupled with her aggressive declarations ignited the boundless battle intent within Dormammu in an instant. Dormammu. Qiuya's become my steed. In the void, Qiuya's enchanting figure shone brightly like a female war goddess. Her gem-like transparent eyes narrowed slightly, and with a charming smile, her alluring peach blossom eyes were utterly captivating. Her long straight legs were slightly bent, her figure tall and well-proportioned, with every curve perfectly illustrating the graceful form of a woman. Her glossy black hair flowed gently in the breeze, complementing her stunningly beautiful face. Her divine visage displayed a hint of disdain. Take this. With that heat rays, freezing breaths, and other skills erupted in succession like a raging inferno. She unleashed her full power, and Dormammu was engulfed in this frenzied barrage of skills. Rumbling. A punch of astonishing strength tore through the void, instantly piercing through layers of Dormammu's energy defenses. Dormammu naturally was not pleased. In the dark dimension, it was invincible. How dare you show off such trivial skills in front of me? After over 10 minutes of battle, Qiuya's energy absorption skill had broken through its bottleneck, increasingly showcasing its suction power. She paused her attacks, raising her head like a queen floating in the void, gazing at the massive, menacing face of Dormammu's energy. Her graceful figure was tall and noble, yet a domineering aura emanated from her brows. Despite her petite stature, she completely overshadowed Dormammu in presence. Her expression was calm, while the radiant energy swirled around her flawless form like a tidal wave, forming a shimmering vortex that made her shine like a blazing sun. Upon witnessing this scene, Dormammu felt a pang of unease, sensing that the situation was turning against it. However, as an overlord, it was still unwilling to concede. In the dark dimension, the advantage always lay with it. If it truly encountered an unbeatable foe, it could still cast them away. Enough. Qiuya's lips parted slightly, her melodious tone tinged with mockery, yet unable to conceal the coldness in her gaze. She gently caressed her waist, as if declaring the end of a game. She looked at Dormammu with a cold, disdainful gaze, as if a king surveying the commoners. All right, bow down and become my mount. Her voice was light, yet it cut into Dormammu's pride like a cold sword. Dormammu remained unfazed, snorting coldly, a hint of disdain curling the corners of its massive mouth. Wishful thinking. Though your methods are extraordinary, your speed of energy absorption is nothing but a speck of dust in the wind to me. What can you do to me? Upon hearing this, Qiuya's energy absorption was fully unleashed. Rumbling. Zing. Like a black hole, she continuously absorbed concentrated energy from Dormammu, the surging power crashing towards her steel-like perfect form. What are you doing? At this moment, it realized the severity of the situation. Oh. It began to exert all its strength, trying to throw Qiuya far out of its dark dimension. You thief, get out of here. In its rage, it discovered that no matter what, it could not escape the immense gravitational field surrounding Qiuya, always restrained and attracted by her intangible force. It could only watch helplessly as its energy was gradually frantically plundered away by this irresistible force. No. Kick. As the absorption intensified, Qiuya felt unprecedented joy and satisfaction. Her unparalleled beauty was etched with delight, her luscious form becoming even more radiant and enchanting. In the nourishing embrace of immense energy, she felt her steel-like body swell. Stop it quickly. No, don't absorb anymore. I beg you, goddess. Dormammu began to plead, its strength rapidly depleting like an ocean. Be good, it will be over soon. Facing Dormammu's pleas, Qiuya simply smiled sweetly. Time flowed slowly like an hourglass, and Dormammu's mouth never ceased, at times angrily cursing, at times humbly begging, until its energy was nearly drained. Please, my goddess, leave me a sliver of energy, so that I can rise again one day. Dormammu's voice was filled with pain and pleading, appearing lifeless, as if even its last ounce of strength was about to be exhausted. I promise to only develop in the dark dimension and will never pose any threat to Earth or you. Upon hearing this, Qiuya's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of mockery and cunning flashing in her eyes. All right. Her exquisite beauty and graceful demeanor shone like a dazzling pearl in the live stream, drawing the attention of countless viewers. The audience seemed captivated by her charm, fearing they would miss even the slightest glance or movement. Upon hearing this, Dormammu's hope reignited for a moment, but Qiuya suddenly inhaled sharply. Oh, she left it with only a small amount of energy reserves. It felt as if it had been hollowed out. In the live stream, viewers from multiple universes stared blankly at this scene. Qiuya appeared like a lazy cat toying with a helpless prey, exuding an aura of elegant dominance. For the small reward, Qiuya had long since lost interest. She closed the live stream and went to a picturesque meadow, casually tossing the remaining Dormammu aside while activating her I think power. Since your name contains the character Ma, then you shall become a horse. With that, the small mass of energy instantly transformed into a vibrant green steed. How marvelous! Seeing this, Lanhua transformed into a robust black horse and nuzzled up to Qiuya. Catgirls Supergirl Kara, Ada Wong, Jill, and Xiaomei, among other stunning beauties, had long been playing here, each of them bringing a steed. Some rode on horses while others went barefoot on the grass. They either sparred in the distance or gathered around fires cooking food, creating a breathtaking outdoor scene. Lanhua stepped gracefully in front of Qiuya, elegantly bending its forelegs to kneel. Master, this green horse is still too young and immature. Let my loyal mount serve you first. In the future, I will teach it well. All right, my Lanhua is the most loyal. Qiuya smiled gently, her tone laced with affection as she stroked Lanhua's mane, which nearly caused it to close its eyes in bliss. Qiuya's thoughts stirred and her attire instantly transformed. A graceful waist-defining gown bloomed upon her frame, exuding an ethereal charm. A floral crown adorned her head, rendering her as radiant and untouchable as a goddess of pastoral serenity. With effortless grace, she vaulted astride Lanhua, her long slender legs parting naturally across the horse's back, her alabaster arms slipping through lace cuffs as her hands settled lightly upon the supple reins, embodying refined elegance. Perceiving her transformation, Lanhua swiftly shifted its pelt to harmonize with her hues, embellishing it with intricate patterns and motifs, so that master and mount would complement each other in perfect aesthetic unity. Others followed suit. Some assembled grills and kindled roaring campfires to roast provisions. Kara, the insatiable gourmand, relished her feast with unrestrained delight, a glistening trace of oil still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Boss, what shall we do with the emerald steed? The Catwoman approached on horseback, clad in a form-fitting leather ensemble and towering stiletto boots tipped with claw-like points, exuding lethal allure and defiant magnetism. Her gaze lingered upon the green horse, poised to flee, her heart quickening with covetous anticipation. As a warhorse forged by boss Qiuya, its stamina and speed were unmistakably exceptional. She yearned above all to test them herself. Qiuya nodded with a gentle smile. If you can train it until it yields its will to you utterly, I shall lend it to you for 1 month. Many thanks for your generous boon, boss. Hearing this, the Catwoman surged with exhilaration. Though the horse's peculiar verdant hue gave her slight pause, it paled into insignificance beside such extraordinary equine prowess. Already she envisioned herself riding it with regal confidence through Gotham City, her silhouette cutting a dashing, commanding figure against the urban skyline. Yet Gotham City now lay firmly beneath Qiuya's financial dominion. Order reigned unchallenged, and even moderately formidable villains struggled to surface. With abundant funding and an expansive police force, petty crimes had long been eradicated. Officers idle and eager often vied for assignments. So profound was the city's tranquility that the Catwoman had lately found herself languishing in restless boredom. Emerald Steed, come here, she commanded, summoning the furtive green horse just as it attempted to slip away. Boom, boom, boom. At her call, the horse instinctively accelerated its gallop. Within its mind echoed a fervent cry: Dormammu shall never be enslaved. Ride on, pursue. Seeing this, the Catwoman squeezed her mount's flanks, spurring it into a furious sprint. Yet no ordinary horse could match the stamina or velocity of Qiuya's divine steed. Within moments, it fell far behind. The Catwoman's excitement only deepened, her eyes gleaming with sly intelligence. Master, a voice called from the side, her personal mount Fei Guoshan arriving to assist. Without hesitation, she leapt from her saddle onto the transforming mecha, Fei Guoshan, and launched into high-speed pursuit. Roar, roar. Engines thundered, wind screamed past. She closed rapidly upon the ever-fleeing emerald steed. When distance narrowed sufficiently, she executed a flawless somersault, soaring like a great pung bird, before landing deftly atop its back. Through patient persuasion, both verbal and physical, she gave the horse a light nudge with her heels, and it submitted at once. Its coat shimmered, shifting into a lustrous raven-black hue that mirrored the sensual allure of her sleek leather attire. Well, so you possess chromatic abilities too. Was that green tint a sign of inner defiance? She mused, intrigued. Come then, transform into a rainbow. Thus, under the Catwoman's benevolent guidance, the steed gradually unveiled ever more wondrous faculties. Nearby, Qiuya watched the spectacle unfold, then playfully tapped Lanhua's shoulder and teased, naughty horse. You've been misbehaving too. You'll surely face my discipline. Lanhua shuddered, shaking its head vigorously. Master, how could you say such a thing? I am your most loyal steed. How could I possibly neglect my sacred duty? Is that so? She ran her hand along Lanhua's shoulder, and instantly a resplendent suit of armor materialized upon its frame. Forged from luminous, nameless gemstones, the armor blazed under the sun's rays, radiating brilliance as if channeling 10,000 sunbeams. Do you like it? Master, this is truly. Lanhua felt the magnificent weight settle upon its body, its spirit soaring with quiet joy. Every creation born of her hand was peerless, refined beyond compare, transcending the mundane. Meanwhile, Kara, who had earlier vowed to grill extra skewers for her, now feasted alone, savoring every bite. Qiuya, observing this, issued a sharp command: ride forth. Nay, nay, nay. In the Black Cloak world, before Starlight joined the Seven, a film titled Man of Steel swept virally across the internet, propelled by some unfathomable force. Though audiences reveled in its spectacle, it struck Azu with profound psychological dissonance. Clark Kent's portrayal of Superman embodied justice and unadulterated virtue, his godlike power matched only by his moral rectitude, establishing him as the paragon of a new heroic ideal. Yet this paragon evoked no resonance within the Homelander, only a searing, corrosive rage. Gazing upon Clark's noble courage and selfless compassion, he confronted the chasm between that luminous ideal and his own brutal, unrestrained conduct, 2 worlds apart. Deep within him festered a warped, venomous envy, bitter and unrelenting, leading him to scorn Superman's heroism as hollow pretense. In a fit of petulant anguish, he stormed to his wet nurse, seeking infantile solace at her breast. Yet the psychic assault upon him had only just begun. As the fervor around Man of Steel began to wane, another incendiary series, The Boys, struck like a thunderclap, shattering his fragile composure. Its creators seemed omniscient, exposing not only his past transgressions in merciless detail, but even foretelling events yet to unfold. Watching the series, Starlight, once a member of the Seven, underwent a seismic realignment of her moral compass. Her entire conception of heroism collapsed. Those paragons of righteousness she once revered were revealed behind closed doors to commit atrocities both grotesque and depraved. What pierced her heart most was the series' chilling foreshadowing, depicting the very moment she first joined the Seven, when Deeproot violated her. Damn it, this world is utterly unhinged. Starlight screamed in anguish, tears flooding down her cheeks. Her once idealistic heart now stood adrift, uncertain where to anchor itself in such a fractured reality. Meanwhile, the Homelander was seized by unprecedented dread and terror. He feared the series' viral spread would ignite mass outrage, triggering public condemnation and online vilification. And indeed, his fears proved prescient. Scanning headlines of surging protests against him, he could no longer bear the weight. He rushed to a raised platform, seized the speaker's microphone, and bellowed, "Friends, your vision has been clouded. Do not let baseless fabrications deceive you. You need me. This world needs a true hero, me. Every scene in that show is pure fiction, malicious slander, a desecration of my name." His voice trembled with raw emotion, growing hoarse as he spoke. Yet beneath the fervor lay a palpable hollowness, a profound lack of conviction. "Damn you, Homelander. You murderer. In silence, Homelander. Get out of here now. And what right do you have to call yourself a hero? You're nothing but a complete hypocrite, a villain through and through." And in curses and jeers swelled from the crowd into a deafening, thunderous tide. Soon people began hurling hard objects at him with furious abandon. A milk-stained baby bottle struck him square in the face. His already strained, brittle smile twisted grotesquely under the sudden searing pain. "You!" And in his eyes blazed with an eerie crimson light. His aura darkened instantly, ominous, suffocating, and utterly malevolent, like the embodiment of primordial dread. "Oh no!" And in it was Starlight's voice. This was the epicenter of the protest, and she had been concealed among the crowd all along, anticipating Homelander's arrival. As the sole morally grounded member of the Seven, she wrestled inwardly with anguish. Facing Homelander's overwhelming power, she felt utterly hopeless. Yet she also wondered how could these people be so ungrateful? Couldn't they perceive Homelander's terrifying might? At this rate, he'd slaughter them all, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. Her own strength could save only a handful. And in just then, as Homelander's gaze swept hazily across the throng, a man cosplaying Superman abruptly caught his eye. That sight ignited deep-seated jealousy and resentment within him. His fury surged beyond control. And how dare this insignificant ant worship Superman? His mind raged. It is I who protect you, not some illusory silver screen fantasy. I am the true hero of this world. Why mimic that arrogant pose? Is it because you idolize his hollow notion of justice? Very well, then die by my hand. And I alone am the real hero. Roaring the words like a battle cry, Homelander unleashed two searing, heat-vision beams, razor-sharp, incandescent blades lancing toward the crowd. A chorus of terrified shrieks erupted instantly as people scattered in blind panic, fleeing the madman's lethal rays. Many had clung to the naive hope that Homelander would never wield lethal force against civilians in public, and in that sudden brutal strike shattered their illusions entirely. Terrified and disoriented, the crowd recoiled en masse from what was fast becoming a living hell. And Starlight watched, her heart convulsing with sorrow. She weighed her options, desperate to save as many innocent lives as possible. Yet something baffled her utterly when Homelander's heat vision struck the Superman cosplayer. It failed, utterly, to cut him in half as she had anticipated. Homelander, normally ruthless and bloodthirsty, now strained every fiber of his being, channeling far more power than ever before. Still, his beams left the cosplayer unscathed. Not even a thread of clothing or a single strand of hair was singed. And roaring in frustration, Homelander jerked his head violently, attempting to carve bloody wounds into the figure before him. But he could not breach that defense, not even slightly. Such utter impotence was unprecedented for him. And exhausted to the brink, he staggered bent double, gasping raggedly. From afar, a few bold onlookers pulled out their phones to record the surreal spectacle. Some even launched live streams. And amplified by the omnipresent surveillance network, the footage exploded across the internet in seconds. Starlight stared at the cosplayer's face and froze in astonishment. His features were an uncanny replica of Clark Kent's. Could this truly be Superman himself? And no, impossible. You cannot be him. Homelander shot forward, throwing a punch, then paled, whispering in disbelief. He shook his head mournfully, eyes wide with helplessness and panic. With all his might, he landed a blow, only for it to be caught barehanded. Ugh! A dull metallic thud echoed, the sound of fists striking unyielding steel. To Superman, Homelander's vaunted invulnerability crumbled like paper. Superman seized his throat as if preparing to speak, then paused wordless. And in his expressive range remained limited. No interpreter stood beside him to give voice to his thoughts. Homelander writhed, trying to flee. Yet before he rose 2 meters into the air, Superman blinked forward, yanked him back, and slammed him down with brutal force. Boom! And in the ground heaved like water struck by a stone as shockwaves rippled outward in violent concentric rings. Nearby bystanders were thrown off their feet, dropping phones, scrambling up and sprinting away in terror. And in 2 news helicopters swooped in, circling overhead to capture the full scope of the confrontation. Homelander lay dazed, nearly unconscious, quickly raising his hands in surrender. Wah? Please, Superman, sir, spare me. I'll never commit evil again. All he wanted now was to go home and drink milk. And in Clark stifled a wry smile. He'd expected defiance, perhaps even noble resistance like the criminals he'd faced before. Instead, he confronted a spineless, pitiful figure. And in, "Today we take down Homelander," said Qiuya, her expression serene, her beauty luminous. "As you command, your majesty," replied Fiora, Grand Marshal and Captain of the Royal Guard, bowing in solemn obedience. And in, Qiuya approached with regal grace, flanked by her most trusted courtiers and elite sentinels. She had just finished laughing and playing with a group of stunning women, and now finally the long-awaited spectacle had begun. "Your Majesty," Fiora remarked dryly upon arriving, "this counterfeit Superman is pathetically weak, barely worth watching." "Indeed," Qiuya murmured, sipping chilled fruit juice with tranquil elegance. "And in, your Majesty." Superman sensed the movement, turned, and offered Qiuya a gentle smile and a respectful nod, his gaze silently seeking her judgment on Homelander's fate. On Krypton, he now served as a squadron commander, an assignment far more natural to him than his dual earthly roles as reporter and hero. In the Kryptonian military, he performed duties with fair compensation, unlike on Earth, where even righteous deeds invited online vilification and accusations of violating human rights or discriminating among lives. Homelander, stripped of all will to fight, tears still glistening on his cheeks, lay prostrate, watching Superman turn away to greet Qiuya. A spark of cunning flickered in his eyes. Escape and vengeance. He calculated swiftly speed alone wouldn't guarantee escape, but if he sees that exquisitely robed, breathtakingly beautiful woman as hostage, even righteous Superman would be forced to comply. As long as he can seize the opportunity to escape, he still has a chance. The desire to survive reignited hope in Azu as he pressed against the ground, swiftly darting straight towards Qiuya. Whoosh! Hey! Without Qiuya needing to intervene, the Kryptonian guards quickly reacted as he approached low to the ground. Two agile soldiers pinned him down with their feet, as if squashing a mere rat. He was only half a meter away from the tip of Qiuya's shoe, but could no longer move forward an inch. Bold scoundrel, a male soldier sternly reprimanded. What kind of rat are you? A female soldier continued in anger. Immediately she turned to Qiuya and asked, Your Majesty, let us handle this lowly scum. We will surely interrogate him about his origins and routes while you and the general deal with that national criminal you mentioned. Although Qiuya was immensely powerful, she was a very approachable queen beloved by her soldiers. She nodded to her loyal guards. He is beneath your feet. Ah. The soldiers exchanged glances, quickly realizing, and swiftly bound the national criminal with specialized ropes, pressing him to the ground. Haven't you seen television? Don't you recognize him? He looks exactly like the one from The Boys. Fiola shook her head with a smile, pointing her chin at the completely demoralized national criminal. The national criminal, bound tightly like a zongzi and unable to move, felt even more ashamed hearing their conversation. His once frenzied dominance had long since vanished, leaving only hollow despair. He could not even deal with these small soldiers, let alone the queen. He had even thought of taking her as a hostage. Qiuya curiously observed the male and female soldiers and suddenly asked, Are you two married? Yes, Your Majesty, the male soldier replied sincerely. The female soldier explained, Your Majesty, my husband and I have been busy with our dual cultivation recently, hardly paying attention to any shows. Very well, that is indeed the right thing to do. Qiuya smiled brightly and praised them. Current practices have proven that natural reproduction is more challenging on Krypton than on Earth, and to boost the birth rate all couples must put in more effort. You are the true heroes of Krypton. It seems we need to grant more time off in the future. Your Majesty, currently we have 3 public holidays a week, Fiola reminded from the side, and even on the 4 working days only 2 are spent working, with the other 2 dedicated to light training. The soldiers quickly bowed, interrupting Fiola. Your Majesty, you are merciful. Earth's birth rate is low now. If humanity were to go extinct in the future, Krypton would be the inheritor of Earth. In the following month, Qiuya immersed herself in the fantastic journeys of multiple movie universes, managing the aftermath and bringing closure to all stories. Though reluctant, it was time to return home. The distance between the real world and the movie universe was vast, and her energy would be greatly consumed on the journey. Fortunately, there was still sunlight in the real world. It is time to set off, she whispered, embarking on her journey home. In the rental room, a soft beam of moonlight seeped through the gap in the curtains, gently spilling onto the floor. In this tranquil night, a pair of bright eyes slowly opened. In the deep of night, in a silent room, moonlight spilled in through the gaps of the curtains, casting a layer of silver veil. While sleeping, Qiuya inexplicably woke up, sensing something unusual beside him. Drowsily, he squinted his eyes and instinctively reached out with his left hand to feel beside him. The moment he touched, he felt warmth and softness, leaving Qiuya momentarily stunned. He tilted his head, and as his vision gradually cleared, a buzzing sound echoed in his mind, almost exploding. A goddess-like figure was lying beside him, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, her features exquisite, with cherry-red lips and long, dense eyelashes that fluttered like 2 small fans. And his hand was resting on her chest as she stared at him with her bright eyes. What is this? What is going on here? His mind was in chaos, and he felt as if he had turned to stone, his body stiffening. How could there be such a beautiful girl beside me? I haven't committed any crimes, have I? A strong sense of alertness surged within him, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Are you awake? Qiuya's voice was soft and melodious like silver bells in the wind, crisp and pleasant. The voice pulled him back to reality, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. You? He stammered, his tone filled with confusion and disbelief. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, he took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. This could very well lead to a 3-year sentence. I slept too soundly last night. What is going on here? He tentatively asked, recalling that he had locked the door last night and that the window had security bars. How did this beauty end up on the inside of his bed? Is this an attempt to frame him? This method doesn't seem reasonable. He had no intention of admiring beauty. All that filled his mind was vigilance, determined not to let beauty lead him astray. Qiuya gently stroked her chin, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her deep black eyes, as if the autumn waves were flowing. She lightly touched his cheek, then caressed his abdominal muscles, and then slightly parted her red lips, saying, "This is the interest for the hand that reached out just now. The principal must be repaid below." Her voice was enchanting, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Wait. He was caught completely off guard. Before he could finish his thought, Qiuya leaned forward, her breathtaking beauty mere centimeters from him, their gazes intertwined. "What are you waiting for?" Her eyes sparkled as she softly encouraged, "No slacking off, okay?" Hearing this, his heart tightened, and instinctively his body wanted to turn away, trying to escape this sudden intimacy. However, at the moment he turned, it felt as if two agile silver snakes shot out, tightly wrapping around his waist. To his astonishment, those two long, beautiful legs were like iron pincers, firmly pinning him down on the bed. He was shocked and struggled for a few seconds, but the weight of her legs felt like a mountain, rendering him unable to move. Damn it, this delicate beauty has such incredible strength. Have all my years of training and fitness been for nothing? Let me have a sip of water first. Qiuya remarked, "Smart little one. Don't even think about escaping." A memory surged into Qiuya's mind, and he quickly understood the sequence of events. After some playful antics, Qiuya sat elegantly at the head of the bed, spirited and in good spirits. Habitually, she reached out into the air, intending to break through space and retrieve a few gold bars from the American treasury to offer Qiuya some comfort. But she found her powers greatly diminished and could not succeed. She gently shook her head, smiling to herself. Never mind, there's plenty of time ahead. The universe also has its sun, and stars are scattered throughout. Restoring her strength is only a matter of time. "System, are you still alive?" she called out in her heart. "Yes," the system replied, cautiously, sounding somewhat guilty. Qiuya's steel-like body was indeed the most perfect humanoid weapon in the multiverse, with limitless potential. Currently, the situation is such that the host is its thigh, and its function is merely to enhance her quality of life. "What else are you hiding from me? Speak quickly." "Nothing, absolutely nothing hidden. Previously, you did not inquire about how you traversed, whether it was body possession, soul possession, or some other form." The system's voice gradually weakened as it spoke. Qiuya calmly interrupted its explanation. "So as long as I am strong enough, I can return to the previous film and television world at any time." "Yes, host. In just a few hours, daybreak will come. At that time, as long as you bask in the sunlight, your strength will grow rapidly, and no one in the real world will be able to compete with you."